The wealthy heir, Tang Zhan, found himself intoxicated, playfully harassing the strikingly handsome hotel attendant, Yu Ningchuan, only to be swiftly subdued by a single punch. Little did they anticipate that this blow would entwine their fates irrevocably. In a bid to escape the relentless pursuit of his father, Tang Zhan discreetly absconded from his elder sister's wedding. Seeking refuge in a serene locale, he soon found himself utterly inebriated, foolishly flirting with the dashing Yu Ningchuan, and then promptly knocked down. Yu Ningchuan was not only handsome, but also academically gifted, excelling in every aspect of life. However, he bore a tragic background, burdened with family responsibilities and financial struggles that nearly barred him from attending university. Yet his poverty was inconsequential, for Tang Zhan was affluent. From a quaint mountain town to a bustling metropolis, the narrative of their intertwined lives began to unfold. Chapter 1. Tang Zhan and Tang Zhan were wed. One was the only son of a renowned scholar, the other an heiress of the Tang Corporation, a match made in heaven, a union of talent and beauty. After more than a decade of romantic endeavors, they finally tied the knot. However, the unrequited love that had tormented Tang Zhan for years was laid to rest on this day, marking a definitive conclusion to his heartache. To harbor feelings for someone was already a bitter experience. Yet this individual had now become his brother-in-law, compounding his sorrow, a bitter brew indeed. To escape this emotional turmoil, he resolved to sever ties and liberate himself from this relentless anguish. Regrettably, while he understood this logic, acting upon it proved to be a formidable challenge. Amidst the jubilant wedding festivities, he could no longer maintain his facade of cheerfulness and discreetly exited the celebration, indifferent to whether Tang Zhan would be. Enraged by his sudden disappearance, tossing his car keys aside, he entered the parking lot, pondering where he could possibly go next. After a heartbreak, one often seeks a solitary refuge to mend their wounds, right? He didn't want to stray too far from Haicheng, nor did he wish to be too close. But above all, he desired a place devoid of bitterness. After much deliberation, much like selecting a honeymoon destination, he eventually discovered an appropriate locale. Activating his navigation, he randomly tuned into a radio station. And accompanied by the fervent background music, Tang Zhan embarked on a night drive to a quaint town, Wencheng, situated 800 kilometers from Haicheng. A few years prior, the city government had decided to vigorously promote tourism in Wencheng, transforming it into a scenic area to stimulate the economy. This attracted numerous real estate developers who erected buildings specifically for the affluent middle class from first and second-tier cities. Consequently, a village that once lacked even a karaoke establishment was metamorphosed into a flourishing town within 2 years. The Tang Corporation also participated in this transformation, yet Tang Zhan preferred not to construct residential buildings. He had established his family's fortune in the hotel business and relished the feeling of possessing land. In the midst of these upscale developments, he constructed a luxurious hot spring resort hotel, boasting exquisite decor and unparalleled service. The fragrance of flowers wafted from the lobby, detectable from a kilometer away, catering to guests visiting Wencheng for tourism or property investment. Tang Zhan chose to stay at this 5-star establishment, named Ruoya International. Surrounded by mountains and lush greenery, it was an ideal sanctuary for tranquility. Upon his arrival the following morning, he promptly booked a presidential suite for a month at his own expense, concealing his identity as the young master of the Tang family. In such a remote and, to be blunt, impoverished area, it was unusual for anyone to splurge in such a manner. The sum he spent could have easily secured a well-furnished villa. Elsewhere, the front desk staff were taken aback by his extravagant expenditure and, after confirming his booking, upgraded him to a Hotel Gold VIP status, offering a generous discount for future stays. Amused, Tang Zhan accepted the membership card and inquired, "Thank you, darling. Do you have a bar here? Is it open now?" With the card delicately pinched between his fingers and a playful smile gracing his lips, he exuded an undeniable charm despite his disheveled appearance. A man of such striking looks and wealth, who casually interspersed terms of endearment like darling and honey into his speech, naturally garnered favorable attention. The front desk attendant, flustered by his demeanor, responded with an increasingly sweet tone. "We have a bar on the top floor, sir. Open 24 hours. Satisfied with her reply, he blew her a kiss and turned to leave. Despite having driven through the night and feeling exhausted, he bypassed his room entirely and ascended directly to the 18th floor, entering the hotel chic bar. As expected of a five-star establishment, the bar was nothing short of luxurious. The polished black marble floor, soothing music, and soft, non-flashing lights created a stylish and inviting atmosphere. The bar was divided into two levels. The lower level featured the bar counter and booths, while the upper level had a terrace. Given that it was daytime and many families were vacationing with children, the bar was nearly empty, with only a handful of patrons engaged in hushed conversations amidst the soft background music. Tang Zhan surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. Those who traveled to such a remote location to indulge and drink were either connoisseurs or fools. He clearly identified as the latter. Taking a seat at the bar counter, he tapped the surface lightly and smiled at the female bartender. "I'll have a glass of whiskey, please." "Certainly," she replied. The bartender, in her 30s, was attractive and spoke with a slight accent, reminiscent of the soft tones of the Wu dialect. She swiftly poured him a glass of whiskey and slid it toward him, saying enjoy. Though she suggested he take his time, Tang Zhan consumed it in just 2 gulps, as if he had been parched for days. "Another, please." He pushed the empty glass back toward her. Observing his eagerness, the bartender, Yu Li, recognized he was not there to savor the drink, but rather to drown his sorrows. It was disheartening to witness such a remarkable man seeking solace in alcohol. She refilled his glass, but kindly cautioned him, "Sir, be mindful that spirits can be quite potent. It's wise to pace yourself." Tang Zhan feared not the intoxication, but rather the possibility of remaining sober. Drunkenness could harm the body, yet sobriety was a wound to the heart. He had traveled such a distance to find a place where he could indulge without fear of recognition, where he could unburden his troubled thoughts without the risk of exposure. "Your surname is Yu? That's quite rare," he remarked, glancing at her name tag. "Yes." She wiped down the glasses. She replied, "Most families in our village share the Yu surname. Legend has it that 5 centuries ago, a prominent family settled here, and there's still a shrine from that era. It's not far from here. Just follow the Ningchuan River west from the hotel for a kilometer." Tang Zhan listened intently, resting his head on his hand. Having driven all night and consumed a couple of drinks, he was beginning to feel the effects of the alcohol. "So that river by the entrance is called Ningchuan," he mused. During his drive, he had followed the river for quite some time, noticing the water level was low, revealing the riverbed. Yet, the water was remarkably clear, a rarity not found in Haiqing, allowing one to see the colorful pebbles resting on the riverbed. Seeing his genuine interest, Yuli continued, "Originally, our village was called Yu Family Village, but in response to the government's initiative to develop Wencheng, it was renamed Hot Spring Village. I still find it odd to say that as they conversed, a voice called out from the bar's edge that Liga, Table 3 ordered a long island iced tea. Tang Zhan turned to see the person, catching a glimpse of their profile, reminiscent of a casual gardenia blossom. He knew he shouldn't employ such a metaphor to describe a flower, nor should he liken a person to such a phrase. Yet upon seeing the individual, that was the first thought that sprang to his mind. Perhaps it was the crisp white shirt they wore, or the striking contrast of their porcelain skin against the dark depths of their eyes, creating a captivating monochrome effect. If he were to rate his own appearance 100, this person would surely score a 90-9 in a quaint village far removed from the bustling metropolis, where the resident population scarcely reaches 30,000. An exceptional talent has emerged, scoring a remarkable 99 marks. It appears that the brilliance of the land nurtures remarkable individuals, reflecting the adage that the quality of water shapes the nature of its inhabitants. Catching a glimpse of the other's name tag, Tang Zhan raised an eyebrow. "Yu Ningchuan?" He turned to Yu Li, inquiring, "Are you from the same village?" Yu Li, deftly crafting a cocktail with practiced elegance, replied, "Indeed, both Xiaochuan and I hail from Yu Family Village. In the past couple of years, when the hotel was not in operation, the villagers sought work elsewhere. Now, it's different. Most have found employment in the resort area." Tang Zhan nodded and glanced at Yu Ningchuan. The young man, sharing a name with the river, possessed striking features, high nose and deep-set eyes that hinted at a mixed heritage. In a bustling city, he would undoubtedly be a sought-after heartthrob, Tang Zhan scrutinized him from head to toe, his penetrating gaze making it difficult for Yu Ningchuan to disregard. Sir, Tang Zhan regarded the youthful face before him, noting its youthfulness. At 99 marks now, one could only wonder if, with the passage of time, this young man would reach a perfect 100 and stand on equal footing with him. How old are you? Yu Ningchuan, puzzled by the question, offered a polite smile. 18. He spoke succinctly, took the Long Island iced tea prepared by Yu Li, and nodded slightly before delivering the drink to table 3. Tang Zhan had anticipated the youthfulness, but was taken aback by how young he truly was. 8 years his junior. It struck him that the experiences he had accumulated over those years seemed to afford him no advantage. To be young, he mused, taking a sip of his drink. Yu Li chuckled at his rather somber tone. You hardly seem old yourself. Tang Zhan swirled the ice in his glass, speaking earnestly. In my youth, I yearned to grow up, believing that maturity would grant me the freedom to pursue the dreams that eluded me as a child. Yet, upon reaching adulthood, I discovered that those childhood aspirations remain just as unattainable, often overshadowed by the harsh realities of life. Even the modest dreams I once held have faded away. Thus, youth is indeed a blessing, an innocence unmarred by experience. Yu Li found his sudden melancholy somewhat bewildering, sensing deeper implications in his words but unsure how to respond. Tang Zhan continued to drink from morning until afternoon, until he was the last patron remaining, nearly emptying a bottle of whiskey before finally succumbing to intoxication. Sir, resting his head on his hand, Tang Zhan dozed off, his eyes barely open, breaths heavy. Yu Li called gently, but after several attempts without response, she gestured to the distance. Xiaochuan, please escort this guest back to his room. She relayed the room number Tang Zhan had provided check-in, informing him that it was the hotel's sole presidential suite, rarely occupied, and thus deserved special care. Yu Li, older than Yu Ningchuan by nearly a decade, and having known him as if he were her younger brother, offered him guidance, wary of the potential pitfalls of youth. Understood. Li Yu Ningchuan effortlessly lifted Tang Zhan from his chair, hoisting him up with ease. Where to? Tang Zhan, still somewhat aware, questioned. The strong scent of alcohol wafted over Yu Ningchuan, causing him to grimace slightly as he turned his head away to your room. Tang Zhan could not discern if he understood, but the journey remained quiet, his steps steady enough that Yu Ningchuan hardly had to exert himself. The presidential suite was located 1 floor above the bar, spacious due to its suite configuration, occupying the end of the corridor. After opening the door with one hand, Yu Ningchuan guided the increasingly heavy Tang Zhan inside, laying him down on the large bed in the bedroom. Tang Zhan sprawled out in an X shape on the bed, his complexion flushed, exuding an unpleasant odor. Having completed his task, Yu Ningchuan initially intended to leave, but recalled Yu Li's admonitions. With a resigned click of his tongue, he returned to remove Tang Zhan's shoes and tuck him in. He even fetched a damp towel from the bathroom to wipe Tang Zhan's face, deeming his service impeccable before finally preparing to leave. However, at that moment, the seemingly unconscious man unexpectedly seized Yu Ningchuan's wrist, mumbling incoherently through the fog of intoxication. Don't go. Tang Zhan slightly opened his eyes, murmuring a Ning. His vision blurred, revealing only a tall silhouette clad in a white shirt and dark hair, reminiscent of his ethereal ideal. At the utterance of a Ning, Yu Ningchuan felt a jolt of surprise, attempting to disengage Tang Zhan's grip. Sir, you've mistaken me. I am merely a hotel staff member. Yet, the strength of the inebriated man was formidable, and Tang Zhan, perhaps fueled by stubbornness, refused to release his hold, repeatedly calling out a Ning, growing increasingly irksome. Yu Ningchuan, irritated by the drunken man's behavior, decided to take a firmer approach, momentarily disregarding Yu Li's advice. Just as he prepared to assert himself, Tang Zhan, instinctively reacting despite his stupor, pulled Yu Ningchuan closer. Yu Ningchuan found himself unexpectedly toppled onto Tang Zhan's chest, momentarily disoriented. A Ning. As he regained his composure and attempted to push himself up, an alcohol-laden kiss landed upon him, leaving him completely immobilized. Chapter 2. Tang Zhan awoke with a splitting headache, the midday sun casting its unforgiving light upon him. His mouth felt parched, and his consciousness was clouded. tormented by the excruciating symptoms of a dreadful hangover. Stumbling barefoot into the bathroom, he turned on the cold water and splashed his face. But the icy mountain spring did little to rouse him. Rather, the sharp sting at the corner of his mouth jolted him awake. With a furrowed brow, he gazed into the mirror, only to be taken aback by the bruise marring his lips. What on earth is this? He gingerly prodded it with his fingertip, drawing a sharp intake of breath from the pain. Realizing he was not ensnared in a dream, Tang Zhan began to reflect on how he had managed to drink himself into such a state. He seemed to recall indulging quite a bit, subsequently being escorted back to his room by a bar attendant. His memory of the journey was hazy, but upon reaching the bed, he had succumbed to oblivion. Had he perhaps tumbled about in the night, colliding with the corner of a table? Licking the tender spot with his tongue, he was filled with a sense of foreboding. With his years of experience in brawling, this unmistakably resembled the aftermath of a beating. However, no amount of questioning could unravel the mystery, as there were no cameras in the room to reconstruct the events of the previous night. Not one to dwell on conundrums, he resolved to let it be. In his hasty departure, he had neglected to bring any luggage. While the hotel provided the essentials, he felt hesitant to request undergarments. After a rather mediocre brunch in the hotel restaurant, Tang Zhan set out in his Cadillac to explore the town. He visited a modest supermarket, depleting their stock of white underwear and socks. At the checkout, he casually acquired a bottle of an unknown styling mousse. The shopkeeper, glancing at him while tapping away at the calculator, inquired, "Are you purchasing for your workplace?" "No, it's for personal use," Tang Zhan replied, fiddling with his hair in front of a plastic flower-adorned mirror that blurred his reflection, softening his features into a gentle glow. Contrary to his somewhat assertive demeanor, his hair was soft and particularly malleable after washing. Without the aid of wax or gel, it would fall limply, resembling that of a fresh-faced youth just stepping into society. The mousse proved to be quite difficult to work with. Not only was it sticky, but the strands it produced were as stiff as wire. After considerable effort, Tang Zhan achieved only a passable result. With a sigh, he turned back to the counter to settle his bill. "Are you really going to use all of this by yourself?" the shopkeeper asked, calculating the final amount and sliding the register toward Tang Zhan. He was truly prying. Rather, in this quaint town, where life unfolded at a leisurely pace, encountering something novel sparked his curiosity, compelling him to engage in idle chatter. Tang Zhan withdrew several hundred-yuan bills from his wallet, placing them on the counter. "One a day should last me 2 months, at least." Emerging from a supermarket with bags in hand, he placed his purchases in the car, contemplating a trip to acquire a couple of outfits. He had arrived dressed in a suit and shirt meant for a groomsman, which, while stylish, was ill-suited for the season. Today he had shed a layer, opting only for the shirt. After just a couple of minutes basking in the glaring sun, he toyed with the idea of going about in nothing but his skin. The town's most bustling center was merely a square of about 100 square meters, dominated at its heart by a magnificent camphor tree, its towering canopy lush and sprawling. The trunk so robust that it would take 5 or 6 people to encircle it fully. Not far from the camphor tree, there lies a well, approximately 3 meters square, exuding wisps of white steam. The water is crystal clear, and many people bring their own containers to draw water, subsequently heading to a nearby pavilion to soak their feet. Tang Zhan had never encountered such a wondrous sight before. As he approached to examine it closely, 2 young men rushed over, inquiring in a local dialect if he wished to soak his feet, charging 10 yuan per person, with additional fees for foot care. He hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "No, I'm just looking." Upon reaching the base of the grand camphor tree, he noticed 2 stone tablets erected there. One was larger, filled with a multitude of historical anecdotes, some dubious, detailing the miraculous properties of the hot springs and the origins of Wenjin. The smaller tablet proclaimed the camphor tree as a first-class protected species for a millennium. Tang Zhan gazed up at the tree, feeling its towering presence was beyond his sight, its branches and leaves forming a graceful canopy, luxuriant and winding, truly deserving of its status as a millennial-old tree. This is Grandma Camphor, and there's also Grandpa Camphor. If you're interested, you can see him just to the west. Over by the hot spring village, an elderly gentleman soaking his feet remarked, noticing Tang Zhan's awestruck demeanor amidst the breathtaking natural scenery. Tang Zhan was astonished. Trees have genders? The old man rubbed his feet together, fanning himself gently. The other one is even larger. We call it that for easy distinction. Tang Zhan nodded in understanding, thanked the old man, and wandered around the square, eventually finding a men's clothing store nearby. He entered and purchased over 30 black t-shirts, each adorned with a fierce white design on the chest. "Don't you have any solid colors?" he asked the shopkeeper, a young girl with a ponytail, as he tried on a t-shirt, somewhat vexed while pinching the fabric at his chest. "This one looks great. You look even more handsome in it. Trust me, handsome," she replied with an infectious smile. Tang Zhan, typically eloquent and adept at conversation, found himself at a loss against such compliments about his looks. He laughed, his charm radiating, and despite the teasing, he couldn't resist her enthusiasm. "Since you say so, all right, I'll take these." In the end, he selected a few pairs of trousers and returned to his car loaded with purchases. Originally, he intended to drive straight back to the hotel, but suddenly, he changed his mind. The day was still bright, and he was uncertain what to do upon returning. With such splendid sunshine, it seemed a waste to squander it. Furthermore, he caught sight of the muddy river, glistening under the sunlight, its gentle babble enticing him to follow its course, stirring a desire to seek out the grandpa camphor that the old man had mentioned. He recalled that Yuli had mentioned yesterday that the hot spring village was just a kilometer along the river. After a leisurely 5-minute drive on the gravel road, with the river to his left and a newly constructed residential complex to his right, comparable to the upscale properties of first-tier cities, he noticed the landscape ahead changing. The river veered away, and the road transformed from gravel to a bumpy dirt path, flanked by traditional residences with black tiles and white walls, alternating with modern villas adorned with colorful ceramic tiles. Realizing the road ahead was impassable, Tang Zhan decided to park his car by the roadside and continue on foot. Upon his arrival, as he grasped the car door, he was startled by the sight of a large yellow ox emerging from the field before him. Being a true urbanite, Tang Zhan had never encountered such an imposing, unrestrained creature. For a moment, he found himself almost breathless, closing the door with utmost caution, fearful that the ox might notice him and challenge him to a duel of life and death. "Don't be afraid, big brother. This ox doesn't bite," a voice called out, breaking his stupor. He turned towards the sound and saw 3 young boys, each around 12 or 13 years old, standing by the front of the car. The eldest boy, with large, expressive eyes, appeared somewhat disheveled, yet exuded an endearing cleverness. Tang Zhan felt a sense of familiarity with the boy, though he could not quite place it. The other 2 boys included a plump one with squinting eyes and a leaner one with snot trailing down to his upper lip. The boy with the large eyes, exuding warmth and hospitality, inquired, "Are you here to visit Grandpa Camphor? I can show you the way. Otherwise, it might be difficult to find." Tang Zhan, having no natural defenses against children, readily agreed. "Sure, lead the way." The 3 boys flanked him, 2 in front and 1 behind, sandwiching him in their midst. The boy with the large eyes and the plump one enthusiastically introduced Tang Zhan to the various corners of Wenquan village along their path. "Do you see the dragon on that roof?" The boy gestured toward the direction. "That is one of our village's treasures. A wealthy merchant once offered $1 million to buy it, but the owner refused to sell." Tang Zhan glanced over to see a dilapidated single-story house, its history evident in its crumbling window frames and the dragon, carved from stone, adorning the gray-tiled roof. From his limited architectural knowledge, he surmised that this sculpture was likely what one would refer to as a ridge beast. "Why wouldn't they sell?" he questioned, skeptical that anyone would be foolish enough to pay $1 million for such a thing. It seemed more like a jest. After visiting the notable site, the plump boy replied, "I don't know. Maybe the owner thinks it's worth more and prefers to wait for a higher offer." Tang Zhan remained unconvinced, asking, "Where are the other 2 treasures?" The boy with the large eyes picked up a stick from the ground, idly waving it and swatting at the grass leaves, startling a swarm of grasshoppers. "The most significant treasure is, of course, our village's hot springs. The second is Grandpa Camphor in the village, and the dragon comes third." The plump boy chimed in, "We're almost there. Grandpa Camphor is just ahead. Watch your step. There is a lot of cow dung." Tang Zhan, already mindful of the sizable droppings scattered along the path, recognized the need for utmost vigilance to avoid stepping in the battlefield like traps. "Are you all brothers or friends?" Tang Zhan inquired. The boy with the large eyes replied, "We're classmates, all in the same class." He paused, gesturing for Tang Zhan to look ahead. "Big brother, this is our village's ancestral hall, where the ancestors of Yu family village are enshrined. That tree behind it is Grandpa Camphor, though referred to as a hall. It resembled a run-down village shrine, scarcely spanning 10 square meters, housing a colorful clay statue, complete with prayer mats and incense burners, as well as a merit box. Tang Zhan naturally would not pay homage to this ancestor, and instead exited through the back door, making his way directly to the venerable camphor tree. As expected, the old gentleman had not deceived him. This tree was indeed larger than the one in the town, and it bore a stone tablet at its base, inscribed with content similar to that of its counterpart. This magnificent tree could not be embraced by fewer than 7 or 8 individuals. A diminutive boy, sniffling, rummaged beneath the shade and ultimately selected a branch approximately 1 centimeter in thickness and the length of an adult forearm, which he presented to Tang Zhan, saying, "Brother, take this, place in your wardrobe to ward off insects and pests. A whiff of its scent will lull you into slumber." The millennia-old camphor wood, when brought home, could serve as a guardian for the household. Tang Zhan received it with an amused smile, expressing his gratitude. With the scenic introduction reaching a natural conclusion, Tang Zhan found the trio of young boys quite amusing and articulate. He produced 3 $10 bills from his pocket, offering them as a tip. The boy with large eyes hesitated before accepting the money, scratching his head and suggesting, "Big brother, let me take you to another site. We usually don't bring people here." Tang Zhan, with nothing pressing to attend to, agreed, asking, "Is it far?" The chubby boy replied, "Not far. It's right next to his house." He gestured towards the boy with large eyes and inquired, "Are you here by a house?" Nowadays, 9 out of 10 visitors to Wenzhen were city dwellers purchasing property, enticed by the alluring slogan of in-home hot springs. The water in the Tang family hotel was also sourced from hot springs, boasting health benefits that promised longevity and vitality. "No, I'm merely here on vacation, staying at the large hotel up ahead. I just arrived yesterday." No sooner had he spoken than the boy with large eyes nearly slipped and fell, but Tang Zhan, quick on his feet, caught him just in time. "Why are you so careless?" Thank you, big brother," the boy stammered, his face pale with shock. After walking for 5 minutes, they gradually reached the most secluded corner of the village, against the mountainside, where the houses were scant. Ahead, a dwelling appeared, its gate ajar, with gray-white walls and a somewhat dilapidated roof visible from the outside. The single-story house exuded a sense of poverty comparable to that of one of the 3 treasures they had just visited. "I must go back," the boy with large eyes declared, dashing towards the small courtyard. Tang Zhan then realized this was his home and wondered aloud, "What does he need to go back for?" The chubby boy glanced in the direction of the departing boy and quietly explained, "His family is the poorest in our village. His father fell to his death while repairing the roof when he was 2 years old, and his mother remarried and abandoned him. She passed away 2 years ago, leaving only him and his uncle. His uncle is somewhat unhinged, never married, and unable to work." Tang Zhan was deeply moved, having not encountered someone with such a tragic background in a long time. "Then how does he manage for daily life and studies?" he inquired. "He relies on the kindness of good-hearted individuals and government assistance," the chubby boy replied, noticing the boy with large eyes returning, and immediately quieted down. Observing the boy, Tang Zhan felt a surge of compassion, recognizing the struggles faced by such a young child, who was both clever and considerate. The so-called secret attraction was a cold spring well situated adjacent to the boy's home, measuring 2 meters square. As Tang Zhan noticed the crystal-clear water of the well and bent down to wash his hands, he was halted by the 3 children, unable to wash his hands. "This is something to drink." Little Pongzi coughed, warning, "If you wash your hands, the water will become contaminated." Tang Zhan awkwardly withdrew his hand, saying, all right. "I want tea wash." After visiting the final attraction, the 4 of them retraced their steps. Upon returning Tang Zhan to the parking area, just as the little one was about to leave, Tang Zhan called them back and rummaged through the trunk to produce 3 cans of cola for the trio. Cool, mate. Tell your brother your name. Tang Zhan then pulled out 2 red bills and stuffed them into the hands of the big-eyed boy. I don't want this. You take it back. The boy seemed reluctant to accept. However, Tang Zhan firmly grasped his hand, clenching it tightly into a fist. This is a small token of appreciation for you. Study well in the future. The world outside is full of wonders. He patted the boy's head and added a piece of heartfelt wisdom. Knowledge changes destiny. Finally, the big-eyed boy accepted the money, appearing quite moved. His eyes downcast as he tightly grasped the cash, quietly saying to Tang Zhan, "My name is Yu Ningchuan. Thank you, big brother, having done a good deed." Tang Zhan felt a profound sense of universal satisfaction as he waved goodbye to the 3 children and drove away from the hot spring village without leaving a trace. Chapter 3. Before arriving in Wen town, Tang Zhan had blacklisted everyone in his phone contacts and logged out of all social media to avoid any disturbances. Yet, he still could not escape the persistent reach of some who could find him. Just as he parked his car in the underground garage and was busy gathering his belongings, an unfamiliar number flashed on his phone. Normally, he would not answer such nuisance calls, so without a second thought, he hung up and continued battling the multitude of bags in the back seat. While organizing his spoils, his gaze fell upon a piece of wood beneath the seat, which he recognized as the calming wood gifted to him by the 3 little friends. Appreciating their kind gesture, Tang Zhan chuckled as he juggled it in his hand before tucking it into the back pocket of his pants, intending to use it as a paperweight. With his hands laden, he kicked the car door closed and turned to walk towards the elevator. Halfway there, the annoying phone rang again. He didn't bother to silence it, letting it ring as he ascended the stairs, drawing the attention of every passerby entering the elevator. The caller, undeterred, continued to ring him one after another, igniting Tang Zhan's irritation. After finally reaching his room, he tossed his belongings at the entrance and quickly pulled out his phone, almost impatiently connecting the call. "Are you out of your mind? Do you need me to send you to a doctor?" He lashed out at the other end. After a brief pause, a chuckle erupted from a male voice, accompanied by another louder laugh nearby, with the latter also hurling insults. "Ha ha ha! I told you he would curse. You said it wouldn't come to that. What would Tang Zhan do?" The caller spoke loudly. "Keep your voice down. He can't hear you." Instantly recognizing the voices of Sun Jiran and Zhou Hui, his childhood friends, Tang Zhan paused for a moment before laughing even harder, now filled with mirth. "Damn! So, it's you 2 lunatics?" Sun Jiran, on speakerphone, inquired about his whereabouts. Tang Zhan hesitated. Having just arrived 2 days ago, he was not ready for any interruptions to his tranquility. Beside him, Zhou Hui, noticing his silence, expressed his irritation. "Are you afraid we'll inform your father? What kind of relationship do we share if there's no trust in this?" Sun Jiran chimed in, "Rest assured. We merely wish to invite you for a couple of days of leisure. We shall not disclose anything to anyone." Tang Zhan pondered over the 2 of them, though their actions were often frivolous and their conduct at times erratic. They were indeed tight-lipped and unlikely to report him to Tang Shanhai. Thus, he disclosed the location of his whereabouts to them. Zhou Hui appeared utterly bewildered, having never heard of this place, while Sun Jiran recognized it, albeit surprised that Tang Zhan had chosen such a venue. "We thought you might be heading abroad," he remarked. Tang Zhan chuckled. After finally returning, "Why would I venture out again? This place is quite splendid, serene mountains and clear waters, and there's a hot spring as well." Sun Jiran, prompted by this mention, casually inquired, "What does your father intend by summoning you back yet denying you entry into the company?" Tang Zhan's smile faded, his expression turning somewhat subdued. He stepped into the bathroom, rearranging his hair in front of the mirror, only to discover that the fragile structure of his hairstyle was on the brink of collapse, prompting him to dampen it for reinforcement. He wishes to demonstrate his affection while simultaneously resisting any division of his authority, he mused. Ultimately, a strand of his bangs fell across his forehead, and he dismissed further attempts at grooming. "What concern do Tang family affairs hold for me, a mere illegitimate son?" Sun Jiran, sensing his discontent, replied with a playful cough. "Oh, don't be so pessimistic. I reckon your father's young wife's son is even less impressive than you. He's as round as a ball." Tang Zhan bristled at this. "You can criticize him all you want, but what does that have to do with me? Am I to be the benchmark for mediocrity? Sun Zhan, awkward yet polite, offered a smile. As long as you understand your worth, there's no need to voice it. Zhou Hui, eager to stir the pot, chimed in. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't let this slide. Old Tang, you must demand an explanation. The three engaged in a lively banter, and by the end, Sun Zhan had tentatively arranged a time to meet in Town, reminding Tang Zhan before hanging up, "This is my new number. Please do not blacklist it again." Tang Zhan assured him repeatedly, then ended the call, retrieving his room card as he made his way to the door. In the past, while in High City, he felt the presence of Sun Zhan and the others and did not perceive the passage of time. However, upon arriving in Town, alone, he felt an abundance of time stretching before him, almost endless. It was only 4 o'clock, having had a late lunch. He lacked the appetite for further food and decided to visit the bar instead. Ascending to the top floor, the bar appeared unchanged from the previous day, still sparsely populated, with soothing music playing in the background. Yuli stood at the bar, greeting him with a polite nod. "Good day, Mr. Tang," setting aside other matters. The training provided to the staff at the 5-star hotel under the Tang family was commendable. As an ordinary customer, Tang Zhan felt inclined to award high marks. As he settled onto a high stool, he promptly sprang back up, retrieving a branch that had been jabbing him uncomfortably. Yuli laughed. "Oh dear, what is this?" Tang Zhan chuckled as he placed the branch on the bar. "I nearly forgot about this piece of wood." He had been laden with items upon exiting the vehicle, with the branch tucked into the back of his pants, and in the ensuing chaos, he even neglected to retrieve Sun Zhan's call. Yuli took a bottle of wine from the shelf and poured a full glass for Tang Zhan. "This must be camphor wood," she remarked. Having grown up beneath the giant camphor tree, she recognized it instantly, as nearly every household in her village had camphor branches in their wardrobes. Tang Zhan, with a playful flick of his fingers against the branch, recalled that Yu Li was from the hot spring village and felt inclined to inquire further. "I visited your village this afternoon to see the camphor tree. Upon entering, 3 children immediately offered to guide me and even gifted me a branch. One child had particularly large eyes and was rather handsome. He introduced himself as Yu Xiang. Is his family in some difficulty?" He thought to himself that if the child truly came from a less fortunate background, he might seize an opportunity to return and offer a small gift, as an act of kindness. Upon hearing his words, Yu Li's expression turned peculiar. Were there 3 children? One was a chubby little boy, and another was quite short. She gestured to indicate their heights. Tang Zhan nodded, confirming, yes, those 3. Yu Li slapped her forehead in frustration, her expression a mix of anger and exasperation. Cursing under her breath at the trio, she then turned to Tang Zhan with an apologetic look. "Mr. Tang, I am truly sorry. How much did they swindle you for?" Tang Zhan, incredulous, responded, "Are you implying I was deceived?" From Yu Li's demeanor, he sensed that something was amiss, and he suspected that this was not their first deception, as her immediate understanding of the situation suggested prior experience. With a hint of shame, Yu Li explained, "The chubby one is my son, Hihu, and the short one is Yu Wei. The best-looking one isn't named Yu Xiang. His name is Yu Jiji." She exclaimed in frustration, "What a ridiculous name. Yu Jiji. How ironic." Tang Zhan had initially believed that the simple rural folk and their children were innocent and pure, incapable of such deceitful antics. However, upon reflecting on the afternoon's events, he realized he had fallen into a clever trap, all the while cheerfully giving them money. These small tricksters were truly skilled. Tang Zhan found himself momentarily speechless, as the children had first endeared themselves to him, then led him to a secret spot to lower his guard, and finally crafted a pitiful backstory to elicit his sympathy. He had foolishly encouraged their studies, naively proclaiming that knowledge could change one's destiny, only to be thoroughly embarrassed by this group of young con artists. Here he was, an MBA graduate, outwitted by a gaggle of middle schoolers. Yugoslavia, feeling increasingly guilty and flushed with embarrassment, called out Xiao Chuan. "Come here." She beckoned towards the distance. Tang Zhan turned to see a white figure moving in the dim corner of the bar, which soon approached. The bar staff, clad in their uniforms, typically appeared as mere work attire, but on this individual, it exuded an alluring charm, with a slender waist and long legs. The only flaw seemed to be her slightly displeased expression. What do you need? Yu Ningchuan approached the bar, standing a meter away from Tang Zhan, not sparing him a glance. Yuli shared the troublesome incident involving the 3 children, pointing to Tang Zhan. The victim is right here. You handle it. Yu Ningchuan's previously indifferent gaze darkened ominously, taking on a somewhat terrifying demeanor. As Tang Zhan glanced over, he realized with dismay that the young boy was about to face trouble, and he felt a twinge of sympathy. It's really not a significant amount. Just have a good talk with the child and ensure he doesn't end up seriously injured, he suggested. Yu Ningchuan took a deep breath and loosened the top 2 buttons of his uniform, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone. Yu Jiji, my younger brother, rested his hands on the bar and turned to Tang Zhan. How much did he deceive you out of? I will repay you. His expression was stern, seemingly quite upset. There's no need. It was just a small sum, Tang Zhan replied, dismissing it lightly. A few hundred yuan hardly concerned him. Yet Yu Ningchuan remained adamant. I will return and ask him for the money. I will bring it to you tomorrow. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is properly resolved. His earnestness made Tang Zhan feel somewhat awkward. To be honest, he was indeed quite angry upon realizing he had been deceived, feeling a sense of righteous indignation over his good intentions being betrayed. However, seeing Yu Ningchuan even more upset than himself, he found it difficult to maintain his anger and even felt an urge to comfort him. It must be acknowledged that those with striking appearances receive preferential treatment in this world. Even while a victim seeks recompense, they can evoke a sense of care and protection. Noticing the atmosphere had turned tense, Tang Zhan attempted to lighten it by playfully patting Yu Ningchuan's arm. He's just a child. Have a good talk with him. However, as soon as he touched him, Yu Ningchuan's entire body tensed, stepping back dramatically as if evading a venomous snake. Tang Zhan's hand froze midair, lingering for a moment before retracting, the smile fading from his face. This moment was undeniably awkward, and even Yuli sensed it. She discreetly shot Yu Ningchuan a reproachful glance and attempted to mediate, saying, Little Chuan, the 2 brothers have it quite tough. Gigi has been without parental guidance since childhood. While Little Chuan has to earn money, study, and take care of his uncle, it's truly overwhelming. Gigi, perhaps, just wanted to alleviate his brother's burden, which led him to such misguided actions. Before Tang Zhan could fully absorb her words, Yu Ningchuan interrupted her, sisterly. His voice was not particularly loud, yet Yuli promptly fell silent. Yu Ningchuan appeared somewhat weary as he lowered his gaze and softly said, I need to go back for a bit. Please excuse me from work. Without waiting for Yuli's response, he hastily exited. Little Chuan, this child. Yuli sighed in exasperation as she realized she could not call him back. Tang Zhan watched Yu Ningchuan's tall figure vanish at the doorway, muttering to himself in frustration. What a peculiar personality, so cryptic and moody. I've only heard of thorny roses. Who knew there could be thorny gardenias? Quite unscientific indeed. Chapter 4. Yu Ningchuan returned home without changing out of his hotel uniform, his demeanor fierce. Upon reaching his doorstep, he spotted 3 little rascals in the courtyard dividing their spoils. Yu Jiji, He-Hu, and Yue stood in a circle, each displaying a few banknotes of varying colors, clearly indicating that their business had gone well today. As the trio heard his footsteps, they instinctively turned towards the entrance. Upon seeing Yu Ningchuan's grim expression, they immediately took flight in unison, scattering like startled sparrows. He-Hu and Yu Wei dashed away, while Yu Jiji, in a panic, fled indoors. Yu Ningchuan did not hasten to pursue. Instead, he lingered by the woodpile in the courtyard, selecting a sturdy stick that was both versatile for striking and wielding. He resembled the antagonist in a horror film, methodically dragging a weapon while pursuing the protagonists. With a decisive slam, he shut the courtyard door and turned back, brandishing the stick as he entered the house. He first ventured into Yu Jiji's room, but found it empty. Just as he was about to explore another chamber, he heard a rustling sound from the courtyard, as if someone was attempting to open the door. Immediately, Yu Ningchuan redirected his steps toward the entrance, his long legs allowing him to reach it in mere seconds. Sure enough, he spotted Yu Jiji, timidly attempting to open the door. Dare to take another step? Yu Ningchuan hurled the stick towards the boy, narrowly missing his nose as it struck the doorframe. Yu Jiji swallowed hard, leaning forward as he abruptly knelt before Yu Ningchuan, tears rapidly welling in his eyes. Brother, I was wrong. Yu Ningchuan's expression remained impassive as he advanced, delivering a swift kick that sent Yu Jiji sprawling to the ground. The boy scrambled to escape back into the house, pleading for mercy as he clutched his head. I truly regret it. Please don't be angry. He took refuge behind a square dining table, attempting to evade Yu Ningchuan's pursuit by running in the opposite direction whenever his brother circled around. The standoff continued until Yu Ningchuan overturned the table with a single motion. Oh no! Yu Jiji gasped, realizing he had nowhere left to flee. In a desperate act, he clung tightly to Yu Ningchuan's waist. The latter felt constrained, unable to strike or move freely. Let go! Yu Ningchuan commanded, but Yu Jiji, gripped by fear, dared not release him, knowing that if he did, it would spell his demise. Brother, please listen to me calmly. I acknowledge my fault. Do not let your anger consume you. However, I did not steal or deceive. The money was willingly given to me. I cannot be solely blamed, can I? Yu Ningchuan scoffed. So you take pride in this, do you? What have I told you? If I catch you engaging in such deceitful antics again, I shall break your legs. Yu Jiji's knees weakened, and he clung on tighter, trembling with fear. I only wanted to lighten our family's burden. He shouted, most of it being the truth. I didn't lie much. Yu Ningchuan seized him by the collar, attempting to shake him off, but Yu Jiji clung on like stubborn gum, refusing to let go. Did you need to lighten the burden by depriving yourself of food or drink and claiming to be an orphan? You are no orphan. Your mother lives well in the neighboring town, and you know it. With a powerful grip, Yu Ningchuan yanked Yu Jiji's collar up to his shoulder blades, buttons popping off in the process. It seemed his words struck a nerve, for Yu Jiji suddenly transformed from a state of submission, shouting with fervor, nearly causing Yu Ningchuan to stumble. I know. I cursed her because I knew. She abandoned us to remarry. Has she cared for us in all these years? I never regarded her as a mother. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. Now that you work in a hotel, our lives have certainly improved. But don't think I am unaware of your true intentions. You have no plans of attending university, do you? Yu Ningchuan was taken aback, the overwhelming fury that had engulfed him suddenly dissipating under the weight of Yu Jiji's accusations. What nonsense are you spouting? His voice lacked conviction, which only served to further solidify Yu Jiji's suspicions. With a choked sob and reddened eyes, he declared, I knew it. You never intended to enroll. Yu Ningchuan's lips trembled as he uttered a single word. Suddenly, a middle-aged man emerged from within the room, sporting a crew cut with grizzled temples, dressed in a yellowed white undershirt. He seemed to have only come out upon hearing the commotion and upon seeing the stance of the two brothers. Hurriedly positioned himself in front of Yu Jiji, glaring fiercely at Yu Ningchuan. You mustn't strike, he mumbled, his words slurred and somewhat stammering, his movements lacking the fluidity of an ordinary person. Upon witnessing Yu Dali's aggressive demeanor, Yu Ningchuan realized that today he could do nothing to Yu Jiji. To avoid provoking Yu Dali further, he raised his hands and took 2 steps back. All right, I shall not strike. Seeing the threat dissipate, Yu Dali swiftly turned and enveloped Yu Jiji in a protective embrace, soothingly patting his back. Do not fear, dear one. Your uncle is here. Yu Jiji, caught in the embrace, felt his face squished and struggled for a while before finally breaking free. He cast a discreet glance at Yu Ningchuan, who appeared to be quietly observing him, his anger seemingly diminished. Uncle, my brother and I are merely playing. You may return to your slumber. He gently guided Yu Dali back inside. Yu Dali had a mild intellectual disability and often required comforting like a child. No fighting, no fighting. My brother would never strike me. We are just playing, not in a brawl. Yu Jiji was adept at such reassurances and soon had his uncle pacified. When he re-emerged, the overturned furniture in the foyer had all been restored to its rightful place. Yu Ningchuan sat on the steps at the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, gazing into the sky, lost in contemplation. A veil of mist surrounded him, and if he were to don a robe, Yu Jiji fancied that his brother might ascend to the heavens. Scratching his head, he approached and settled beside him. Brother. Yu Ningchuan extended his palm without looking at him. Bring me the money. He held between his fingers the cheapest red plum, yet his striking appearance seemed out of place in this small village. Throughout his life, no one had ever failed to praise his brother's beauty. A person of such allure ought never to be confined to this remote hamlet. Yu Jiji bit his lip, reluctantly retrieving the 200 yuan he had not yet had the chance to distribute, and handed it over to his brother with reluctance. Yu Ningchuan took the money and tucked it into his pocket. Whether I attend university or not is of no concern to you. You should focus on ensuring you can advance to high school. He inhaled deeply, speaking calmly. In the future, if you do pursue higher education, it will be the same. As long as one of us becomes a university student, it will bring honor to our entire village. Had he expressed this in a fit of rage? Yu Jijiji might have been indifferent, but the tranquil tone with which Yu Ningchuan conveyed his sentiments struck a chord deep within him. His tender heart was engulfed by a tumultuous wave of sorrow. His brother was so remarkable, yet he felt powerless to offer anything in return. Tears fell freely as the young boy suddenly plunged into Yu Ningchuan's embrace, his small shoulders quaking, stifling his cries to avoid alarming Yu Dali again. Yu Ningchuan sighed and ruffled his hair. Words of comfort lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet they felt hollow. In the end, he said nothing at all. Sun Jiaran and Zhou Hui, displaying remarkable initiative, announced their intention to visit Tang Zhan the very next day and promptly arrived in Wenjin by air. Tang Zhan only discovered that a small airport lay 20 kilometers from the hotel when he went to pick them up, an insignificant establishment with but a single flight each day, delays due to extreme weather measured in days. After retrieving them, Sun Jiaran settled into the passenger seat and remarked, "The last time I boarded such a diminutive aircraft, I must have been 2 years old, during the global financial crisis when my family was on the brink of bankruptcy." Tang Zhan chided playfully, "How melodramatic. Having an airplane is a blessing. I drove all night to get here, a sensation you will one day comprehend." Zhou Hui leaned forward from the back seat, wedging himself between the two, and interjected, "Enough of your banter, Tang Zhan. Let us indulge in the splendid landscapes and majestic rivers of this region. You have been extolling it as a natural oxygen bar, have you not?" Tang Zhan, with little time for idle chatter, promptly guided them to the renowned tourist destination of Hot Spring Valley near Wenjin. It was Tang Zhan's first visit as well, and initially, the three were filled with excitement, even purchasing a basket of eggs to boil in the hot springs. How delightful! Even though the process merely involved placing the eggs on the ground to be steamed by geothermal heat, they savored the fruits of their labor. However, after consuming the eggs, the enjoyment began to wane as they continued their ascent up the mountain, and by the time they reached the summit, their spirits had diminished significantly. "Do you think I could jump down and land right in the parking lot?" Zhou Hui inquired, leaning over the railing and gazing down at the cliff. "Unlikely." Tang Zhan wiped the sweat from his neck. "You'd land straight in heaven." After exploring several hot spring pits and engaging in 3 hours of strenuous activity, the trio returned to the parking lot, reeking of sulfur. Sun Jiaran tugged at the door handle, only to be met with a handful of dust, his face contorting in disgust. "How long has it been since you washed your car?" His earlier joy at reuniting with Tang Zhan faded as he became acutely aware of the state of the vehicle he had been riding in. "A month?" Tang Zhan pondered, struggling to recall. Zhou Hui, upon hearing this, also expressed disdain. "I was just about to ask, why are you driving this car? Don't you have better options?" As Tang Zhan settled into the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt, he silently rolled his eyes at the two gentlemen, oblivious to the mundane realities of life. "I bought this car with my own earnings. Can you not see the difference?" He affectionately kissed the steering wheel, proclaiming, "This is my beloved." Sun Jiaran, using a wet wipe, meticulously cleaned each finger and exclaimed, "Could you not give your beloved a bath? Would you tolerate a month without washing yourself? Just the thought of being confined to this vehicle for so many days leaves me breathless." Tang Zhan contemplated the absurdity of the situation. However, in this desolate wilderness, where could one possibly wash a car? Not only was there no car wash, but even a bathhouse was nowhere to be found. As they drove toward the hotel, still without a car wash in sight, they came upon the muddy river. The dazzling waters momentarily blinded Tang Zhan, inspiring a rather foolish idea. Though later deemed a particularly poor decision, at that moment, he fancied himself a genius of life. During the dry season, the riverbed is shallow, with only a small pool at its center, barely deep enough to cover one's calves. Descending from the shore onto the exposed riverbed, Tang Zhan drove the car straight into the river, Half of the front was submerged in the water. After the car stalled, the three individuals leapt from the vehicle, retrieving 3 towels from the trunk. They removed their shoes, rolled up their pant legs, and commenced the task of washing the car. Am I losing my mind? Why would a well-off young master choose to wash a car instead? Zhou Hui wiped the mud off the vehicle's surface, quickly becoming drenched in sweat under the relentless sun. Sun Jiran, on the other hand, refrained from washing and squatted upstream, dabbing his face with a towel soaked in the chilly river water while ineffectively directing the others. Look at how dirty it is up there, Tang Zhan, can't you see? He shouted. Zhou Hui, don't be lazy. That patch in front of you is still dirty. Zhou Hui retorted, if you're so particular, why don't you do it yourself? Sun Jiran revealed a simple smile. I have a cleanliness obsession. The other two were aware of this quirk, yet at that moment, they felt an overwhelming urge to tease him. Tang Zhan coolly remarked, do you know how many people upstream use this river water to wash their toilets? Indeed, Sun Jiran's expression transformed dramatically. Once they had nearly finished, Tang Zhan decided to drive the car out. However, as he pressed the accelerator, the vehicle slipped backward on the gravelly riverbed. Undeterred, he continued to press the gas, causing sand and gravel to fly, but the car remained stuck, sinking deeper and leaving deep tire tracks in the riverbed. After struggling for quite some time to no avail, Tang Zhan exited the car and stood with Zhou Hui and Sun Jiran, staring blankly at the Qian. I told you not to drive this clunker. Zhou Hui waved the towel in frustration. What should we do now? Tang Zhan suggested, let us try pushing it. Thus, Tang Zhan waded into the water, attempting to push the car. After several attempts without success, Zhou Hui joined him, but still, the vehicle did not budge. Realizing that Sun Jiran would have to step in, he kicked off his shoes and entered the water as well, but the car remained immovable. Shall we find some more people to help? Sun Jiran, with a towel draped over his head, looked as if he were wearing a wig. Tang Zhan wiped the sweat from his brow and scanned the surroundings. But there wasn't a soul in sight. Just as he lamented the absence of help, he spotted someone riding a bicycle in the distance, approaching their location. There really is someone, he exclaimed, sprinting barefoot towards the cyclist, though the stones beneath caused him considerable pain. He outstretched his arms towards the person, calling out, brother, could you lend a hand? The rider turned to look at him, halting 5 meters away. Due to the terrain, they found themselves looking at each other from different elevations. Upon seeing the individual clearly, Tang Zhan was taken aback. Clad in a white t-shirt and riding a bicycle, he resembled a model for an advertisement, none other than Yu Ningchuan. The latter, upon recognizing him, paused momentarily, then frowned slightly, clearly reluctant to engage. Could you help us? Tang Zhan, lacking the leisure to analyze the other's subtle expressions, pointed to his black Qian and explained, my car is stuck. Can you help us push it out? Yu Ningchuan glanced in the indicated direction before retorting. It won't come out like this. Before Tang Zhan could process the response, Yu Ningchuan pedaled away, leaving him standing in disarray, feeling a mix of frustration, anger, and a touch of grievance. No, who are these two brothers? He looked as if he were about to cough up blood. Were those simple, kind-hearted villagers we were promised? Chapter 5. Sun Jiran observed that when Tang Zhan left, he was all alone, and upon his return, he remained a solitary figure, prompting an involuntary scoff from deep within. How rare it is to see young Master Tang at a loss for words. I had thought your charm would allow you to navigate any situation effortlessly. Tang Zhan was seething with indignation. Damn, I have truly encountered a living ingrate. After exhausting their energy without moving the cart an inch, the three of them squatted on the riverbank, each lighting a cigarette and smoking solemnly. Tang Zhan, next month is your mother's 50th birthday. Are you planning to attend? Sun Jiran had been holding on to this question for some time and seized the moment to inquire. Tang Zhan paused, his hand clutching the cigarette, and inhaled deeply, exhaling the smoke slowly after a lengthy silence. I'd rather not. It would be such a joyless occasion for me. Zhou Hui furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? After all, you are her son. She can't be so heartless. Tang Zhan chuckled, took another drag of his cigarette, and squinted at the distant sunset. She truly can be that heartless. Ever since she sent me back to the Tang family, she resolved to sever our mother-son relationship. She wishes to embrace a new life, discarding the burdens of her past. After all, being the consular lady is no easy feat, Zhou Hui was about to respond, but Sun Jiran discreetly signaled him to remain silent. If you want to go, at least a gift should be sent, Sun Jiran suggested. How about I select a necklace for you to present as your own? Sun Jiran's family had established themselves in the gold jewelry business, expanding over decades to have stores nationwide and even abroad, earning a reputation as the king of gold in the industry. In contrast to Zhou Hui's carefree demeanor, his family was rigorously serious about their craft. Specializing in optical lenses, Tang Zhan used to jest that he hailed from a lineage of glassmakers, possessing a natural talent for glasswork, until Zhou Hui playfully chased him away for such comments. Whatever, Tang Zhan waved dismissively, seemingly reluctant to continue this line of conversation. As the three of them squatted there, evading reality, Zhou Hui suddenly craned his neck and called out, "Hey, a car is coming down. Is that the person returning?" Tang Zhan turned to look and indeed saw a bicycle coming down the slope, which from a distance resembled Yu Ningchuan. The three of them slowly rose from the ground, maintaining their one-handed cigarette posture, gazing in the same direction. As Yu Ningchuan approached, he applied the brakes and elegantly dismounted, tossing two items to the ground. He gestured with his chin towards Tang Zhan. "You can't just push the cart out. You'll need some tools." Tang Zhan glanced at the items that landed at his feet, a shovel and a roll of straw. "You really went back to fetch these? How considerate of you," he said, taken aback by the sudden reversal of his earlier harsh thoughts. Sun Jiran and Zhou Hui stood side by side, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, clapping for Yu Ningchuan. What a good person. Those who are handsome often possess kind hearts, although equipped with tools and assistance. Extricating the car from the mire required considerable effort. Yu Ningchuan was not only diligent, but also exhibited the spirit of a compassionate helper. He laid the bicycle aside and began to toil with a shovel near the left rear wheel of the Qian, his words few, but his actions resolute. While some dug, others laid straw, and under Yu Ningchuan's guidance, Tang Zhan maneuvered the vehicle out of the mud with a serpentine approach. "I could almost cry," Zhou Hui exclaimed, admiring the freshly washed exterior of the Qian. "My dear, you are almost destined to be renamed Qian Pit." As Tang Zhan dismounted the vehicle, he nearly succumbed to the impulse of joining Zhou Hui and the others in a celebratory cheer. His gaze caught the figure of a young man standing quietly to the side, his hair damp with sweat as he wiped his brow with the back of his hand. Hastily, Tang Zhan returned to the car to retrieve a chilled can of cola from the onboard refrigerator and offered it to him. "Thank you," Yu Ningchuan replied, glancing at him but not accepting the drink. Instead, he picked up the shovel from the ground and handed over a couple of crumpled red bills from his pocket. "We're square now." Yu Ningchuan's voice, a blend of youthful clarity and masculine rasp, combined with his indifferent demeanor, exuded a certain unrefined allure. Cool droplets glistened on the surface of the can, dripping onto Tang Zhan's hand as he accepted the damp 200 yuan. "All right, we're settled." He pondered whether Yu Ningchuan treated everyone this way, maintaining an aloof distance, but he believed he had done nothing to provoke such treatment. Surely, it could not be that the young man harbored disdain for him merely due to his own charm and wealth. What a peculiar character, seemingly wasting a handsome face. Yu Ningchuan righted the bicycle, offering no farewell to the trio as he pushed it away. "Are we leaving or not?" Sun Jiran called out from the window. Tang Zhan glanced in the direction Yu Ningchuan had departed, then returned to the vehicle, steering it in the opposite direction. After a day filled with mountain climbing and car washing, followed by their stint as makeshift laborers, the three were already weary and famished. After dining at the hotel restaurant, Sun Jiran and Zhou Hui declared their exhaustion and opted to retire to their rooms. Understanding the day had been eventful, Tang Zhan waved his hand in acquiescence. Yet, being of a restless disposition, he found it impossible to retire for the night at such an early hour. After some contemplation, he decided to pass the time at a bar. The evening crowd at the bar was livelier than during the day, though Yuli was absent, replaced by a somewhat effeminate male bartender. "Is Yuli not here?" he inquired as he settled into his usual spot. The bartender, intrigued by the mention of Yuli, asked, "Are you a friend of Sister Li?" "I wish to be friends, but I doubt she would agree," Tang Zhan chuckled. "We exchanged a few words just a couple of days ago while drinking here." The bartender, realizing the situation, responded with a look of understanding, Oh, she's off today. We operate on a 3-day on, 1-day off schedule. Tang Zhan ordered his customary whiskey on the rocks, primarily to pass the time. Since Yu Li was unavailable, he decided to engage in conversation with the young man before him, whose name tag read Kevin. Are you also from Yu family village? He asked. No, I'm from the town. We're different from those country folks, Kevin replied. The town center of Wenjin and Yujia village are merely a few kilometers apart. However, when Kevin spoke of himself as a townsman, he exuded an air of self-satisfaction, akin to a true phoenix, distinguishing himself from the mere wild chickens. His countenance, laced with mockery, inevitably reminded Tang Zhan of the foolish expatriates he encountered during his studies abroad, who harbored racial prejudices. As Tang Zhan raised his glass for a sip, he inquired, "What is wrong with being from the countryside?" Kevin shrugged dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing really. They're simply from the same village, always looking out for their own." He appeared to want to elaborate, yet hesitated. Occasionally supporting one's kin isn't a fault, is it? But if it becomes a habit, it's hard to defend. Observing his surroundings, Kevin lowered his voice. "You wouldn't know, but we have a well-connected individual here who frequently takes leave, and the management never comments. As for me, I can barely take half a day off for an upset stomach. I must muster the courage to return in the afternoon. Such is life." His words dripped with bitterness, prompting Tang Zhan's curiosity about the unfortunate soul he resented. Who is this well-connected person? Is he here today? Perhaps I've seen him recently. Kevin grimaced. Not here today. He took leave again this afternoon. He is quite handsome, a bit mixed race. You should remember if you've seen him. Tang Zhan mused on the coincidence, reflecting that he had indeed heard some gossip about Yu Ningchuan. Whose connections does he possess? Is it Yu Li's? No, it's someone of higher rank. He is the deputy manager of our guest services, Kevin explained. The deputy manager originally hails from Yujia village, and he hired this person because their daughters are classmates. As you can see, our bar has a pleasant atmosphere and isn't too busy. So many wish to join. But without connections, how could he get in? Tang Zhan nodded and further questioned, if he is already in and the job isn't demanding, why does he constantly take leave? It said he has a mentally ill relative who goes berserk occasionally, and he must return to manage the situation. I'm not devoid of sympathy, but isn't he just increasing others' workload? Who is it that claimed this job wasn't demanding? Tang Zhan felt overwhelmed by Kevin's trivial grievances, wishing he could cleanse his ears with antiseptic after such a tirade. Is he really mixed race? As Tang Zhan briefly lost his train of thought, he overheard Kevin lamenting about how many female patrons requested Yu Ningchuan's service, calling modern individuals superficial. He casually posed a question. Kevin replied, I heard his mother is from a minority ethnic group, originally from the north. Don't you think he resembles a Russian? Strangely enough, Kevin's remark triggered Tang Zhan's memory of Yu Ningchuan's features, which indeed bore a hint of that essence. Since ancient times, Russians have produced beauties. The world does not deceive me. Kevin proved to be a rather unremarkable conversationalist, and Tang Zhan felt that if he remained seated any longer, he would be reduced to a mere receptacle for Kevin's drivel. After finishing his drink, he rose to leave. Whistling, he exited the elevator and, upon retrieving his room card from his pocket, looked up to find Yu Ningchuan standing calmly at the end of the corridor, beside Yu Jiji, gazing at him with an expression of serene composure. Tang Zhan nearly choked on his own saliva, perhaps feeling particularly guilty after speaking ill of someone behind their back. As he faced Yu Ningchuan, he took the initiative to greet the other party. We meet again. Yu Ningchuan cast a cold glance at his younger brother. Speak. Yu Jiji pouted and, without uttering a word, performed an exaggerated 90-degree bow, bending down to say, I apologize. I should not have deceived you or taken advantage of others' kindness. Please forgive me. Their serious demeanor compelled Tang Zhan to adopt a more solemn attitude. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement is commendable. After a brief pause, he ultimately decided to voice his thoughts, stating, Let me understand, you are not entirely speaking nonsense. Yu Jiji lifted his head, wearing an expression that suggested he had finally found a kindred spirit. Indeed, Yu Ningchuan swiftly delivered a light slap to the back of his head, pushing down once more. What do you mean by you? Yu Jiji retorted loudly. I cannot use that as an excuse for my mistakes. Tang Zhan found the banter between the two brothers amusing. All right, I forgive you. He extended his hand to Yu Ningchuan, formally introducing himself as Tang Zhan, an unemployed drifter. Yu Ningchuan stared at his hand for a moment, then gently shook it before quickly releasing it. Yu Ningchuan. Tang Zhan withdrew his hand, rubbing his fingertips together. Despite Yu Ningchuan's cold demeanor, his palm was surprisingly warm. Chapter 6. Although in town is a pleasant place, the three young masters, accustomed to a life of luxury, found it increasingly difficult to adjust to the simplicity of such a modest locale for an extended period. Zhou Hui and the others yearned for hot pot, Japanese cuisine, and the vibrant atmosphere of a big city. Consequently, Tang Zhan drove them to Lin City for a 5-day tour around town. After savoring the allure of the metropolis, the trio plunged back into the mountains, returning to the Noah International Hotel. One cannot deny that while the city offers ample entertainment and a plethora of culinary delights, the water here surpasses that of the city. Zhou Hui, completely submerged in the hot spring with only his neck visible, could hardly be recognized as Zhou Hui, the formidable figure of Haichun, as he had reached an age where he began to prioritize health. Sun Jiran, swimming in the pool, swam past him and remarked, "There's a spa upstairs. Are you interested?" Zhou Hui shivered, looking at him in utter disbelief, clutching his bare chest. "Are you inviting me?" Sun Jiran shifted to a backstroke position. "What is wrong with that? Men need skincare too. Nowadays, rugged men are out of favor. Girls prefer refined boys. Do you understand?" Tang Zhan, unimpressed, replied, "Your data seems flawed." Sun Jiran swam closer, adamantly refusing to concede his point. "For instance, if you were a girl and faced with two men, one scruffy, unkempt, and with peeling skin, and the other being myself, who would you choose?" Neither option appealed to him. Tang Zhan fell into contemplation. "Well," Sun Jiran ceased swimming, planted his feet on the bottom of the pool, and splashed water all over Tang Zhan's head. "You still need to think?" "Tang Zhan, you have truly wounded my heart." Zhou Hui, reveling in the misfortune of his friend, added, "You shouldn't have asked that. It was a self-inflicted humiliation. I shall alter the inquiry, Tang Zhan. Imagine, if you were a young lady, confronted by two individuals, Sun Jiran and the young man who assisted us with the cart the other day. Setting aside any background factors, purely based on appearances, whom would you choose?" "Goodness." Sun Jiran charged through the water towards Zhou Hui, exclaiming, "I won't let this go." Tang Zhan, arms outstretched, leaned against the poolside, allowing the two to engage in their splashy skirmish before him. "Who would I choose? Is there any doubt? With such a striking visage, few could possibly resist Yu Ningchuan. Were it not for Fang Zhenning, he might have even found himself enamored at first sight. Alas, their timing was ill-fated, and Yu Ningchuan's temperament was hardly compatible with his. Maintaining a friendship was already a challenge, much less anything beyond that. After their soak, the trio decided to convene in Tang Zhan's room for a game of cards, specifically mobile dodiju, with the stakes being WeChat red envelopes for the losers. Since they were at a hotel with an in-house hot spring, they donned their yukatas and ascended directly to the upper floors. The elevator ascended steadily and halted on the 7th floor, the doors slowly parting to reveal Yu Ningchuan standing outside, dressed in attire indistinguishable from that of the hotel staff. He held two neatly folded towels, momentarily taken aback upon seeing them. Just as the elevator doors threatened to close again, Tang Zhan pressed the open button and inquired, "Will you join us?" Yu Ningchuan blinked, swiftly stepping inside and turning his back to the trio. The elevator resumed its ascent, and Tang Zhan remarked upon Yu Ningchuan's unusual attire, asking, "Have you switched apartments?" Yu Ningchuan slightly turned his head, his profile strikingly perfect. "Yes, I am now in the housekeeping department." Remarkably, he had changed apartments in just a few days. Tang Zhan recalled Kevin's words about Yu Ningchuan's connections with the assistant manager in housekeeping. The bar position was quite coveted. Could it be that a more influential individual had usurped Yu Ningchuan's position, compelling him to transition to housekeeping? As the elevator reached the 11th floor, Yu Ningchuan's chosen destination, he turned to nod at Tang Zhan before hastily exiting. Once the doors closed again, Sun Jiran and Zhou Hui seemed to come alive, rushing towards Tang Zhan with a barrage of questions. "What the heck? This young man is your employee? Why didn't you tell us you two were acquainted? Are you hiding something? Tang Zhan struggled for breath as Zhou Hui clung to his neck, and he patted the other's arm, urging him to release his hold. Zhou Hui loosened his grip, but remained draped around Tang Zhan's neck. Come clean, and you shall not be harmed. Tang Zhan, awkwardly leaning to one side, sighed. I don't really know him. He then recounted the tangled tale of his relationship with the duo, narrating all the way from the elevator to the room, captivating both Zhou Hui and Sun Jiaran to the extent that they lost all interest in playing cards. Goodness, this Ujiji is truly a remarkable talent, Zhou Hui exclaimed after hearing the entire story, immediately recognizing the young man's potential. Sun Jiaran echoed his admiration, expressing a desire to meet him when the opportunity arose. Tang Zhan shrugged, saying, That is all there is to it. I have truly revealed everything. Now, are we playing cards or not? If not, kindly vacate my space. The two individuals, who had just been lost in thought, swiftly regained their composure and instinctively made a gesture of cracking their knuckles. A fight? Why not? The final rounds of their three-player game of Do Di Zhu concluded with Tang Zhan achieving the highest score and Zhou Hui the lowest after 12 rounds. Zhou Hui closed the WeChat mini-program, sprawled out on Tang Zhan's bed with a look of utter desolation. Indeed, I have no luck in gambling. Out of 10 games with you, I lose 9. What could be the reason for this? Tang Zhan, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, replied, It's not a matter of luck. You simply play poorly. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Zhou Hui and the others finally returned to their own rooms. Tang Zhan turned on the television to watch the news for a while before rising to go to the bathroom, intending to freshen up and retire for the night. While attending to his needs, he noticed the roll of toilet paper beside him was nearly depleted. He had specifically instructed not to have his room tidied, which might lead to a delay in the replenishment of supplies. He dialed the housekeeping department. After 2 rings, the call was promptly answered. Hello, this is the housekeeping department. How may I assist you? Recognizing the familiar voice, Tang Zhan slowly removed the unlit cigarette from his mouth, which he kept solely to satisfy his craving. Yu Ningchuan? Yes. The other party, having already identified him from the caller ID, was not surprised. Noticing Tang Zhan's prolonged silence, he inquired again, How may I assist you? Tang Zhan twirled the slender Marlboro Black Ice cigarette between his fingers. This brand had the advantage that once the capsule inside was crushed, it released a strong mint flavor, allowing one to savor it even unlit. Sometimes, a late-night puff would invigorate his senses. I'm running low on toilet paper. Could you bring me some? Yu Ningchuan quickly agreed. Please hold on. I will bring it right up. After hanging up, Tang Zhan resumed his hold on the cigarette, resting his hands behind his head and gazing at the ceiling, which was suffused with a warm light. After about 5 minutes, the doorbell rang, pulling him from his reverie. He rose from the bed to answer the door. Yu Ningchuan stood there, his expression as impassive as ever. Upon seeing Tang Zhan, he extended his hands, presenting 2 rolls of toilet paper without further ado. Thank you, Tang Zhan mumbled, his speech muffled by the cigarette. Noticing the cigarette in his mouth, Yu Ningchuan frowned and cautioned, Smoking is prohibited in the room. If the smoke alarm is triggered, the ceiling will spray water. He recounted an incident where a previous guest had dared to test the hotel's expensive fire safety system, only to end up drenched, with all damages incurred charged to him. A standard room would cost tens of thousands. The luxurious suite Tang Zhan occupied must be worth over $1 million. Tang Zhan, upon hearing this, took the cigarette from his mouth and waved it in front of Yu Ningchuan, seemingly inviting him to take a closer look. I know, it's unlit. The faint minty aroma lingered at Yu Ningchuan's nostrils, mingled with a non-intrusive hint of tobacco. He himself did not particularly enjoy smoking. He would only indulge in a few inexpensive cigarettes when the pressure became unbearable, merely as a means of venting his stress. The scent of the red plum is not particularly pungent. It is smooth and soft, possessing a distinct nutty aroma, starkly contrasting with the essence of Tang Zhan. Wishing you a pleasant life, goodbye. Yu Ningchuan lowered his gaze, took a step back, and in a businesslike manner, uttered this formulaic farewell before turning to leave for the elevator. Tang Zhan called out to him, Wait, I have a question. Yu Ningchuan paused momentarily, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. Tang Zhan inquired, Why did you stop working at the bar? The question was abrupt, and unreasonable. Yu Ningchuan and he were not friends, so why should he disclose such matters? Although Yu Ningchuan's dislike for him had diminished, it had not waned to the extent that he would discuss personal privacy in the corridor. It was merely a normal job transfer. This was certainly not the truth, but he had no intention of divulging much to the other party. After stating this, he nodded slightly and turned to leave once more. Tang Zhan watched his gradually receding figure, raising an eyebrow as he bit down on the gray cigarette holder again. Suddenly, the landline in the room rang unexpectedly. Tang Zhan closed the door, feeling a mix of confusion and curiosity as he answered the call. Hello. He considered whether it might be a prank from Zhou Hui or Sun Jiaran, or perhaps the hotel was reaching out to him, but he never anticipated that the deep, authoritative voice of Tang Zhan would echo from the other end. How long do you intend to keep this up? The tone was consistently impolite. Chapter 7. Before the age of 8, Tang Zhan resided in a different realm. This realm referred to the private residence Tang Zhan acquired outside the Tang family. Situated in the heart of Hai City, a spacious flat exceeding 200 square meters, meticulously maintained by dedicated staff who cleaned, laundered, and cooked daily. As a child, Tang Zhan could not comprehend why his father was always in a hurry, barely seeing him throughout the month. His father never took him to amusement parks, nor did he participate in school-organized parent-child activities. Many truths only became clear to him as he matured. For instance, his mother, Lin Shuiying, was not Tang Zhan's wife, but merely one of his many mistresses. Furthermore, the home he had lived in for 8 years hardly qualified as Tang Zhan's residence, serving instead as a transient hotel or nightclub where he stayed only when the mood struck him. Tang Zhan's first wife had passed away, and he had never remarried. Yet, men sometimes have needs, and Lin Shuiying was a product of those needs. She had devoted her best youthful years to him, from the age of 18 to 32. In her 20s, driven by the hope of leveraging motherhood for marriage, she bore Tang Zhan. However, in the subsequent 8 years, Tang Zhan showed no intention of marrying her, and even Tang Zhan appeared disinclined to acknowledge his lineage. After 14 years of devotion to this man, just as she was about to enter her 15th year, Lin Shuiying suddenly awakened to her reality. She left Tang Zhan, abandoning Tang Zhan, and a few months later married a consul from a small Eastern European nation stationed in Hai City, transforming into the elegant and cultured consular lady. To this day, Tang Zhan vividly remembers the words Lin Shuiying spoke when she returned him to the Tang family. She crouched before Tang Zhan, her expression grave as she declared, "From this day forth, you are no longer my son. You are the young master of the Tang family, and I, Lin Shuiying, have no connection to you. Live your life well, for I too shall pursue my own happiness." Thus, Tang Zhan was bewilderingly ushered into the Grand Tang residence. Years later, he would reflect on her audacity to utter such words to an 8-year-old child with disbelief. Tang Zhan's first wife bore him 2 children, a pair of twins, a girl named Tang Qinyun and a boy named Tang Qianyao. They were well-raised and treated Tang Zhan kindly. Unfortunately, Tang Qianyao met an untimely death at the age of 17, a tragedy he inadvertently caused, which strained his relationship with Tang Qianyun and left him increasingly distant from Tang Zhan. When Tang Zhan turned 13, 5 years after returning to the Tang family, Tang Zhan remarried. Although his new wife's family was not as affluent as the Tang clan, they were established in business. Shortly after their union, she gave birth to a son. It was evident that Tang Zhan was not averse to marriage. He simply did not wish to marry Lin Shuiying. The 3 children of the Tang family hailed from different mothers, illustrating the complexity of their familial ties. Tang Zhan intended for Tang Qianyun to inherit the family business. And while his 3rd son was still young, his stepmother refrained from meddling in Tang Zhan's decisions. However, once the youngest son matured, the dynamics would likely shift. Tang Zhan harbored no ambition for the Tang family's fortunes. Emotionally, he preferred Tang Qianyun to take the helm. Perhaps his 3rd brother would be better suited for a culinary career. "How did you know I was here?" Tang Zhan was taken aback that Tang Zhan could directly call his landline, indicating that he was well aware of his whereabouts. Tang Zhan's voice brimmed with anger as he retorted, "How could I not know? Zhou Hui and his companion inexplicably went to Wenjin. Could I not surmise they were seeking you? Or were you thinking, that was your sister's wedding? You left without a word. What must others think of our family? Reclining on his bed, gazing at the barren ceiling, Tang Zhan adopted a strategy of letting Tang Shanhai's words flow in one ear and out the other. What were you doing there? He asked. I was inspecting our family's hotel, you understand? Incognito, if you will. Rest assured, I will return soon. Tang Shanhai dismissed his excuses with skepticism, asserting, you needn't concern yourself with the hotel affairs. Come back swiftly and stop causing me trouble. To Tang Zhan, this was a clear indication to refrain from interfering in the Tang family business. Those matters belonged to Tang Qianyun, and he was not to encroach upon them. Tang Zhan sighed silently, understood. After a few more admonitions, their conversation came to an end. The following morning, upon learning of the young master's arrival, the hotel manager, accompanied by a throng of subordinates, came to pay their respects to Tang Zhan. With disheveled hair and unbrushed teeth, he received them. The overwhelming presence of so many people in his room, with the manager clasping his hand in a gentle caress, momentarily transported him into a surreal realm akin to a news broadcast, where he felt like the impoverished recipient of a leader's benevolence. Should you have any needs, please do not hesitate to inform us. We shall see to them without fail. The manager, who is in his 50s and bears the surname Wang, has previously spent 2 years in Tangshan, making him a seasoned veteran among the Tang family. Uncle Wang, observing your demeanor, I shall remain for a couple of days. What demands could possibly arise? Accordingly, Tang Zhan respectfully addressed the elder as uncle, stating, you may treat me as if I were invisible. Carry on as you normally would. Regarding me as an ordinary guest, Manager Wang shook his hand repeatedly, extolling his youthful accomplishments, comparing himself to a steed among men, nearly elevating himself beyond the earthly realm. After bidding farewell to Manager Wang, before Tang Zhan could catch his breath, Zhou Hui and his companions arrived once more. The trio dined at the hotel restaurant, and for reasons unknown, perhaps due to an exposure of true identities, Tang Zhan felt that this meal, in terms of flavor, ingredients, and service, surpassed those of the previous days significantly. Is it not alarming? I believe that should I merely hint at fatigue, they would feed me directly. Zhou Hui evidently shared Tang Zhan's sentiment. Sun Jiran dabbed his mouth with a napkin, nodding knowingly, stating, as the young master, such treatment is to be expected. If I were to visit my own laboratories, they would merely regard me as heir. Zhou Hui spoke with gravitas. On a sweltering summer afternoon, the heat was oppressive, and none of them wished to venture outside into the sauna-like atmosphere, so they remained in their room to continue playing cards. Zhou Hui's card skills were truly abysmal. Tang Zhan, teaming with Sun Jiran against him, found Zhou Hui left with but a single card. Tang Zhan contemplated playing a low card to allow Zhou Hui to escape, collectively overthrowing the nefarious landlord class. He played an 8, and, astonishingly, Zhou Hui chose not to take it. Not only Tang Zhan, but even Sun Jiran was taken aback. Ultimately, the landlord made a comeback, and upon revealing his hand, Zhou Hui displayed a small 3. Tang Zhan set down his phone and sincerely flashed Zhou Hui a pair of middle fingers. Are you out of your mind, leaving a 3 behind? Zhou Hui's poor skills led the trio to play until 3 in the afternoon, at which point they were loath to continue. Sun Jiran suggested that Tang Zhan take them to the hot spring village to visit the legendary Grandpa Camphor Tree. The hot spring village was only about a kilometer from the hotel, a brief 5-minute drive. The sun had passed its zenith, while the heat was still palpable. It was not unbearable. This time, Tang Zhan and his friends were not greeted by enthusiastic local guides upon stepping out of the car, which left Sun Jiran and the others somewhat disappointed. Without Ujiji, Tang Zhan reluctantly assumed the role of a temporary guide, enlightening his childhood friends about the village's history and anecdotes. Here lies one of the village's treasures, the dragon-shaped ridge beast. Feel free to glance back. Zhou Hui and Sun Jiran turned in the direction Tang Zhan indicated, catching sight of the ridge beast's form, prompting Zhou Hui to exclaim, "This is quite remarkable. It seems like an antique." Tang Zhan continued forward, speaking as he walked. This piece they would not sell for $1 million. You might consider spending 250,000 to take it home as a paperweight. Come, let us proceed. As the trio continued their stroll, they reached a hidden gem. Tang Zhan raised his chin, gesturing to the other two. Do you see that small courtyard ahead? That is the home of the brothers. Aren't you eager to meet that little brat? Let's go. Yu was outside, relocating a small stool to complete his homework when he suddenly heard the sound of the courtyard gate being pushed open. He looked up to find Tang Zhan and his companions stepping inside. Yu was momentarily taken aback, straightening his back and widening his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at them. It's this lad, Tang Zhan remarked, pointing him out to his childhood friends. Zhou commented, Hey, I must say, he does have quite large eyes. Sun Jiran added, Both brothers are rather handsome, indeed. They observed Yu with keen interest, causing the young boy to feel a tad bashful. Big brother, what brings you here? He asked, rising from his seat and nervously twisting a short, thick pencil between his fingers. Tang Zhan offered him a friendly smile, reassuring him, No need to be anxious. I brought my 2 friends to play, and I thought I would show them the big camphor tree while stopping by to see you. He approached Yu's homework, noting, Are you working on your assignments? Your handwriting is quite nice, very neat. Yu scratched his head. It's passable, I suppose, just so. My brother's handwriting is much better. Tang Zhan glanced around the dimly lit room, which bore the hallmark of bare-bones furnishings. One might almost suspect they had traveled back 50 years in time. Is your brother home? He inquired. Yu Ningchuan had worked the night shift the previous day, so he should be resting today. Indeed, Yu nodded. He is sleeping in the back room. Zhou leaned in a glance at Yu's homework, asking, How are your grades, little friend? Like many adults who struggle to engage the younger generation in conversation, Zhou employed a rather common phrase, inadvertently echoing a question he had once loathed to hear from others. Yu smiled modestly. They're all right. I'm usually in the top 10 of my grade. Oh, quite impressive, Sun Jiran exclaimed, glancing up at the ceiling of Yu Ningchuan's home and scrutinizing the beams for a while. Tang Zhan elbowed him lightly, inquiring what he was observing. Sun Jiran replied, I'm pondering why this house hasn't collapsed yet. Having seen dilapidated structures in Haicheng and pigeon coop-like dwellings in Gangcheng, he could honestly say that compared to this building, the former two could be considered luxurious. As they surveyed the other houses in the village upon their arrival, they had noted that the affluent ones had built 2- or 3-story villas adorned with lovely ceramic tiles, while the less fortunate constructed rudimentary frameworks, waiting for better times to enhance them. Yu's home was a modest single-story dwelling, with white walls and a black roof, showing signs of age, likely untouched since his grandfather's generation. While they were engrossed in their observations, a middle-aged man swayed out from within the house, holding 2 cups in his hands and mumbling indistinctly as he offered them, as if to treat them to tea. Tang Zhan and Sun Jiran were momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted the cups. The water was plain, served in small glass cups that bore noticeable scratches from years of use. The faded purple floral pattern on the exterior now a mere shadow of its former self. Please, have some. The man, likely Yu's somewhat simple-minded uncle, probably had seen them from inside and assumed they were guests, thus kindly preparing tea for them. Upon noticing his uncle emerge, Yu hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Uncle, why are you out here? In recent days, Yu's condition has been rather poor. Yu Ningchuan had advised Yu to keep a close watch on his uncle, urging him not to wander about and to rest more in bed. Consequently, Yu had not stepped outside for several days. Yu, with a simple smile, expressed joy at the arrival of guests. Yet, in an instant, his demeanor shifted drastically, and he began to tremble uncontrollably, causing Tang Zhan to nearly mistake it for an earthquake. Yu quickly noticed the alarming change in his uncle's condition, his face paling in horror. This was bad. His uncle was having an episode. As a child, he was utterly incapable of supporting him. Yu rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, his limbs curling up uncontrollably, reminiscent of a shrimp scalded in hot water. Zhou rushed forward but hesitated to intervene recklessly. What on earth is happening? Tang Zhan hastily handed his cup to Sun Jiran, instructing him to hold it, and proceeded to assess the situation. Yu was writhing, his teeth chattering violently, and foam began to form at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Tang Zhan. He recognized the symptoms. Could it be an epileptic seizure? He had witnessed a classmate experience a similar episode during his studies abroad. Yu mumbled something, clearly not unfamiliar with such occurrences, as he pressed down on Yu Daliai's pressure point, calling out frantically, "Brother, brother, come out quickly. Uncle is having another seizure." Among those present, it was Yu the child, who remained the most composed. Tang Zhan and his companions, lacking experience, could only stand by anxiously. Perhaps a minute or even less passed before Yu Ningchuan, awakened by Yu cries, dashed out of the house in a flurry. In his haste, he donned a t-shirt and wore his slippers incorrectly. He merely glanced at Tang Zhan and the others before crouching down to examine Yu Daliai's condition. Epilepsy strikes silently and recedes just as swiftly. Within mere minutes, Yu Daliai's tremors ceased, yet Tang Zhan caught a faint whiff of something unpleasant. Yu Daliai had lost control of his bowels. Yu Ningchuan seemed accustomed to such incidents, displaying no signs of disgust. He wiped the sweat from Yu Daliai's brow and sighed deeply before turning to Tang Zhan for assistance. "Could you lend me a hand?" Without hesitation, Tang Zhan replied, "Of course, what do you need?" Yu Ningchuan turned his back, half squatting down, his posture indicating his intent. Did he wish to carry his uncle inside? Yu Ningchuan nodded. Tang Zhan promptly attempted to help Yu Daliai up, but the unconscious form was unexpectedly heavy, and he struggled to lift him. Seeing this, Yu moved to assist, but was held back by Zhou Hui, who stepped forward in his stead to help lift Yu Daliai. Ultimately, two adults managed to hoist Yu Daliai onto Yu Ningchuan's back. As Yu Ningchuan carried the man inside, Yu followed closely behind like a devoted shadow. Tang Zhan and Zhou Hui took a few steps to safeguard them, observing Yu Ningchuan's ease in handling the situation before halting their advance. Sun Jiran approached with 2 cups of water, whispering to the 2 men, "This family truly endures hardship, not merely seeking sympathy." Zhou Hui remarked, "Moreover, that young lad appears quite intelligent. He possesses the potential for academic pursuits." "What a pity." Tang Zhan rubbed his neck, his expression subtly shifting as he surveyed the dimly lit room. He rummaged through his pockets and retrieved 350 yuan, fanning the bills in his hand before waving them toward his 2 friends. "Do you have any? Bring out what you have." Sun Jiran placed his cup on the small desk where Yu was engrossed in her homework, and together with Zhou Hui, they began to search their own belongings. "This is all I have." After thoroughly searching themselves, they managed to gather only 500 yuan. Tang Zhan took the money with a hint of disdain, flattening the red notes into a neat stack. In total, they had 800 yuan, which he tucked into the pages of Yu workbook, securing it with a teacup. He then inscribed a note on her draft paper: "Study diligently and strive for progress every day. Let's go." Tang Zhan set down his pencil and waved goodbye to Sun Jiran and the others. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the 3 of them walked silently along the cobblestone path of the hot spring village, lost in thought. The sudden illness of Yu Dali left them all bewildered, and they were still struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. For these young gentlemen, accustomed to lives of privilege, the impoverishment and decay of the Yu family were unfathomable, leaving a profound impact on their sensibilities. As they reached the village's edge, Tang Zhan paused beside the vehicle and turned to gaze back at the hot spring village, looking towards the muddy river. The stark contrast between the towering new complexes and the rustic charm of the village was unmistakable. Using his palm to shield his eyes from the high-rises for a moment, he then turned to block his view of the newly constructed rural villas. "What are you looking at?" Zhou Hui inquired, noticing Tang Zhan's reluctance to board the car. Tang Zhan lowered his arm and replied, "This river resembles a prosperity line. On one side, there is flourishing growth, while on the other, a gradual decline." Sun Jiran scratched his ear, asking what line. Tang Zhan took the opportunity to enlighten them. "It's a financial term. When referring to economic indicators, a value above 100 signifies prosperity, while below 100 indicates stagnation. This critical threshold is known as the prosperity line." He endeavored to explain in simple terms, ensuring that even those without a financial background could grasp the concept. Although the infrastructure of the hot spring village may not be exceptional, it is still adequate, albeit with a significant wealth gap. Zhou Hui remarked as he climbed into the car. Tang Zhan followed suit, settling into the driver's seat and shutting the door with determination. What I refer to is not merely their economy, but the overarching developmental trajectory of the village. Inevitably, it will fade away, consumed by a new world. Sun Jiran responded. Humanity has always evolved in this manner. It is a positive development. Tang Zhan released the handbrake, smiling as he said, Indeed, it is beneficial for humanity. The summer season brought frequent rains, transforming sunny days into torrential downpours, marking the official onset of the rainy season in Wenjin. The downpour rendered outings rather unenjoyable, with the scenery losing its charm. With nothing to occupy their time, the trio opted to remain in the hotel, playing cards and video games to stave off boredom. When fatigue set in, they would retreat to their rooms for rest, and if they felt restless, they would head to the gym to expend their surplus energy. Smoking was prohibited within the hotel, so whenever Tang Zhan felt the urge, he would take the elevator down to the entrance, standing by the rubbish bin to smoke before re-entering. On one such occasion, while he was outside indulging in a cigarette, he noticed a figure approaching, holding a black umbrella. Tang Zhan could not discern the face of the person shrouded beneath the umbrella, yet he caught sight of a slender forearm that was both robust and fair. Following the gaze downward, he noted the elegant hand gripping the umbrella, its long fingers exceptionally beautiful. Suddenly intrigued, he yearned to unveil the true visage of this umbrella-bearer. As the figure approached, ascending the steps and entering the hotel's porch, the umbrella was folded and droplets cascaded down, revealing a youthful and striking face. Yu Ningchuan's hair was slightly damp. The rain was relentless, and even under the umbrella, he could not escape the drenching of his clothing. He lifted the hem of his garment to wipe away the rainwater that dripped onto his chin. Upon raising his head, he spotted Tang Zhan standing not far off. A cigarette pinched between his fingers, his expression somewhat surprised. Yu Ningchuan lowered his shirt, concealing his well-defined physique, and contemplated walking towards Tang Zhan. Thank you for your help last time. His gratitude extended not only for Tang Zhan and his companion's assistance during Yu Daily's crisis, but also for the 800 yuan. He was not so proud as to reject the kindness of others, nor did he feel his self-esteem bruised by pity. After all, pride neither fills the stomach nor converts to currency. An excess of it becomes a burden. From childhood to adulthood, had he not accepted the help of others, relying solely on himself to support his family, he likely would have been crushed by the weight of life. Tang Zhan, snapping back to reality from his contemplation of Yu Ningchuan's well-defined abs, smiled and remarked, It was a mere trifling effort, nothing to mention. How is your uncle's health? Yu Ningchuan replied, It's an old ailment. A few days of rest after an episode should suffice. Tang Zhan recalled that this condition seemingly required ongoing medication. Yet, given Yu Ningchuan's family's financial constraints, affording such costly treatments was evidently unfeasible. Have you seen a doctor? He could not help but inquire. Yu Ningchuan leaned the long-handled umbrella against one side, then reached into his pants pocket to retrieve a pack of Hongmei cigarettes. Extracting one, he held it between his fingers, directing his gaze towards Tang Zhan's face. Could I borrow a light? Before Tang Zhan could respond, Yu Ningchuan bent down, placing the cigarette between his lips, igniting it with the spark from Tang Zhan's fingers. Tang Zhan's hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop the cigarette in surprise. I've visited before, but the medication is too expensive. I can't afford it. Yu Ningchuan exhaled a plume of white smoke, just as a droplet rolled off his hair and landed at the corner of his eye. He pinched the cigarette, naturally using his ring finger to wipe away the disobedient droplet, a smirk tugging at his lips. Moreover, my uncle lacks health insurance. That smile was not born of joy or delight, but rather carried a sense of resigned self-mockery. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old youth at that age. He had been reveling in the exhilaration of being accepted into a prestigious university, celebrating with 3 days and nights of frolic at sea. The familial dynamics of the Tang household were rather intricate, yet it was undeniable that Tang Zhan had never been short of financial means. Although he began earning his own income after reaching adulthood, ceasing to ask for an allowance from Tang Shanhai, it was his distinguished lineage and substantial savings that granted him such confidence. He had always been aware of his fortune, at least. He was born into a life devoid of want, free from the worries of basic sustenance. Tang Zhan and Yu Ningchuan were, at best, familiar strangers, not quite friends, which made it improper to delve too deeply into personal matters. In the remaining time, both individuals maintained a profound silence. After finishing a cigarette, Tang Zhan exchanged a brief greeting with Yu Ningchuan. "I will head in first," he said. Yu Ningchuan nodded, responding with a warm farewell for the first time, leaving Tang Zhan feeling pleasantly surprised, his steps somewhat lighter. The rain persisted until nightfall. After dining, Tang Zhan visited the gym for a swim to aid digestion, emerging just shy of 9 o'clock. As he approached his door, having merely exited the elevator, he overheard a commotion in the usually tranquil corridor. Following the sound, he discovered a group gathered before an open hotel room door, surrounding Yu Ningchuan. Two men, seemingly of managerial rank, were explaining something to a bespectacled woman, while Yu Ningchuan stood silently amidst them, his demeanor cool yet tinged with impatience. "Who stole it, if not him? A ghost?" the woman suddenly yelled, her voice echoing through the hallway. Tang Zhan paused at her words, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "What is the matter here?" The group turned in unison, the two managers evidently recognizing him, swiftly calling out his name without hesitation. Tang Zhan surmised they had encountered him during a prior gathering, though he had not paid much attention amidst the crowd. "Mr. Tang, we apologize for disturbing you. We are currently addressing a minor issue," said a deputy manager. As Tang Zhan glanced at the name tag, his gaze inadvertently met Yu Ningchuan's, and he winked subtly in his direction. Yu Ningchuan, caught off guard by his frivolous gesture, furrowed his brow more deeply. Oblivious to his reaction, Tang Zhan beamed a radiant smile at the deputy manager, saying, "Not at all, I'm not disturbed. Do tell me, what's going on?" He feigned the demeanor of an enthusiastic bystander. The deputy manager hesitated, while the woman, perhaps mistaking Tang Zhan for a higher-ranking official, hastily recounted the entire incident. Stripping away her exaggerated rhetoric, the essence of her tale was that she had lost her diamond ring, and the only stranger to have entered her room that evening was Yu Ningchuan. "To clarify, you summoned this server to bring you cutlery, placed the ring on the cabinet by the entrance, and, while showering, you heard someone ring the doorbell, which your son answered. Shortly after finishing your shower, you discovered the ring was missing?" Tang Zhan summarized, then inquired, "May I ask your name?" With arms crossed and a fierce demeanor, the woman replied, "My surname is Fong." "Ms. Fong," Tang Zhan endeavored to infuse warmth into his voice, "your child was present in the room. What did he say?" Ms. Fong retorted firmly, "What does a child know?" He claimed he was engrossed in his phone and never looked up while answering the door. In such a brief moment, the ring couldn't have sprouted wings and flown away. If he didn't steal it, could it be that we hid it ourselves? I hold a respectable position. Why would I stoop to extorting a mere server? The deputy manager quickly interjected, "That is certainly not our intention. Please do not be agitated." He turned to Yu Ningchuan, his expression fraught with difficulty. "Xiao Chuan, what on earth is happening? Did you happen to see Mrs. Feng's ring upon entering?" Yu Ningchuan shook his head, his tone calm as he replied, "No, I set down the dishes and left, without touching anything in the room." Mrs. Feng, unfazed, retorted coldly, "Since you refuse to acknowledge it, I suppose I have no choice but to call the police." Wait. The security supervisor accompanying the deputy manager interjected. "Let's discuss this. It's merely a small issue, and we will certainly provide you with an explanation. There is no need to escalate to such severity, is there?" He clearly lacked the deputy manager's amiable demeanor, furrowing his brows as he spoke harshly. "If you indeed took it, just hand it over. Mr. Tang and Deputy Manager Chun are not outsiders. We would not force you to face the authorities. However, if you continue to deny your guilt, we will have no choice but to take drastic measures, searching your locker, desk, or any place you have been." His words effectively concluded that the ring had been stolen by Yu Ningchuan, employing a blend of intimidation and persuasion in hopes that the young man would relinquish the ring voluntarily. Tang Zhan felt a wave of indignation on Yu Ningchuan's behalf, not to mention how the latter must have felt. Taking a deep breath, Yu Ningchuan maintained a demeanor of restraint, his tone surprisingly composed, free from outbursts or profanities. "I have not taken anything. You may search as you wish, and if you feel the need to contact the police, I have no objections. His stance was more resolute than Mrs. Feng's, leaving the security supervisor visibly displeased. As he was about to speak again, Tang Zhan raised his hand to interrupt. Let us not jump to conclusions before we have all the facts. He cast a cool glance at the supervisor, whose expression shifted as though struck by an unseen force. Suddenly feeling uneasy, Deputy Manager Chun chimed in, Indeed. Xiao Chuan is not that kind of person. He would never steal from anyone. I can vouch for him. Mrs. Feng scoffed. What use is your assurance to me? I want my ring. Amid their exchange, a small head suddenly peeked from the half-open door. A boy, appearing around 8 or 9 years old, clutched a phone in his hand, his expression one of anxiety as he watched the unfolding dispute. His large, round eyes met Tang Zhan's, causing him to flinch and retreat in fright. Tang Zhan pondered for a moment before turning back to Deputy Manager Chun with a suggestion. How about this? You find 2 trustworthy individuals to thoroughly search the guest room. A ring of such small size could easily be blown away by the wind. Mrs. Feng stared at him in disbelief, nearly incensed by his utterly absurd statement. Did a level 8 typhoon sweep through my room, capable of blowing away a 2-carat diamond ring? She huffed through her nostrils, glaring at those present before abruptly positioning herself in front of her door. What gives you the right to search? What if you collude and pretend to return the ring to me? I will be calling the police today. I want the authorities to adjudicate this matter. Tang Zhan shrugged indifferently, replying with a casual air, Very well. If you do not trust us, then let the police officers search the premises as well. Ms. Feng was engulfed in frustration. First, she lost her ring, and then she was deceived by a hotel executive. Resolute in her decision, she vowed to file a complaint with the hotel as parent management group, Guihetiani, regardless of whether the ring was found. Xiaolei, call the police for me. She called out to her son, who was in the room. The little boy stood there, anxiety etched on his face, hesitating before he spoke. Mom, actually the ring. He fumbled in his pants pocket and pulled out something, tentatively offering it towards Ms. Feng. Initially taken aback, her expression darkened as she recognized the object in his hand, a silver ring adorned with a perfectly cut 2-carat diamond. Precisely the one she had claimed was stolen by Yu Ningchuan. At that moment, clarity washed over her. Gripping the ring tightly, she raised her hand to strike the boy. Are you trying to drive me mad? I told you not to be mischievous. Come here this instant. Clad in her bathrobe, Ms. Feng began to chase her son around the suite in a game of cat and mouse. However, the boy was well-versed in the art of evasion, skillfully avoiding her attempts to catch him with his nimble movements. Tang Zhan, observing from the doorway, felt an overwhelming urge to intervene and help Ms. Feng relieve her frustration. He was confident that he could catch the boy easily and teach him a lesson he would not soon forget. Mom, I'm sorry. I want to do it again. The boy cried, darting away with remarkable speed, managing to slip into the bathroom and refusing to open the door despite Ms. Feng's persistent knocking. Who truly found amusement in this jest? Tang Zhan discreetly glanced at Yu Ningchuan beside him, noticing the furrow in his brow. It was evident that he was not relieved from the unjust accusations. Rather, his lips were pressed tightly together, and his expression darkened further. Had it been Tang Zhan who faced such slander, his status would have precluded the need for any self-defense. Deputy Manager Chun and the head of security would have immediately vouched for him, and even Ms. Feng would have doubted her judgment upon learning of his identity. After all, how could a wealthy person resort to theft? The same logic applied to why they suspected Yu Ningchuan. He was merely a lowly server, and his poverty seemed to be his original sin, relegating him to a lower status despite any redeeming qualities he possessed. The ignorance and superficiality of society would always lead them to see only his lack of wealth at first glance. Tang Zhan understood that he could not single-handedly alter this widespread phenomenon. He was not a sage capable of imparting profound wisdom with mere words. Madam, before you reprimand your child, may I ask you to come over? I have something to discuss. Ms. Feng paused her knocking, seemingly recalling that there were 4 individuals waiting outside. She straightened her disheveled bathrobe, cleared her throat, and slipped the diamond ring back onto her finger before turning to approach Tang Zhan. I apologize. The ring has been found. My child was just being mischievous. Recognizing her fault, Her tone softened considerably. That's a relief. It was just a false alarm. Deputy Manager Chen chuckled awkwardly and said, "Since there is nothing amiss, we shall take our leave." Ms. Feng, now feeling exceedingly embarrassed, wished for their immediate disappearance. Naturally, she readily agreed to their departure. "Where do you think you're going, Mr.?" Tang called out to Deputy Manager Chen and the head of security, turning to Ms. Feng with a smile playing on his lips. "You've wronged someone, and an apology is in order. It was you who accused him of stealing the ring, and it was you who claimed to have found it. Our employee has suffered undeserved distress, his spirit wounded. You needn't compensate for the emotional damages. Simply offer him a sincere apology here, and we can consider this matter resolved." Ms. Feng's face flushed crimson. "Apologize to him? Are you out of your mind? I am your esteemed VIP, and you expect me to apologize to a mere staff member?" The head of security also found the situation inappropriate. Their hotel's service philosophy always prioritized the customer. After all, what service worker hadn't he endured unfair treatment? "Mr. Tang, it was merely a child's mischief. I trust Mr. Yuan hold a grudge over something so trivial." Ms. Feng did not mean any harm. She has already reprimanded her child. "Let's let it go," he interjected, attempting to defend Ms. Feng. Mr. Tang scoffed, turning to Yu Ningchuan and asking, "Have you taken it to heart?" Yu Ningchuan looked at him, and within the depths of his somber eyes, something seemed to illuminate. He blinked his long lashes twice, directing his gaze at the head of security with a notably provocative tone. "I am indeed rather petty. I have taken it to heart. You should apologize as thoroughly as you wronged me." Ms. Feng's previously triumphant demeanor crumbled in an instant. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Mr. Tang and said, "Why are you being so relentless? I will file a complaint against you at Gueha Tianyi." Mr. Tang feigned surprise, amused by her outburst. "Madam, you might want to look up who I am, Tang Zhan. I don't even need to use honorifics. My father is Mr. Tang Shanhai, the chairman of Gueha Tianyi. Go ahead and file your complaint. It won't affect me in the slightest." This was the first time Yu Ningchuan had heard him introduce himself in such a manner. Previously, he had only known that this man was of considerable standing, someone not to be trifled with, assuming he was just another wealthy heir. He had not realized the extent of his influence, being the young master of their family business. Faced with such formidable opposition, Ms. Feng's expression contorted in frustration. With 4 men standing before her, she, a woman with a child, had no choice but to relent. Reluctantly, she leaned forward slightly, perhaps no more than 10 degrees, and hastily uttered, "I'm sorry." Yu Ningchuan stood tall and straight, gazing down at her, and, after a moment, he finally allowed a hint of a smile to grace his lips. "It's all right." Ms. Feng, her face still cold, straightened up and without a word slammed the door behind her. The noise was such that Mr. Tang swore he saw the decorative paintings on the corridor walls tremble thrice. "I truly appreciate your assistance, Mr. Tang," Deputy Manager Chen said apologetically. Mr. Tang ignored him, furrowing his brow as he turned to the head of security, stating bluntly, "You should apologize to me as well." The head of security, taken aback that he was now in the hot seat, realized that, despite his position, apologizing to a mere service worker would undermine his authority in front of his subordinates. His expression immediately darkened, and he stammered, unable to articulate a response, casting a desperate glance towards the assistant manager beside him. Assistant Manager Chun had intended to speak a few kind words on his behalf, but upon meeting Yu Ningchuan's gaze and recalling the hardships he had endured, he swallowed his words, diverting his attention as if he had not received the security supervisor's message. The security supervisor's face darkened to the hue of coal with clenched teeth. He lowered his head to Yu Ningchuan, stating, "I sincerely apologize. I misjudged the situation and wrongfully accused an innocent. My aim was merely to protect the reputation of our hotel. Please do not take it to heart." Just moments ago, he had addressed him by his full name, yet now he resorted to the familiar Xiaochuan, swiftly capitulating under pressure. Tang Zhan chuckled, declaring, "Enough. Let this matter rest as if it never occurred, and let us speak of it no more." Assistant Manager Chun readily acquiesced and departed alongside the security supervisor. Yu Ningchuan lingered behind the two, and as Tang Zhan was about to turn toward his room, Yu Ningchuan unexpectedly glanced back at him. Tang Zhan, pausing mid-step, offered him a meaningful smile. Yu Ningchuan nodded slightly, silently conveying 2 words, "Thank you." Without further ado, he turned and left. Tang Zhan, parting his lips slightly, scratched the corner of his mouth with his thumb, exhaling softly. In Chapter 10, the incident involving Yu Ningchuan's defamation was dismissed by assistant manager Chun in accordance with Tang Zhan's wishes. It was as if it had never transpired, and none dared to mention it. However, the security supervisor could not easily swallow this slight. In his view, the young master Tang Zhan would eventually depart, and Yu Ningchuan, despite a stroke of good fortune, could not expect perpetual protection. Moreover, in a vast hotel, the absence of a single server would hardly be noticed by Tang Zhan. He and the housekeeping manager, Zheng Daqing, were both from the same hometown, and it was Zheng who had originally recommended him for the security supervisor position. He embellished the story and shared it with Zheng, who immediately grasped his insinuation. "Very well, I understand. I shall speak with him." Zheng Daqing, in his 40s, possessed a slender and refined appearance, his well-kept face reminiscent of an intellectual, and one could even catch a whiff of his pleasant fragrance upon approaching him. The security supervisor patted his shoulder, adopting a brotherly demeanor. "Make sure to deal with that kid. Let him continue to act arrogantly." Zheng Daqing, receiving a couple of light pats, felt his expression stiffen, a flicker of disdain surfacing in his eyes, though he maintained a facade of camaraderie. He called Yu Ningchuan into his office, locking the door behind him once he entered. Yu Ningchuan, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Did you need something?" Zheng Daqing leaned against his desk, smiling in a seemingly harmless manner. "I've heard about yesterday's events." Upon hearing this, Yu Ningchuan grew increasingly uncertain of the purpose behind the meeting. He refrained from responding, opting instead to observe and await Zheng's reveal of his true intentions. "I am aware of your connection to Old Chen. I understand that during your previous employment at the bar, your frequent absences caused discontent among your colleagues, ultimately leading to your transfer to housekeeping. Given my long-standing relationship with Old Chen, I would naturally not object to his request for a server." However, Zheng Daqing's demeanor shifted abruptly. One must always keep their tail tucked when necessary. In this hotel, it is essential to discern whom to curry favor with, to be cautious and attentive. The veiled implications in his words left Yu Ningchuan feeling profoundly unsettled. He was not one to engage in cunning behavior and had a particular aversion to such insinuations. "Just speak plainly. Tell me what you desire from me," he urged. Zheng Daqing paused momentarily, then began to scrutinize his own fingers. His nails were impeccably manicured, and not a callus could be found on his knuckles. "I am aware of your family's modest circumstances. If you are willing, I can provide financial support, either on a monthly or annual basis. Either arrangement would be acceptable. In return, all I ask is that you fulfill my needs when the occasion arises, which should not be burdensome for you." Initially, Yu Ningchuan did not comprehend his meaning, but once he did, a tumultuous wave of nausea surged within him, threatening to overwhelm him. He found the situation almost amusing. His superior, a man he considered an elder, was discussing such needs behind closed doors. A laugh escaped him, though it was devoid of warmth, cold, and chilling. "I do not quite grasp your meaning. How exactly do you want me to meet your needs? Were these needs?" Zheng Daqing chuckled at his words, retracting his hand and advancing toward Yu Ningchuan. With his intentions laid bare, his demeanor grew increasingly audacious. "I know you are in dire financial straits and desperately need this job. Follow my lead, and I assure you a life of comfort and luxury. However, without my support, relying solely on that mediocre Chun, you will certainly not last long in this hotel." They stood close together, and Yu Ningchuan tensed, his jawline sharp with restraint. Zheng Daqing's fingers danced across the young man's chest, reminiscent of a pianist, their touch akin to a menacing scorpion poised to strike. Yu Ningchuan seized that hand, his expression frigid, with a whirlpool of darkness swirling in his gaze. As for Tang Zhan, during his final year of studies, he had interned at a renowned venture capital firm abroad, where he met Xia Han, a Chinese American. Despite his Chinese name, Xia Han was thoroughly westernized, only learning Chinese after pleading with Tang Zhan to teach him. They were not exactly fast friends, but enjoyed each other's company. After returning to his homeland, Tang Zhan maintained occasional contact with him, One night, Xiaohan unexpectedly initiated a video call, claiming he had a surprise for him. What surprise? Speak quickly. It's late. And if you don't hurry, I will go to bed. Perhaps influenced by the barrage of real estate advertisements, Sun Jiaran had recently dragged them around to view properties, expressing a desire to purchase a vacation home to escape to each summer. For the young master of the Sun family, who owned properties in major cities worldwide and indulged in seasonal getaways, Tang Zhan was uncertain how often he would be able to enjoy this particular residence in Wenzhen. Nevertheless, as his friend wished to buy, he could not dampen the enthusiasm and thus accompanied him throughout the day. After 2 days of viewing, they finally settled on a property adjacent to the hotel, acquiring a charming villa nestled by the mountains and water, boasting breathtaking scenery. After accompanying Sun Jiaran, the Virgo, for 2 exhausting days, Tang Zhan was utterly fatigued and no longer concerned about any surprises. He merely wished to wash up and succumb to a deep slumber. Wait, he interjected. Is that not sufficient? Xiaohan's Mandarin pronunciation bore the hallmark of many foreigners, tinged with a hint of Trumpian inflection. He informed Tang Zhan of his imminent arrival in China as the global executive partner of Jiuan Capital's China Fund, expressing a desire to invite Tang Zhan to join him as a general partner to navigate the financial realm together. Tang Zhan did not hastily acquiesce, but instead inquired, "Do you have a targeted sector in mind?" TMT, perhaps. The internet is the future. Many investors currently favor TMT, the so-called digital new media industry, seeking stability and assured results. Tang Zhan considered it worth exploring, for venture capital is inherently risky, and therein lies the excitement. He made it clear from the outset that should he take on the role of partner, he would select the project himself. Furthermore, he expressed a preference for investing in people. He held a stronger belief in human potential over mere project viability. A project, no matter how promising, is futile without a capable leader. Conversely, an exceptional leader can carve out a niche, even in an unpromising industry. Xiaohan nodded in agreement, having recognized Tang Zhan's keen insight during his internship. On one occasion, faced with uncertainty among several companies in the same field, Xiaohan sought Tang Zhan's opinion on where to invest. With unwavering certainty, Tang Zhan recommended Company A. Curious, Xiaohan asked why Company A, to which Tang Zhan replied, "Among these companies, the founder of A is the only one who displays personal charisma and a wealth of experience as a leader. His employees hold him in great esteem and are willing to follow him, which is essential for a successful founder." In due course, Tang Zhan's judgment proved correct. Within a few years, Company A surged to prominence, emerging as a leader in its field with ambitions to dominate its competitors. Xiaohan's successful investment solidified his position at Jiuan Capital, laying a strong foundation for his role as regional head in China. You are a born investor. Your father should not overlook this gem within you. Venture capital often intersects with the business world, and the Tang family, as a prominent business dynasty, cannot easily conceal matters from the venture capital sphere. For instance, Tang Zhan's status as an illegitimate son and Tang Shanhai's laissez-faire attitude toward him were well known. Tang Zhan had heard these remarks more than once and had long since grown numb to them. He yawned and replied, "The eldest daughter is beautiful and capable. The youngest son is sweet and charming. The middle child seems rather superfluous." With no further business at hand and seeing Tang Zhan's fatigue, Xiaohan chose not to intrude upon his rest, thus concluding the conversation. 2 days later, Sun Jiaran and Zhou Hui were finally departing. Tang Zhan drove them to the airport, and on the return journey, he passed through Hot Spring Village. With little else to occupy his time, he decided that rather than returning to the hotel for either exercise or sleep, he would seek out that little trickster, Yu Jiji, for chat. Aside from the annoyingly plump Tang Jiatsong, he generally had a fondness for other children. After parking the car, Tang Zhan walked along the path to Yu Jiji's home, navigating the seemingly endless traps of cow dung that dotted the way, each step akin to leaping over the precarious stakes of a game. As he neared the dilapidated tile-roofed house, he heard the sound before he saw anyone. A robust and ancient melody emanated from within, resonating with a timbre that lay somewhere between a pipa and a guitar, crisp and resonant. The music evoked the chirping of summer cicadas, albeit tinged with a hint of melancholy, inspiring Tang Zhan to stand at the entrance and compose a verse. The wind whispers, the waters of E are cold. Brave souls gather, never to return. Following the sound, he stepped through the gate and immediately spotted Yu Ningchuan seated on the steps of the courtyard. Clad in a white t-shirt, cradling an instrument, with half a red plum still smoldering in his mouth. Tang Zhan was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected talent. The music suddenly quickened, reminiscent of valiant warriors charging across a battlefield, as Yu Ningchuan's fingers, adorned with protective plates, deftly plucked the strings, entirely absorbed in his own world, oblivious to Tang Zhan's presence. The tumultuous notes abruptly ceased as Yu Ningchuan pressed down on the strings, completing his performance. The once quiet courtyard erupted in applause, and Yu Ningchuan blinked, startled, to see Tang Zhan standing a short distance away, clapping with a smile. He set his instrument aside and removed the cigarette from his mouth, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Feeling a pang of regret at the cessation of music, Tang Zhan replied, "I came to see your brother." "Where is he?" "Not home." Peering into the house, he noticed no sign of Yu and deduced that he was likely away. "He went back to school today. He's in town," Yu Ningchuan said, retracting one leg from the second step, resting his elbow on his knee, taking a deep drag from the cigarette, and slowly exhaling. As the smoke obscured his features, Tang Zhan couldn't help but remark, "You should smoke less. You're still so young, yet you have such a heavy habit." Yu Ningchuan glanced at him, seemingly in jest, and took another puff from the cigarette, then exhaled towards Tang Zhan. Although the smoke dissipated before reaching him, it struck Tang Zhan as if he had been hit, causing his heart to flutter. "I've turned 18, Yu Ningchuan declared, cigarette in hand, resting his chin in his palm, his overly mature gaze betraying a flicker of youthful rebellion. Chapter 11. Tang Zhan felt a slight itch in his throat as he thought, "Damn, you've brought out my craving." He retrieved his pack of Marlboro from his pocket, drew out a cigarette, and tossed it to Yu Ningchuan, who caught it but did not light it immediately, instead playing with it between his fingers. "Who told me to smoke less just now?" Tang Zhan shielded the flame with his hand, lowered his head to ignite his cigarette, and chuckled as he noticed the twinkle in his eyes. "Why must you be so relentless?" He exhaled a plume of mint-scented smoke, which spread throughout the air. "Where's your uncle?" "He's been standing there for a while without anyone serving him tea." "Surely he's not ill again?" Yu Ningchuan pointed behind him, saying, "He is sleeping inside. He was just tilling the land behind the house this morning and must be tired." In the countryside, entertainment is scarce. One either watches television or plays cards. The Yu family possesses a dilapidated old television that can only receive 3 channels. After prolonged viewing, it often abruptly goes black, much to the disdain of Yu. Yu, however, enjoys watching others play cards, but one day, while engrossed, he suddenly fell ill, convulsing on the ground, which frightened many. Consequently, they forbade him from watching, leaving him rather despondent for quite some time. The only tasks he could engage in were farming and tending to the chickens and ducks, which are limited in nature. Tang Zhan remarked, "Farming is beneficial. It strengthens the body. If I could farm, why would I go to the gym? I could simply cultivate the land and bask in the sun. In areas dense with vegetation, mosquitoes are plentiful, especially in the countryside. Unfortunately, Tang Zhan seems to attract them, and while moving about is bearable, standing still soon leads to an unbearable itch on his neck and arms. He swatted his hands and stomped his feet, yet to no avail. The mosquitoes, relentless, continued to swarm around him. "Don't you ever get bitten?" Tang Zhan inquired incredulously, observing the composed Yu Ningchuan seated on the steps, his fair complexion unmarred by any red welts. Yu Ningchuan extinguished his cigarette but on the step and replied in a slow tone, "I do not attract mosquitoes. It is only you young lords with tender skin and fragrant blood that pique their interest. Our tough skin makes them reconsider. They might even break their mouth parts trying to bite us." Tang Zhan suspected that Yu Ningchuan might have misunderstood the term tough skin. He slapped a mosquito on his neck, revealing a bloodied palm as he crushed a small black fly. Instantly, an advertisement slogan flashed in his mind. Thin skin, juicy filling, every bite bursts with flavor. He involuntarily shuddered as he watched Yu Ningchuan rise and head indoors, only to return shortly with a bottle of green, floral mosquito repellent. "Apply some. It will relieve the itch," he said. Tang Zhan accepted the bottle and squatted in the yard, applying the repellent to his bites. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth, he mumbled indistinctly, "What happens if your family is away and your uncle falls ill?" Although it was summer break now, once Gigi returned to school, Daily I would be home alone. If he fell and no one was there to notice, what could happen? Tang Zhan felt a maternal instinct, sensing a connection with this family, which compelled him to learn more. Yu Ningchuan explained, "When no one is home, we send him to the Yu Wei family at the village entrance. Do you remember Yu Wei? He was the one who tricked you along with Gigi. A short little fellow. His grandfather and mine are cousins, so we have a familial bond. They help keep an eye on my uncle and bring him back at night." In just a few sentences, devoid of any emotional embellishment, Tang Zhan felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. At such a young age, one must toil for a living while caring for an ill relative, and with a troublesome younger brother to boot. Life is indeed challenging. He pondered whether he could speak to his superior about a raise for Yu Ningchuan, subtly assisting the family without drawing attention. He was aware of Yu Ningchuan's pride and didn't want to overtly offer help, fearing it might be misinterpreted. Or were you just playing? His gaze fell upon a nearby instrument, which upon closer inspection resembled the one he had seen on television, played by a storyteller. It had a slender neck and only 3 strings, a 3-stringed instrument. Yu Ningchuan, feeling a tinge of boredom, plucked at it casually. Tang Zhan, whose musical expertise was limited, could not discern the level of skill involved. Yet if an amateur could play it so well, Yu Ningchuan's talent was undeniably commendable. Intrigued by the ethnic instrument, he felt compelled to touch it. "What kind of skin is this made from?" "It looks somewhat like snake skin," he mused, feeling the faint texture of scales on the instrument's body. Yu Ningchuan, his fingers caressing the bat-bone floral design on the instrument's head, replied, "It is indeed made of snake skin, specifically that of python." This instrument had been passed down from Yu Ningchuan's mother. As a member of a minority ethnic group, naturally possessed a gift for song and dance, a trait she had bequeathed to her son. From a young age, he had begun playing the 3-stringed instrument, even self-studying musical notation, mastering complex pieces such as Plum Blossom Melody, Deep into the Night, and Songs of the Frontier, all of which he could play effortlessly without needing to consult the sheet music. Typically, players of plucked instruments wear artificial nails, and Yu Ningchuan was no exception, adorning his right hand with 5 amber-hued artificial nails crafted from tortoiseshell. At that moment, he had no intention of playing. Instead, he sought to remove the artificial nails. He used a method involving adhesive tape, which was rather tenacious, making it difficult to remove with one hand. Observing his struggle, Tang Zhan stepped forward to assist. "Allow me," he offered, displaying no hesitation in their physical interaction as he grasped Yu Ningchuan's fingers firmly. Yu Ningchuan almost recoiled, ready to pull away. But noticing Tang Zhan's focused expression, he realized he was genuinely helping him remove the nails, rather than seeking to take advantage of the moment. Reassured, he quelled his instinctive reaction, allowing his feet and hands to settle. "Aren't you working today? Or do you have a night shift?" Tang Zhan inquired as he deftly removed the artificial nails, placing them aside with the tape, completing the task in no time. Yu Ningchuan awkwardly withdrew his hand, secretly rubbing his fingertips as if to erase Tang Zhan's warmth. "I'm done," he stated. Tang Zhan paused in his actions, looking up in surprise. "Done?" Yu Ningchuan, casting his eyes downward to conceal the weight of his emotions, gathered the artificial nails into his palm and picked up the 3-stringed instrument again, retreating into the room. Tang Zhan squatted on the steps, staring blankly at Yu Ningchuan's retreating figure, before crushing his cigarette into the ground with force. After placing the instrument down, Yu Ningchuan emerged from the house with a cup of boiled water in hand. "There's no tea at home, so make do with this," he offered. Tang Zhan regarded the cup of water presented before him for a moment, then glanced back at Yu Ningchuan, seemingly searching for answers in his expression. "Did they let you go?" After a moment of confusion, he quickly deduced that Yu Ningchuan's circumstances would not allow for voluntary resignation. His cessation of work could only mean that Noah had dismissed him. "It's not that I want to quit. The social dynamics there are too complicated," Yu Ningchuan remarked, furrowing his brow, and chose not to elaborate further. Upon hearing that it was something he did not wish to undertake, Tang Zhan felt a twinge of reluctance. Despite lingering doubts in his heart, the thought that he would no longer have the chance to encounter the other in the hotel left him with a sense of mild disappointment. He lingered at the Yu residence until Yu Dali awakened from his afternoon nap. When Yu Ningchuan heard the commotion and went to attend to him, Tang Zhan, noticing his busyness, chose not to intrude and bade him farewell. Upon returning to the hotel, he took a refreshing shower and was about to venture to the restaurant for a meal when a woman, claiming to be the assistant manager, called him. She informed him that Manager Wang wished to dine with him and inquired about his availability. At present, Tang Zhan had little else but time, and with an invitation to dinner, he readily accepted. The meeting was set for 6 o'clock. Being that Manager Wang was his elder, Tang Zhan refrained from dressing too casually, donning a well-preserved suit and trousers that had long been untouched. Arriving promptly, he found Manager Wang already there, waving to him from a distance. "Xiao Zhan, over here." The waiter pulled out a chair for him, and Tang Zhan gracefully expressed his gratitude before taking a seat opposite Manager Wang. Manager Wang was a seasoned individual, well acquainted with grand affairs and adept at navigating the social intricacies of dining. Throughout the meal, the conversation flowed seamlessly, rich in content yet never overwhelming, which left Tang Zhan quite satisfied. After dessert, as the waiter came to clear the table, it was swiftly left immaculate, with only 2 wine glasses remaining. Manager Wang swirled the red wine in his glass, and, after indulging in light banter throughout the meal, finally broached the crux of the matter. "Xiao Zhan, your father has been preoccupied with the company's upcoming listing and may have inadvertently overlooked you. However, you are still father and son. It's important to maintain open communication and not let familial bonds fray. Once you've spent enough time here, return home. Your sister has just married, and your younger brother is still quite small. Your father could use your support." He believed that his heartfelt words would resonate with Tang Zhan, yet upon hearing them, Tang Zhan's expression shifted dramatically, revealing not gratitude, but incredulity. "Guihe Tian is preparing for an IPO?" The news struck him like a bolt, each word from Manager Wang feeling like a slap to his face. As a member of the Tang family, he found himself ostracized by Tang Shanhai, only to learn of his own family's plans for an IPO from an outsider. Manager Wang was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry. "What? You weren't aware?" Tang Zhan drained his glass of red wine and replied coldly, "Not in the slightest." Tang Shanhai had no need for him as a son. He despised him deeply and harbored resentment, wishing he had never been born. If it weren't for him, the rightful heir of the Tang family would not have perished. It was all because of him that the family lost its perfect successor. Manager Wang, feeling a bit awkward, suggested, "Perhaps he intended to wait until things were finalized before informing you. Isn't it better to inform me post-IPO?" "No, once the listing occurs. I will learn of it through the news without needing Tang Shanhai to tell me." The conversation faltered thereafter, with Tang Zhan sinking into his own thoughts. Appearing somewhat distracted, Manager Wang regretted his slip of the tongue, but was at a loss for how to console him. The dialogue could not progress, and thus came to an abrupt end. The meal concluded with an air of unresolved tension, and Tang Zhan returned to his room, dragging his feet. Upon entering, he collapsed onto the soft bed, sprawled out in a starfish position. He stared at the ceiling, his eyes unblinking, finally exhaling a single word. "Damn." Chapter 12. Tang Zhan submerged beneath the water, all sounds and flickering lights receding into the distance. The surroundings grew increasingly dim, as if he were plummeting into an abyss. At last, he could no longer contain his final breath, and transparent bubbles surged upward. He slowly closed his eyes, relinquishing his struggle, resigned to the arrival of death. In a fleeting moment before losing consciousness, a robust figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight, like a spark of hope in a desperate situation, illuminating his otherwise bleak existence. Tang Zhan gradually opened his eyes. The room, shrouded by blackout curtains, was enveloped in darkness, rendering the time of day indiscernible. He groped around the bedside until he found his phone, which indicated it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. The previous night, due to the trivial matter of whether or not to go public, he had been unable to sleep until 3 in the morning. After finally drifting off, his dreams were plagued by unhappy memories. Rising from bed, He pulled back the curtains, and the summer afternoon sun blazed fiercely, momentarily blinding him. "I'm blinded," he exclaimed, shielding his eyes and swiftly retreating into the bathroom. After a shower and taming his tousled hair, Tang Zhan grabbed his car keys and stepped outside. The stifling confinement of the hotel only worsened his mood. The splendid sunshine outside beckoned him to take a stroll and clear his mind. Wenjin was indeed a rather small place. He had already explored all the attractions during his time with Zhou Hui and the others. Lacking any acquaintances here, he found himself unable to engage in conversation. The only individuals with whom he shared a modicum of rapport were the brothers Yu Ningchuan. Reflecting on Yu Ningchuan brought to mind Yu Jiji. He pondered his unfulfilled desire to see Yu Jiji yesterday and decided he might as well try again today. As for what would come of seeing her, or whether his frequent visits might cause her discomfort or lead her to question his intentions, such concerns were of no consequence to Master Tang. Timing his arrival perfectly, he found the brothers preparing to head out, their baskets and nets in hand. "Oh, heading out?" He halted, lowering his sunglasses slightly. Upon recognizing him, Yu Jiji eagerly approached. "Big brother, why are you here again?" The use of again left Tang Zhan pondering whether the boy was cleverly teasing him or simply lacking in social nuance. "I'm bored. Where are you off to? May I accompany you?" Yu Ningchuan, holding a long pole alongside the net, approached with his brother. The pole, topped with a small wooden piece, resembled a makeshift fishing rod. "No need," he replied. "We're just going to the mountain to pick some plums. We won't need a car." Upon hearing picking plums, Tang Zhan's mouth involuntarily watered, and he felt a rush of acidity in his teeth. "You may not need a car, but you can certainly use me." He pointed to himself, eagerly adding, "I'll join you. I have nothing else to do and can help you pick plums." Yu Ningchuan hesitated. "It's a mountain trail. Are you up for it?" Considering that someone like Tang Zhan, a pampered young master from the metropolis, might struggle even to climb a flight of stairs, Yu Ningchuan was uncertain whether he could manage the ascent, let alone the descent. Tang Zhan sensed the underestimation and chuckled heartily. "Never doubt a man's capabilities. I was a sprinter back in school, often dubbed the Prince of Speed." He lifted one leg and slapped it on his knee. Yu Jiji, with a playful grin, leaned in to take a closer look and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Wow, whether you can fly or not is uncertain, but it is indeed a hairy leg." Tang Zhan was wearing a pair of shorts today, perfectly showcasing the muscular lines from his knees to his ankles. He stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance, and dropped his leg to chase after Yu Jiji. The little boy was remarkably agile, darting behind Yu Ningchuan and then making a silly face at Tang Zhan. Tang Zhan removed his sunglasses and tucked them into his back pocket, disdainfully remarking, "What does a child who hasn't even sprouted hair know?" He reached for the long pole in Yu Ningchuan's hand, intending to share the burden, but Yu Ningchuan swiftly dodged. Using this could be deadly. Tang Zhan was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at him. Yu Ningchuan kicked a branch at his feet and continued, "Use this instead. It's more convenient." Fortunately, Tang Zhan possessed a rich sense of humor and instantly grasped his jest, realizing that he was being playful. He hadn't anticipated that this person would be a stoic jester. Caught off guard, he found it somewhat difficult to suppress his laughter. Yu Jiji, ever clever, dashed out from behind Yu Ningchuan as he spoke for the second time. "Racing up the mountain. I won't wait for you. I want to be the first to reach the top." Tang Zhan chuckled and shook his head at the sight of him, thinking how full of vitality the child was, so sprightly and clever. "What about Uncle? Is he at home?" He walked alongside Yu Ningchuan, who ultimately handed him the long pole. It turned out that this tool was used to hook branches. Fruits growing high were difficult to reach, but with it, one could easily draw branches within grasp. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yu Ningchuan said, "I sent some to the Yue family. When we return with the fruits, we'll bring them some plums as a gesture of gratitude." The mountain path was indeed challenging, and Tang Zhan was drenched in sweat. Yu Jiji's figure was long gone. He suspected that if not for waiting for him, Yu Ningchuan would have vanished as well. In this moment, a thought crossed his mind. Gasping for breath and using the long pole as a makeshift cane, he struggled over the rugged terrain. Yu Ningchuan glanced back at him and extended his hand, saying, "Give me your hand. I'll pull you up." What did he say? There is no remedy for regret in this world. Tang Zhan grasped his hand firmly, their sweaty palms clasped together as if two ends of a bridge had finally connected. There was originally no path. It becomes a path when many walk it. Tang Zhan paused to catch his breath, tiptoeing to tap the mud off the soles of his shoes, sighing. Mr. Lu Sun does not deceive me. He was still wearing a pair of white sneakers, which at that moment looked as if they had rolled in a mud pit, completely unrecognizable. Yu Ningchuan glanced at his shoes and said, they should still be wearable after wash. In truth, both Yu Ningchuan and Yu Jiji's shoes were similarly caked in mud, but they did not mind the dirt on the soles. A good wash and some sun-drying would restore them to functioning footwear. To them, shoes were merely tools for walking. As long as they were not worn out, they remained useful. However, for Tang Zhan, they resembled more of a facade. Why wash them? Just throw them away. Tang Zhan is not particularly extravagant or indulgent within their circle. Rather, he is quite diligent and industrious. He often engages in small business ventures to earn some pocket money. The shoes he purchased were a spontaneous decision made during a sightseeing trip to Lin City with Zhou Hui and the others. They were merely a 3-digit purchase, neither a brand name nor crafted from luxurious materials. Shoes costing a few hundred yuan would hardly catch the attention of someone like Tang Zhan, and even many children in urban areas would not feel compelled to wear a pair of shoes until they were utterly worn out. When they go out of season, become outdated, or simply get old and dirty, they're discarded without a hint of regret. Yu Ningchuan initially wished to say something, but upon meeting Tang Zhan's calm expression, he swallowed his words, which ultimately turned into a sigh. Indeed, you are quite the young master. He turned and continued his ascent up the mountain. Tang Zhan followed closely, expressing his dissatisfaction. What you said is quite inaccurate. The labor I would expend to clean these shoes far exceeds their value. Although I may not yet be someone who earns tens of millions in a minute, given an hour, I could certainly accomplish something far more meaningful than cleaning shoes. He walked on, drenched in sweat, feeling as if his carefully styled hair was about to dissolve in the sweltering heat. Yu Ningchuan walked ahead, the ends of his hair damp with sweat, which trickled down his long neck and his collar, soaking a large patch of fabric against his back, revealing the flesh beneath. Tang Zhan swallowed hard, feeling parched, and regretted not bringing a bottle of water. Brother, come quickly. This plum tree is laden with fruit, came Yu Jiji's voice from ahead. And with victory in sight, Tang Zhan quickened his pace. The plum tree stood tall and sturdy, its branches heavy with purplish-red fruit. As he gazed at the branches hanging before him, he picked a plum, wiped it on his clothing, and prepared to bite down, anticipating a tart flavor. To his surprise, it was not sour at all. Rather, it was quite sweet. His eyes widened in astonishment as he presented the fruit to his brothers, exclaiming, "It's not sour at all. Is this wild? How can it be so sweet?" Yu Jiji, with a basket on her back, busily plucked the fruit from the tree. "It's not sour. Why would we come to pick it if it were?" she reasoned. "Well said. Handsome. Could you pull down that branch at the top?" Yu Ningchuan pointed to a high branch, signaling to Tang Zhan. Obediently, Tang Zhan moved closer and used a pole to hook the branch down, suddenly asking, "Have you forgotten my name?" Yu Ningchuan was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you Tang Zhan? Then why don't you call me by my name? I am older than you. It wouldn't bother me if you call me brother, Xiao Chuan." He emphasized the last 2 syllables. Yu Ningchuan paused in his actions of catching plums with the net, looking at him with a bemused smile. Even though they were both standing under the blazing sun, their clothes soaked in sweat, Tang Zhan felt like a melting piece of butter, while Yu Ningchuan exuded a refreshing youthful aura, even while dripping with sweat. Much like the ice-cold black tea Tang Zhan enjoyed, he remained unaffected by the surrounding heat, consistently radiating a subtle coolness. Tang Zhan assumed he would not speak again, but after a moment, he noticed Yu Ningchuan slightly curving his lips. "Brother?" In his lifetime, Tang Zhan had often been addressed as brother. Yet this particular instance struck a discordant chord within him. However, before he could revel in the moment, Yu Ningchuan, with a teasing smile, remarked, "Dream on." At that moment, Tang Zhan felt as if he had plummeted from the heights of the heavens to the depths of the earth, nearly losing his composure. How could you be so insufferable? Chapter 13 Unfazed. Yu Ningchuan proceeded to empty an entire pouch of plums into Yu Jiji's basket. The plum trees on the mountain, having thrived under the sun and rain, were laden with fruit, with a carpet of fallen plums covering the ground, occasionally disturbed by birds pecking at the bounty. Leaning against the tree shade with a long pole, Tang Zhan gazed up at the boundless azure sky. The warm breeze caressed his cheeks, and instead of feeling restless in the heat, an inexplicable tranquility enveloped him. "Big brother, come quickly. We need you here." Upon hearing the call, Tang Zhan sprang to his feet. Coming. In just a short while, after foraging 2 trees, Yujiji's basket was brimming. The trio made their way back down the mountain laden with their harvest. It is often said that ascending a mountain is easy, while descending is fraught with difficulty. While he had merely felt the strain of exertion on the way up, the descent truly tested his agility. With a downward shift in weight, one is instinctively inclined to rush forward, yet the steep slope posed a significant risk. A moment's lapse could lead to a perilous fall. Concerned for his safety, Yu Ningchuan allowed his younger brother to lead, positioning himself at the rear, with Tang Zhan sandwiched in between. This arrangement afforded them a measure of reassurance as they navigated the path. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the base of the mountain, with Tang Zhan's calves trembling from exertion. Were it not for the pole he wielded as a makeshift cane, he might have resorted to crawling down. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Yu Ningchuan assisted Yujiji in unloading the basket. He then retrieved a bag from the house and filled it with some plums from the basket. "Go fetch your uncle," he instructed as he handed the bag to Yujiji. With a swift motion, Yujiji seized it and darted off, resembling a jubilant young gazelle. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, yet the Yu family's dimly lit hall offered a refreshing coolness. Tang Zhan sat on a stool, resting, when Yu Ningchuan approached and tossed him a pair of deep blue plastic slippers, urging him to change into them. Confused, Tang Zhan looked up. "What's this for?" Yu Ningchuan lightly nudged his muddy sneakers with the tip of his shoe. "Take them off. I'll clean them for you." Startled, Tang Zhan instinctively withdrew his foot. In all his years, aside from the housekeeper, no one, not even his mother, had ever offered to clean his shoes. How could he accept such a gesture? He bent down to untie his shoelaces and exchange his sneakers for the slippers offered. Pinching his own shoes between 2 fingers, he suppressed his distaste. "I can clean them myself. Just tell me where the brush is." In truth, Tang Zhan had contemplated discarding those shoes altogether. But the thought of stepping into the pristine lobby of Noah International, marring the marble floor meticulously maintained by the cleaning staff, filled him with remorse. At the very least, he ought to clean the mud off the soles, he reasoned. With the shoes in hand, he made his way outside, spotting a small stool and a scrub brush by the well, and approached it. However, the first challenge of washing the shoes soon presented itself. Water. The water-fetching apparatus at Yu Ningchuan's home was quite peculiar. Not wooden, nor metallic, but rather a basketball. Tang Zhan held the basketball, which was missing its top cover, and pondered for quite some time, ultimately failing to figure out how to draw water from the well using it. "Are you really going to clean your shoes yourself?" The sight of Yu Ningchuan's feet appeared before him. Tang Zhan raised his tone affirmatively, wishing to showcase his diligent and unpretentious nature. Before Yu Ningchuan could utter another word, he stood up and pretended to throw the basketball into the well, hoping that his minute of earnest study would successfully draw water from within. Alas, luck was not on his side this time. Young Master Tang was not cut out for fetching water. Grasping the long green nylon rope, he fumbled left and right, struggling to grasp the technique. Unable to watch any longer, Yu Ningchuan approached and guided him, saying, "You must throw it upside down. Otherwise, how can the water enter?" He pulled the basketball up with the rope, adjusted his stance, and tossed it again. There we go. Under Yu Ningchuan's careful instruction, Tang Zhan successfully drew his first bucket of water in life. Overjoyed, he took out his phone to capture this momentous scene, but upon turning his gaze, he found Yu Ningchuan looking at him as if he were a fool. Hastily, he cleared his throat and tucked his phone away. Sitting back on the small stool, he poured the water over his shoes and began scrubbing diligently with a small brush. Yu Ningchuan left and returned, now wearing another pair of the same style slippers as Tang Zhan, squatting down to hand him his own mud-stained black rubber shoes. Tang Zhan, puzzled, raised his face. Yet Yu Ningchuan remained unfazed, insistently offering the shoes. "Let's wash them together." Tang Zhan straightened up. "You're quite the opportunist, aren't you?" Unfazed, Yu Ningchuan tossed the shoes down and squatted in front of Tang Zhan, neither helping nor moving aside, simply watching him clean. It seems you are the one who knows how to take advantage. Tang Zhan was once again astonished and about to inquire further when a voice called from outside. Brother, we're back. Yu Jiji entered, arm in arm with Yu Dali, and upon seeing Tang Zhan and Yu Ningchuan crouched by the well, they were momentarily taken aback. As they took a closer look and realized Tang Zhan was actually cleaning shoes, with Yu Dali's shoes lying on the ground, Yu Jiji's eyes brightened. Without a thought to change in his slippers, he dashed over, leaving his own shoes for Tang Zhan. Thank you, big brother. With that, he spun around and rushed into the house. Yu Dali followed, shouting, hey, slow down. Tang Zhan, holding the brush in one hand and the shoes in the other, appeared small and helpless. Yu Ningchuan stood up, declaring, I'll go prepare dinner. Take your time with the shoes. Although it was only a little past 4 o'clock, which was early for someone like Tang Zhan, who usually dined around 6 or 7, he hadn't eaten all day and had only subsisted on 2 plums that afternoon, which were now nearly digested. The mere mention of food made him feel ravenous, and his stomach echoed a timely growl. Embarrassed, he looked at Yu Ningchuan and proposed, how about I clean your shoes in exchange for a meal? Yu Ningchuan was somewhat taken aback. He had considered inviting Tang Zhan to dinner, but hesitated, thinking their simple fare might not appeal to this young master. To his surprise, Tang Zhan had initiated the request himself. We consume only the vegetables grown in our own garden, devoid of meat, with the exception of eggs from chickens and ducks. Yu Ningchuan administered a vaccination. Can you adapt to this diet? I can adapt. I am accustomed to whatever you prepare. In the days of yore when he resided abroad, he endeavored to cook for himself. However, after meticulous study of various recipes, the dishes he produced bore no resemblance to the essence of flavors, colors, or aromas. Realizing his limitations, he had no choice but to abandon the path of self-sufficiency and ultimately hired a cook skilled in the culinary arts. No matter how unpalatable Yu Ningchuan's cooking may be, it could never be worse than his own attempts, a certainty. With a slight smile, Yu Ningchuan ventured into the fields behind the yard to gather some eggplants, tomatoes, and bok choy, instructing Yu Jiji to fetch water from the cold spring well. Though Wenshui village had access to running water, the frugality of rural life led them to prefer well water for washing. The well in Yu Ningchuan's yard was dubbed by his father during his lifetime, its water slightly yellowish and a tad salty for drinking. A mere few meters from the small courtyard lies the cold spring well, initially visited by Tang Zhan, a square well with water clearer than ordinary groundwater, overflowing after recent rains. With a splash, the tranquility of the water's surface shattered as Yu Jiji filled a large wooden bucket, swaying slightly as she made her way back. Although the cold spring well was public, its proximity to the Yu household meant they utilized it more frequently to save on water expenses. They typically drank spring water and used well water, resorting to tap water only during the dry season when spring water was scarce. With the water procured, Yu Ningchuan washed the vegetables and rinsed the rice, preparing to ignite the stove and commence cooking. Tang Zhan, lost in his thoughts while scrubbing shoes in the courtyard, was suddenly jolted by the sizzle of ingredients hitting the hot oil. Before long, smoke wafted up from the chimney, carrying the enticing aroma of the meal into his nostrils. He swallowed hard, hastening his scrubbing. Yu Jiji, beside him, was washing fruit and holding a plate of plums, while Yu Dalii sat at the dining table, gazing at the television on the opposite low cabinet, fanning himself while chuckling softly. Curious, Tang Zhan glanced over, noting that the picture quality was inferior even to his phone's data-saving mode. After a laborious effort to wash 3 pairs of shoes, he straightened his aching back and staggered inside. By this time, Yu Ningchuan had prepared the meal, and Yu Jiji had set the table, perfectly timing their efforts. The dishes included braised eggplant, stir-fried bok choy, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of pickled vegetable egg drop soup. Indeed, there was not a trace of meat in sight. Yet, Tang Zhan found himself nearly delirious with hunger. As soon as everyone was seated, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to feast, reveling in the fragrant, glutinous rice, each grain bursting with the rich aroma of grains. Even the ordinary vegetables on the table tasted exceptionally fresh and delicious. Delicious! He puffed his cheeks in delight, praising the chef. Your culinary skills are remarkable. I believe they surpass those of the chefs at restaurants. Yu Ningchuan, modest about his abilities, felt unworthy of such praise. You must be so hungry that everything tastes good to you. He picked up a piece of bok choy and placed it into Yu Jijiji's bowl, advising her to eat more vegetables. Yu Jijiji glanced at the array of dishes on the table, wondering which of them was not a vegetable. Does his brother truly believe that only leafy greens are worthy of the title vegetable? Yu Dalai cheerfully piled a generous amount of scrambled eggs onto Tang Zhan's plate, urging him, "Go ahead, eat more." Tang Zhan, overwhelmed with gratitude, quickly nodded, "Yes, I'm eating, I'm on it." While it may be customary for family members to share food amongst themselves, such familiarity seems excessive when it involves guests and hosts, especially with Tang Zhan, who feels distinctly out of place in their company. Yu Ningchuan initially intended to intervene as Yu Dalai offered food to Tang Zhan, but upon witnessing Tang Zhan's joyful acceptance, he hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Chapter 14. After dinner, Yu Jiji retreated indoors to complete her homework, while Yu Dalai settled in to watch television alone. Yu Ningchuan busied himself with clearing the table, squatting by the well to wash the dishes, and Tang Zhan stood in the courtyard, indulging in a post-meal cigarette. Once he finished his smoke, Yu Ningchuan completed the dishwashing. Tang Zhan, sensing the hour growing late, bid farewell. "It's getting late. I'll take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality today." Yu Ningchuan wiped his hands and called out to him, turning back inside to retrieve a bag, which he then pressed into Tang Zhan's arms. Upon opening it, Tang Zhan discovered it contained the plums picked from the mountain that very day. "I picked quite a few. Take them home and enjoy." Although Tang Zhan was not particularly fond of fruits, especially such round, adorable ones, he accepted them graciously, influenced by Yu Ningchuan's gesture. His shoes, still damp from washing, were not yet dry, so he left in his slippers, promising to return to change in a proper footwear. The night in the hot spring village was enveloped in darkness, devoid of streetlights. Concerned that Tang Zhan might stumble into a ditch, Yu Ningchuan took up a flashlight to escort him to the village's edge. After walking for a while, Tang Zhan could not help but inquire, "Be honest with me. Will you step in cow dung?" During the day, they navigated the planks, but at night, the dimly lit path resembled a game of landmines. The one who could traverse it without misstep would truly be a hero. After a brief silence, Yu Ningchuan replied slowly, "Yes." "What if you do step in it?" Tang Zhan asked. "Curse," came the dry response. Tang Zhan, having grown accustomed to Yu Ningchuan's unexpected humor, burst into laughter. Suddenly, the beam of the flashlight illuminated a figure ahead, who, upon noticing them, appeared startled. Yu Ningchuan halted in his tracks, while Tang Zhan approached to discover that the figure was a middle-aged man clad in an ill-fitting, worn-out suit, hunched over with stubble on his face. The man's eyes were filled with wariness, as if bracing for an imminent attack, his expression tinged with fear. Tang Zhan did not recognize the man, and thus felt no animosity towards him. The source of the man's evident terror prompted Tang Zhan to glance at the youth beside him, Yu Ningchuan, whose thin lips were pressed tightly together, his countenance quickly transforming into an icy mask, as if covered in frost. The two remained locked in a moment of tension until Yu Ningchuan suddenly stepped forward. "Don't hit me! Don't hit me!" the man cried out, cowering and shielding his head as if stricken with panic. Yu Ningchuan flicked the flashlight, gesturing in a direction, his voice cold as he commanded, "You should leave at once." The man, not daring to linger, scurried away in a flurry of uncertainty. With the path clear once more, Yu Ningchuan fell silent and continued to guide Tang Zhan onward. Tang Zhan was not devoid of curiosity, yet upon observing Yu Ningchuan's expression, he understood that this was not the moment for inquisitiveness, and quietly followed him. As they reached the village entrance, Yu Ningchuan escorted Tang Zhan to where his luxury car was parked, illuminating the way with a flashlight until Tang Zhan entered the vehicle. Gazing at Yu Ningchuan, who stood shrouded in darkness, solitary except for a solitary light, the moonlight cast a cool glow upon him, exuding an air of melancholy. "Time to head back," Tang Zhan said, lowering his window and waving goodbye. "Take care." Yu Ningchuan nodded, yet made no move to depart. Through the rearview mirror, Tang Zhan kept a watchful eye, noting that only after he had driven quite a distance did the solitary light flicker and retreat in the opposite direction. On his way home, Tang Zhan hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits exceptionally bright. Spotting a plastic bag nearby, he reached in and plucked a plum to savor. After enjoying one, he found the taste delightful and continued to indulge as he drove. Once he parked, he carried the bag into the elevator, his mouth never ceasing its chatter, and by the time he returned to his room, only half a bag of plums remained. Patting his slightly swollen belly, Tang Zhan smacked his lips in appraisal. Quite delicious indeed. Meanwhile, Yu was diligently working on his homework when he suddenly heard the sound of a stringed instrument emanating from outside. He paused in astonishment, dropped his pen, and rushed into the courtyard. In the living room, Yu was contentedly watching a television program that resembled falling snowflakes, while Yu Ningchuan sat beneath the eaves, quietly plucking the strings of Sanxian. It had been quite some time since Yu had witnessed his brother play, nearly leading him to believe he would never have the chance again. The child bit his lip, his eyes unwittingly welling with emotion. As if sensing his presence, Yu Ningchuan turned to look at him. "Finish your homework?" Yu jogged over and sat beside Yu Ningchuan, hugging his knees. "Brother, could you play something for me? I want to listen," he pleaded pitifully. Yu Ningchuan, unable to resist his brother's whims, adjusted his posture and casually strummed the strings, not adhering to any particular score, knowing full well Yu wouldn't discern the difference. As he listened in silence, Yu rested his head on Yu Ningchuan's shoulder, his thoughts drifting away. Noticing the lull in the music, Yu Ningchuan shifted his shoulder and inquired, "Have you fallen asleep?" "No," Yu replied, his voice sounding quite awake. "Brother, that Tang Zhan seems like a good person, and he's wealthy too. Do you think he would help us if we asked? He stays in a 5-star hotel. Perhaps he could even assist with Uncle's illness." In truth, Yu thoughts were more straightforward. He perceived Tang Zhan as gullible and naive, perhaps susceptible to their pleas for help, which could secure funding for Yu Ningchuan's education. He felt disheartened that Yu Ningchuan was willing to relinquish the hard-earned opportunity to forge a path forward. Despite his young age, Yu understood the gravity of this matter for his brother's future. While it remained uncertain whether he would gain admission to university, he was unwilling to sacrifice Yu Ningchuan's prospects for his own advancement. The scattered notes abruptly ceased, and Yu felt the shoulder beneath his head tense suddenly. He lifted his face to look at Yu Ningchuan, startled by the expression he saw. Yu Ningchuan's eyes blazed with anger, his brows furrowed, reflecting both disappointment and ire. "Brother." Yu Ningchuan closed his eyes momentarily and interrupted him. "Do not seek him out. He owes us nothing. Remember, one may be impoverished, but one must never lose their integrity and principles. While the world may scorn you, you must not engage in actions that invite contempt. Kindness is rare. Do not exploit it. Do you understand?" Yu pale face quivered at the sternness of his words. "Yes, I understand." Tang Zhan slept until the afternoon. After washing up, he picked up a pair of plastic slippers and went to find Yu Ningchuan for a shoe exchange. However, he found neither Yu Ningchuan nor anyone else but Yu and Yu Dalai. Yu Dalai returned the slippers to their original place and turned to head to the kitchen to fetch water for Tang Zhan. Anticipating his intentions, Tang Zhan exclaimed, No, don't pour me water. I'll be leaving soon." With Yu Ningchuan absent, there was little for him to discuss with the child, and he did not intend to linger. "Where has your brother gone?" Tang Zhan inquired. Yu was in the midst of solving a problem, speaking to him while jotting down notes. "My brother is working at the Fish Head restaurant in town. It's his first day today." Upon hearing that Yu Ningchuan had a new job, Tang Zhan couldn't help but recall how his previous job had ended abruptly. He sought to inquire further from Yu hoping to determine if his concerns were unfounded. Why would he leave a stable position at Noah International so suddenly? Isn't working at a 5-star hotel less taxing than a fish head restaurant? Yu looked up at him and then resumed her work. "Recently, our uncle has been falling ill more frequently. Whenever he falls ill, my brother has to take leave to care for him, and during those absences, his colleagues speak ill of him behind his back. Eventually, he transferred to Uncle Chen's department, where he initially performed well. But one day he returned looking unwell and simply said he was quitting. When I asked him why, he wouldn't say. It seemed there was indeed more to the story. Tang Zhan grew increasingly convinced of his suspicions but needed to devise a strategy to uncover the truth. He ruffled Yu hair and asked, "Do you want to go see your brother?" Yu looked up. "How do we go?" Tang Zhan pulled out the Porsche car keys from his pocket and tossed them elegantly in his hand. "I'll take you." "But my uncle." Yu hesitated. "No, he can't be left alone. If my brother finds out I left our uncle at home by himself, he will be angry. Let us go together. My car has more than 2 seats. There's ample space for your uncle as well," Tang Zhan replied. Yu excitement surged. "Really?" Tang Zhan chuckled. "Would I lie about such a thing?" He assisted Yu in locking the door, then supported Yu as they walked to the edge of the village, where he parked his Kian. It was the first time for both Yu and Yu to ride in such a luxurious vehicle. Yu was visibly nervous, unsure of where to place his hands and feet, while Yu was much more lively, exploring the interior and leaning over the seat to watch Tang Zhan drive. "Sit tight. Be careful or a sudden break might toss you out," Tang Zhan teased him. "If you can drive fast enough to throw me out on these roads, then you truly are skilled," Yu replied, eyes fixed ahead, reluctant to blink. Perhaps every man harbors a certain passion for automobiles, regardless of age or social standing. I, too, aspire to own a vehicle such as this one. As the scenery whizzes past, Yu gazes ahead at the open road and suddenly vocalizes his dreams. "I wish to amass great wealth, enabling my brother and uncle to dwell in spacious homes and ride in luxurious cars." Tang Zhan listens in silence, pondering the trials these two brothers face, and a sense of compassion stirs within him. Indeed, he is not merely dispensing platitudes. He genuinely believes that such a day will come, for with perseverance, one's future is not a mere fantasy. The venture capital industry has imparted upon him a vital lesson. One must never underestimate an individual's potential. The rare instances of soaring to great heights are exceptions. Rather, gradual accumulation and eventual emergence are the norms. Yu Ningchuan's new workplace is situated on the only commercial street in town, which is also the center where Tang Zhan previously purchased clothing. This street serves as the town's backbone, fulfilling roles in entertainment, healthcare, daily living, and even footbaths. As Tang Zhan passes the large square, he observes a group indulging in footbaths. Does this hot spring truly possess miraculous effects? Why do I find it so hard to believe? It is said to be rich in various minerals, promising health and longevity. Yet the locals do not seem to be entirely free from ailments. Tang Zhan cynically concludes that such claims are mere advertising slogans concocted by real estate developers to entice buyers. Yu interjects. "Every household in our village also draws from the hot spring. I've bathed in this water since childhood. I cannot speak for others, but just look at the quality of my brothers and my skin." At first glance, Tang Zhan perceived Yu Ningchuan as a gardenia, a testament to his fair complexion. In Tang Zhan's memory, Yu Ningchuan is characterized as pure, innocent, and somewhat naive, despite his lack of delicate features. Tang Zhan retorts, "That is merely a consequence of your youth. Just look at my uncle's skin. It is far from pristine." Yu understanding this simple exchange, eagerly points to the skin on the back of his own hand to defend Yu "I am old," he exclaims. Yu claps her hands in delight. "Did you hear that? My uncle says his skin is not good because he is old. In his youth, he was well known as a handsome lad." Chapter 15. Tang Zhan halts his vehicle outside the Fish Head restaurant, and the proprietor, noticing the arrival of patrons, personally steps out to greet them. "How many guests do we have?" Tang Zhan glances behind him, but does not see Yu Ningchuan's figure. "3, he replies. The Fish Head restaurant offers both indoor seating and a few outdoor tables, though perhaps due to the intense afternoon sun, the latter are currently shaded by large umbrellas. As Tang Zhan walks inside, he instructs the owner, "I would like the most attractive person in your establishment to serve me." The owner nearly stumbles. He has encountered peculiar customers before, but none quite like this one, who requests the most beautiful server. Is he here for a meal or for something more extravagant? Tang Zhan ignores his bewilderment and, accompanied by an older gentleman and a youth, enters the restaurant. Yu Ningchuan, busy clearing the remnants of a previous table, looks up in surprise upon seeing the 3 enter. However, before he can utter a word, Tang Zhan, with an air of authority, points at him and addresses the owner. "This one will do. Please arrange for him to serve me." Yu Ningchuan is momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. The boss, despite his inner grievances, approached Yu Ningchuan and quietly conveyed the situation. Yu Ningchuan grasped the entirety of the matter, nodded in understanding, discarded the cloth and sleeves, and took the menu and ballpoint pen from the boss's hand. Since I have been specifically requested, I shall take charge. He strolled over to the table in the corner and lightly tapped the surface with the pen. The three individuals instinctively turned their gazes towards him, and Tang Zhan flashed a radiant smile in his direction. Hey, what's the signature dish here? Could you enlighten us? Gigi softly explained, brother. Tang, good drove us here. He said he wanted to see your working environment. Let me tell you, his car is incredibly spacious and stable, and the seats even have heating. It's truly impressive. Yu Ningchuan, lacking the inclination to discuss the merits of Tang Zhan's vehicle, lowered his voice and asked, have you seen enough now? Can we leave? The boss still has business to attend to. Tang Zhan perused the menu and casually mentioned a couple of dish names. Upon noticing that Yu Ningchuan had not taken any notes, he pointed to the menu. Come on, I'm serious about ordering. Yu Ningchuan felt a lump in his throat, unsure of how to respond. It was only a little past 3 in the afternoon. It was too late for lunch and too early for dinner. Tang Zhan's intentions eluded him entirely. Yu Ningchuan picked up the pen and diligently noted down the dishes requested, casually inquiring, what would you like to drink? Just cola, please. Tang Zhan replied, his eyes gleaming with a smile. Make sure it's ice cold, and please serve it quickly. Yu Ningchuan acknowledged the request, their eyes meeting for an inexplicable moment before he slowly averted his gaze and headed to the kitchen to submit the order. Are you really ordering, Tanga? As soon as Yu Ningchuan departed, Yu Gigi eagerly leaned over the table to inquire. Tang Zhan extracted a pair of disposable chopsticks from the plastic wrapping and punctured his own sealed bowl and plate. Are you full? Yu Gigi paused, touched his stomach, felt around, and shook his head. Not full. Tang Zhan finished unpacking the set of utensils in front of him and offered them to Yu Dalai, then proceeded to unpack another set. If you're not full, just eat a bit. It won't cost you anything. It was precisely because it wouldn't cost him that he was apprehensive. His brother would surely scold him if he found out. Yu Gigi bit his lip, a look of distress crossing his face. My brother wouldn't be happy about it. Why is your brother so easily displeased? Even when I treat him, he gets upset. Next time, let him treat us then. After unpacking the second set of utensils, Tang Zhan once again handed them to Yu Gigi. How about you slaughter that old hen of yours and treat me? Before Yu Gigi could respond, Yu Dalai hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. No. The hen lays eggs. It can't be killed. Yu Gigi protested as well. We have 3 treasures at home. My uncle, my brother's piano, and the hen. If you want to eat chicken, you'll have to step over my and my brother's corpses first. By the end of his statement, he wore an expression of noble sacrifice. Tang Zhan laughed and scolded playfully. It's just a chicken. Look at how anxious you are. I've eaten all sorts of delicacies. I'm not interested in your few old hens. Perhaps due to the relationship among their table, the dishes arrived promptly. It wasn't too long before the cold appetizers were served, followed by a hot dish. Tang Zhan took a bite of the smashed cucumber, finding it quite satisfactory, rather conventional in flavor. He urged Yu Gigi and Yu Dalai, please indulge yourselves, don't hesitate on my account. Yu Gigi promptly stuffed a piece of hand-pulled chicken in her mouth, entirely disregarding any notion of politeness. Although Yu Ningchuan typically prepared meat dishes, he did not venture into the realm of such exquisite culinary creations, nor did he employ the more expensive ingredients like chicken or duck. Living in a land rich with fish and rice, and proximity to Ningchuan, fish was a common fare, relatively inexpensive compared to other meats. Thus their household often leaned towards consuming fish. This led to Yu Gigi developing a headache at the mere sight of fish, harboring a strong aversion to it. When the restaurant's signature fish head hot pot was served, Tang Zhan found himself alone, diligently picking at the large fish head, while the 2 across from him remained engrossed in their other dishes, showing no inclination to partake in the fish head. Why not? Don't you like fish? Yu Gigi bit her chopsticks at a loss for words. At that moment, Yu Ningchuan approached with the final bowl of soup, having overheard Tang Zhan's inquiry, and promptly answered on behalf of his brother. In our family, The primary meat is eggs, followed by this fish. It's not that he dislikes it. Rather, he has consumed so much that he is about to be sick. Tang Zhan was taken aback by this revelation, as he delicately prodded a sizable piece of fish flesh near the gills, stating, "What a pity. This fish head is quite flavorful, truly savory. As long as you enjoy it," Yu Ningchuan replied, preparing to leave after serving the soup, only to be caught by Tang Zhan's grasp. He presented the succulent piece of fish gill meat to Yu Ningchuan's lips, saying, "I cannot possibly consume all of this. This morsel is the essence of the entire fish head. Consider it a gift." Yu Ningchuan gazed at him, unmoving. As the juices from the fish dripped down, Tang Zhan, wary of inadvertently breaking the meat apart, supported it with his other hand, urging, "Hurry, this is a reward for you. The young master is quite pleased with your service." Were it not for Tang Zhan's nonchalance, Yu Ningchuan would have surely suspected he was being toyed with for amusement. As Tang Zhan waited for Yu Ningchuan's response, the smile on his face began to falter. Just as he was about to retract his hand, he witnessed Yu Ningchuan bend down, his pearly white teeth gripping the chopsticks. And with a flick of his tongue, he swiftly consumed the enticing piece of fish. After a moment of chewing, Yu Ningchuan swallowed and even licked his lips. "Thank you for the gift, young master," he said. Tang Zhan found himself momentarily dazed, not solely due to his words, but rather because of the captivating bite and roll, which rendered him unable to extricate his thoughts from the scene. His mind was filled with the youthful beauty he had just witnessed. Rosy lips, dark eyes, fair skin, and a graceful neck. Until that moment, he had never realized he possessed such a visual proclivity. Once Yu Ningchuan departed, Tang Zhan straightened his posture, lifting his chopsticks to take another piece of fish, only to be haunted once more by the indelible image. He bit down on the chopsticks, as if he were nibbling at the very spot Yu Ningchuan had touched, and an odd sensation washed over him. Though seasoned with salt and spice, he inexplicably detected a hint of sweetness. How peculiar! Could it be that Yu Ningchuan is akin to the gardenia flower, producing honey? Following that encounter, Tang Zhan found himself lacking in appetite, and after the meal, a considerable amount remained on the table. Yu Jiji, gazing eagerly, seized the moment as he prepared to settle the bill, exclaiming, "Brother Tang, may I pack some to take away?" Tang Zhan glanced at the leftover food on the table, furrowing his brows and remarked, "It's in this state. It can no longer be consumed. Do you wish for me to order something new?" No. This is perfectly fine. Do not order anything else." Yu Jiji replied, "There are still a few meals left in this. My brother always says that frugality cultivates virtue, and waste is a disgrace." Tang Zhan initially intended to urge him not to be so thrifty, but upon hearing Yu Jiji mention Yu Ningchuan, he found himself at a loss for words. He summoned Yu Ningchuan, pointed to the leftover dishes, and instructed, "Pack these up for the young master and settle the bill." Yu Ningchuan glanced at the leftovers, turned, and shortly returned with several takeout boxes and plastic bags, handing a small receipt to Tang Zhan for him to check the amount. Without even looking, Tang Zhan swiftly pulled out 2 red bills and pressed them into Yu Ningchuan's hands. "No need for change. Consider it a generous tip." Yu Ningchuan snatched the receipt from Tang Zhan's hand and scoffed. "The total is 198 yuan. The 3 takeout boxes cost 3 yuan. There's a 1 yuan difference, which I shall cover for you." Tang Zhan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yu Ningchuan wouldn't finish his shift until 9 that evening, after which he would escort Yu Jiji and Yu Daily home. Tang Zhan chose not to enter the house, but instead turned around and headed back to the hotel. He harbored a suspicion that there was something peculiar about Yu Ningchuan's resignation and sought to inquire with Assistant Manager Chen. Fortunately, Assistant Manager Chen was in the office that day, and Tang Zhan's unexpected visit left him somewhat taken aback. "I came to ask about Yu Ningchuan," Tang Zhan stated directly. Assistant Manager Chen paused. "Xiao Chuan? How do you know him?" Tang Zhan replied, "We are friends. In fact, we were acquainted even before the last incident. His sudden resignation, without an explanation, has left me puzzled, so I wish to consult you." Assistant Manager Chen was surprised to learn that they were already friends. He held no prejudice against Yu Ningchuan. Rather, he felt a twinge of sympathy for him, yet he was astonished by the disparity in their social standings. "I'm not entirely sure why he resigned. He hasn't elaborated to me. Perhaps he wanted to avoid troubling me." Assistant Manager Chen sighed. He tends to internalize his grievances, even when he faces difficulties at work. I had initially recommended him to Noah to assist him, yet it seems I inadvertently contributed to his unpleasant memories. I feel quite ashamed. Tang Zhan, sensing the underlying implications in his words, leaned forward slightly. Assistant Manager Chen, please share what you know. Did he encounter someone that day? Or was there an incident? Assistant Manager Chen intertwined his fingers, resting them between his legs. Mr. Tang, since you are a friend of Xiao Chuan, I will be candid with you. After careful consideration, he began, the reason I previously did not place Xiao Chuan in the housekeeping department was largely due to our manager, Zheng Duqing, who has a history of sexual harassment towards male employees. However, as he is a trusted confidant of the general manager, Mr. Wang, and enjoys his favor, we have often felt powerless to voice our concerns. I do not know the specifics of Xiao Chuan's resignation, but I am aware that he met with Zheng Duqing on the morning of his departure. Tang Zhan's thoughts raced, and he felt an urge to curse. Who would have imagined that he had traveled such a distance, only to find himself investigating workplace harassment in this dismal place? Chapter 16. Tang Zhan gleaned some information from Deputy Manager Chen and planned to seek an opportunity to subtly inquire about Yu Ningchuan, eager to hear his perspective. This matter was no trifling affair. While many might regard male harassment of males as inconsequential, a mere jest that would not cost a man anything, to him, sexual harassment transcended gender. Regardless of whether the target was male or female, young or old, harassment remained harassment. If one party was unwilling, it constituted coercion. It was only at this juncture that he realized he did not possess Yu Ningchuan's contact information. Not only did he lack a mobile number, but even a landline was absent. He had intended to visit Yu Ningchuan's residence the following day, but just as he was about to exit his hotel room, a call from Sun Jiran interrupted him. What do you want? Tang Zhan plopped down onto the sofa. What do you mean, what do I want? Have you forgotten what day it is today? Tang Zhan's mind went blank for a few seconds. He picked up his phone and scrolled through the calendar, discovering a highlighted event, Ms. Lin's birthday. It dawned on him that today marked his mother's 50th birthday. With everything happening lately, he had nearly overlooked a day he usually marked with great importance. Tightening his grip on the phone, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Could you please convey my birthday wishes to her? Sun Jiran was exasperated with Tang Zhan's parents. In the world of affluent families, grievances and relationships could be convoluted, often lacking the clarity found in ordinary households. Few were as ruthless as Tang Shanhai and Lin Shuang. After all, he was their son, bound by blood. Could one simply dismiss such ties as if one were caring for a pet? I have selected a necklace for her. I'll send you a picture. She is sure to adore it. If she inquires about you, I shall tell her you're neglecting your responsibilities and that she should keep a closer watch on you. You are the one who is irresponsible. Tang Zhan felt his phone vibrate and opened the message, revealing a photograph that made him exclaim, "Wow." The golden necklace was indeed extravagant, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix designs, a true display of wealth. Sun Jiran clucked her tongue. Do you even comprehend? This is pure gold, crafted with exquisite sandblasting techniques by our chief designer. It's a brand new release, worth tens of thousands. Tang Zhan could hardly envision Lin Shuang wearing such an ostentatious piece, though it could certainly serve as a treasured heirloom. Ultimately, it was Sun Jiran's good intentions, and after sharing a smile, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Sun Jiran, accustomed to his nonchalant demeanor, felt somewhat uneasy at his sudden earnestness. Hey, don't be like that. We're family. No need for formalities. Yet she added, just remember to transfer the money to my account. Don't forget, thanks. With that, she ended the call. A smile graced Tang Zhan's face as he muttered a curse under his breath, swiftly transferring 50,000 yuan to her. Sun Jiran had indeed chosen a splendid gift. Despite its value, Tang Zhan felt that Lin Shuang would likely refuse anything too extravagant, considering her status as a consular spouse with a governmental background. Where every action bore public scrutiny, Tang Zhan scrolled through his phone contacts until he found a number with no prior call history, one that even lacked a name. Their text message exchanges consisted solely of Tang Zhan's annual birthday wishes, each met with silence from the recipient, leaving him uncertain if the number was still in use. This year, As in years past, he composed a message wishing someone happy birthday and pressed send. Like a stone cast into the ocean, he held his phone, waiting for what felt like an eternity, each second stretching into a year. Ultimately, he had to concede that this year was no different from the previous ones. Lin Shuang would not respond to him. Tang Zhan gazed at the screen of his phone and managed a self-deprecating smile, suddenly overwhelmed by a profound weariness that seeped from within. In this world, no one's kindness is a given. Yet if one is given life, why not offer love? Though it may not be apparent, Tang Zhan was an individual profoundly starved for affection. He donned a mask of nonchalance, while his fragile spirit resembled a parched plant silently yearning for the nourishment of love. He lay on the sofa for what felt like an eternity, devoid of all interest. The thought of going out seemed tedious. Even the mere idea of shifting to his bed felt bothersome. He watched 2 movies and a pair of documentaries, and even managed to finish a few novels he had long put aside. When he finally regained awareness, evening had already descended. Though his mind resisted the notion, he could not ignore the gnawing hunger in his belly. Dragging his feet downstairs, he dined on a tasteless meal at a Western restaurant, pondering that Lin Shuang must have begun her celebration by now. Tang Zhan secretly messaged Sun Jiaran, inquiring whether she had received it. After a prolonged silence, with no response forthcoming, he assumed she was busy and chose to leave, settling the bill before departing. Just as he stepped out of the restaurant, his phone, which had been silent for so long, vibrated suddenly. Tang Zhan, attempting to appear composed, deliberately slowed his movements as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. However, upon reading the message, his blood ran cold, and his face drained of color. "It's my fault. The design is indeed too extravagant. Your mother doesn't like it. Let me change it, haha." Tang Zhan fixated on those 3 ha's, imagining the awkward expression on Sun Jiaran's face as she sent that text. He tightened his grip on the phone, beads of cold sweat forming in his palm within mere seconds. "Then save it for me. I'll give it to Tang Qianyun for her birthday next time." After replying, he promptly powered off his phone. Not wishing to return to his room to wallow in despair, he decided to take a walk. Anywhere would suffice, as no one here knew him. He could drift like a midnight specter, wandering the deserted streets alone. Upon reaching the first floor via the elevator, Tang Zhan stepped out and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure fleetingly across the lobby, looking remarkably like Yu Ningchuan. The hotel's office area was located on this floor, and it appeared he was heading toward the guest services department. Tang Zhan had intended to seek out Yu Ningchuan today, so this turn of events was fortuitous. He quickened his pace to follow, but in the blink of an eye, Yu Ningchuan had vanished. Tang Zhan lingered in the corridor, feeling lost, until he suddenly heard the sound of a door closing nearby and hurried in that direction. Zheng Daqing reclined comfortably in his office chair, smiling warmly at Yu Ningchuan. "Have you come to a decision? You're always welcome here. Just give a nod, and you can return to work tomorrow as my special assistant." His smile was friendly and gentle, reminiscent of a benevolent elder. No one could have fathomed the sordid thoughts that lurked within him. Yu Ningchuan's gaze hung low, his long and thick eyelashes casting shadows upon his cheeks. He inquired of the other, aside from work-related matters, what else is required of a special assistant? "Do you truly not know, or are you merely toying with me?" Zheng Daqing rose slowly, inching closer like a venomous serpent stalking its prey, every step fraught with hidden malice. He scrutinized Yu Ningchuan from head to toe, taking in his handsome visage, youthful, muscular arms, and well-defined physique. Yu Ningchuan seized Zheng Daqing's outstretched hand, deliberately lowering his voice to say, "If you don't articulate your intentions, how am I to discern what you desire?" Zheng Daqing found himself entrapped by Yu Ningchuan's grip on his wrist, feeling not the slightest offense, but rather an exhilarating thrill that weakened his knees and made him yearn to moan. "You truly are a little rascal," he concluded, convinced that Yu Ningchuan was flirting with him, and he was more than willing to indulge such whims. He cornered Yu Ningchuan against the wall, gazing at him with an utterly lascivious expression, as if he wished to devour him whole. "I want to discuss the philosophy of life with you on the grand bed of a hotel. Have you strategized for me beneath the office desk and when necessary? Have you drive me home?" Yu Ningchuan fought to maintain his composure, subtly using his arm to create distance between them. "Is it only through some entanglement between us that you would permit me to remain in the hotel. Zhang Diqing chuckled, gently caressing Yu Ningchuan's face. You are an adult now. Why speak such foolishness? If you do not offer something in return, how could I possibly be inclined to reciprocate? Give and take is the essence of adulthood. You satisfy my needs, and I shall consider you one of my own, ensuring you are included in all good fortune. Yu Ningchuan remained silent, rummaging through his trouser pocket until he unexpectedly produced an old mobile phone. Its model was antiquated, likely worth less than 200 in the second-hand market, yet it possessed all the necessary functions. I recorded it. He finally lifted his gaze, a smirk of derision gracing his features, cold light flickering in his eyes. I'll send this to everyone at Noah, even a Gueha Tiani. How will you manage to survive? Having ascended to this position, surely you have a rival or two, and they would be more than willing to collaborate with me. Zhang Diqing was taken aback, never anticipating this country bumpkin would possess such cunning. He lunged forward to snatch the phone, but Yu Ningchuan deftly evaded him. Let us discuss this calmly. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. Zhang Diqing began to soften his tone. Xiaochuan, don't you wish to return? I can arrange for you to return to the housekeeping department, or better yet, the dining department, offering you the highest salary for the easiest tasks. How does that sound? Yu Ningchuan clutched the phone tightly, skeptical of his deceitful promises. No, he replied curtly, decisively rejecting the offer. Zhang Diqing's features twisted into a grimace upon hearing this, and he lunged once more for the phone. At that moment, the office door was kicked open with a resounding crash. A figure rushed in like a whirlwind, delivering a punch squarely to Zhang Diqing's face. Damn you! Zhang Diqing, unable to discern who had struck him, felt a jarring impact. Half of his face numb and his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. He shouted angrily and pushed the assailant away, unexpectedly succeeding with ease, sending the person crashing against the office desk with a deafening thud. As he took a closer look at the individual before him, a wave of disbelief washed over him. It was none other than Tang Zhan. Yu Ningchuan was caught off guard by the abrupt turn of events, never anticipating Tang Zhan's sudden intrusion. Observing the pain etched on Tang Zhan's face as he clutched his arm, he hurriedly approached, inquiring, "How are you? Is it serious? Is there a fracture? Oh dear, I believe my bones are broken," Tang Zhan groaned, winking at him with a hint of mischief. "Quickly, call for an ambulance." Yu Ningchuan momentarily hesitated, but swiftly responded, "All right, don't panic. I'll summon help." Chapter 17, the situation escalated significantly, drawing even the attention of President Wang. Upon hearing of Tang Zhan's altercation with a trusted subordinate, Wang rushed from his office, breathless and nearly losing his shoes in the process. By the time he arrived, a crowd had gathered both inside and outside the room, some there to witness the spectacle, others seeking to ascertain the details. As soon as the CEO appeared, the onlookers parted, creating a path for him. "What are you staring at? Don't you have work to do?" Several senior executives accompanying Wang began ushering people away. They were astute individuals, aware that regardless of the incident's origins, minimizing its impact was paramount. Despite their curiosity, the crowd eventually dispersed, though many frequently glanced back, hoping to catch a hint of gossip. Tang Zhan remained on the ground, while Yu Ningchuan stayed by his side, offering quiet reassurances. In the corner of the room, Zhang Diqing stood silently, pressing a handkerchief to his bleeding lip, his expression dark and avoiding eye contact with others. Wang hurried to kneel beside Tang Zhan, concern etched on his face. "Little Zhan, are you all right? What on earth happened? How did this fight break out?" Tang Zhan grimaced, clutching his arm tightly. "Why don't you ask him what he did?" As he attempted to lift his arm, Yu Ningchuan subtly pressed it back down, reminding Tang Zhan of his injury, prompting him to cry out even louder. "Oh dear, Uncle Wang, you must stand up for me. He committed a wrongful act that I uncovered, and yet he dares to resort to violence. Is there no justice in this world?" Yu Ningchuan watched, internally cheering for Tang Zhan's dramatic display. He marveled at how effortlessly the young master could throw a tantrum. Where'd he learn such tactics? Wang, his head throbbing from Tang Zhan's outburst, glared at Zhang Diqing, demanding an explanation. Zhang Diqing, shaken, finally broke his silence. "President Wang, please allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding. It's a private matter between this child and myself. Mr. Tang has misconstrued my intentions, and I did not mean to push him. It was an accident. Tang Zhan would not allow him to evade accountability. Struggling to rise from the ground, he shot Zheng Duching a cold smile. Who has private matters with you? Did anyone consent to that? He turned to Yu Ningchuan, commanding, Xiao Chuan, present the evidence. Without hesitation, Yu Ningchuan played the recording of Zheng Duching's inappropriate advances on his phone for all to hear. The expressions of those present varied. But the most troubled was undoubtedly Zheng Duching, with President Wang following closely behind in dismay. Zheng Duching had been Wang's confidant for years, his work performance impeccable. Yet his sole flaw lay in his proclivity for male companionship, particularly within his own ranks. If it were anyone else, it might have been overlooked, but Tang Zhan is the young master of Noah. Zheng Duching not only had irrefutable evidence in hand, but also resorted to violence against him. In this matter, whether considered from a public or personal standpoint, he could not show favoritism. Mr. Wang, I was set up. Zheng Duching attempted to defend himself, but was sharply reprimanded by Mr. Wang. Enough. Silence. Mr. Wang pointed at him, his disappointment palpable. I am utterly disheartened by your actions. Tang Zhan picked up the phone belonging to Yu Ningchuan, tossing it lightly in his hands. Uncle Wang, I trust your judgment on how to address this situation. If you decide to report it to the authorities, I can serve as a witness. As Mr. Lu Sun once remarked, the temperament of the Chinese tends to favor harmony and compromise. If Tang Zhan had immediately suggested dismissing Zheng Duching, Mr. Wang might not have had the heart to do so. However, upon mentioning the possibility of involving the police, not only did Mr. Wang appear alarmed, but Zheng Duching himself was also struck with fear. Please, please, no. Involving the police would have too many negative repercussions for both Noah and Gui Hetiani. Rest assured, Xiao Zhan, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. With Gui Hetiani planning for an IPO, any issues at this critical juncture could not be tolerated. Otherwise, even Tang Shanhai would not overlook them out of nostalgia. Mr. Wang, perceptive and astute, gazed at his once favored subordinate, exhaling deeply through his nose. With a stern expression, he stated, considering your years of service, write your resignation letter. Upon hearing this, Zheng Duching's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. He wished to plead with Tang Zhan, but as he crawled towards him, he was violently kicked over by Yu Ningchuan. You! Zheng Duching looked up in anger, only to find himself captivated by Yu Ningchuan's cold gaze, nearly biting his own tongue in fear. My apologies, I thought you were about to strike again. I overreacted, Yu Ningchuan remarked, feigning contrition, though his expression betrayed no hint of remorse. Mr. Wang, weary of this discarded pawn, warmly embraced Tang Zhan as they exited, intending to escort him to the hospital personally. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhan quickly protested, No, just let Xiao Chuan accompany me. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. After much persuasion, Mr. Wang reluctantly abandoned his plan to accompany him to the hospital. Very well. Inform me immediately if anything arises. You are alone here, and if anything happens, I would struggle to explain it to your father. Tang Zhan readily agreed, and with Yu Ningchuan's assistance, they theatrically made their way to the entrance, continuing to feign injury until they were out of sight. As they approached the parking lot, Tang Zhan inquired, How was the performance? Do you think we deserve an Oscar? Yu Ningchuan had been supporting Tang Zhan for realism, one hand gripping his wrist around his neck while the other encircled his waist, the warmth and texture of Tang Zhan's form palpable through the thin fabric. Indeed, you are akin to the Marlon Brando of the scam world. Yu Ningchuan chuckled, noticing Tang Zhan's car in sight, and released his hold around his waist. Are you truly going to hospital? Tang Zhan withdrew his arm, retrieving his car keys from his pocket, and with a mischievous glance at Yu Ningchuan, declared, I'm taking you home. Not to any hospital. As the two men settled into the car, waiting for the adrenaline to gradually stabilize, Tang Zhan suddenly remembered to admonish Yu Ningchuan. How could you, a mere child, have such grand ideas? Couldn't you have simply confided in me? Given our relationship, I would certainly assist you in eliminating him. Yu Ningchuan, seated in the passenger seat, turned his gaze toward the window. This was his first time riding in Tang Zhan's car. Unlike Yu Jiji, he did not display excitement, only expressing mild astonishment when Tang Zhan revved the engine at the outset. Let me reiterate, I am an adult, he insisted, glancing back at the man behind the wheel. And what kind of relationship do we truly share? Though he possessed a maturity that surpassed his peers, it did not prevent Tang Zhan from perceiving him as a child. We share a brotherly bond, he replied, freeing one hand to ruffle Yu Ningchuan's hair. The texture of Yu Ningchuan's hair was quite the opposite of his own, surprisingly coarse and prickly to the touch. Before Yu Ningchuan could protest, Tang Zhan withdrew his hand. Your hair must be quite manageable for styling, he remarked. Zhou Hui and the others had once teased him, suggesting that his soft hair would lead to a future of fearing women. Whether he feared women or not was of little concern, but having unmanageable hair was indeed a serious issue. Yu Ningchuan regarded him with amusement, saying, Your leaps in conversation leave me somewhat bewildered. His mention of the topic reminded Tang Zhan of their earlier discussion. If it weren't for me this time, were you truly planning to send the recording to hundreds at Noah, even to Gue He Tian E, to have him ousted? If Yu Ningchuan were to proceed with such a course of action, aside from stirring up some scandal for Zheng Deqing, it would likely only serve to keep him under the radar for a while. The societal awareness of sexual harassment was lacking, and Yu Ningchuan's gender was another factor. No, I would hand the recording to Chen Shuyan, he countered. Tang Zhan furrowed his brow, recalling who? Assistant manager, Chen? Yu Ningchuan replied, during my time in the housekeeping department, I noticed he had a significant discontent with Zheng Deqing, often voicing complaints about the orders Zheng issued. If Zheng were to step down, it would likely be easier for him to rise in the ranks. He spoke with a nonchalance that caused Tang Zhan to regard him with newfound respect. Well, you possess quite the potential for palace intrigue. I've done you such a considerable favor, sparing you numerous subsequent troubles. Should you not treat me to a meal? I don't require much, just a few of those hens from your family. As Yu Ningchuan gazed out at the dark, dense thickets flanking the road, the weight he had felt upon arrival had lifted, replaced by a sense of ease. Your family's employee harassed me, and you did what you were supposed to do. Yet you still expect me to treat you to chicken? Shouldn't it be you who owes me an apology? He leaned closer, resting his arm on the back of Tang Zhan's seat. Tang Zhan caught a whiff of a faint, sunlit soapy fragrance. His grip on the steering wheel tightened as he hurriedly said, Sit still, don't distract me while I'm driving. Upon reaching the entrance of the hot spring village, just before Yu Ningchuan exited the car, he turned back to say, Would you like to join me? I'll treat you to something. Tang Zhan chuckled. Didn't you say you wouldn't invite me? You did sustain an injury for my sake, after all. Consider it a token of gratitude. Tang Zhan replied. You truly are meticulous in your rewards and punishments. At this hour, Yu Dalai was already asleep, while Yu Jiji remained awake, dressed in shorts and sitting in front of the television. Upon seeing his brother and Tang Zhan enter together, he was momentarily taken aback. Yu Ningchuan remarked, We came for the tea eggs. Yu Jiji, realizing the context, added, Our eggs come from free-range chickens, and the water is mountain spring water. A perfect fusion of nature's essence in a single pot. Tanggu, you urbanites must not have tasted anything like this. You ought to give it a try. Tang Zhan felt his appetite stirred, and although he had just eaten, he was still intrigued by the idea of these tea-infused eggs. The batch Yu Ningchuan had boiled that morning had been soaking in the broth for a day, and he assumed they must be fully flavored by now. After greeting Tang Zhan, he turned and busied himself in the kitchen. Yu Jiji patted the stool beside her, inviting Tang Zhan to sit down and watch television for a moment. As he gazed at the snowflake pattern screen, his eyes began to blur from the visual chaos. I'll take a look around, he said, and began to wander about the living room. Having visited the Yu family several times, he had yet to fully explore their home. On the wall hung a Sanxian, which he had heard Yu Ningchuan play before, prompting him to approach it for a closer inspection. Next to the Sanxian were several photographs, including childhood pictures of Yu Jiji, a younger Yu Dalai, and a few unfamiliar faces, presumably their grandparents and father. Then, he spotted a framed admission letter affixed to the wall. Dated this year and from a prestigious university in Haicheng, it bore Yu Ningchuan's name. He was pleasantly surprised and pointed to the letter, asking Yu Jiji, Your brother has been accepted into university? Yu Jiji, initially engrossed in the television, turned her head upon hearing him. Her previously cheerful expression darkened upon seeing the admission letter. Yes, she replied, her tone somber. Noticing her despondency, Tang Zhan approached and inquired, What is wrong? Isn't this a joyous occasion? Why the frown? Ugigi cast her gaze downward, staring at her toes. My brother isn't planning to attend university. He said he wants to stay in Wenjin to take care of us. Chapter 18. The night in One Spring Village was devoid of human sounds. Only the chirping of cicadas and barking of dogs filled the air. The starry sky sparkled, and the moon shone brightly, a sight unattainable in light-polluted cities. Ugigi was ushered into the inner room by Yu Ningchuan, who insisted that after watching television all evening, it was time for her to read. Tang Zhan sat on the steps at the entrance, a bowl of tea eggs beside him. He endured the heat, peeled one, and, accompanied by Ugigi's reluctant lament, took a bite. The harmonious blend of tea and egg created a savory delight that was simply irresistible. Ugigi was not exaggerating. The tea eggs were indeed delectable, embodying the essence of nature. He pondered whether consuming them might even bestow longevity. Casually holding half an eggshell, he savored it slowly when footsteps approached, followed by Yu Ningchuan sitting down beside him. With a click, he ignited a lighter and skillfully lit a cigarette, exhaling a long breath into the tranquil courtyard. The scent of tobacco enveloped Tang Zhan, mingling with the taste of the food he was consuming. Tang Zhan glanced at the tea egg in his hand and, seemingly nonchalant, posed a question to the young man beside him. What is your dream? Yu Ningchuan paused his smoking, looking at him with a mix of confusion and intrigue. To sing rock music? Tang Zhan nearly choked on an egg yolk. Are you serious? Who's joking with you? Yu Ningchuan fell silent once more, his fingers flicking the ash from his cigarette, seemingly lost in contemplation. Dreams are elusive, distant entities. Their very difficulty in realization renders them the objects of our deepest longing. He, too, harbored dreams, both grand and modest, over the past decade or so, yet the most significant of them all remained the safety of his family. Amidst the swirling mist, the tranquil profile of the youth was particularly pleasing to the eye. Tang Zhan's heart felt as though it had been abruptly seized, a sharp pang coursing through him. Was it truly that simple? Having finished the last bite of his tea egg, he lost all desire for a second, rummaging through his pockets for a cigarette, only to discover he had forgotten to bring any. The notion of family safety was far from simple. Yu Ningchuan noticed his search and retrieved a cigarette from his pack, offering it to him. Make do with this. Hongmei was a reasonably priced cigarette with a pleasant flavor, smooth and subtly fragrant. Tang Zhan found it agreeable, far less harsh than the Marlboro he usually smoked. Yu Ningchuan continued, when I was 8, my father died in a construction accident without any warning. At that time, Gigi was just over 2 years old. With the pillar of our family gone, my mother quickly remarried, leaving my brother and me in a place devoid of hope. His expression remained flat as he recounted this, devoid of resentment, only numbness remaining. Although his uncle was in poor health, he cared for them deeply. To him, Gigi was like his own child. Once, my uncle fell ill and hit his head when he collapsed, bleeding profusely. Gigi and I thought he was dying, not knowing what to do, only able to sit there and cry. Later, when my uncle regained consciousness, clutching his injured head, he assured us he was fine and staggered out to find someone to take him to the hospital. Over the years, he feared neither hardship nor toil, but dreaded illness above all else. If he were to fall, what would become of his uncle? What would happen to Gigi? The burdens of life weighed heavily upon the still, tender shoulders of youth, pressing down with a suffocating force that compelled him to mature, to be strong, to shoulder all the suffering. Though the phrase peace and safety may seem simple, it is perhaps one of the most challenging feats to achieve in this world. Tang Zhan maintained the gesture of bringing the cigarette to his lips, momentarily taken aback by the narrative. He had once perceived his own hardships as severe, yet in comparison to Yu Ningchuan's tale, they were utterly trivial, sheer melodrama. He had run away from home, residing in a picturesque 5-star hotel. Even with a father who cared not and a mother who abandoned him, he had a nanny to attend to his needs. Though heartache from a lost love was bitter, he had come to terms with it. He felt disgruntled and melancholic, yet despair had never cast its shadow over his life. He had been born in a luxury, with both parents present, and his academic journey had been smooth, devoid of turmoil. The sole tragedy in his life might very well be Tang Chimiao. Tang Zhan flicked the ash from his cigarette. I have an elder brother, born of a different mother, yet he is a good person. He has always been somewhat frail. Perhaps due to being a twin, all the nourishment in the womb was likely drawn by the other. We did not grow up together. I probably only met him when I was around 8. Speaking of which, 8 truly is a significant age. Tang Qianyun and Tang Qiamiao treated him well. Devoid of the dramatic feuds often depicted in television dramas about wealthy families. Certainly, the two of them are siblings, undoubtedly closer to each other. Yet it is not as if they would conspire to cause him harm or engage in any exaggerated antics, such as pushing him down the stairs. Their interactions are generally harmonious, devoid of significant conflicts. Tang Qiamiao is an exceptionally bright and gentle young man, slender yet resilient. Tang Shanhai, being the elder brother, often takes his younger siblings out for leisure activities amidst his busy work schedule. Fang Zhenin, a classmate of his, played a pivotal role in introducing Tang Zhan and Tang Qianyun to this mischief maker. When Tang Zhan was 10, the 17-year-old Fang Zhenin invited them to the countryside for a summer retreat, and they all relished the experience together. However, calamity struck unexpectedly, without any forewarning. That particular day was exceptionally hot, and Tang Zhan recalls cycling to a nearby reservoir with the others. Following closely behind the boys, he suddenly lost his footing and fell into the deep, cold water. Panic seized him as he realized he could not swim, and he sank beneath the surface. Through the water, he heard Tang Qianyun scream, but fortunately, both his brother and Fang Zhenin were capable swimmers and rescued him. Clinging to his brother's shoulders, when he finally gasped for air, he felt as if he had been reborn. Such nights are perhaps especially conducive to heartfelt confessions, and Tang Zhan unwittingly divulged his innermost thoughts, while Zhou Hui, Sun Jiaran, and others were aware of these incidents. He had never engaged in such profound discussions with those around him over the years. Tang Qianmiao, who was already of frail constitution, fell ill shortly after their return, while Tang Zhan remained unscathed. Tragically, Tang Qianmiao's illness deteriorated rapidly, leading to his untimely demise. In this day and age, could one truly believe that a mere cold could prove fatal? Tang Zhan interjected before Yu Ningchuan could respond, saying, "In this era, anything is possible. One could choke on cold water when misfortune strikes." Ultimately, Tang Qiamiao succumbed to multiple organ failure, and from the moment he rescued Tang Zhan until his passing, scarcely a month had elapsed. For the Tang family, that month was shrouded in despair. All were on edge, anxiously hoping for Tang Qiamiao's recovery, but alas, no miracle transpired. As Tang Qiamiao neared the end, the entire family gathered in the hospital corridor, with even Fang Zhenin present. At his request, they each entered to bid farewell, with Tang Zhan being the last to enter. He vividly remembers feeling overwhelmed with guilt, believing that Tang Qiamiao's condition was somehow his fault. If he could, he would have willingly traded his own life to spare his brother. "You must grow strong." Tang Qianmiao, frail and skeletal, held Tang Zhan's hand with great effort, a faint smile gracing his haggard face. Unable to contain his emotions, Tang Zhan grasped that hand tightly, kneeling beside the bed and weeping uncontrollably. He pleaded for him not to die, imploring him to stay, while Tang Qianmiao continued to smile, assuring him not to be afraid. Years later, the memory of that day still brings tears to Tang Zhan's eyes. Yu Ningchuan had long finished his cigarette. He was not one for offering comfort, and did not believe Tang Zhan sought his dry, unadorned words of solace. Glancing at the bowl of tea eggs, he lifted it and offered it to Tang Zhan. "Have an egg," he said. Tang Zhan regarded him, extinguishing the cigarette but beneath his foot, and picked up an egg from the bowl. "You are right," he replied. "The safety of family is of utmost importance." Yu Ningchuan chuckled lightly, picking up an egg for himself to peel. Tang Zhan remarked, "I'll speak to Old Chin tomorrow and have you return to work at Noah. You shouldn't stay at that fish head restaurant. It's far from home, laborious, and pays little." "How do you know it pays poorly? Do they pay you more simply because of your beauty?" Yu Ningchuan shot him a glance. "Ever since you specifically requested my service last time, the boss raised my pay by 50 yuan. What? That is possible?" Tang Zhan found the situation both absurd and amusing. Strangely enough, despite the several years of age difference between him and Yu Ningchuan, their conversations flowed as if they were peers, devoid of any generational gap. Was it that this young man was simply too mature for his age, making Tang Zhan forget the difference? Or was he particularly engaging, able to transcend age barriers? Yet, it must be noted that he was also 7 years older than Fang Zhenning, and still harbored a secret admiration for her. Thus, age could be a mere facade. It exists only when one chooses to acknowledge it. After finishing the tea eggs and discussing their thoughts, Tang Zhan stood up, brushed off his trousers, and bid farewell to Yu Ningchuan. He washed his hands by the well and said goodbye to Yu Jiji through the window. Turning back, he saw Yu Ningchuan searching for a flashlight and called out to him as he stepped towards the door, waving his hand. "No need to see me off. It's pitch dark. I can manage with my phone as flashlight." He took out his phone, activated the flashlight mode, and waved it at Yu Ningchuan. Not one to be overly polite, Yu Ningchuan accompanied him to the gate, leaning against the old wooden door, and indeed did not follow him further. After walking a short distance, Tang Zhan glanced back to find Yu Ningchuan still lingering outside and waved again. "Head back." Yu Ningchuan crossed his arms, reminding him, "Be careful where you step, don't tread in cow dung." Tang Zhan inwardly cursed him for his ominous words and continued on his way. He realized he needed to devise a more thoughtful approach to assist Yu Ningchuan. Providing immediate financial help might alleviate his urgent needs, but it was not a sustainable solution. And he had a hunch that Yu Ningchuan would refuse it. He needed to contemplate how best to offer his support. Perhaps lost in thought, Tang Zhan inadvertently stepped on a soft substance. He looked down in disbelief to see that he had indeed stepped in cow dung, its yellow-green color and foul stench overwhelming. A scream echoed in his mind akin to a cry of despair. On the way back to the car, he found himself shuffling along the ground. During his earlier journey, he had asked Yu Ningchuan to call his phone, exchanging contact information. Now, he eagerly sent a message. "You jinx, I really stepped in cow dung." As he released the handbrake, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he found Yu Ningchuan had replied with a simple haha. Chapter 19. Following the downfall of Zheng Duqing, Deputy Manager Chen ascended to the position of new housekeeping manager. Without needing Tang Zhan's guidance, he extended a job offer to Yu Ningchuan, arranging for a more manageable position, truly adept at discerning the sentiments of his superiors. Tang Zhan had been residing at Noah International for nearly a month, somewhat reluctant to leave. However, his supply of clean clothes was dwindling, and if he didn't wash them soon, he might find himself in a rather embarrassing situation. He placed a call to the housekeeping department, requesting someone to collect his dirty laundry. Even if he is not the young master of Noah, his status as a VIP is sufficient for the hotel to attend to his laundry needs. The receptionist asked him to hold on for a moment, assuring him that a waiter would be along shortly. 5 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Tang Zhan found Yu Ningchuan standing outside. During their phone conversation, Tang Zhan had speculated that it might be Yu Ningchuan coming over, and now that it was indeed him, he felt a secret thrill, even though he could not quite pinpoint the reason for his delight. "Oh, what a coincidence," Tang Zhan said, stepping aside to allow his guest entry. "Where are the clothes?" Yu Ningchuan inquired. Tang Zhan gestured towards the bathroom, saying, "They're all in the laundry basket. Just take the whole thing." His room was cleaned daily, and it was far from being messy. However, Yu Ningchuan was caught off guard and underestimated the situation. Upon entering the bathroom and witnessing the overflowing basket of dirty clothes, he was genuinely taken aback. There were at least 20 or 30 T-shirts, many of which were duplicates. This meant that while Yu Ningchuan assumed Tang Zhan had worn the same shirt for 2 days, they could very well be 2 distinct, new garments. Yu Ningchuan rifled through the top few items and turned to look at Tang Zhan, who was leaning against the bathroom door. Without uttering a word, his expression spoke volumes. Tang Zhan forced a mock smile, his eyes curving playfully. "You might as well say I'm lazy and unproductive. To be honest, I bought a month's worth of supplies as soon as I got here to avoid washing my underwear. I wear one and toss it away. Now, I hardly have any left, and will need to restock in a couple of days." Yu Ningchuan picked up the heavy laundry basket, nudged it with his knee, and hugged it to his chest. "How clever you are." If his hands weren't occupied, he would have applauded Tang Zhan. Tang Zhan hurried to the door to let him out, saying, "I can tell you're being clever with your words, offering praise while meaning otherwise." The laundry basket obstructed Yu Ningchuan's view, prompting Tang Zhan to caution him. Watch your step." As soon as he spoke, Yu Ningchuan stumbled over the seam of the carpet and nearly fell forward. Quick to react, Tang Zhan caught him, and due to their positioning, Yu Ningchuan found himself almost cradled in Tang Zhan's embrace. Tang Zhan, still somewhat rattled, remarked, "I told you to be careful. You almost had an accident." Yu Ningchuan's left shoulder pressed into Tang Zhan's chest, and he could feel the warmth radiating from him through the layers of fabric. "You have a knack for jinxing things," he replied, straightening up and naturally stepping out of Tang Zhan's hold. His words reminded Tang Zhan of the last time he had stepped in cow dung, when he had texted Yu Ningchuan, calling him a jinx. Now, Yu Ningchuan was returning the sentiment. However, Tang Zhan was quite adept at banter himself, letting out a sardonic laugh that contained no more than a hint of mockery, reflecting on the unpredictability of life and the capriciousness of fate. Yu Ningchuan looked at him with a mix of amusement and amusement, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. "I'm leaving," he said, taking another measure of the laundry basket before departing from Tang Zhan's room. Tang Shanhai has a younger sister named Tang Yufan, who is, in familial terms, Tang Zhan's aunt. Tang Yufan's husband works in the sports bureau of Haicheng, and like Lin Shuiying, she belongs to the upper echelons of society. Though they had little interaction in their youth, they have grown closer over the years through various social gatherings. Tang Yufan, despite not having any children of her own, is a beloved elder who dotes on children. Tang Zhan, sweet-tongued and clever, especially captures her affection. Upon learning that Lin Shuiying had returned the birthday gift Tang Zhan had sent her, she felt a pang of discomfort but, bound by her status, refrained from confronting Lin directly. She intended to find an opportunity to call Tang Zhan, but unexpectedly, Tang Qianyun revealed her pregnancy. With the child's mother having passed away and a stepmother only slightly older than herself, Tang Yufan felt compelled to personally oversee the first 3 months of the pregnancy. After gathering all the necessary items and preparations, she finally found a moment to sit down and quietly call Tang Zhan. After a month of reflection, Tang Zhan had already lifted all the numbers from his blacklist. When he saw it was Tang Yufan calling, he quickly answered. On the other end, Tang Yufan inquired in detail about his recent life, concluding with a complaint about his abrupt departure to such a distant place. Now that Qianyun was pregnant, there were many matters at the company that were beyond his capacity. She urged him to stop wandering and return to assist his father. Upon hearing the news of Tang Qianyun's pregnancy, Tang Zhan felt a bittersweet pang in his heart, despite having come to terms with his long-held feelings. After all those years of unrequited love, it was impossible to simply erase those emotions, and he wondered how long this aftertaste would linger. Nevertheless, he was genuinely happy for Tang Qianyun. So soon? I thought she would prioritize her career first, especially with Guiha Tianyi planning to go public recently. Tang Yufan replied. She found out just 2 days ago, but it seems she conceived before the wedding. It must have been unplanned, but now that it is, she cannot simply disregard it. She is already in her 30s and at the age where she should consider having children. Delaying further could be detrimental to her health. That is indeed a reason to congratulate her, Tang Zhan said. Annie, it's not that I don't want to help with the company, but my father doesn't allow me to intervene. He hasn't even informed me about such a significant event as the company going public. He clearly does not wish for me to be involved. So why should I go and provoke his displeasure? For a moment, Tang Yufan fell silent, seemingly taken aback by this revelation. After a brief pause, she said, "Do not overthink it. He values you. He even mentioned to me that he wants to cultivate your skills by letting you gain experience in the company. As you are nearing 30, your lack of direction is understandably concerning to him. Come back quickly. I will speak to him about everything else." Tang Zhan often felt a sense of guilt as if he were reporting to Tang Shanhai, but Tang Yufan was right. Remaining in Wenjin was not a viable option. Regardless of whether he returned today or tomorrow, he would eventually have to come back. Understood. I will return after some time. Do not worry. How long is some time? You need to provide me with a specific time frame, Tang Yufan insisted. After some contemplation, Tang Zhan replied, "Next month." What? Next month? He removed the phone from his ear. "Hello? I can't hear you, Andy. Are you still there? Is the signal bad?" After a few attempts to get her attention, he found the connection fading, ultimately terminating the call. With a sigh, Tang Zhan once again placed his aunt's number into the proverbial black hole. Although he understood her intentions were for his benefit, Her incessant nagging was undeniably tiresome. Yu Ningchuan rested his hand against his face, diligently attending to his duties while engrossed in a book. Since his return to Noah, the connection between Tang Zhan and Manager Chun had solidified his status as one with influential ties, rendering him immune to any harassment. Consequently, he found himself assigned to the most leisurely of tasks. Although the night shift required him to stay awake, it was typically uneventful, allowing him ample opportunity to delve deeper into his reading. He was currently immersed in Yasunari Kawabata's Thousand Cranes, a tome borrowed from the modest school library, which he had to return after the summer break. Within the narrative, a female character bore a dark purple, hairy mole on her chest, which the young male protagonist, having seen in his childhood, found impossible to extricate from his mind, eliciting feelings of profound disdain and aversion each time he recalled it. Being still in his youth, Yu Ningchuan struggled to fully comprehend why the protagonist remained haunted by an abhorrent blemish, pondering the intricacies of such conflicted emotions. At that moment, the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Tang Zhan. "How may I assist you?" he inquired. A light chuckle emanated from the other end. "Why so formal? Let us keep it businesslike. Could you bring me a bowl of instant noodles? I'm quite hungry. They're on the bar. I've finished them." Yu Ningchuan closed his book, acknowledging that he had no choice but to fulfill the request. "What flavor do you prefer?" he asked. Tang Zhan's hearty laughter resonated. "Beef flavor will suffice. Are you hungry? If so, bring 2 bowls. I'll treat you." Though Yu Ningchuan wasn't hungry and had little fondness for instant noodles, he decided to carry 1 bowl upstairs. Upon reaching Tang Zhan's door, he noticed it was propped open with a slipper. He pushed it ajar and was met with the sound of water running. "Tang Zhan?" He was surprised to find that Tang Zhan had taken the time to shower. Hearing the voice, Tang Zhan greeted him through the curtain of water and the closed bathroom door. "Could you please prepare it for me?" Yu Ningchuan observed no signs of embarrassment in his tone as he readily complied. He tore open the plastic packaging and prepared the seasoning, only to find that Tang Zhan hadn't even boiled any water. With a sigh, he took the kettle and knocked on the door. "What are you doing?" Tang Zhan inquired. "Fetching water. It's unlocked. Come in." Yu Ningchuan opened the door and was immediately greeted by a cloud of steam. The air was saturated with moisture, infused with a refreshing scent of lemon. He walked straight to the sink to fill the kettle, but upon turning around, he inadvertently caught sight of Tang Zhan's silhouette under the shower. To his astonishment, he noticed a red birthmark on Tang Zhan's lower back. It was about the size of half a palm, boldly situated on his left side, resembling a blooming crepe myrtle. Yu Ningchuan quickly averted his gaze, spilling water from the kettle, yet the image of the birthmark had firmly embedded itself in his mind. Feeling somewhat unsettled, he exited the bathroom and proceeded to boil the water for the noodles. Once a bowl of noodles was ready, Tang Zhan emerged from the bathroom, impeccably timed. Clad in a bathrobe, his hair only partially dried and still dripping. Without the hold of hair gel, his locks fell softly against his face, giving him an innocent appearance. "Thank you," he said, flashing a charming smile at Yu Ningchuan, eagerly grasping the instant noodles and slurping them with delight. Yu Ningchuan intended to pour a glass of water for him. Just as he was about to carry it over, he heard the person on the sofa, indulging in his meal, mumble indistinctly, "Have you ever considered selling yourself to me?" Startled, Yu Ningchuan's hand slipped, causing the cup to topple onto the floor, scalding his hand in the process. Chapter 20. Tang Zhan, having dropped his fork, stepped over to inspect Yu Ningchuan's hand. "Did it burn you?" Yet, as he touched Yu Ningchuan's hand, the latter recoiled as if startled, his expression one of pain, forcefully pushing him away. They both froze momentarily. Upon noticing Yu Ningchuan's pallor, Tang Zhan grew increasingly anxious. "Let me see." The back of Yu Ningchuan's hand was flushed crimson, indeed appearing quite severe. Yet what preoccupied him most was the question Tang Zhan had just posed. He grasped Tang Zhan's wrist tightly, enough to elicit discomfort. "What did you just say?" he uttered through clenched teeth. If it truly bore that meaning, he was resolute that he would ensure Tang Zhan faced repercussions. Observing the expression on his face, Tang Zhan felt an unexpected trepidation. He vaguely sensed that should he misstep with his words, Yu Ningchuan might pounce upon him like a ferocious wolf, ready to snap his neck. The instinct for self-preservation instilled a cautious demeanor within him. Selling. Selling oneself? He stammered, suddenly realizing the ambiguity in his statement. He hastily clarified, not in that sense of selling oneself. I mean, I would sponsor you annually with a sum to help settle your family and complete your studies. Whether you graduate or not, you would work for me until the debt is repaid. It's somewhat akin to a commercial loan. What do you think? Are you interested? Yu Ningchuan, momentarily taken aback, released his grip. Alone? Precisely. Of course, there would be a contract to sign. Otherwise, how could you guarantee repayment? Tang Zhan pondered for a long time, believing that this loan-like sponsorship would be the most palatable option for Yu Ningchuan. It would neither come across as overly eager nor too casual, resembling charity. Upon hearing Tang Zhan's explanation, Yu Ningchuan's expression softened somewhat, yet his brow remained furrowed. Did Gigi mention something to you? He had never disclosed his acceptance into university to Tang Zhan, so the information could only have come from Gigi. Tang Zhan coughed lightly and bent down to clear the shard from the floor. It's not my business. I happened to see your acceptance letter that day. Huahai University, right? Major in Chinese language and literature? He glanced up at Yu Ningchuan. Are you just going to stand there and do nothing? Yu Ningchuan snapped back to reality, hurriedly retrieving a nearby trash bin, and together they disposed of the porcelain fragments. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Seeing him lost in thought, Tang Zhan, with earnestness, remarked, do you realize how many people strive desperately to enter Huahai? Or how many dream of making their mark in Haiqing? Are you truly willing to let this opportunity slip away? Naturally, he was not willing. If he had not harbored aspirations, he would not have made Huahai his first choice. Yet, being unwilling changes nothing. He picked up the last shard of porcelain and murmured, I won't attend university. Financial constraints are one reason, and my inability to leave Wenjin is another. If I go, what will happen to Gigi and the others? Who will take care of them? They are my responsibility. I cannot abandon them. Tang Zhan felt a pang of sorrow for the maturity reflected in his eyes. In just a few words, he conveyed the bitterness and oppression of life. All beings suffer. No one is exempt. It is merely the distinction of having more or less suffering. Tang Zhan patted his shoulder, applying a firmer pressure as he kneaded it gently. I'm not asking you to abandon them. First, establish your footing in Haiqing, and then bring them over. The financial support I provide you is based on my valuation of you. It's akin to stocks, do you understand? I believe in your potential, and you must trust that your achievements are by no means limited to this. Tang Zhan had looked into Yu Dailyi's illness. Although it could not be cured, it could be well managed with regular medication and a careful diet. The imported medications might be an astronomical expense for the Yu family, but not for Tang Zhan, as he had included these costs in the financial assistance provided to Yu Ningchuan. You could give some money to the Yu Wei family to help them care for Uncle and Gigi. I see that the two children have a good relationship and would likely enjoy being together. Occasionally, you could have Manager Chen visit them remotely, bringing some gifts. As long as no international is here, they will be under its protection. Isn't that better than Yu Ningchuan struggling to support his family, while Uncle Yu suffers from illness, and Gigi hardly gets to eat meat all year round? Yu Ningchuan fell into contemplation, seemingly hesitant. It was hard to deny that Tang Zhan's persuasion was quite enticing. Anyone with a modicum of ambition would likely agree. However, this was not a matter to be decided impulsively. He had much to consider. Yu Ningchuan replied, I will think it over carefully. Tang Zhan nodded. All right, take your time. Just don't delay the report. He then extended his hand. Now, may I see your hand? Yu Ningchuan paused, perhaps still contemplating the options Tang Zhan had presented. Momentarily dazed, he obediently offered his hand. Tang Zhan grasped it and smiled. Very good. Yu Ningchuan's hand turned bright red from the heat. After examining the injury, Tang Zhan furrowed his brow and instructed him to sit on the sofa while he fetched some ice from the refrigerator, applying it to the back of his hand. Did my words startle you? Did you think I was coercing you, mistaking my character? With the ice soothing his wound, Yu Ningchuan felt the sharpness of pain subside. Yet Tang Zhan's unabashed words caused his eyes to twitch. I misunderstood you. Tang Zhan pressed on. Have you considered my character? Honest, selfless, positive, and upward. What about these qualities made you doubt my integrity? Perhaps the initial impression was too poor. Yu Ningchuan silently mused, but replied, Upward is not an adjective. You might want to choose another. Tang Zhan hesitated for 2 seconds, optimistic. After uttering this, they exchanged glances and laughed in unison. After 10 minutes, once the ice had nearly melted, Tang Zhan finally allowed Yu Ningchuan to leave. As Yu Ningchuan returned to the office, his gaze fell immediately upon the book, 80,000 Cranes. Yet, rather than the character's black birthmark, his mind was drawn to the vivid red birthmark upon Tang Zhan's backside. With a frown, a blend of allure and indecency swirling in his thoughts, Yu Ningchuan decisively swept the book into the depths of his drawer and locked it away securely. In the early morning, Yu Jiji awoke from a deep slumber, stretching languidly. As he rubbed the sleep from his eyes and made his way outside to brush his teeth, he stumbled upon a figure seated on the steps. Taking a few steps forward, he halted abruptly, turning back to find Yu Ningchuan, who, instead of catching up on sleep, was exhaling plumes of smoke at the doorstep. Understanding his brother's nature, Yu Jiji sensed that this behavior was not without reason. "Brother, what troubles you?" he inquired. Yu Ningchuan's feet were littered with cigarette butts, remnants of a night spent in contemplation, yet he remained adrift in uncertainty. Should he embrace Tang Zhan's goodwill to pursue his dreams, or stay in his hometown to care for his family? Tang Zhan had offered to fund his education. Yu Ningchuan had no intention of concealing this from Yu Jiji. Really? Yu Jiji's eyes widened in surprise, nearly propelling him into the air with excitement. "I knew it. I knew he would help us." But upon seeing his brother's demeanor, his enthusiasm waned, uncertainty creeping in. "Brother, this is splendid news. Why do you appear so glum?" He settled beside Yu Ningchuan, cautiously probing. Yu Ningchuan met his gaze. "Do you wish for me to go?" "Of course. You should absolutely go. But if I leave, what will happen to you and uncle?" In an instant, Yu Jiji grasped his brother's concern, realizing the weight of his worries. With a gentle embrace around Yu Ningchuan's shoulders, he reassured him, "Brother, I am no longer a child. I am 13 now and capable of looking after myself and uncle. We endured so much hardship in our youth, relying on the kindness of others to thrive. Please do not view us as your burden. We do not wish to be the shackles that hinder your ascent. Soar freely, and we shall strive to keep pace with you." Yu Ningchuan rarely witnessed such earnestness in his brother, stirring feelings of both pride and sorrow within him. He affectionately ruffled Yu Jiji's tousled hair. "You are not shackles. You are my motivation to soar." Upon awakening, Tang Zhan checked the time and discovered an unread message from Yu Ningchuan. Anticipating its content with a hint of trepidation, he opened it. "Let us draft the contract." The message retained Yu Ningchuan's characteristic style, succinct and straightforward. A surge of joy coursed through Tang Zhan, prompting him to leap from the bed, excitement causing him to dance about. Yes, had space permitted, he might have performed a somersault. Uncertain whether Yu Ningchuan was still awake, he reasoned that even if he were asleep, he would eventually see the message upon waking. So he sent a follow-up inquiry. "How is your hand? No blisters, I hope?" After a brief wait without a reply, Tang Zhan assumed his brother was still asleep, but worry gnawed at him like a mother hen. Such hands should not bear scars. He chided himself for prompting Yu Ningchuan's accident the previous day, where a careless jest had led to a shattered cup. After dressing, he headed to the hotel infirmary to inquire about burn ointment, seeking the finest kind that would leave no trace. The other party awkwardly rummaged through the medicine cabinet, eventually extracting a nearly expired burn ointment. Tang Zhan glanced at the half-used tube, shook his head, and discarded it. Subsequently, he drove to town, seeking out the largest pharmacy, where he purchased one of every burn treatment they had available. He spent the entire morning solely acquiring medicine. By afternoon, Yu Ningchuan awakened and, upon stepping out of his room, noticed an unfamiliar vest bag on the table. To his surprise, it contained a dozen assorted burn ointments. Where did this come from? He inquired of Yu Jiji. "Oh, that? It was sent by Brother Tang," replied Yu Jiji, perched on a stool watching television, her legs swinging playfully. "I thought he would bring some delicious treats. Instead, it's all medicine." Yu Ningchuan couldn't help but chuckle. "I only have a minor burn. There was no need to buy so much." He pulled out his phone, intending to send Tang Zhan a message of thanks, only to find several unread texts on the screen. "How is your hand? No blisters, I hope? I bought some medicine for you. Remember to apply it. This counts as a work-related injury." Since you've sold yourself to me, you may as well call me young master from now on. Yu Ningchuan typed out a thank you, but, upon reading the last message, decided it was best to ignore him. Chapter 21. The exclusive nature of upscale venues may restrict the caliber of spending, but cannot filter the quality of their clientele. Tang Zhan had not visited the bar for some time, but feeling in high spirits that day, he yearned for a modest drink. Upon entering, he immediately noticed a table nearby where patrons were boisterously drinking and playing games, their raucous laughter drawing the attention of other guests. Frowning slightly, Tang Zhan approached the bar and greeted Yu Li. "Mr. Tang," Yu Li said, surprised to see him. "It's been a while. How have you been?" "Same as usual." Tang Zhan nodded, replying just the same. Yu Li poured him a drink, and they engaged in light conversation, as was their custom. "I heard about Xiao Chuan's situation. Thanks to you, it's surprising that Manager Zheng turned out to be that kind of person." Although the hotel had attempted to suppress discussions surrounding Zheng Daqing's harassment of employees, secrets have a way of leaking. Yu Li genuinely believed Tang Zhan to be commendable, praising him for his good looks and kind heart, and for bravely voicing the concerns of lower-tier employees, elevating him to the status of a hero in her eyes. "It's merely my duty," Tang Zhan said, taking a sip of his drink, a modest expression adorning his face. "Xiao Chuan is indeed unfortunate. His father has passed away, his mother has remarried, and his uncle is both foolish and unwell." Yu Li sighed as she polished a glass. "Nevertheless, it's fortunate that Gigi, despite her mischief, is a sensible child who cares for her brother." Tang Zhan chuckled lightly. "Indeed, Gigi is quite the clever one." Just then, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, he saw a message from Yu Ningchuan. "Did you forget to take the room key?" After having his clothes washed and pressed, Yu Ningchuan had delivered them to his room and noticed 2 room keys on the table. Each guest receives 2 keys upon check-in, and since they were both present, it was evident that Tang Zhan had forgotten one. Tang Zhan felt his pockets and realized he indeed had not taken one. "Could you bring it to me? I'm at the bar." Tang Zhan wielded the privileges of his status with ease. "What's the matter? Do you have any complaints?" Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind Tang Zhan, prompting him to glance back and witness a confrontation between the group of men who had been playing games at a nearby table and a couple of young women. "This is a public space. Could you please keep it down?" one of the men bellowed. "I've paid for my drinks, so it's none of your business." "You foul-mouthed harlots. How can you still hurl insults? Do you have no decency?" retorted one of the women. "You're the one I'm cursing, and I'll do as I please. Don't you dare provoke me into action." The 4 boisterous men, brimming with bravado, berated the 2 slender young women with menacing aggression. Sensing the escalating situation, Tang Zhan instructed Yu Li to immediately call for the hotel security. He then stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the girls, separating them from the drunken men. "Let us discuss this calmly," he proposed. The most vociferous of the men, a stout figure with a buzz cut and small eyes, his face flushed from drink, was pointing angrily when he suddenly found his finger resting against a solid wall of muscle. Staggering slightly, he raised his gaze, locking eyes with Tang Zhan's striking countenance. "Who are you, pretty boy?" he slurred, reeking of alcohol and punctuating his speech with a belch. Tang Zhan gently grasped his hand and began to push it aside. "Sir, you seem inebriated. Allow me to arrange for someone to escort you back to your room." The buzzcut man swatted Tang Zhan's hand away. "Return to my room? Why should I?" He turned to his companions. "This pretty boy wants us to leave. Should we comply?" The other 3 men, seated at the table, slammed their cups down defiantly. "Not a chance. We're not going anywhere." One of them kicked the table with force, sending bottles crashing to the floor, shattering into a million pieces. The girls, startled by the ruckus, instinctively recoiled behind Tang Zhan. "You are disturbing others. If this continues, I will have to call the police," Tang Zhan warned sternly. However, the inebriated men were devoid of rationality. The alcohol had emboldened them, making them feel invincible and reckless. "Call the police? Oh, we're so terrified," the buzz-cut man exclaimed mockingly, brandishing a full bottle of liquor at Tang Zhan. "Go ahead, I dare you." Tang Zhan stepped back to shield the girls, catching a glimpse of Yu Li gesturing for assistance. He turned to the girls and advised, "You should move over to the bar." The bar, sparsely populated during the day, had emptied in the wake of the unexpected altercation. Why hide? Weren't you just tough a moment ago? The buzz-cut man taunted, preparing to pursue them. Tang Zhan would not allow that, and as the two began to grapple, it appeared a fight was imminent. Seeing the escalation, the buzz-cut man's companion stood up, unwilling to back down. Although Tang Zhan had no intention of engaging in a brawl, he was pushed off balance by the buzz-cut man just as Yu Ningchuan entered. Upon witnessing the fray, he didn't hesitate. Without a word, he delivered a swift kick to the buzz-cut man's lower back, sending him sprawling to the floor with remarkable agility. Tang Zhan cast a complex glance at him, rolled up his sleeves, and thought, well, let the battle commence. He launched a left hook at the nearest attacker. The two fought in tandem, holding their ground against the odds of 4-2. Yu Ningchuan exhibited a surprising ruthlessness, utterly incongruous with his outward appearance. Tang Zhan observed him deftly incapacitating an adversary, his foot pressing firmly against the opponent's chest, instilling a fear that he might fracture a rib. As a young heir, Tang Zhan had taken advantage of the drunkenness and sluggishness of several individuals, managing to secure quite a few advantages. Yet, he ultimately lacked experience in brawls and resorted to less than savory tactics. Fighting was not a matter of camaraderie. When pushed to the brink, any object could be seized and wielded against one's opponent. Before Tang Zhan could comprehend the unfolding chaos, he noticed Yu Ningchuan's eyes widen in sheer terror as he instinctively opened his mouth to shout something. In the next instant, a sharp pain erupted in his head, accompanied by a cacophony of ringing in his ears. He felt a warm liquid cascading down from the crown of his head, obscuring his vision and leaving him teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The girl's screams reached him as if through a thick layer of cotton, and he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. Tang Zhan, Yu Ningchuan rushed over, enveloping him in a panicked embrace, just as several uniformed security personnel surged into the fray. Ultimately, the four inebriated troublemakers were subdued, and both police and ambulance arrived simultaneously, taking those who needed to be detained and those requiring medical attention. Tang Zhan's head was stitched up with 8 stitches, leaving a patch of hair shaved away. Yu Ningchuan stayed by his side throughout the night, attentively monitoring the foredrip and regularly checking his temperature for any signs of fever. Half awake and in a daze, Tang Zhan opened his eyes briefly and noticed someone seated at his bedside. Before he could utter a word, the figure gently placed a hand on his forehead and used a damp cotton swab to moisten his parched lips. Are you all right? Is it still uncomfortable? The coolness of that palm against his slightly warm skin elicited a sigh of contentment from him. He mumbled a response, dragging out the sound in hopes of receiving more comfort. As anticipated, the hand caressed his hair, accompanied by soothing words. It's all right. Soon it will be over. Once you awaken, you won't feel discomfort. When Tang Zhan fully regained consciousness, the dawn had already broken. 2 figures stood at his bedside, Manager Wang and, unexpectedly, Fang Zhenin. A lingering ache throbbed in his head, still reminiscent of a dream. You. He stared at Fang Zhenin as if he were a ghost, only to be gently but firmly pressed back down by the latter. Don't get up. Be careful with your injury. Reluctantly, Tang Zhan settled back down. Why are you here? Fang Zhenin, tall and handsome, bore an authoritative demeanor, likely due to his professional background, which imparted a sense of reprimanding akin to that of a teacher. After such a serious incident, how could Manager Wang not inform Father? He adjusted the blankets around Tang Zhan. Father sent me to bring you home. I hurried here overnight. Upon hearing that he was to be forcibly taken away, Tang Zhan was reluctant. I'm fine. Fang Zhenin's expression remained gentle, though his tone was somewhat cold. You have 8 stitches. That does not equate to being fine. Tang Zhan dreaded when Fang Zhenin spoke in that manner. Every time Fang Zhenin was angry, he felt like a mouse in the presence of a cat, too fearful to breathe. Seizing the opportunity, Manager Wang added, no matter how beautiful the scenery, Haicheng is your true home. If you genuinely enjoy this place, consider visiting every few months as a vacation. Tang Zhan hesitita. Wishing to articulate that he had numerous matters left unresolved, yet he could not articulate a coherent rationale. He had no compelling reason to remain in Wenjin. As a conversation unfolded, another individual entered the hospital room. Yu Ningchuan had kept vigil over Tang Zhan throughout the night, concerned that he might awaken hungry, and thus had ventured outside to procure some breakfast. To his surprise, upon his return, he discovered Tang Zhan had indeed roused, and there stood an unfamiliar face in the room. Xiaochuan. Tang Zhan's eyes lit up at the sight of the newcomer, and the pain, coupled with the gloomy mood that had enveloped him upon encountering Fang Zhenning, seemed to dissipate in an instant. Fang Zhenning followed Tang Zhan's gaze, and, upon seeing a strikingly handsome youth carrying a plastic bag, inquired with curiosity, "Who is this?" Mr. Wang, present for the introduction, replied, "This is Yu Ningchuan, a friend Tang Zhan has made here." He gestured towards Fang Zhenning, adding, "And this is Tang Zhan's brother-in-law, who rushed here from Haicheng upon hearing of his injury." At that moment, Yu Ningchuan approached them, nodding in acknowledgement before placing the bag on the bedside table. "What is this?" Tang Zhan asked. "Kanji," Yu Ningchuan replied. Just as he released the bag, Fang Zhenning took over, opening it to reveal the contents. "I'll feed you," he said, lifting the lid and blowing gently on the still hot porridge. "But we must wait for it to cool a bit." Tang Zhan propped himself up slightly, reaching out. "Ah, Ning, yo nitten. I can eat it myself." At the sound of Tang Zhan addressing Fang Zhenning as Ah Ning, Yu Ningchuan's eyelashes fluttered involuntarily. He discreetly observed Fang Zhenning for a moment before turning his gaze back to Tang Zhan. Perhaps too engrossed in his contemplation, he was caught in the act. "Do you have something to say?" Tang Zhan asked, feeling uneasy under his scrutiny. Yu Ningchuan maintained his composure, calmly saying, "Take your time eating. I must return to work now." Mr. Wang, coincidentally preparing to leave as well, accompanied him out. In the sterile atmosphere of the hospital room, which housed two beds, one occupied by Tang Zhan and the other unoccupied, an air of tension lingered between him and Fang Zhenning, a tension that harkened back to his youth, not merely stemming from their long-awaited reunion. Fang Zhenning regarded the bandage on Tang Zhan's head, and his previous gentle sternness transformed into a sigh. "Xian Yun is pregnant. I cannot linger here for too long." He settled into the chair beside the bed, stirring the spoon in his hand restlessly. "We shall return together the day after tomorrow." Tang Zhan's heart sank at the suggestion, and he protested, "I've only just recovered from my injury, and you want me to board a plane? Aren't you concerned that my stitches might burst? Perhaps you should return first, and I will follow once I have healed," he proposed. Fang Zhenning remained silent, extending the bowl of slightly cooled congee towards him. "Thank you." Tang Zhan accepted the offering and began to eat happily, savoring the pickled radish from another small bowl. He assumed Fang Zhenning had yielded, but little did he know his companion was merely biding his time. "The anniversary of Qian Miao's passing is approaching. Are you truly not returning?" The words struck Tang Zhan like a bolt, causing him to choke suddenly, his hand trembling as he nearly spilled the congee. Fang Zhenning, taken aback by his strong reaction, quickly took the bowl from him and gently patted his back to help him recover. It took a moment for Tang Zhan to regain his composure, his face flushed with embarrassment. Fang Zhenning truly understands him. A single sentence strikes at his Achilles heel, rendering him defenseless. "Fine. It has been many years since I last visited my elder brother's grave while abroad. This year, I must make the pilgrimage, lest he become displeased," Tang Zhan said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhenning affectionately ruffled his hair, just as he did in their childhood, carefully avoiding his injury. How could he ever be angry with you? He would never harbor such feelings. Though he smiled, a hint of melancholy glimmered in his eyes. Tang Qianmiao remained a shared source of anguish for them over the years, a festering wound that left them restless and unable to escape. Yu Jiji, in the midst of a midday slumber, was abruptly awakened by the piercing crow of a rooster from the yard. He hastily discarded his slippers, seizing a scratcher from the bed, and rushed outside. "Which rascal dares to disturb my chickens?" he declared, brandishing the scratcher with great bravado. Yu Ningchuan crouched before the chicken coop, gently restraining a hen, and turned his head slowly at the sound. "What did you say?" Yu Jiji shivered, his words faltering. "Brother, what are you doing with the chicken?" Yu Ningchuan stood, lifting the hen by its wing, and succinctly replied, "Making chicken soup." Yu Dalai, witnessing the entire chicken capturing process from his sidelines, wore a pained expression, his face contorted with distress. "No, we cannot lose any more. These few hens and ducks have been diligent in laying eggs, providing the primary nutritional sustenance for the Yu family. Losing even one would be a significant blow. Each morning, Yu Daily found joy in collecting eggs from the coop, content to count them to 10. If he found more than 10, it would brighten his entire day. Yu Jiji approached and embraced him, offering comfort. It's all right, we can hatch more chicks. In truth, he was elated. His brother was finally making chicken soup. It had been years since he had savored such a delight. Just the thought of hen soup made his mouth water. Yu Ningchuan skillfully bled, plucked, and eviscerated the chicken with an ease that belied his youth. Had Tang Zhan been tasked with the slaughter, he would have likely ended up in a scuffle wielding a kitchen knife against the chicken. Even with the assistance of Zhou Hui and Sun Jiaran, they might not prevail. The chicken simmered all afternoon, filling the courtyard with its enticing aroma. Yu Jiji, like a little puppy, squatted eagerly at the kitchen door, his eyes growing green with anticipation. At last, Yu Ningchuan emerged carrying the pot, and Yu Jiji cheered, bouncing behind his brother like a jubilant kangaroo. You all eat first, don't wait for me. Yu Ningchuan placed the pot on the table and, without tasting a single spoonful, turned to leave once more. Yu Jiji leaned forward, ready to lift the lid, and inquired curiously, "Where are you going?" "To the hospital," Yu Ningchuan replied, retrieving a jar of the previously ladled chicken soup from the kitchen before pedaling away. Tang Zhan lay in the hospital, feeling utterly bored, and after just one day, he felt as if he were about to grow mold. He was not so severely injured as to be incapable of self-care. Fang Zhenning had visited in the afternoon, staying for a couple of hours before returning to the hotel. As a graduate advisor, he often had to attend to students and could not linger. Tang Zhan would prefer that he not come. It would make things easier for him. With nothing to occupy his time, he contemplated sending a text to Yu Ningchuan for a conversation, yet the messages seemed to vanish into the void, receiving no response for quite some time. Could he be busy? He lay on the bed like a lifeless fish, experiencing a long-lost sense of emptiness, loneliness, and coldness. As he hesitated over whether to descend the stairs for a stroll to pass the time, the door creaked open, revealing the sweat-drenched figure of Yu Ningchuan. He sprang up from the bed, but the sudden movement tugged at his wound, causing him to wince in pain. Yu Ningchuan placed the chicken soup on the nightstand. His skin slightly flushed from riding under the scorching sun for an hour. "Do I really need to be this excited, just because I brought you chicken soup?" he remarked, his clothes soaked through with sweat, hair damp as if he had just stepped out of a shower. Why bring something along at all? Yet despite this, he eagerly embraced the jar, impatiently unscrewing the lid. The golden broth was rich with chunks of chicken and blood, and the aroma wafted enticingly. He inhaled deeply. "Go ahead and eat. I'll wash my face first," Tang Zhan indicated, directing Yu Ningchuan to the small restroom in his room. Having perspired excessively, Yu Ningchuan wished to rinse off the stickiness brought on by the air conditioning. "Use my towel, the blue-striped one," Tang Zhan said, his mouth full of meat. Upon entering the restroom, Yu Ningchuan immediately spotted the blue-striped towel. He took it down, wet it, wrung it out, and pressed it against his face. A refreshing scent of mint enveloped him, and with each breath, it invigorated his lungs, making every cell feel revitalized. Emerging from the restroom, he found Tang Zhan still gnawing on a chicken leg. "This chicken soup is delightful. Where did you buy it? Did Noah's chef make it?" Yu Ningchuan seated himself at the edge of the bed, 2 buttons of his white shirt undone, revealing his prominent collarbones. "This is the treasured old hen from my family that you've long coveted. How does it feel to finally taste it? Are you happy?" Tang Zhan was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to chew. "You cooked your family's treasure?" He recalled Yu Jiji's words, that this chicken was one of the Yu family's 3 treasures, and to cook or kill it, one must first step over Yu Jiji's corpse. Now that the chicken was gone, where was Jiji? "Don't worry, I only cooked this one. The others are off limits to you, let alone for me to touch. If I kill another chicken, my uncle would surely retaliate." Understanding the value of this chicken soup, Tang Zhan cherished every sip, savoring each morsel until only bones remained. "Have you ever tasted it?" Tang Zhan suddenly inquired, looking up at Yu Ningchuan. "I have," Yu Ningchuan replied, unwavering. Tang Zhan, satisfied, polished off the large jar of chicken soup, caressing his full belly as he lay back on the bed, feeling that nothing in the world could surpass this moment. Yet, As he contemplated returning to Haicheng the following day, a shadow of gloom crossed his face. Xiaochuan, I have something to discuss with you. He sat up, his expression grave. Tomorrow, I will be heading home with my brother-in-law. I've had the lawyer draft that contract. Once it's ready, I'll send it to you. You can remain in Wenjin until your reporting date, and I will wait for you in Haicheng. Yu Ningchuan anticipated a weighty revelation, listening intently, but felt a wave of relief wash over him. I thought it was something significant. Just take care on your journey and avoid straining your wound. Originally, Yu Ningchuan intended to leave after a brief visit, but Tang Zhan, citing the sweltering sun and the heat unsuitable for riding, managed to keep him until sunset. The 15 kilometers home took Yu Ningchuan another hour to traverse. Yu Jiji was diligently completing her homework in the inner room, while Yu Dailai, as per usual, was engrossed in watching television. On the dining table, a bowl of white rice and a large bowl of chicken soup awaited. Originally, Yu Ningchuan had intended to reserve a chicken leg for Yu Jiji, having given the other to Tang Zhan. However, that solitary chicken leg now lay untouched in the bowl, clearly left for her brother. Yu Ningchuan couldn't help but smile slightly at the corner of his lips as he settled down to indulge in the long-awaited dinner. The following day, Tang Zhan departed early, for there was but one flight a day from the small airport in one town to Haicheng. Sleepy-eyed, he followed Feng Zhenning through security checks, checked his luggage, and once again passed through security, all the while struggling to keep his eyes open while waiting in the lounge for boarding. After a half-hour wait, the announcement for boarding in business class finally came, and Tang Zhan lazily rose to make his way to the cabin. Once seated, he felt the urge to doze off, but suddenly received a text message on his phone. It dawned on him that he had forgotten to switch to flight mode. He leisurely retrieved his phone and discovered a farewell message from Yu Ningchuan. Safe travels. This lad seemed to have a knack for timing, as if he were aware of when Tang Zhan was flying. Tang Zhan chuckled softly and replied, looking forward to our next encounter. In the quaint courtyard of the Yu family, Yu Ningchuan put away his phone just as a plane soared overhead against the azure sky. Squinting, he watched as the aircraft left behind wisps of white trails, eventually vanishing from his sight. Chapter 23, at the behest of Tang Shanhai. Tang Zhan and Feng Zhenning headed straight to the Tang family upon disembarking. Tang Shanhai was not only the ruler of Guihetiani, but also the undisputed sovereign of the Tang family. When he summoned for a meal, all members of the family were obliged to attend. Upon arriving at the Tang residence, they could hear the cheerful laughter of Tang Yufan, Tang Qianyan, and Yin Jing even before entering. I tell you, children grow up so fast. Remember to apply the essential oil I gave you to prevent stretch marks, one remarked. As they entered the living room, Yin Jing was the first to notice them and hurriedly stood to greet them. Ah, you're finally back. Please, take a moment to rest. Dinner is at 6. Are you hungry? Would you like some fruit to tide you over? Tang Zhan felt ambivalent towards this stepmother. In public, she was thoroughly accommodating, leaving no room for criticism, yet behind closed doors, her demeanor shifted dramatically, often ignoring him entirely. Her shrewdness was irksome. No need, I'm tired. I'll take a nap first, Tang Zhan replied, making his way upstairs. Feng Zhenning also had matters to attend to, and, after exchanging a few brief words with the three women, ascended with his laptop bag. Tang Zhan awoke to the sound of a servant calling him for dinner, stretching and yawning as he made his way downstairs after a quick splash of water on his face. At the dining table, aside from Tang Yufan's husband, who was occupied with social engagements, and the fourth child of Yin Jing, who was unable to return due to the strict boarding policies of his international school. All the Tang family members were present. Tang Shanhai sat at the head of the table, occasionally engaging in casual conversation with Tang Qianyun and others discussing children, the business, and even the students brought by Feng Zhenning, yet he refrained from speaking to Tang Zhan. Tang Zhan found this to be a relief, allowing him to enjoy his meal without the impending reprimands he anticipated from Tang Shanhai regarding his recent mischief. This cold treatment was beneficial for both of them. Had Tang Qianmiao still been present, he would undoubtedly have emerged as the heir to satisfy Tang Shanhai, for he had always been remarkable. Tang Zhan's motion of sipping soup came to an abrupt halt as he stared vacantly into the bowl before him. The atmosphere at the dining table was suffocatingly quiet. Even the exquisite delicacies lost their flavor, rendering them less palatable than the humble stir-fried cabbage from Yunnan. He ought to belong here, yet his heart ached for Wenzhen. What troubles you, Xiaozhan? Are you feeling unwell? Tang Yufan, who sat beside him, noticed his sudden loss of appetite and looked on with concern. Tang Zhan offered her a faint smile. No, I'm eating. I was just lost in thought for a moment. Once Tang Zhan finished his meal, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and, across the long table, addressed Tang Zhan. You are no longer a child. Your aunt has asked me to assign you some tasks. Otherwise, you'll be out and about all day, bringing back trouble. Tang Zhan realized that the soup had turned unpalatable, and he reluctantly set down his spoon, adopting a demeanor of humble acquiescence as he attentively, yet apathetically listened to Tang Zhan's monologue. The others at the table focused on their own meals, minimizing the sound of their utensils. No one would dare interrupt Tang Zhan, who reigned unchallenged at the Tang family table. Once you recover, you can assist in the company, he stated. Tang Zhan was taken aback, and even Yin Jing looked up in astonishment at her husband, momentarily forgetting their pretense. You wanted to join the company? He thought, feeling a surge of excitement and anticipation, believing that his years of study might finally bear fruit. However, Tang Zhan's next words extinguished all hope. You will serve as my special assistant. It's time to focus. Upon hearing that he would hold a position devoid of authority, akin to a mere jest, Yin Jing visibly relaxed, suppressing a smile as she lowered her gaze once more. The cold water doused on him felt chilling, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. After years of striving to prove himself, was he destined to merely be an assistant in his family's firm? He longed to rise in protest, to shout defiantly, I refuse to accept this. Yet, when his gaze met Tang Zhan's profound eyes, his resolve crumbled like a deflated balloon. Ultimately, he wore a stiff smile and nodded, very well, father. Such insincerity made him detest himself. Tang Yufan, not fully grasping the situation, was simply pleased that Tang Zhan had entered Guihe Tianyi, regardless of his position. Many of Yin Jing's relatives held significant roles there. It was, after all, the second most prominent family within the company. It seemed unreasonable for the in-laws to be welcomed while the genuine heir was left out. That is splendid. Your sister is about to go on maternity leave. So during this time, you should assist your father. Stay focused at work. Don't be one who slacks off. Do you understand? Tang Zhan nodded. I understand. What would he be doing? Taking meeting notes? Pouring water? Printing documents? These tasks could easily be managed by that brat Tang Zhan. What was the difference between being assigned these menial duties and being ground down? Tang Zhan closed his eyes, striving to suppress the fury rising within him. Fang Zhenning glanced at Tang Zhan and then at his wife. Noticing his gaze, Tang Qianyan gave him a slight smile and subtly shook her head. They are incapable of altering Tang Zhan's thoughts and decisions. Why involve oneself and create discontent for everyone? After dinner, Tang Zhan excused himself, citing discomfort, and retreated to his room. Upon entering, he rushed to the bedside, hurling pillows and cushions to the floor as a means of venting his pent-up fury. In the midst of this, he grasped the telephone at his bedside, poised to throw it, but upon contemplating the ensuing troubles it might cause, he clenched his teeth and set it back down. His hair disheveled and breath rapid, he collapsed onto the bed in a starfish position. Why do I feel so constrained in my existence? He lay there for a while, yet sleep eluded him, and his mind grew increasingly chaotic, filled with the myriad grievances from the years of treatment he received from Tang Zhan and Lin Shuiying. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled and realized this was unproductive. He turned over and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. As soon as the other end picked up, Tang Zhan said, "Please connect me to the room service. Thank you." The call was abruptly terminated, and after 2 more rings, it was answered again, this time by a familiar and melodious male voice. "Hello, this is room service. How may I assist you?" A smile involuntarily crept to Tang Zhan's lips. "Could you please remember my phone number?" There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a shift in tone from polite and mechanical to more natural and relaxed. "You're home? I arrived early. I've already had dinner. Have you eaten?" "Yes." Tang Zhan paused for a moment, the words teetering on the edge of his lips, yet he ultimately refrained from divulging his frustrations. Yu Ningchuan, being younger and not particularly close to him, made discussing personal grievances seem somewhat embarrassing and juvenile. I haven't washed my hair in several days. My scalp itches terribly. What should I do? Yu Ningchuan replied bluntly, aside from enduring it, there's no other solution. Do you think I can wash it without aggravating my wound? If you possess adequate skill, you might give it a try. Tang Zhan chuckled. If I don't wash it soon, it'll start to smell. I'll attempt it tonight. Tang Zhan, Yu Ningchuan suddenly called out. Are you all right? He couldn't pinpoint what felt amiss, but he sensed a certain heaviness in Tang Zhan's demeanor. Stumped by the question, Tang Zhan fell silent, staring at the ceiling as his eyes began to well with tears. A simple inquiry of "Are you all right?" had breached the defenses he had meticulously maintained, revealing a glimpse of his vulnerability. I'm fine, why do you ask? As long as you're okay. Yu Ningchuan did not linger on the matter. After a brief conversation of about 10 minutes, Tang Zhan felt a peculiar calmness wash over him once the call ended. After several days of recuperation at home, he finally reached the point where his stitches could be removed, emerging revitalized. Sun Jiran and Zhou Hui, aware of his return, invited him for a yacht party at sea. With the confinement of home proving stifling, he decided to join, only to discover that it was not a gathering of close friends, but rather a social media influencer affair. Sun Jiran had seemingly gathered a motley crew of men and women, and from the moment he boarded the vessel, they surrounded him, chattering incessantly, causing a headache to brew. Why did I come? This is sheer torture. Tang Zhan held a glass of champagne, finally managing to briefly extricate himself, and began to exchange banter with Sun Jiran and Zhou Hui. The scent of perfume wafted around them, provoking Tang Zhan's jesting remark about the lack of savory delicacies. Sun Jiran, with one hand casually tucked in his pocket, shot a flirtatious glance at the two bikini-clad beauties behind Tang Zhan. How can you be so devoid of romance? What fun is there for three grown men at sea? It is the company of lovely flowers that brings true joy to life. Zhou Hui chimed in. These ladies are handpicked by me and old Sun to celebrate your recovery from your illness. Just look at their figures, looks, and eloquence. They are certainly the creme de la creme of the current internet celebrity scene. He punctuated his statement with a thumbs up. Tang Zhan, however, curled his lip in disdain, retorting that they all bore a striking resemblance to one another, with the men adopting a rather effeminate demeanor and the women exuding a seductive allure. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, none of them can hold a candle to Yu Ningchuan in terms of looks. As soon as the words left his mouth, both of his companions turned to him in astonishment. Your standards are rather high, my friend, Sun Jiran said, clasping his hands in mock apology. It seems this task is beyond my capabilities. It appears I must take matters into my own hands. Come on, don't be shy. Zhou Hui feigned an approach to Tang Zhan, pretending to kiss him. Tang Zhan pushed him away and fled to the cabin, laughing and cursing, Get lost, you rascal. Tang Zhan was reluctant to reside at the Tang family home. For one, his stepmother Yin Jing was often the only one present, making it inconvenient. Additionally, being nearly 30 years old, he felt it was time to embrace independence. Tang Shanhai had no objections. He spent little time at home throughout the year, even less than Tang Yufan visited. Thus he did not mind whether Tang Zhan chose to live at home or not. In Wen Town, it was Tang Zhan who drove Sun Jiran and Zhou Hui around to view various properties. Upon returning to Haicheng, it was Sun Jiran and Zhou Hui who accompanied him. Fortunately, Tang Zhan had a clear objective, and they did not waste much time before selecting a satisfactory high-rise apartment. Why here? Is it a matter of insufficient funds? Do you want me and old Sun to lend you some? Zhou Hui asked, gazing out the window at the lush campus of Huahai University across the street. Tang Zhan was quite pleased. The size was just right, not far from the headquarters of Gui Hitiani, and most importantly, it was directly opposite the university that Yu Ningchuan attended. Mind your own business. I simply like it here. He approached Zhou Hui, draping an arm over his shoulder and inhaling deeply, savoring the youthful atmosphere, believing that a little more could rejuvenate one's spirit. I advise you to take caution with that breath. It resembles smog, and you might damage your lungs, Sun Jiran remarked, scrutinizing the fully furnished layout and negotiating with the agent. This floorboard creaks a bit. How about we knock off a few thousand? Ultimately, After consulting the seller, the agent agreed to reduce the price by 20,000 yuan for Tang Zhan. The three of them, who typically spent several thousand on a mere meal, were overjoyed as if they had just won 100 pounds of candy over this reduction. Chapter 24. A week later, Tang Zhan's contract arrived, and Yu Ningchuan solemnly signed and affixed his fingerprint to it. The day after mailing the contract, Tang Zhan's first-year student loan was deposited into his account. Yu Ningchuan had never possessed such a substantial sum before. He withdrew a portion to take Yu Dali's to a major hospital in the city for treatment. Yu Dali's epilepsy was classified as secondary epilepsy, with no brain lesions, meaning it could not be cured through surgery. Thus, it was determined that he would require lifelong medication. Years ago, the grandparents of Yu Ningchuan once took Yu Dali to see a doctor. However, upon learning that the prognosis was grim and the medication was costly, they hesitated and ultimately decided against treatment. For a family already struggling financially, there is little room to expend both money and energy on a son deemed foolish. After conducting a thorough examination, the doctor devised a treatment plan for Yu Dali, and upon receiving the prescribed medication, Yu Ningchuan took him home. Before departing, he entrusted Yu Dali and Yu Jiji to the Yu Wei family, making rounds to inform the families in the village who could lend a hand in looking after them. Yuli reassured him to focus on his studies, proclaiming that as the first university student in the village, he need not worry about any distractions. The young boy from the Yu Wei family even draped his arm over Yu Jiji's shoulder, promising, "Ninga, you can rest easy. I will take good care of Yu Jiji. As long as he stays with us, I will ensure he is treated well." His demeanor resembled that of a newlywed son-in-law swearing before his father-in-law to cherish his bride for a lifetime. Having finalized the date for his journey to Haicheng, Yu Ningchuan was still working the night shift the evening prior, garnering admiration from Manager Chun for his diligent work-study balance, suggesting that his own daughter should learn from him. With 1,000 cranes returned to the library, Yu Ningchuan, feeling rather listless, perused the magazines in the hotel's bulletin board. Among them was an interview with Tang Zhan, the chairman of Gue He Tian Yi, and from the surname and title, Yu Ningchuan deduced that he was indeed the father of Tang Zhan. In the interview, Tang Zhan frequently mentioned his daughter with great admiration, suggesting an intention to entrust the future of Gue He Tian Yi to her in a century hence. Notably absent in the entire discourse was any mention of Tang Zhan. As he was engrossed in reading, the landline rang, and without lifting his gaze, he answered with the customary scripted lines. "Didn't I ask you to remember my mobile number? Why can't you recognize me?" A low chuckle from the male voice successfully diverted Yu Ningchuan's attention from the magazine. "Could you refrain from calling this number so often? It disrupts my work," he replied with a smile, attempting to maintain a facade of seriousness. Tang Zhan was not easily fooled. "Are you that intent on achieving your targets? So serious? You're leaving tomorrow, and I want to call again after this. Just this once. Then quickly tell me what the matter is. What time will you arrive in Haicheng?" "At 5 in the afternoon." "Perfect. I'll be there to pick you up, and then we can go for a meal." Yu Ningchuan always felt that Tang Zhan had already extended too much assistance, and he was unwilling to accept any further help or trouble him. "Actually, you need to come and pick me up. I can manage to get to school on my own." Tang Zhan, of course, would not reveal that he was residing right across from Huahai. "Don't be so formal. I have nothing else to do. It's your first time in Haicheng, and I must extend my hospitality." Finding it hard to refuse such goodwill, Yu Ningchuan ultimately succumbed to Tang Zhan's insistence, agreeing to be met at the train station and to dine together. Tang Zhan, satisfied, chatted for another half an hour before finally ending the call. On the day of Yu Ningchuan's departure, the village head drove his own Santana 2000, personally escorting him to the train station. Yu Jiji waved tearfully, sobbing so hard that she could hardly catch her breath, her words faltering into mere calls of brother, each utterance laden with profound reluctance. Yu Dali was only aware that he was destined for a distant place, unable to take them along, which initially left him somewhat discontented. However, upon reaching the station and witnessing Yu Ningchuan's imminent departure, he couldn't help but shed tears. "Eat well, remember to come back," he urged, gripping Yu Ningchuan's hand tightly, his rough palm resembling sandpaper. Leaving home for the first time, separated from family in pursuit of dreams, Yu Ningchuan felt his eyes welling with tears. He gently patted the small head nestled in his embrace, reminding him to take good care of Uncle. Yu Jiji replied in a muffled tone. The moment of parting finally arrived, and Yu Ningchuan waved goodbye to the three, carrying his meager belongings into the station. Xiaohan had arrived in Haiqing a week prior, and upon settling in, he immediately began working. Zheoan Capital, renowned globally, received countless business proposals daily, yet only a few could stand out and warrant a meeting. Unexpectedly, Yang Yongyi became one of the fortunate few, receiving an invitation from Xiaohan. On the day of the meeting, he entered the conference room with trepidation, discovering not only the head of Zheoan Capital's China division, but also a well-dressed, handsome young man seated nearby. Sensing his nervousness, the young man offered him a friendly smile. "This is one of our GPs, Tang Zhan," Xiaohan introduced. Yang Yongyi hurriedly approached to shake hands. Hello. Tang Zhan firmly grasped his clammy palm. "Hello." Yang Yongyi appeared slight and unassuming, yet the business he was involved in belied the expectations of someone his age. "You aspire to brand your housekeeping company?" Tang Zhan inquired, perusing the business plan and raising an eyebrow. As Yang Yongyi elaborated on his business, his initial nervousness dissipated, replaced by palpable excitement, his words flowing effortlessly. "It addresses a specific demand and possesses market potential, even monopolistic possibilities. Currently, there is a lack of such products in the market, and users lack confidence in this sector. However, if we can establish it as a prominent brand, with guarantees of quality and service, I firmly believe my company can become a champion in this field." His eyes sparkled with confidence as he spoke. Xiaohan, resting his chin on his finger, smiled at the remark. Interesting. After Yang Yongyi departed, Xiaohan inquired about Tang Zhan's thoughts. "Initially, I didn't perceive him as an exceptional entrepreneur. He gave the impression of a reclusive homebody. Yet when he began discussing his business, the brilliance he radiated was undeniable. His business plan is quite appealing. As you said, it holds intrigue. Perhaps we could consider an angel round to allow him to take the lead." Xiaohan smiled knowingly. He then noticed Tang Zhan frequently glancing at the time. "What's the matter? Do you have something else to attend to? I was hoping to treat you to dinner." Tang Zhan, apologetically shaking his phone, replied, "I need to pick someone up from the train station. Perhaps next time." With that, he rose and grabbed his coat, making his way toward the exit. Xiaohan, now more surprised, raised his voice to ask, "Are you in love?" Just as Tang Zhan was about to push the door open, he nearly slipped, almost hitting his nose against it. He humorously turned back and denied, "No, just friends." After an arduous 8-hour journey, amidst the sweet voice of the announcer, Yu Ningchuan finally arrived at the long-anticipated Haicheng. Though both cities, Haicheng, as an international financial hub, was incomparable to their small third-tier city, and certainly not on par with Wenjin. As the train pulled into Haicheng, the distant skyscrapers left him in awe, making him acutely aware of how vastly different this place was from his quaint village back home. He had traveled from a serene village, encircled by lush mountains and flowing hot springs, to a sprawling metropolis built of steel and concrete. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would be his abode for the next 4 years. Following the crowd towards the elevator, he stood momentarily bewildered at the exit, unsure of where to go. When he heard Tang Zhan's voice call out, "Over here." It wasn't too long before they met, and in that instant, both felt a profound sense of nostalgia, as if they were reuniting after a lengthy separation. Tang Zhan approached and enveloped him in a bear hug. Had Yu Ningchuan not steadied himself, he might have stumbled. "Welcome to Haicheng," Tang Zhan said with a smile, leaning closer to Yu Ningchuan's ear. With his hands full, Yu Ningchuan could only endure the embrace and the playful pats. Tang Zhan's breath brushed against his ear, prompting him to instinctively tilt his head away. "Here, let me take 2 of those," Tang Zhan said, taking the initiative to help carry Yu Ningchuan's luggage. Haicheng, a melting pot of global culture, economy, and cuisine, was a place of convergence. To warmly welcome Yu Ningchuan, Tang Zhan took him to a private dining establishment he particularly favored. Nestled within a secluded, old alley, this restaurant was housed in a charming, early 20th century villa, boasting an exquisite ambience that was rarely frequented, and the prices were quite reasonable for its elegance. During the meal, as Tang Zhan savored his food, He inquired about Yu Ningchuan's accommodation for the night. The registration time for Huahai was set for tomorrow and the day after. Logically, Yu Ningchuan would need to find a place to stay tonight. Although he was puzzled by Tang Zhan's sudden question, he replied honestly, "I'll just find a guest house near the school." Tang Zhan cleared his throat lightly. "Actually, I have a place where you can stay for free." Yu Ningchuan paused, looking at him skeptically. "Where?" "My home." Taken aback, Yu Ningchuan was met with Tang Zhan's hurried explanation, fearing Yu Ningchuan might misinterpret his intentions as he had previously. "My house is right across from Huahai. It will be convenient for you to report tomorrow. Plus, you have a whole day, free the day after, so I can take you out to explore." He smiled earnestly. It's just a friendly gesture. This friendly gesture seemed rather profound. Yu Ningchuan reflected on the fact that he had never taken Tang Zhan around Wenjin, nor treated him to anything other than humble home-cooked meals. Yet here was Tang Zhan, offering him money, companionship, and meals, who was truly the privileged one. After much persuasion from Tang Zhan, Yu Ningchuan, unable to refuse the warm invitation, finally agreed to stay at his house that night. Before entering, Tang Zhan bashfully remarked, "It's a bit messy at home, so please don't mind." Yu Ningchuan, unprepared for the extent of Tang Zhan's chaotic nature, was momentarily taken aback by the tempestuous scene that greeted him upon stepping inside. He turned to Tang Zhan and said, "To be honest, you don't genuinely want me to stay. You merely wish for my assistance in tidying up your home, don't you?" Tang Zhan, feeling a touch of shyness, scratched his cheek and replied, No, I truly want you to stay, and perhaps also to help with the housework." In Chapter 25, Yu Ningchuan spent a night at Tang Zhan's residence, compensating for his lodging with 2 hours of labor. The following morning, he prepared breakfast for Tang Zhan before heading to report. Tang Zhan rose late, awakening only when the sun was high in the sky. As he sleepily entered the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water, he noticed a bowl of congee and a fried egg awaiting him on the dining table, accompanied by a thoughtful little note. Placing his glass on the table, Tang Zhan picked up the note and read, "I've gone to report. Don't forget to eat breakfast. Who is this charming girl who resembles a rice snail?" Tang Zhan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he carefully folded the note and set it aside, then pulled out a chair to begin his meal. Since Yu Ningchuan had reported early, the other 3 roommates had yet to arrive, leaving him alone in the dormitory. He took some time to clean the entire room and spent the afternoon wandering around the campus, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. This place gathered outstanding students from across the nation, each harboring their own dreams. Initially, Yu Ningchuan had not believed he could join their ranks, to enter Huahai and complete his studies. Yet here he was, seated on the school's bench, watching the ebb and flow of people, feeling as if he were living a dream. All of this was thanks to Tang Zhan. Without him, he might never have left Wenjin. Beneath the shade of a tree, Yu Ningchuan, clad simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, stretched his legs comfortably, his eyes gently closed, embodying a serene expression. A soft breeze tousled his hair, and the dappled sunlight illuminated him, accentuating his striking features and fair complexion. Such a clean, elegant youth naturally caught the attention of passers-by. Some even discreetly captured his image and shared it in their class group chat for others to admire. "I saw a remarkably handsome youth. Like a painting," exclaimed one. "What a spectacle! I've seen many things, but this is genuinely beautiful." Another added, "Those shadows, that expression, absolutely breathtaking. You should submit this to the most beautiful Huahai photography contest. The quality of this year's newcomers is truly impressive." Even before the semester commenced, Yu Ningchuan's stunning presence had attracted the attention of numerous senior students. However, he remained blissfully unaware of this. All he knew was that the sunlight was just right. The breeze was delightful, and the sounds of the playground, the rustling of leaves overhead, and the ringing of passing bicycles filled him with unparalleled joy. Tang Zhan's phone call abruptly pulled Yu Ningchuan from this near-meditative state back to the mundane world. As soon as he answered, before he could speak, the other party inquired, "Have you finished?" "Yes, nearly," Yu Ningchuan replied. From Tang Zhan's side, the sound of a door closing indicated he had just stepped out. "Come out. Let us go explore. Do you have any places in mind?" Yu Ningchuan pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about the museum?" Tang Zhan paused for a few seconds before responding in an incredulous tone. "The museum? Is it the one I'm thinking of? Isn't the local museum the best place to become acquainted with the city? Is it? Tang Zhan responded, a note of skepticism in his voice. He had likely only visited the Haicheng Museum once during a spring outing in elementary school, and for the following decade, he had merely passed by without entering again. However, his personal inclinations were of little consequence. Yu Ningchuan was a guest, and he always prioritized the needs of his guests. Since the other party wished to visit the museum, he had no choice but to accompany him. After arranging for Yu Ningchuan to wait at the school gate, 5 minutes later, Tang Zhan arrived in his sleek black Qian at the entrance of Huahai. The vehicle came to a gentle halt, and as Tang Zhan lowered the window, resting his elbow on the sill, he leaned out slightly and called out to the individual with his back turned, "Xiao Chuan." Yu Ningchuan turned at the sound. Catching sight of him sporting an ostentatious pair of sunglasses, his hair styled perfectly, and a striking green-faced steel watch adorning his wrist, each element boldly proclaiming his affluent background. As soon as he took his seat in the passenger side, Tang Zhan, with an air of mock seriousness, inquired, "Where to, handsome?" Yu Ningchuan, fastening his seatbelt, responded amiably, "To the Haicheng Museum, sir." With a shift in a gear, Tang Zhan replied enthusiastically, "Very well. The Haicheng Museum is situated at the heart of the city, with an admission fee that has remained unchanged for 20 years, consistently priced at a mere 20 yuan for adults, a true bargain." After queuing to purchase 2 tickets, Tang Zhan returned to find that Yu Ningchuan had already procured water from vending machine. This was an unspoken understanding between them. Just as Tang Zhan provided accommodation, Yu Ningchuan would tidy up his room and prepare breakfast. Similarly, Tang Zhan would buy the tickets, while Yu Ningchuan would take care of the refreshments. Yu Ningchuan did not wish to be a burden on Tang Zhan, nor did Tang Zhan want him to feel uncomfortable. They had discovered a harmonious way of coexisting that struck a perfect balance. Tang Zhan had little interest in history or antiques, following Yu Ningchuan through all the exhibition halls as he pointed out various artifacts. Upon reaching the ceramics gallery, Tang Zhan noticed a crimson bowl and nudged Yu Ningchuan, saying, "My father seems to have one of these, though in better condition, no cracks." Yu Ningchuan glanced at the plaque, noting it was from the Northern Song Dynasty's June kiln. After wandering a bit further, Tang Zhan caught his attention again. "My father seems to have one of these vases too." Yu Ningchuan looked again, recognizing it as a Qing Dynasty Qianlong famille rose piece. Throughout their visit, Tang Zhan continuously recalled which items resembled those in his family's home or those seen at relatives' houses, as if they were engaged in a grand family reunion. Upon finally exiting the ceramics gallery, they turned a corner and entered the textile exhibit. Yu Ningchuan spotted a dragon robe displayed in a showcase and playfully asked Tang Zhan, "Does your family own one of these?" Tang Zhan stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding in jest, "We don't have this, but we do have a throne." The grand enterprise of Guihe Tianyi positioned Tang Shanhai as the emperor of this empire, suggesting they indeed had a throne to inherit. Yu Ningchuan teased him, "So, you're not merely a young master, but a crown prince." Tang Zhan shook his head. "The crown prince is not me. It is my sister. I am merely a prince of little favor, overshadowed by a hint of melancholy." The intricate dynamics of the Tang family's relationships have been subtly revealed during previous conversations between Yu Ningchuan and Tang Zhan. Despite his privileged upbringing, Tang Zhan seemed to have only a tenuous bond with his family. Every household has its own burdens, and having no worries about food and clothing does not equate to a life devoid of troubles. As Yu Ningchuan gazed at the despondent expression of his companion, he instinctively felt the urge to offer comfort, yet found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he realized how little he truly understood Tang Zhan. Unlike the typical affluent heir, Tang Zhan, though somewhat pampered, was not indulgent. He spent generously but never extravagantly. These seemingly contradictory traits formed his unique character. Yet Yu Ningchuan remained oblivious to the reasons behind them. With a sigh, Tang Zhan pulled himself from his momentary gloom. Upon turning, he noticed Yu Ningchuan staring at him in silence, seemingly lost in thought. He snapped his fingers in front of Yu Ningchuan's face. "Back to reality. What are you pondering?" Yu Ningchuan grasped Tang Zhan's hand and playfully pressed it back down, then turned to continue their exploration. "I was just wondering if your toilet is made of gold. Perhaps the tank is gilded. and the seat carved from pure white jade? Tang Zhan kept pace with him, not batting an eye as he continued to jest. After their visit to the museum, Tang Zhan insisted on treating Yu Ningchuan to dinner. Yu Ningchuan, reluctant to let him spend extravagantly, suggested a simple bowl of noodles. Tang Zhan pondered for a moment and then agreed, leading him to a modest eatery by the roadside. Yu Ningchuan assumed that such a small establishment would offer a filling meal for 20 yuan, only to find Tang Zhan greeting the owner like an old friend and ordering 2 bowls of crab roe noodles at 280 yuan per bowl. This was the most expensive meal Yu Ningchuan had ever consumed. As Tang Zhan mixed his noodles, he noticed that Yu Ningchuan had yet to pick up his chopsticks and urged him, "Hurry up and eat. The noodles will congeal if you wait too long." Yu Ningchuan lifted his chopsticks, mentally preparing himself, and each bite felt as if he were consuming gold. A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps Tang Zhan's spending habits were not as restrained as he had assumed. This illusion might simply stem from the limitations of his small hometown. Wenjin. After their meal, Tang Zhan drove Yu Ningchuan back to school, making plans to meet again the following day. Yu Ningchuan waved goodbye as Tang Zhan's car receded into the distance before he turned to re-enter the campus. Just as Tang Zhan pressed the accelerator, he had to stop shortly after he had arrived home. He mused once again on the wisdom of purchasing a home opposite Huahai, as it made visiting Yu Ningchuan considerably more convenient. With his hands in his pockets, he strode into the building. As soon as he stepped through the door, his phone rang. It was Sun Jiren, inviting him out to see. "Tomorrow? I can't make it," Tang Zhan replied. Sun Jiren, surprised, asked, "What are you up to? Aren't you starting work next week?" Tang Zhan explained Yu Ningchuan's visit to Haicheng, but omitted the details about student loans. "Then have him join us," Sun Jiren exclaimed. "It's no big deal. We know Yu Ningchuan, and it would be nice to catch up." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Zhan declined. "Forget that influencer gathering. I don't want to lead the boy astray." Sun Jiren laughed. "He is already 18. He has been an adult for years. I lost my virginity years before I turned 18. That may be true for you," Tang Zhan replied firmly, "but the influencer gathering is out of the question." Sun Jiren relented. "All right, no influencers. Just us, and we can invite Qin Xiao and the others." Qin Xiao was a friend of Sun Jiren's, part of the wealthy circle in Haicheng, whom Tang Zhan had met twice since returning to the country, though they were not particularly close. "Tomorrow, at the usual time and place," Tang Zhan said. The following day, he picked up Yu Ningchuan and, while in the car, mentioned he had a surprise for him, taking him to a special location. Intrigued by his mysterious demeanor, Yu Ningchuan eagerly played along, asking if they were visiting his palace. Tang Zhan chuckled, stating that the destination they were heading to was far grander than the palace. Yu Ningchuan initially thought this was merely an exaggeration, yet he soon discovered it to be the truth. After an hour's drive, they arrived at the seaside. Tang Zhan led Yu Ningchuan towards the dock, lifting his chin towards the ocean and inquiring, "Is it vast?" Born and raised in the inland, this was Yu Ningchuan's first encounter with the azure sea. Seagulls soared overhead, landing on distant sails, while the sea breeze caressed his face, imbued with a peculiar salty tang. Gazing at the seemingly endless coastline, he found himself momentarily entranced. "It's immense." Tang Zhan, with a smile, asked if he could swim. Yu Ningchuan turned to face him, suddenly breaking into a grin. His eyes slightly squinted, radiating warmth akin to the autumn sun. "My name is Ningchuan. How could I possibly not swim?" The Ningchuan River nourished Wenjin, sustaining both the hot spring village and its inhabitants. He had splashed in its waters since the tender age of 3. Tang Zhan was momentarily dazzled by his brilliance, slowing his pace to admire Yu Ningchuan's tall, slender figure, which exuded an indefatigable youthfulness. Sun Jiren and the others were already waiting on the yacht, 6 individuals in total, with Qin Xiao bringing along his new girlfriend. Upon boarding, Qin Xiao greeted Tang Zhan, "Long time no see." Tang Zhan returned the embrace casually. "Indeed, it's been a while." Qin Xiao glanced over his shoulder and, leaning in conspiratorially, whispered, "Where did you find that little beauty? A model, an internet sensation, or a rising star?" Given Yu Ningchuan's appearance, he would certainly not pale in comparison to others in the entertainment industry, hence Qin Xiao's curiosity. Tang Zhan cast a glance at Yu Ningchuan, who was surrounded by Sun Jiren and Zhou Hui. Knowing Qin Zhao's flirtatious nature and his tendency to change lovers every couple of months, regardless of gender, Tang Zhan considered him a friend, but felt compelled to issue a warning to prevent any untoward interest from developing. "This is my brother. Don't get any ideas." Qin Zhao was taken aback. "Isn't your brother only 13? Tang Zhan playfully jabbed him in the chest. "He is my newly recognized brother, a student from Huahai, a decent person, and straight." With each label Tang Zhan provided, Qin Zhao's eyes sparkled brighter. "Your brother sounds delightful. He is now my brother too. Just one call of big brother from him, and I'd be a puddle." Tang Zhan, fully aware of Qin Zhao's lewd thoughts, immediately countered, "I'm serious. Don't touch him." Qin Zhao paused, preparing to retort, but the yacht's engine roared to life, slowly departing from the shore as Sun Jiran beckoned everyone into the cabin. Out at sea, it was impractical for everyone to simply lounge on the deck under the sun. Once the yacht was amidst the vast expanse of blue, Zhou Hui produced a deck of cards, proposing a game of 24 points. Qin Zhao was the first to respond enthusiastically, "Sure, the usual rules apply. The winner gets to command the loser to perform a task." Tang Zhan became suddenly vigilant upon hearing his words, sensing that he had not yet given up on Yu Ningchuan. "Xiao Chuan was brought by me. If he loses, it is my responsibility to see it through." Tang Zhan stated, "Let us agree beforehand that it must not be excessive, especially considering there are young ladies present." Qin Zhao's petite girlfriend laughed brightly. "It's perfectly fine. Don't mind me. I'm quite adventurous." Qin Zhao kissed her cheek and said to Tang Zhan, "My girlfriend, being a lady, can handle this. Surely he, a young man, can manage as well?" Seeing that he was unyielding, Tang Zhan's brow furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to speak again, Yu Ningchuan firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. "Let us adhere to the rules as before." He turned to Qin Zhao. "I can handle this." This spirit delighted Qin Zhao, who brimmed with mischievous ideas. "Then let us begin." Zhou Hui dealt the cards, and after distributing 3, he revealed the 4th card. Qin Zhao quickly slapped the table, exclaiming 1, 3, 7, 10, 3 times 10 plus 1 minus 7, exactly 24. He was elated, feeling victory was within grasp, declaring that the loser must remove a piece of clothing, while those reluctant to do so must kiss him. Zhou Hui scolded him for being crafty, noting that the punishment was clearly advantageous for his girlfriend, opening the back door wide. This was merely the first round. The outcome remained uncertain. As he dealt the cards while pondering the combinations, by the time he reached the 4th card, the table was slapped again. Looking up, he found it was Yu Ningchuan this time. 45-78, 3rd hand. Qin Zhao concentrated, yet still could not outpace Yu Ningchuan. With each subsequent hand, Yu Ningchuan made no mistakes, even starting to slap the table before Zhou Hui had dealt 2 cards. By the end, Sun Jiran had given up competing and began watching the others struggle in vain. Initially concerned that Yu Ningchuan would be at a disadvantage, Tang Zhan himself tasted the bittersweet sensation of being overpowered, leaving him with a complex array of emotions. The card game had turned into Yu Ningchuan's personal showcase. Once the round concluded, Zhou Hui called for a halt. "How are you so skilled? With you here, this game is unplayable." Yu Ningchuan smirked, offering a response that left everyone present feeling breathless. "Because I just finished my college entrance examination." Indeed, why would they challenge a freshly minted academic prodigy in a game of calculations? They all fell into contemplation, especially Qin Zhao, who, due to his miscalculation, had to bear a heavy price. At the enthusiastic urging of young Master Tang, Yu Ningchuan quickly settled on the group's punishment, stripping Qin Zhao of his clothing and tossing him into the sea. Qin Zhao, bewildered, found himself stripped bare and, amidst the wild laughter of his petite girlfriend, was hoisted by 3 others and hurled into the ocean. After that, during the game of 24, they did not invite Yu Ningchuan to participate further. However, sitting beside Tang Zhan, whenever they encountered a particularly challenging hand that stumped everyone, he would whisper a few words to Tang Zhan. With his hints, Tang Zhan swiftly became unstoppable, prompting Zhou Hui to exclaim accusations of cheating. Chapter 26. Tang Qinyan had been pregnant for over 3 months. The first 4 months had been unstable, leading Tang Yufan and Tang Shanhai to advise her to rest at home. The child was a mere accident. Fang Zhenning, occupied with his students, could not consistently remain by her side, leaving her to endure solitude at home. Tang Zhan comprehended the demands of his profession, just as Fang Zhenning understood the weight of her own ambitions. She encouraged him to depart without concern. Tang Zhan held a significant position at Guihetiani, her daily schedule brimming with tasks, and the sudden lull left her feeling quite unsettled. After pacing the living room several times, still feeling restless, she retrieved a feather duster to dust the corners of the house. In their home, both she and Fang Zhenning possessed their own studies, and aside from the housekeeper's routine cleaning, they seldom intruded upon one another's spaces. It was fate that compelled Tang Zhan to undertake cleaning, and subsequently to organize Fang Zhenning's study. However, being a refined young lady, she inadvertently knocked over a photo frame while dusting the desk. Hastily, she crouched down to inspect it, only to find the frame shattered, with the photograph spilling forth. It depicted Tang Zhan and Fang Zhenning, both radiating joy, their youthful faces exuding a unique beauty. Upon seeing Tang Zhan's photograph lying on the ground, Tang Zhan felt a pang of sorrow. Tang Zhan was not only Fang Zhenning's closest friend, but also her beloved brother. His death had dealt them a profound blow, rendering the topic almost taboo between them for years. Carefully, she lifted the photo from the debris, intending to find a new frame for it. At that moment, she noticed something beneath the photograph, a neatly folded piece of aged paper. Driven by curiosity, she contemplated unfolding it, yet a faint voice within cautioned her to return it, suggesting it was something Fang Zhenning preferred she not discover. With her gaze cast downward, she pinched the paper between her fingers, wrestling with her decision. Ultimately, her innate sensitivity towards certain matters prevailed, compelling her to unfurl the yellowed sheet. Upon reading, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her hands trembling uncontrollably, her breath caught in her throat. It was a love letter from Fang Zhenning to her brother, Tang Zhan. Her eyes fixated on the opening words, "My dearest youth," and she was ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. The familiar handwriting, coupled with Fang Zhenning's signature, rendered her at a loss for excuses on his behalf. This was a love letter filled with deep affection, more poignant and expressive than any declarations Fang Zhenning had ever made to her. As she beheld the letter, memories flooded her mind. She had cherished Fang Zhenning since childhood, yet he had always regarded her as a child until the tragic passing of Tang Zhan, which had accelerated their relationship's evolution during the year following his absence. At that time, she believed their bond was forged through shared adversity, that Fang Zhenning had come to recognize his true feelings and appreciate the present moment. But if his heart had belonged to Tang Zhan from the very beginning, how could he so easily forget him and embrace her? The shattered glass reflected the pale and fragile features of Tang Zhan. She and Tang Zhan were twins, bearing an uncanny resemblance to one another. Now, in this state, they appeared almost indistinguishable. Tang Zhan closed her eyes, tears finally cascading down uncontrollably. Did Fang Zhenning truly love her? Or did he merely see her as a substitute for her brother? When he looked at her, was he gazing beyond her toward another, sitting on the cold floor? Her fingers clenched tightly around that love letter. A tumult of shock and anger etched on her face, which ultimately transformed into profound sorrow and confusion. Yu Ningchuan was enrolled in the Chinese language and literature program at Huahai University. This program shared a common ailment. Even among prestigious institutions, a disproportionate ratio of female to male students. In Yu Ningchuan's class of over 30 individuals, there were more than 20 girls and only 12 boys, distributed across 3 dormitories. Each dorm housed 4 students, and in Yu Ningchuan's dorm, 3 were from other provinces, with only 1 being local. The local student, Ni Zipping, had attended Huahai-affiliated high school and gained early admission to Huahai University due to his family's modest wealth and a life unmarked by hardship, leading him to develop a somewhat self-centered disposition. Despite living in the same city, he was the last to arrive, dragging a massive suitcase that made quite the commotion. Upon arrival, he immediately complained about needing to switch beds, claiming that his was positioned such that he could see the toilet upon waking, which made him uncomfortable. Your discomfort does not equate to our comfort, retorted Li Xiang, a robust northeastern lad, who shot back with a single phrase before plugging in his earphones. Disregarding the bothersome newcomer, the remaining two were Jiang Tao, who, despite his short stature, possessed well-defined muscles, and Yu Ningchuan, who appeared delicate and fresh-skinned. N.I. Zipping's eyes darted, and he turned to the seemingly more agreeable Yu Ningchuan. Handsome, how about we switch beds? I have a bit of a psychological aversion to cleanliness. It's not really a big deal where we sleep. Just do me a favor, please. He noticed Yu Ningchuan's ordinary attire and the emptiness of his desk, save for a few books and an old, battered phone, and thought to himself, if you switch with me, I'll give you 100 yuan. Yu Ningchuan, who had been on the verge of agreeing, reconsidered upon hearing the last part. Here he opened his book and replied coolly, since it doesn't matter where you sleep, why don't you take that bed? Jiang Tao, situated next to Yu Ningchuan, could not contain his laughter, while N.I. Zipping's expression faltered, sitting up in indignation. If you won't switch, then fine, he retorted, muttering something in a local dialect that was unmistakably derogatory. Although Yu Ningchuan was not a native of Haicheng, he could understand some of the dialect, and the contempt in N.I. Zipping's tone was glaringly evident. What did you say? Yu Ningchuan looked up, his gaze sharp and icy, like a harmless crane that suddenly morphed into a predatory wolf. N.I. Zipping was momentarily intimidated by his presence, instinctively stepping back. What? You must have misheard. He rolled his eyes, and with no one willing to switch, he reluctantly made his way to the only remaining bed. In a fit of discontent, he slammed the drawers of his cabinet with considerable force, producing a cacophony that even penetrated the sound barrier of the headphones worn by Li Xiang, who found himself utterly vexed. Could you possibly lower your voice? Li Xiang implored. His naturally boisterous tone, amplified by the headphones, rendered his speech almost akin to a roar. N.I. Zipping, startled by the outburst, flinched. Upon noticing the imposing stature of the speaker, he wisely moderated his actions. When Li Xiang raised his voice, both Yu Ningchuan and Jiang Tao instinctively turned their gaze, observing how quickly N.I. Zipping cowered. Their interest waned, and they returned to their own affairs. Coward, Jiang Tao thought derisively, exchanging a knowing glance with Yu Ningchuan, accompanied by a smirk, despite the rather unpleasant incident prior to the commencement of the school term. Yu Ningchuan's anticipation for university life remained undiminished. Shortly after the opening ceremony, the freshmen embarked on a 2-week military training regimen, during which mobile phones were strictly prohibited. Yu Ningchuan had forewarned Tang Zhan and subsequently powered down his device. Initially, Tang Zhan felt indifferent, but after 2 days, each attempt to retrieve his phone to send a message to Yu Ningchuan was met with the disheartening realization that he would receive no reply. I should have asked for a dormitory phone number, Tang Zhan lamented, pocketing his phone. Amidst the gala event, dressed in formal attire, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. The tie constricted his breath, and the incessant social interactions left him utterly fatigued. As the unveiling ceremony for yet another high-end 5-star hotel under the auspices of Guihetiani in Haicheng unfolded, he was obliged to engage in amiable banter with guests, exchanging toasts and pleasantries. However, the duality of his identity as the Tang family's third young master and the chairman's assistant rendered him perpetually awkward. Regardless of the business discussions, he held no authority, and personal matters weighed heavily upon him. Seeking respite, he made his way to the garden for a smoke. Upon reaching a trellis, he overheard the faint sounds of an argument nearby. The voices were unmistakable. One belonged to Fang Zhening, the other to Tang Qinyan. He was taken aback. Not only was Tang Qinyan pregnant, but during their courtship, Fang Zhening had always treated her with utmost tenderness and devotion. Though inherently gentle withal, his affection for Tang Qinyan was particularly pronounced, as he regarded her as a cherished princess, deserving of protection. For a time, Tang Zhan had suffered greatly, as Fang Zhening's deep affection for Tang Qinyan rendered his own unrequited feelings all the more poignant. He had presumed that they would never quarrel, or rather, that Fang Zhening would never allow Tang Qinyan to experience any displeasure. Enough. I do not wish to hear it, Tang Qinyan exclaimed. It is not as you think, Qinyan, Fang Zhening replied. Then why do you still? As their argument escalated, Tang Zhan approached them, deliberately making noise to capture their attention. Upon hearing his footsteps, they abruptly ceased their quarrel. Upon rounding the corner, he beheld Tang Zhan, resplendent in her gown, alongside Tang Zhan, both wearing expressions of distress as they turned to face him. What is the cause of this dispute? Tang Zhan interjected, hands in pockets. With so many people present today, is there not a more suitable time to argue? It would be quite a spectacle for onlookers to overhear the dispute between the young heiress of the Tang family and her husband in their newly inaugurated hotel late at night. One can only imagine the rumors that would ensue. Tang Zhan turned her face away, gently wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from beneath her eyes. "We are fine," she spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse, laden with nasal tones. Ignoring Tang Zhan, she hurried to Tang Zhan's side, linking her arm with his. "Would you dance with me?" Perhaps due to her prolonged exposure to the outside air, her evening gown, revealing her shoulders and back, made her feel particularly cold. Tang Zhan glanced at her before shifting his gaze to Tang Zhan, who remained silent and still. It was evident that there were significant issues between the couple. Yet, as they were husband and wife, their quarrels were their own affair, and he had no place to interject. He smiled at Tang Zhan and replied, "I would be delighted." A pair of visually striking siblings glided gracefully across the dance floor. Tang Zhan, youthful and handsome, and Tang Zhan, resplendent and captivating, drew envious glances from many, who admired the old Tang Shanhai for having such remarkable children. That is the representative of Shenxin Fund. The company is going public. I cannot afford to be distracted with childbirth, so you will be dealing with them afterward. Keep that in mind, Tang Zhan said, twirling alongside Tang Zhan while introducing him to the guests around them. Tang Zhan cast a brief look at the balding, rotund fund representative and replied nonchalantly, "I am merely a junior assistant. What relevance does this have for me?" Tang Zhan's gaze fixed on him, filled with complexity. "You will always bear the Tang surname. Regardless of how your father treats you, you must strive to prove yourself." Tang Zhan paused, continuing to dance. "Today truly feels like the sun has risen in the west. You're even dispensing advice like Annie." He was genuinely surprised that Tang Zhan would share so much with him. Since Tang Xiamiao's passing, their interactions had become infrequent. Their exchanges had grown distant and formal, resembling that of hosts and guests rather than siblings. Tang Zhan could not quite articulate his feelings. He was not moved, but rather taken aback. "We have been entrenched in the same circumstance for too long. It is time we emerged from it." Tang Zhan's eyes dimmed slightly as she tightened her grip on Tang Zhan's shoulder. "We cannot perpetually dwell in the past." Tang Zhan sensed a deeper meaning in her words, her tone peculiar. "Are you all right?" he inquired, reciprocating the concern. Tang Zhan's bright eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she regarded him intently for a moment before smiling and saying, "I am fine." Chapter 27. After a grueling military training session, Yu Ningchuan received a barrage of phone calls from Tang Zhan, insisting he come to his home for the weekend. What for? A game of cleaning, perhaps? Yu Ningchuan was not easily deceived. Tang Zhan scoffed dismissively. "A proper game. You'll understand once you arrive." Yu Ningchuan did not harbor high expectations, mentally preparing himself for a chaotic environment. However, upon arriving at Tang Zhan's home that Friday, he was astonished to find the place immaculately clean, to the point of being spotless. "I just had the place cleaned yesterday," Tang Zhan explained, noticing Yu Ningchuan's astonishment. "Of course, I hired a cleaning service." It was only after moving out that Tang Zhan truly grasped the significance of a quality housekeeping service. This industry indeed lacked a representative brand, aside from random selections. It seemed that recommendations and word of mouth were the only reliable means of finding good help. While studying abroad, he consistently employed professional cleaning services. The housekeeping companies there were exceptionally reputable and specialized, ensuring that even the most obscure corners were thoroughly cleaned. With a weekly service involving 3 to 4 individuals, the tasks were clearly delineated and executed with remarkable efficiency. Although the cost for a single service was relatively high when considered on a household basis, this expenditure was quite reasonable. In the past, people were not accustomed to paying delivery fees for takeout, settling bills via mobile devices, or hailing rides through apps. But these practices have now become commonplace. Tang Zhan firmly believed that if one were to pay a fair price, they could liberate their hands from mundane chores. And many would be eager to embrace this convenience. He was certainly willing to do so. To that end, he even called Xia Han to request additional investment funds from Yang Yongyi. This was a project with immense potential, should it succeed. Yang Yongyi would undoubtedly emerge as a leader in the industry. As Yu Ningchuan gazed at the pristine, almost new sofa, he hesitated to place his backpack upon it. He cautiously sat down and inquired of Tang Zhan, "Where's the legitimate game?" Prompted by his question, Tang Zhan recalled and promptly entered his room, emerging moments later with a slim, used smartphone in hand. "Here, this is my old phone that I no longer utilize. You can have it." Although Yu Ningchuan's current device was of good quality, it was both cumbersome and lacking in intelligence, unable to even accommodate a messaging application. He had contemplated purchasing the latest model as a gift, but hesitated, fearing that giving gifts without reason might spoil a child. Ultimately, he rummaged through his belongings to find a phone he no longer used. Yu Ningchuan glanced at the device he received. "My phone works perfectly well. Who still uses a brick phone?" Tang Zhan interrupted. "Doesn't your class have a QQ group or WeChat group? If you can't even install an app, you'll be left out." Tang Zhan was genuinely concerned for Yu Ningchuan's campus life, gently guiding him to accept the second-hand white phone. He then shifted to the main topic, instructing Yu Ningchuan on how to download the necessary software, log in with a username, enter the game room, and commence playing a game of three-person dodiju. Yu Ningchuan looked up from the phone. "Is this what you consider a legitimate game?" Tang Zhan responded confidently, straightening his posture. "What is inappropriate about dodiju? It is a card game rich in historical significance and cultural sentiment." He settled beside Yu Ningchuan, "Given your prowess at 24 points, dodiju should be a breeze for you." The account Yu Ningchuan logged into belonged to Tang Zhan, and the other two players in the room were clearly Sun Jiran and Zhou Hui. With Yu Ningchuan's intellect, defeating the two was hardly a challenge. He did not respond to Tang Zhan, instead demonstrating his skill through action. After 9 rounds, the scores were tallied, and Tang Zhan's account comfortably secured first place, with a significant lead over the second and third players. A minute later, Tang Zhan received WeChat transfers from Sun Jiran and Zhou Hui, with Sun Jiran inquiring why he suddenly seemed so extraordinarily skilled. Tang Zhan glanced at the youth beside him, a slight smile curling at his lips as he replied with a teasing phrase, "Guess." Having won money, Tang Zhan joyfully took Yu Ningchuan out for a meal, explicitly stating that it was a reward for his exceptional card-playing skills. Haicheng is the domain of Tang Zhan, who possesses an intimate familiarity with every fine dining establishment in the area. He wished to escort Yu Ningchuan to the finest restaurant, to savor the most exquisite scenery, and to indulge in all the winnings of the day. Thus, he chose a renowned Western restaurant in Haicheng, celebrated for its prime location, exceptional culinary artistry, and storied history, frequented by notable figures, with a breathtaking view of the luminous riverside landscape. Typically, one would require a reservation to dine here, but who is Tang Zhan? He is the record holder for the most VIP gold cards in Haicheng. As an esteemed VIP of the restaurant, he enjoyed the privilege of being seated directly at a luxurious vantage point. However, to his astonishment, on this seemingly unremarkable Friday night, he encountered Lin Shuiying. Life is indeed full of unexpected reunions, and fate certainly has a sense of humor. The server, warm and courteous, guided them to their seats and even pulled out a chair for Tang Zhan. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, he found himself frozen a few steps away, bewildered, staring at a table occupied by another pair of patrons. The couple consisted of a tall, handsome foreign man and a beautiful, graceful woman of Chinese descent. "Sir?" the server called out, puzzled by Tang Zhan's silence. Yu Ningchuan approached from behind, lightly resting a hand on Tang Zhan's shoulder. "What is wrong?" Tang Zhan did not respond, his eyes fixated on Lin Shuiying, yearning to glimpse a flicker of joy and warmth from their long-overdue reunion. However, Lin Shuiying's well-preserved countenance remained indifferent. After a momentary glance at him, she redirected her attention to her husband. They shared laughter and sweet moments, seemingly oblivious to Tang Zhan's presence. In that instant, he felt profoundly superfluous, awkward, and disheartened, a sense of despair washing over him. Everyone desires the love of their parents, and he was no exception. Despite enduring countless cold encounters, he clung to the hope that Lin Shuiying's actions were for his benefit, that she loved him. Yet today, standing here, he felt as though he were a son who could not even acknowledge his own mother. The way she regarded him was as if he were a stranger. How could a mother who truly loves her child behave so? Tang Zhan fled in disarray, disregarding the astonished server and Yu Ningchuan behind him. He sought to escape to a place of safety as swiftly as possible. He bypassed the elevator, opting instead to sprint down the emergency staircase to the first floor. Bursting through the front door, the riverside promenade was bustling with tourists, and he quickly vanished into the crowd, leaving Yu Ningchuan disoriented in his wake. Navigating through the throngs, Tang Zhan's frantic run gradually slowed to a walk, the evening breeze by the riverside carrying with it a unique earthy scent. The vibrant lights along the banks illuminated the night as if it were day. He continued along the river for quite some time before pausing, his mind swirling with memories of misfortunes he had faced throughout his life, momentarily questioning whether he might be suffering from depression. With countless parents in the world, how had he drawn such peculiar ones? Leaning against the railing by the river, he smoked a couple of cigarettes, allowing the wind to clear his mind until he gradually regained composure and finally remembered Yu Ningchuan's presence. Cursing under his breath, he hurried back against the tide of people, searching for Yu Ningchuan's figure under the glow of the colorful lights lining the path. Taking out his phone, Tang Zhan dialed a number while scanning the surroundings as he made his way to where he had parked. The call was answered, and before the other party could speak, Tang Zhan interjected, "Where are you?" There was a brief pause, and from both the receiver and in front of him, the familiar voice of Yu Ningchuan echoed in unison. "Right in front of you." Tang Zhan quickly looked up and, indeed, spotted Yu Ningchuan, tall and lean, leaning against the front of his car, holding the phone Tang Zhan had gifted him. After a brief period of military training, Yu Ningchuan had darkened a bit, and his arm muscles appeared more toned. In such a casual pose against the car, he looked strikingly like a model in a photo shoot from a distance. Tang Zhan put away his phone, feeling a bit shy as he approached slowly. I'm hungry," Yu Ningchuan said. Tang Zhan was taken aback and immediately took out his car keys. "It's my fault for choosing a poor location. Let's go eat. Let me think of somewhere with better food." Yu Ningchuan interrupted him again. "That skewer place right downstairs is quite good." Tang Zhan paused mid-action of opening the door. Skewers? He had lived there for over a month and was learning for the first time that there were skewers right beneath his building. Yu Ningchuan got into the passenger seat without giving Tang Zhan a chance to choose, directly commanding him, "Let us go for skewers. It looks great. And it'll help with dampness." Chapter 28. After parking the car, the two of them went to enjoy skewers. It was delightful, and they could even have a drink. Tang Zhan ordered a bottle of cold beer and downed half a glass in one go, relishing it so much that his eyes squinted in pleasure. Yu Ningchuan had initially wanted to drink some beer too, but was stopped by Tang Zhan, who suggested he switch to cold cola instead. "Why can't I drink beer?" he remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the red can in his hand. Tang Zhan dipped various skewers into the red oil pot. They were seated outdoors, and the September weather was pleasantly warm, although the pot was boiling, causing steam to rise. Tang Zhan unbuttoned the top two buttons of his shirt and rolled up his sleeves to his elbows. Yet the steam soon made fine beads of sweat appear on his forehead. "Were you a child? Why are you drinking beer?" Yu Ningchuan, tired of reiterating his age, replied nonchalantly, "I can certainly drink more than you." Tang Zhan scoffed, "Believe that if you wish, speak from your conscience. Don't argue just for the sake of it. Be good and drink your cola." The ingredients in the pot were quickly cooked. After a night of excitement, both were a bit hungry and had hearty appetites, finishing dozens of skewers in no time. Tang Zhan placed a second plate of skewers into the pot. "That was my mom, my biological mother." Yu Ningchuan was sensitive to spiciness and began to sweat upon taking a bite. His temples were damp, and his lips turned a vibrant red. Hearing Tang Zhan's words, he halted his cola drinking, remaining silent as he awaited the continuation. The story was cliched yet tinged with melodrama, though not overly complicated. "My mother had once been my father's mistress, with him for many years, waiting for him for many years. But as time passed, with no hope of becoming legitimate, my mother chose to leave me and walk away. She was a charming woman. Without the burden of me, her life would only improve. Tang Zhan forced a smile as she returned him to the Tang family home, declaring that from now on, they should each seek their own peace. She would live her life, and he his, with no debts between them. She executed her intentions with great diligence, yet he found himself unable to comply. His desires were modest. He only wished for Lin Shuiying to not dismiss his greetings and to share a meal with him every few months. Was such a request truly excessive? They resided in the same city, yet years passed without a single encounter. She rejected his gifts and showed no interest in his salutations. Tang Zhan drained his glass of wine, lamenting, "We are mother and son. Is it wrong for me to love her? It is not as if I chose to be born. They brought me into this world. What fault lies with me?" "You are not at fault," Yu Ningchuan replied without hesitation. "In this world, not all mothers fulfill their roles adequately." In Tang Zhan's gaze, he perceived a fleeting shadow of melancholy. Recalling that Yu Ningchuan's mother seemed to have abandoned her two sons to remarry, igniting a shared sense of sympathy for their mutual plight. She sought wealth and left them to struggle in hardship, and when they yearned for a modicum of warmth, they were met with cold rejection. With a sigh, Tang Zhan poured half a glass of beer for Yu Ningchuan. "Very well, I shall make an exception today. Let us drink a little to ease our sorrows." The two indulged in skewers until midnight, consuming several bottles of beer. It became evident that Yu Ningchuan was not one to quarrel for the sake of it. His tolerance and demeanor far surpassed Tang Zhan's. "I must tell you about my younger brother, a rather portly fellow weighing 200 pounds, Tang Zhan chuckled. As he leaned on Yu Ningchuan for support, their steps unsteady as they navigated the community pathway. "When he was little, he would cry and call me a big bad guy whenever he saw me." Though slightly inebriated, Yu Ningchuan retained his composure, refraining from the excessive chatter that characterized Tang Zhan's state. Apart from a slight flush on his cheeks, he appeared unaffected by the alcohol. A mere stretch of 100 meters had him sweating profusely. After finally getting Tang Zhan to the doorstep, Yu Ningchuan inquired about the whereabouts of the keys. "They're right here," Tang Zhan replied, trembling as he extended his hand, only to fumble as he attempted to insert his fingers into the keyhole. Seeing Tang Zhan in such a drunken stupor, Yu Ningchuan did not expect him to produce the keys on his own and resorted to searching through his pockets. However, as he rummaged through the pants pockets, he was suddenly seized. "Hey, where are you grabbing?" Tang Zhan laughed, scolding, "Don't touch my gun." Yu Ningchuan's mind momentarily dulled, and it took him a while to process the implications of Tang Zhan's words, leading to an awkward silence that enveloped them. He withdrew his hand, leaning against the door, reluctant to move. "Open the door yourself." Tang Zhan swayed around in place, trembling as he finally extracted a set of keys from the other pocket, but instead of approaching the lock, he stumbled directly into Yu Ningchuan. The collision caused Yu Ningchuan's chest to ache, their faces drawn perilously close, as the scent of liquor from Tang Zhan's breath enveloped him, warm and tantalizing. "Don't move." Tang Zhan pressed against him, stubbornly attempting to insert the key into the lock. In that moment, Yu Ningchuan's heart raced. Whether due to the alcohol or the closeness of Tang Zhan, his breathing became labored. He swallowed hard, moistening his dry lips as he urged, "Hurry up." Moments after uttering those words, a click resonated and the door swung open. He remained momentarily dazed, leaning against the door as he began to topple backward. Fortunately, Tang Zhan was not so inebriated as to be oblivious to danger. He instinctively wrapped his arms around the falling Yu Ningchuan, pulling him into his embrace. Luckily, his agility saved the day. He let out a belch, burying his face in the young man's neck, his nose brushing against the soft skin. His thoughts were muddled, yet his heart felt curiously tranquil. There was a refreshing scent of soap emanating from Yu Ningchuan, which he found delightful, unable to resist the urge to cling to him. "Tang Zhan, let go," Yu Ningchuan said, feeling somewhat awkward. This position made walking nearly impossible, resembling conjoined twins. Tang Zhan feigned ignorance, remaining immobile. With no choice left, Yu Ningchuan shuffled sideways into the room like a crab. In just a few short steps, he felt as if he had traversed mountains and rivers. Momentarily envisioning himself as the white dragon horse carrying Tang Sung on the journey for scriptures, destined to face myriad challenges. Upon reaching Tang Zhan's bedroom, Yu Ningchuan intended to push him onto the bed, but to his surprise, Tang Zhan refused to release him, instead pulling him down onto the soft mattress. Now, it was Yu Ningchuan who found himself atop Tang Zhan, their breaths mingling, body warmth transmitting through their clothes, creating an oddly uncomfortable sensation. "Don't mess around," he murmured, propping himself up slightly, a headache beginning to form. Tang Zhan gazed up at the young man with dazed eyes, under the dim yellow light. Yu Ningchuan's face appeared exceptionally soft and beautiful. "You are truly handsome," he said, reaching out to touch Yu Ningchuan's cheek, studying him intently for a moment before lightly patting him twice, just a tad less than me. Yu Ningchuan let out a breath he had been holding. Having experienced an unpleasant situation before, he had been tense, fearing Tang Zhan might mistakenly think of him as someone else and act inappropriately. He rolled to the side and lay on the bed, saying, "Yes, you are the most handsome, the #1 heartthrob in the world." He generously praised Tang Zhan, his gaze drifting to the decorative lines on the ceiling, his eyelids growing heavy. The military training had already drained his energy, and with the alcohol consumed that night, he found himself unable to keep his eyes open any longer. Thus, they spent the night on the same bed, their clothes still on, the blankets untouched, in a haphazard tangle. The following morning, Tang Zhan awoke with a splitting headache, his eyes flying open to reveal the strikingly beautiful youth sleeping soundly beside him. Yu Ningchuan's delicate features and thick eyelashes made for a pleasing sight, stirring a tumultuous reaction in Tang Zhan's heart. However, he quickly recognized, with a jolt of horror, that the source of his astonishment was none other than Yu Ningchuan. His befuddled mind suddenly cleared, and he shot upright. What on earth did he do yesterday? It was no exaggeration to say that for a brief moment, he felt as if he might soil himself, fearing he had succumbed to drunken debauchery with Yu Ningchuan. He had protected him from unwanted advances, only to unwittingly become the greatest beast himself. The psychological trauma was profound, akin to a lifelong curse of impotence. However, relief washed over him as he observed that they were both fully clothed, merely sharing a bed, with no signs of having crossed any boundaries. His racing heart finally began to settle, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. He pressed his hand against his chest, as if attempting to push his frightened soul back into his body. At the sound of his movements, Yu Ningchuan slowly awakened. After a moment of recollection, shielding his eyes with his arm, he finally uttered, "You should drink less in the future." Tang Zhan, having likely slept in an awkward position the previous night, felt a wave of discomfort in his lower back and legs upon rising. He stretched his waist and, somewhat bewildered, replied, "Why? Your tolerance for alcohol is abysmal." Tang Zhan's twisting motion halted abruptly. "What did I do yesterday?" Upon reflection, he realized he hadn't done much at all. Yet the series of events led Yu Ningchuan to find the inebriated Tang Zhan exceedingly troublesome, making him want to keep his distance. "You insisted on teaching me to bark like a dog," he muttered, and Tang Zhan was instantly taken aback. "And also bray like a donkey, neigh like a horse, bleat like a sheep, grunt like a pig." The imagery was so awkward that it felt unbearable. He had never heard anyone mention this peculiar trait of his drunken state before. Was it a recent development? He pondered that it was fortunate it was Yu Ningchuan this time. If it had been Sun Jiran and the others, they would likely have recorded him making animal sounds and mocked him for eternity. The thought of being blackmailed by such an embarrassing video filled him with dread. "All right then, I shall drink less in the future," Tang Zhan conceded. Chapter 29. An eye zipping past by Yu Ningchuan's bunk and noticed a brand new phone on his desk, completely different in style from the previous one. He was somewhat surprised and a tinge envious. "Oh, got a new phone, have we?" Yu Ningchuan, his gaze fixed on a book, tossed the phone into a drawer at the sound of his voice and looked up to ask, "Is there something you need?" That was just how he was. If he disliked someone, he could not feign civility. Not even a polite smile or a cursory glance could be spared. Appearing indifferent to the world, he nonetheless possessed a keen sense of judgment, rejecting anything or anyone he deemed unpleasant. He would not initiate trouble, but would not allow himself to be bullied either. An eye zipping's expression darkened. Is that really necessary? TCH. He turned and headed to the bathroom to wash up, while Jiang Tao, emerging from the bathroom, shot him a disdainful look. "Don't you realize why you're so unlikable? I'm off to practice the piano. I'll be back later," Yu Ningchuan said, retrieving the piano case from the cupboard. He bid farewell to his two roommates and left the dormitory, with the piano case slung over his shoulder. He made his way out of the school gates and headed to Tang Zhan's house. Tang Zhan had been away on a business trip for a few days, leaving the house empty, but he had given Yu Ningchuan a key to come and go as he pleased. Previously, to avoid disturbing his roommates, Yu Ningchuan had taken to playing the piano in a secluded area of the school, but for reasons unknown, the audience around him had grown increasingly large, making him feel as though he were performing at a concert, which was quite uncomfortable. He casually mentioned this to Tang Zhan, who, in a fit of boredom, had even gone to observe one evening and returned to tell him, not to say, but if you put a piano case in front, do you believe they'd throw in a bunch of money? Although reluctant to admit it, he did believe it. Eventually, news of his piano playing inexplicably spread throughout the courtyard and even the school, with members of the student council approaching him, eager to have him perform at the welcome party. After several attempts to decline, he found himself cornered in classrooms and even the cafeteria, nearly trapped in the restroom, and ultimately had no choice but to agree, in search of a tranquil and undisturbed sanctuary for his piano practice. Yu Ningchuan found himself contemplating his options when Tang Zhan extended a helping hand. Within his residence lay an audiovisual room, soundproof and serene, perfectly suited for the purpose of musical refinement. At first, Yu Ningchuan felt that handing over the key was somewhat excessive, given their mere months of acquaintance. Tang Zhan's trust appeared rather profound. Noticing Yu Ningchuan's hesitation to accept the key, Tang Zhan mused, I know your school, your home, your identification, even your bank account. What more is there for me to worry about? His reasoning was so compelling that Yu Ningchuan found himself at a loss for words. Though he accepted the key, Yu Ningchuan refrained from using it indiscriminately, only visiting the room at night when he needed to practice, always sending Tang Zhan a message beforehand. As he illuminated the space and changed into his slippers, just as he entered the audiovisual room with his three-stringed instrument, Tang Zhan's message arrived. Could you initiate a voice live stream? I require a soothing background sound to alleviate my tense nerves. Tang Zhan was currently accompanying Tang Shanhai on a nationwide tour to inspect the hotels under their company for a duration of 2 weeks. Although he served as a relatively inconsequential assistant, he was still responsible for compiling meeting notes into a comprehensive report for Tang Shanhai to review upon returning to headquarters. The task was not particularly challenging, yet it was tedious and intricate. Immersed in creating a PowerPoint presentation, Tang Zhan experienced a nostalgic reverie, reminiscent of his university days spent laboring over papers late into the night. Unfortunately, smoking was prohibited in the hotel room, compelling him to rely on copious amounts of coffee for stimulation. Just as his frustration reached a peak, Yu Ningchuan's message arrived like a refreshing spring, rescuing him from the depths of despair. What would you like to hear? After sending his inquiry, it did not take long for Yu Ningchuan to initiate a voice call. Tang Zhan set his phone aside and lay on his bed, laboriously working on the PowerPoint while responding, anything will do. Perhaps the piece you intend to perform at the welcome party? On the other end, Yu Ningchuan did not reply immediately, but instead tuned the strings of his instrument, letting a melodious sound gradually fill the air. Initially, Tang Zhan paid little attention, but as he worked on the presentation, he found himself humming along to the music, his spirits sinking further, nearly brought to tears. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Wait, are you playing a Jimmy? The music ceased, and Yu Ningchuan's voice emerged. They chose that piece. I had initially intended to play Chasing the Moon with colorful clouds, but they deemed it insufficiently novel, preferring something more familiar. Tang Zhan rolled over on the bed, positioning himself near the phone, and whispered into the microphone, I want to hear that piece you played last time. Yu Ningchuan struggled to recall, asking, which one? Tang Zhan hummed a few notes, as the melody was indelibly etched in his memory. Ah, deep in the night, Yu Ningchuan exclaimed, recognizing it instantly. Just a moment. Tang Zhan gazed up at the ceiling, waiting for a moment, and soon enough, the familiar melody graced his ears. It was a slow-paced composition, even more languid than Ajang Mei, with the potential to serve as a tranquil lullaby, except for the final segment. As he listened to the music emanating from his phone, he could vividly envision Yu Ningchuan's appearance in that moment. Will outsiders be allowed to attend your school's welcome party? The gentle strumming did not cease, and with it, Yu Ningchuan's voice emerged harmoniously. "Shall I inquire? Would you like to join?" Tang Zhan slowly closed his eyes. The fatigue in his nerves had lessened. Yet drowsiness began to envelop him. "Yes, I would like to see." His voice dwindled, fading into the air. "Tang Zhan?" Yu Ningchuan attempted to call his name, but received no response. He surmised that Tang Zhan had succumbed to slumber and intentionally slowed his strumming to render the melody softer and more soothing. After playing the same note several times, confirming that Tang Zhan was indeed deep in sleep, he concluded the voice message, ending the lullaby performance. The following day, Yu Ningchuan sought out Wang Qian, a member of the student council organizing the welcome party, to inquire if there was a way for outsiders to attend the event. With a hint of curiosity, she leaned closer and asked, "Is it your girlfriend?" Yu Ningchuan shook his head. "No, it's a male." "A boyfriend, then?" Yu Ningchuan's eye twitched slightly. "No, just a friend." "Oh, it seems our newly crowned campus heartthrob is still single." "No worries, I'll reserve a ticket for you," ensuring a front row seat. Wang Qian thought to herself, eager to share this delightful news, imagining the excitement it would bring to the single upperclassman. Little did Yu Ningchuan know, he had already gained considerable notoriety on campus. Among the more well-informed students of Huahai, none were unaware of his illustrious name. The literary college's ethereal male deity, fair-skinned and strikingly handsome, resembling a mixed heritage, who played mysterious instruments in the twilight of the nearby woods. What a mythological persona! His classes boasted higher attendance rates, with the surrounding 5 seats consistently occupied. Everyone wished to win his affection, yet he remained blissfully unaware. In the 30th chapter, Tang Zhan continually glanced at the time. Speakers took turns addressing the assembly, and the PowerPoint presentations had cycled through multiple rounds. Weekly reports, monthly reports, annual reports, each laid out before the audience. The meeting had extended throughout the afternoon, nearing 7 p.m., well past the usual end of the workday. Yet Tang Shanhai showed no intention of concluding, even ordering takeout. What further discussion could possibly hold value? Such an emphasis on form over substance was precisely what hindered employee efficiency. Tang Zhan checked his watch again, his impatience growing palpable. He had promised Yu Ningchuan he would attend his performance, which commenced at 7, with his act scheduled for the latter half. If he hurried now, he might still catch it. At that moment, the conference room door swung open, and a delivery person entered with the takeout. "Let us take a 10-minute break and continue the meeting while we eat." Tang Shanhai waved his hand dismissively. Immediately, those who had been seated for hours rushed to the restroom or stepped outside for fresh air. Tang Zhan silently rolled his eyes, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. He composed himself, exited the conference room, and stepped into the elevator, where colleagues who rushed and greeted him with polite nods and smiles. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, he swiftly darted out, moving with the speed of lightning. Yu Ningchuan awaited backstage with his Sanxian, occasionally glancing through the curtain at the audience below. Tang Zhan's seat remained unoccupied, and the messages he had sent seemed to vanish without a trace. The next performance is his turn, and it appears that the other party is unlikely to make it. Prepare. The next program is ready. Wang Qian pressed her earpiece, directing everyone to take their positions. She surveyed Yu Ningchuan's performance attire with immense satisfaction, as though admiring a flawless masterpiece. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, she would have pulled him aside for a commemorative photograph. Wang Qian harbors a modest yet niche hobby outside of her studies: Hanfu, traditional Chinese clothing. She even established a Hanfu club at school, providing a platform for like-minded students to share and discuss their passion. Ever since Yu Ningchuan agreed to perform at the Welcome Gala, she envisioned him adorned in Hanfu for the event. With his captivating aura, he would look splendid in anything. Yet she desired a more classical appearance to complement the sanxian, a traditional string instrument. After borrowing a set of garments from a fellow enthusiast, she chose a white, overlapping collar top paired with a camel-colored skirt. Initially, she intended to add a white cloak, but Yu Ningchuan found the long sleeves cumbersome and declined, opting instead for a short black embroidered jacket. Upon seeing him dressed in this ensemble, she realized it was not merely attractive. He resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. As the saying goes, a handsome man in elegant attire is a sight to behold. and his exquisite looks were further accentuated by the ensemble. With Wang Qian watching, Yu Ningchuan and the other two performers made their way to the stage. Their act was a Sanxian solo concert of A Cut of Plum, showcasing the Sanxian alongside violin and piano accompaniment. As the host announced them, the audience erupted with an enthusiasm unlike any before, predominantly the voices of girls, with some even whistling. This fervor reached its zenith when Yu Ningchuan took the stage. Wang Qian covered her mouth backstage, nearly moved to tears. Oh, how could there be such a handsome boy in the world? There was only one chair on stage, specifically prepared for Yu Ningchuan, complemented by an antique carved wooden chair that matched his attire. The audience's flashes of light were incessant, and the student responsible for photographing the gala was busily clicking away. With such a striking appearance, Yu Ningchuan was destined to become the headline of the next school newspaper. Once the entire school witnessed the charm of their campus heartthrob, it seemed a new campus idol was destined to emerge. Yu Ningchuan settled into the chair, holding the Sanxian with his left hand while his right hand prepared to pluck the strings. As the piano's prelude began, he awaited his cue to join in, just as an unexpected figure hurriedly occupied the previously vacant seat in the audience. With precision, he struck the first note, casting a glance in the direction of Tang Zhan, inadvertently revealing a gentle smile. Tang Zhan was seated remarkably close to the stage, close enough for Yu Ningchuan to notice the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead from his rush. Clearly having worked up a sweat, he loosened his tie and draped his jacket over his arm. This impeccably dressed elite, resembling more a distinguished professional than a student or school leader, attracted many curious glances. Yet, Tang Zhan paid no mind, his gaze solely fixed on Yu Ningchuan on stage, grinning widely to reveal his pearly whites. As the violin took over from the Sanxian, Yu Ningchuan seized the moment to gently nod towards the audience. Tang Zhan's smile deepened, utterly captivated by the performance, on the verge of becoming entranced. He took out his phone and recorded a video, wishing to preserve the moment as a cherished memory. He found himself empathizing with those parents who feel compelled to document every aspect of their child's life, as though they wish to install surveillance on them 24 hours a day. Indeed, the moments of pride and joy are worth capturing, allowing for nostalgic reflection in the future. As the trio of performers concluded their piece, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Yu Ningchuan rose and bowed to the audience, but as he straightened up, a girl suddenly rushed forward, presenting him with a bouquet of flowers. The bouquet was quite large, nearly poking him in the face. Holding the flowers in a daze, Yu Ningchuan took a moment before managing to express his gratitude. If you're interested, do get in touch. With that, she sweetly ran off stage amidst the teasing cheers of the crowd. Tang Zhan stood amidst the evening shadows, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, his gaze directed towards the venue's exit. After Yu Ningchuan's performance, he had exited the venue, choosing a nearby trash can to wait while smoking. A white street lamp illuminated the area, flickering intermittently, reminiscent of a horror film. Before long, he heard someone call out. Turning towards the sound, he beheld Yu Ningchuan, now dressed in casual attire, approaching him with a large bouquet in his arms. Maintaining his smoking posture, Tang Zhan exhaled slowly, a cloud of smoke drifting between the youth and himself. What a grand bouquet, he mused inwardly, though he couldn't help but think that the choice of flowers left much to be desired. Yu Ningchuan extended the bouquet towards him, saying, "Here, take it." Tang Zhan was taken aback. Before he could even reach for it, Yu Ningchuan had firmly pressed the flowers into his embrace. "Why are you giving this to me? It was a gift for you. This feels rather inappropriate." Despite his words, Tang Zhan found himself cradling the bouquet. Yu Ningchuan playfully brushed his fingers over the rose petals, resembling a charming rogue. "I don't have a vase in my dormitory to display them. I believe I spotted a glass vase in your kitchen last time. You should take it back and make use of it, so it doesn't go to waste." In that moment, he only considered the importance of not letting someone else's heartfelt gesture be squandered. Tang Zhan, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, "All right then, I shall help you take care of them." After a brief exchange, Yu Ningchuan had to return for the final curtain call, sauntering back to the venue. Tang Zhan, holding the bouquet, walked towards the parking area, garnering numerous curious glances along the way. As he settled into his car and prepared to start the engine, He inadvertently discovered a small card nestled within the bouquet. Upon extracting it, he found it to be quite exquisite, with a pink surface embossed with silver patterns. Unfolding it, he discovered a string of numbers accompanied by a name. A flower delivery accompanied by a phone number suggested ulterior motives. Tang Zhan clicked his tongue disapprovingly, not focusing on studies, always preoccupied with such matters. He resembled a stern parent who had just unearthed signs of early romantic inclinations in their child, folding the card repeatedly until it was too small to fold any further, before discarding it aside to catch Yu Ningchuan's performance. Tang Zhan had excused himself from the meeting midway and even turned off his phone to prevent Tang Zhan from locating him. The following day, at the headquarters of Tiani, every employee passing by the CEO's office could hear the sound of furious reprimands emanating from within. Tang Zhan was in a furious rage, nearly pointing a finger at Tang Zhan, ready to berate him as an incapable fool. Standing before the desk with his hands clasped behind his back, Tang Zhan listened obediently to the reprimand. Yet any discerning observer could see that his words went in one ear and out the other, completely disregarded. Look at yourself. Just look at yourself. What a disgrace. Tang Zhan shook his finger at him, exclaiming, "How could I have a son like you? If you don't want to come to work, then don't. Spare me the embarrassment." Tang Zhan longed to inquire why he had to be his son, but where could he voice such a question? Had they sought his opinion at the time of his birth, perhaps this tragic bond could have been avoided. Still, he dared only to harbor these thoughts in silence, unable to articulate them aloud. "I won't do it again." He humbly accepted his fault. "You always say you won't do it again, but when has that ever been true?" Tang Zhan's ire could no longer be contained. "You've been spoiled by your mother. You've caused trouble since childhood. If it weren't for you." At that moment, Tang Zhan's expression shifted, resembling a dark cloud heavy with impending storm, long-suppressed emotions finally threatening to unleash themselves. "If it weren't for me, he would have died." His voice was unervingly calm, evoking a chilling numbness. "I should have been the one to die, the illegitimate child of your mistress. You'd prefer it if I were dead, wouldn't you?" Tang Zhan, taken aback by such words, was both astonished and infuriated that his son dared to speak so boldly. The outburst, a slip of the tongue, inadvertently provided Tang Zhan with a potent means to retaliate. Tang Zhan wielded it against him, attempting to instill a sense of guilt, which only served to deepen Tang Zhan's sense of offended authority. "How dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are?" Enraged, Tang Zhan hurled the folders from the desk at Tang Zhan. In an unfortunate turn of events, one folder grazed Tang Zhan's forehead, the sharp plastic corner cutting him. Blood trickled from the small wound, cascading down his cheek to his chin, dripping onto his collar, and even to the floor. Tang Zhan, shocked that he had drawn blood, stood momentarily stunned. Tang Zhan gazed at him, not bothering to wipe the blood from his face. A myriad of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Whether from his father or mother, both had always brought him disappointment, yet he could never seem to let go. "You may be my father, but I am your son, not your pet. You toss me a bone when pleased and turn cold when displeased. No matter how I strive for your approval, I am merely a dog wagging its tail for your favor. You have never felt pride in me, for you have never seen me as your pride." With that, he turned and stormed out of the office, slamming the door with such force that the frame trembled. The employees, who had been discreetly attentive to the commotion, quickly averted their gazes, feigning busyness, too intimidated to look further. Chapter 31. Tang Zhan's head throbbed once more. But fortunately, it was merely a surface injury. A bit of blood flowed, yet it coagulated without the need for stitches. He hurried to the Human Resources Department, pointing to the cut on his forehead for the director's attention, claiming it was a work-related injury and requesting to return home for recuperation. The dispute between this father and son had long reverberated throughout the corners of the Tiani building. The director, too intimidated to intervene or to retain him, awkwardly bid him farewell. Tang Zhan returned home, bloodied and battered, his visage a portrait of despair. Had he encountered a traffic officer along the way, he would surely have startled them with his appearance. Upon arriving home, he collapsed onto his bed, weary to the bone. It was uncertain whether it was his frail constitution or merely a chill that had taken hold of him. Previously, the stitches on his head had caused him little trouble. Yet now he felt a wave of dizziness and fever. He sniffled, wrapping himself tighter in his coat, and felt a flicker of relief that he had moved out to live independently. Otherwise, he would have had to stay in a hotel, reminiscent of a rebellious teenager running away from home. For several days, Tang Zhan languished at home, his phone turned off, avoiding the outside world. He haphazardly tended to the wound on his head with a Band-Aid. When hunger struck, he ordered takeout. When boredom enveloped him, he dozed off. The fever had subsided, yet his incessant runny nose persisted. He was someone who rarely caught a cold, so the severity of this outbreak was quite unexpected. As he blew his nose forcefully, depleting the dwindling supply of tissues, he contemplated whether he should purchase a few boxes online for future use. Curled up on the sofa, he aimlessly flipped through television channels until he stumbled upon a documentary. As spring arrived, ushering in the season of mating for small animals, the long-tailed widow birds in Africa commenced their courtship rituals. He felt drowsy, but suddenly a sound from outside his door jolted him awake. A rush of adrenaline coursed through him as he focused intently on the entrance, weighing the possibility of an intruder. Gripping the remote tightly, he raised his hand as the door swung open, only to find Yu Ningchuan standing there. Instantly, he relaxed and reclined back down. "It's you. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought it was a burglar." The tension made his head spin even more. Yu Ningchuan gently closed the door behind him and changed into slippers before approaching Tang Zhan. "You haven't replied to my messages. I was worried something might have happened, so I came to check on you." Initially, he had presumed Tang Zhan was simply too busy to respond, but after several days of silence, concern crept in. He feared something untoward had occurred, reminiscent of news stories about elderly individuals falling at home, undiscovered for days. With his arm shielding his forehead, Tang Zhan chuckled and retorted, "Damn it, you're the elderly recluse. I've just been feeling unwell and didn't turn on my phone." He closed his eyes to alleviate the dizziness, sensing the sofa sinking slightly beside him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yu Ningchuan sitting down. The latter glanced at the mountain of used tissues on the coffee table and inquired, "Are you all right? Have you taken any medicine?" "I have," Tang Zhan replied, his voice thick with congestion, though it seemed ineffective. Yu Ningchuan scrutinized his face, suddenly furrowing his brow. He grasped Tang Zhan's arm, focusing intently on his forehead. "What happened to your head?" Although the wound was covered with a Band-Aid, the redness and swelling were still evident. Tang Zhan was not inclined to reveal the truth, his gaze wandering as he replied, "I bumped into the corner of a table." Yu Ningchuan regarded him with skepticism. "You bumped into a table? Which one?" Upon hearing his insistence on scrutinizing even which table it was, Tang Zhan felt increasingly dizzy. He nonsensically remarked, "It's my office desk. I bent down to pick up a pen, and when I raised my head, I bumped it. Are you going to take revenge for me?" Yu Ningchuan did not respond, but picked up a half-consumed cold medication from the coffee table. After a moment, he stood up and walked outside. Tang Zhan hastily called after him, "Wait, you're leaving too quickly, aren't you?" Perhaps those who are unwell tend to become particularly clingy, afraid of solitude. When alone, there is no comparison, but upon Yu Ningchuan's arrival, the presence of life invigorated him, and he no longer wished to be alone. He yearned for Yu Ningchuan to stay and converse with him. Yu Ningchuan did not pause at his words, stating, "I'm going to buy something. I'll be back shortly." As he gazed at the door that had just closed, Tang Zhan opened his mouth to say, "Don't go. If you need anything, I can have someone bring it to you." But the words were stifled before they could escape. With the carefulness of an elderly person, he painstakingly shifted himself from the sofa to the bed. After lying there for half an hour, the sound of the door lock turning echoed once more. His ears perked up, catching the sound of the door closing and the familiar footsteps belonging to Yu Ningchuan. Subsequently, the kitchen hood, which was more of a decoration, was activated, followed by the faint clattering of pots and pans. What was Xiao Chuan doing? Tang Zhan opened his eyes and was about to rise when the bedroom door swung open. Yu Ningchuan approached him, holding a cup of water and a bag. "I bought you some anti-inflammatory medication." He glanced at the cartoon bandage on Tang Zhan's forehead and a box of Yunnan Baiyao Band-Aids for you to reapply. "I've made pumpkin porridge on the stove. Once it's ready, I'll bring it to you. When you're sick, you should eat lighter. Don't keep ordering greasy takeout." The remnants of a previous meal still lay on the dining table, which Yu Ningchuan had promptly discarded into the trash. I don't want either. But there's only greasy food nearby, Tang Zhan replied, accepting the water and medication, swallowing them in one go. After placing the cup on the nightstand, he reached up to tear off the bandage on his forehead, but found it adhered too tightly, the swelling around the wound causing a sharp tug of pain. Seeing Tang Zhan nearly in tears, Yu Ningchuan gently swatted his hand away and took over the delicate task. Cross-legged on the bed, Tang Zhan felt the bandage being slowly lifted. Before he could register the pain, a gentle breeze brushed over the tender area, bringing a soothing coolness that dulled the discomfort significantly. Xiao Chuan, you truly are a paragon among men, Tang Zhan mused, almost lulled to sleep by the sensation. Yu Ningchuan carefully removed the old bandage and replaced it with a new one. Whenever Gigi fell as a child, I would blow on his wounds, and he would stop crying, an infallible remedy. I always told him that blowing would ease the pain. Tang Zhan envisioned the young Yu Ningchuan tending to an even younger Yu Gigi, blowing on his wounds, and felt an overwhelming urge to traverse time and capture that moment in a photograph. It must have been incredibly adorable. All done, Yu Ningchuan straightened up, cautioning, avoid water. If it gets wet, change it immediately. He had classes later and could not linger. He served Tang Zhan the porridge and shortly thereafter departed. Under the attentive care of Yu Ningchuan, Tang Zhan's wounds had significantly healed within a couple of days, and his cold had also shown considerable improvement. Just as Tang Zhan was nearing a week of recuperation at home, his aunt, Tang Yufan, who often played the role of a mediator in the family, paid him a visit. As he opened the door for her, his mind raced with speculation about which of his cousins, Sun Jiaran or Zhou Hui, had betrayed him and revealed his whereabouts. "Oh dear, little Zhan, let me see you," Tang Yufan said, her voice laced with concern as she cradled his face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Look at you so haggard. You haven't been taking care of yourself. Staying outside is no substitute for the comforts of home. I think you should move back sooner rather than later." Hearing this, Tang Zhan felt a pang of alarm and quickly extricated himself from his aunt's grasp, eager to affirm his well-being. "It's nothing, see? I'm perfectly fine. Just had a bit of a cold a few days ago, but I'm all better now." To bolster his claim, he even thumped his chest lightly. Tang Yufan settled onto the sofa, retrieving a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. Having lived a life of comfort and ease, she remained an elegant and dignified matron despite the passage of time and a few extra pounds. "Little Zhan, I've already spoken with your father. Regardless of the circumstances, he should never have laid a hand on you," she sighed, gesturing to indicate the seriousness of her visit. "Your injuries have nearly healed. You ought to return to work next week. There is no reason for lingering resentment within the family. Your father is aware of his faults, but as you know, he values his pride. It's left to me to persuade you to come back." Do you have any idea what I actually do at the company?" Tang Yufan was momentarily taken aback. "You know, I've never been versed in such matters. I haven't done anything." Tang Zhan replied, "I spend my days reviewing various documents requiring approval, organizing meeting notes, and photocopying forms. And my studies and certifications. My internship at a renowned venture capital firm are not merely to serve others." He harbored aspirations and dreams, yearning to achieve something noteworthy within his own family business. For years, he had endured silently, refraining from contention or demands, but he felt as though he were suffocating. Do you know what he said? "He blames me, accuses me of causing my elder brother's death." Tang Zhan closed his eyes, feeling the weight of his father's resentment. "He despises me, so nothing I do can ever satisfy him." Tang Yufan's fingers tightened around her handkerchief, her expression shifting to one of distress. He was just too angry to choose his words wisely. "How could you be responsible for Qin Miao's death? You were so young at that time." "Little Zhan," she continued, "I am concerned for your future. If you do not establish a firm footing at the company now, it will become increasingly difficult when your younger brother grows up. By the time Tang Zhan matures, Tang Shanhai will be elderly, and the company will be filled with the Yin family. Who knows if Tang Qianyun will be able to inherit the company smoothly, let alone safeguard your own interests." Ultimately, it all boiled down to the decline of the Tang family and the lack of thriving descendants. Just as Tang Zhan was about to respond, Yu Ningchuan unexpectedly entered, carrying a bag of vegetables, abruptly interrupting their conversation. Tang Yufan gazed at the young man, standing at the doorway with a mix of curiosity and surprise, pondering his identity. So young, and so strikingly handsome. She suddenly turned back to Tang Zhan, her expression stern. Little Zhan, have you gone astray? No wonder you chose to move out on your own. Why study anything else when you could emulate your father's clandestine affairs? She abruptly transformed from a caring figure, who had previously shown compassion towards Tang Zhan, into one brandishing a handkerchief, delivering several playful slaps to his arm. Chapter 32. As Tang Zhan evaded her playful blows while rubbing his sore arm, he exclaimed, "Aunt, it's not what you think. This is a housekeeper I hired, just a part-time domestic worker, a student helping out." In his fluster, he inadvertently uttered a falsehood, perplexed by the sudden pang of guilt. Tang Yufan paused her playful assault, her skepticism evident. A housekeeper? A part-time job? Tang Zhan nodded vigorously, then turned to Yu Ningchuan, signaling him urgently. "Xiao Chuan, this is my aunt. You should explain to her." For a moment, Yu Ningchuan was at a loss as to what he needed to clarify. After all, he and Tang Zhan didn't share any scandalous secrets. Yet, given the ambiguity of the situation, he decided to play along with Tang Zhan's charade. "Hello." He approached Tang Yufan, retrieving an item from his pocket and offering it to her. "I'm a student from Huahai, working part-time as Mr. Tang's housekeeper. If you don't believe me, here is my student ID and identification. Feel free to take a look." Tang Yufan took the documents and scrutinized them closely. The student ID displayed Yu Ningchuan's fair and handsome visage, unchanged and still quite presentable. Without needing a second glance, she confirmed that the person on the ID was indeed him. Fearing her disbelief, he added, "These are the ingredients I prepared for Mr. Tang's dinner." Tang Yufan cast a discerning glance at the assortment, noting the vegetables and a fish. It appeared her initial assumptions had been misguided. Feeling a tad embarrassed about her earlier reaction, she mumbled, "You're quite capable." Yu Ningchuan offered her a warm smile. She then turned to Tang Zhan and remarked, "Xiao Zhan, I've said what I needed to say. Think it over. It's not convenient for you here, and I have matters to attend to this evening, so I want to linger." Tang Zhan suppressed his inner joy, escorting her to the door. "Goodbye, Aunt. Let's keep in touch." Once he had seen Tang Yufan off in the elevator, he finally closed the door. Finally, she is gone. Leaning against the door, he exhaled deeply. But before he could fully release his breath, he caught Yu Ningchuan's meaningful gaze, momentarily stifling his breath. Yu Ningchuan queried, "Why did you make me deceive your aunt?" Tang Zhan rubbed the back of his neck, contemplating the question as he took a few steps closer to Yu Ningchuan. "It's just that our relationship is somewhat complicated, and the part-time housekeeper role is easier for my aunt to comprehend." Yu Ningchuan raised an eyebrow. "Is our relationship really that complicated?" Tang Zhan fell silent, gesturing to indicate a slight length. A little. Yu Ningchuan pursed his lips and turned towards the kitchen. Sensing a shift in mood, Tang Zhan hurriedly followed him inside. Standing beside him, "Xiao Chuan, you're not upset, are you?" Yu Ningchuan kept his gaze lowered, rinsing a bundle of herbs in water. "I truly don't have the right to be your friend." Tang Zhan nearly jumped, grabbing Yu Ningchuan's arm, his voice instinctively lowering in intensity. "What nonsense are you spouting? I never considered you just a friend." Yu Ningchuan stared at him, momentarily blank, before hearing Tang Zhan say, "I consider you as my brother." Yu Ningchuan nearly succumbed to the impulse of hurling the wild herbs in his hand, yet such a notion dissipated, leaving no trace of his earlier displeasure. Observing Yu Ningchuan's expression brighten, Tang Zhan felt an immense relief. "My aunt is quite the worrywart, despite her seemingly rational demeanor. Once she sets her mind on something, she refuses to heed anyone else's counsel. If I were to claim you as my friend, even if it were true, she would undoubtedly question the nature of our relationship, incessantly nagging me for ages." "Well, perhaps you should reflect on that," Yu Ningchuan remarked, lifting the herbs and placing them on a plate for later use. Tang Zhan stammered, "Reflect? What should I reflect on? Why your aunt would doubt you? What else could it be?" "Because you are handsome," Tang Zhan blurted out, adding, "If you look like Zhou Hui, I assure you my aunt would never doubt the purity of our friendship. You should introspect rather than blaming others." "Wow, look at you. School has only just begun, and you've already grown wings," Tang Zhan teased. Ignoring him, Yu Ningchuan continued to clean the fish, meticulously removing the gills and ensuring all traces of blood were gone. Today, he had procured a substantial amount of ingredients, including fish, meat, and a bundle of handmade noodles. Tang Zhan lingered around him, seemingly reluctant to leave, and curiously asked, "There are so many ingredients today. Can we finish them all?" "It's manageable. There aren't that many dishes," Yu Ningchuan replied in a notably calm tone. "Today is my birthday." Tang Zhan froze for 2 seconds, exclaiming, "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" He reached for Yu Ningchuan's arm, insisting, "Let us go out for a grand meal." Yu Ningchuan remained steadfast, stating, "Why go out? I've already bought the ingredients. If we don't eat the fish today, it won't be fresh tomorrow." Unable to pull him away, Tang Zhan pondered for a moment before dashing off to the bedroom. With swift movements, Yu Ningchuan prepared the wild herbs, simmered fish soup, and stir-fried beef with potatoes. Just as he set the dishes on the dining table, Tang Zhan emerged from the bedroom, hands behind his back, looking slightly bashful as he presented a box to Yu Ningchuan. "You're 19 now, right? I didn't prepare anything special, so I could only choose something from my used belongings. I hope you don't mind." The box was large and heavy, its green leather exterior adorned with a somewhat unattractive bow. Yu Ningchuan's lips twitched. "You weren't tying that bow the entire time in your room, were you?" He accepted the box and opened it to find a steel watch with a green dial, one he had seen Tang Zhan wear before. Indeed, it was secondhand, but showed no signs of wear. Noticing Yu Ningchuan's stunned silence, Tang Zhan took the initiative to help him put it on. "This color complements your complexion beautifully. At your age, this style is far more appealing than a leather strap, which is too mature for you. A manual watch is a hassle. You always have to check the time." "Wait," Yu Ningchuan interjected. "How much did this cost?" He could accept Tang Zhan as old phone due to the depreciation of electronic products, but this watch was different. Just by observing its quality and craftsmanship, Yu Ningchuan could ascertain it must be quite expensive. Tang Zhan brushed aside his hand, resolutely fastening the watch on his wrist. "I'm aware of your thoughts. However, this watch is truly not expensive. One might even say it is the most affordable among my collection. Its inflated second-hand price is merely a consequence of its discontinuation." He lifted Yu Ningchuan's hand, inspecting it back and forth with great satisfaction. "It must not be removed except when bathing." Yu Ningchuan remained somewhat skeptical, touching the dial and saying, "Do not deceive me. I will verify." Tang Zhan, unable to endure his doubts, retorted, "If you return it to me, I will toss it into the water basin downstairs, allowing it to swim with the two koi." He nudged him toward the dining table. "Let us feast, birthday boy. On such a joyous occasion, how could one forego alcohol?" Tang Zhan produced a treasured bottle, 52-degree Wuliang Golden Jinan, and placed it before Yu Ningchuan. "I have quit drinking, but you can indulge, can't you?" This bottle was not originally his. It was a housewarming gift from Zhou Hui and Sun Jiaran, long neglected in the storage room until now, finally finding its purpose. Despite Yu Ningchuan's impressive capacity for liquor, he could not consume an entire bottle of white spirit. So Tang Zhan merely poured him a modest half-glass. "It's Friday anyway. If you get drunk, you can sleep here and need not return to school." Yu Ningchuan took a tentative sip, finding it somewhat harsh, and hesitated to drink more. "It feels a bit solitary to drink alone. How about this? I take a sip," he said, dipping his chopsticks into the liquor and offering them to Tang Zhan. "You take a lick?" Tang Zhan waved away the chopsticks. "That seems rather unseemly. Let us do this. You drink the white spirit, and I'll have a beer." He fetched a can of chilled beer from the refrigerator. Feeling quite at ease with the amount, he pulled the tab and raised his can toward Yu Ningchuan. "Happy birthday, Xiao Chuan." Yu Ningchuan smiled, clinking his can against Tang Zhan's. "Thank you." When they first met, neither could have imagined they would one day sit peacefully at the same table celebrating a birthday. The high purity of the liquor proved challenging for Yu Ningchuan. After only a couple of shots, he was unable to handle it and, resting his head on the table, succumbed to dizziness. Tang Zhan insisted he finish his noodles, claiming they were longevity noodles, causing Yu Ningchuan to nearly choke on them. "I'll rest for a moment." His tolerance for alcohol was far superior to Tang Zhan's. Even inebriated, he would not create a commotion. "Xiao Chuan." Tang Zhan nudged him several times, and upon realizing he had truly passed out, he lifted him, supporting his arm and guiding him to the guest room. Although Yu Ningchuan appeared slender and delicate, beneath his clothing lay a solid physique. Tang Zhan, breathless, tossed him onto the bed, inadvertently falling beside him, his hands bracing against the side of Yu Ningchuan's face. The air was suffused with a rich aroma of alcohol, a fragrance that belonged to Yu Ningchuan. Unlike soap, it was equally pleasant. He lay there, utterly defenseless, pure and beautiful. His eyelashes resembled the delicate wings of butterflies, fluttering enchantingly and stirring one's heart. Tang Zhan playfully brushed one of Yu Ningchuan's eyelashes with his finger, causing the young man to frown slightly in attempt to evade, yet he remained unresponsive. Tang Zhan chuckled, the alcohol amplifying not only emotions but also desires. He slowly leaned closer, as if striving to discern the intricate beauty of Yu Ningchuan's dense eyelashes more clearly. How lovely, he thought, enraptured. When he regained his senses, he found himself merely a palm's breadth away from Yu Ningchuan's face. Uncertain of what to do next, even he was oblivious. Despite having consumed only a single can of beer, he felt as though he were on the brink of losing his humanity. Drenched in cold sweat, Tang Zhan abruptly sat upright, almost losing his balance from the sudden movement. He raised his hand and struck himself sharply, the sound echoing in the room. Avoiding a glance at the person on the bed, he fled the room, his complexion pale, escaping the presence of Yu Ningchuan. Chapter 33. He should not have drunk staring at the ceiling. Tang Zhan was ensnared in deep contemplation until Sun Jiaran knocked on his door. Why are you still in bed? 3 days prior, Tang Zhan had unexpectedly arrived at his lavish residence, seizing his guest room without warning, and had since displayed an air of lethargy, neither engaging in play nor disclosing what had transpired. Upon inquiring, he learned that Tang Zhan had quarreled with his family again. The fresh scar on his forehead was a testament to Tang Shanhai's handiwork. It was clear that he had entirely misjudged Tang Zhan's motive for visiting. Tang Zhan rose from the bed, his disheveled hair leading him to the bathroom. Sun Jiaran poked his head around the bathroom door, arms crossed, inquiring, "When will you return?" With his mouth full of toothpaste foam, Tang Zhan responded with a knowing glance. "It's not that I don't wish for you to stay, but your presence here complicates matters for me, Sun Jiaran." Little did he expect that there would come a day when he would be regarded with disdain by Sun Jiaran. Spitting out the foam and rinsing his mouth, he said, "Understood. I shall depart today." Sun Jiaran, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I'm not trying to rush you. It's just that your aunt just called to inquire about you. If you don't return to work soon, I fear she might come over directly to fetch you." The mere thought of Tang Yufan caused Tang Zhan much distress. His aunt harbored an unwavering trust in him, believing that as long as he showed up at the company, his father would eventually hand over the reins. To her, it seemed that only Tang Zhan's inheritance of Guihetiani could ensure the family's legacy. Wiping his face and dropping the towel, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, saying, "Understood. I want to make it difficult for you." However, before Tang Zhan could even return, a phone call from Xiaohan compelled him to head back to Guihetiani, where he managed to reach a tenuous reconciliation with Tang Shanhai. Tang Shanhai, both a corporate manager and a limited partner in the venture capital realm, had the potential to bring in investment projects and act as a financial benefactor. For Xiaohan, the head of Jiuan Capital's China division, meeting him was quite a normal endeavor. Even if no projects materialized, establishing rapport and nurturing connections were paramount. The adult world is woven together through such social gatherings. As Tang Shanhai's son, Tang Zhan was the ideal intermediary. While coordinating with his assistant to contact Guihetiani, he received a call from Xiaohan, who hoped that Tang Zhan would also attend the dinner. The timing of this request was uncanny, almost theatrical. Had he not known that Xiaohan could not possibly be acquainted with Tang Yufan, Tang Zhan might have suspected him to be yet another emissary sent by her. Reluctantly, Tang Zhan complied with the scheduled time and appeared at the restaurant, ensuring he honored Tang Shanhai and spared Xiaohan any awkwardness. The meal unfolded harmoniously, with all parties expressing their satisfaction. It was at the dining table that Tang Zhan learned that Guihetiani had successfully passed the Hong Kong Stock Exchange's hearing, and Tang Shanhai was set to depart for Hong Kong the following day to commence the Analyst Roadshow. "You will accompany me," he declared, leaving no room for negotiation as he firmly established Tang Zhan's upcoming itinerary. Tang Zhan opened his mouth to speak, but, mindful of Xiaohan's presence, ultimately refrained. Very well. He smiled, suppressing his retort. After the meal, the three departed in their respective vehicles. Upon returning home, Tang Zhan couldn't shake the lingering scent of wine that seemed to permeate the air. He hastily packed his belongings and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to send a message to Yu Ningchuan, informing him of his business trip that would keep him away from Haicheng for approximately a month. The duration from the initiation of the roadshow to the official listing on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange would indeed span close to a month. Such an extended separation would provide him with the opportunity to reflect and gain clarity on his own feelings. When Yu Ningchuan received Tang Zhan's message, he was studying at the library. He found himself momentarily taken aback by the news of a month's absence by the time Tang Zhan returned. Winter would have settled over Haicheng. Ever since that night of his birthday, an inexplicable sensation had enveloped him, as though Tang Zhan was intentionally evading him. This peculiar feeling was difficult to articulate. It stemmed merely from the diminished frequency of their communications, a noticeable shift in tone. Even the punctuation had been reduced to just commas and periods. Suddenly, Yu Ningchuan covered his eyes with his hands and let out a long sigh. Was he being foolish, akin to a lovesick girl fretting over her relationship? He replied with a simple, safe travels. After waiting a while for a response that never came, he scrolled through their chat history. In the past, they would exchange dozens of messages in a single day, yet in recent days, they had barely exchanged a handful. Was he overly sensitive, or was there indeed something amiss with Tang Zhan? The next day, as Tang Zhan rode to the airport, he contemplated sending Yu Ningchuan a departure message. However, just as he reached for his phone, he hesitated and shoved it back in his pocket, chastising himself for failing to maintain composure. How could he remain calm and think independently if he kept sending messages? Thus, he resolved that one of his foremost commitments for the upcoming month would be to abstain from his phone and from messaging Yu Ningchuan. Upon arriving at the airport, he met up with Tang Zhan and others, proceeding through the VIP passage to board the flight. Once on the plane, as he attempted to switch his phone to airplane mode, he discovered that, while he had not initiated contact, Yu Ningchuan had sent him a message. "Are you in the air?" Tang Zhan grimaced at his phone, feeling as if his mind had short-circuited, struggling to formulate a response. He drafted several replies, only to delete them in frustration, ultimately settling on a succinct, "Almost there." Then, as if fearing further communication from Yu Ningchuan, he promptly turned off his phone, requested a blanket and earplugs from the flight attendant, and dozed off the moment the plane took off. The flight from Haicheng to Hong Kong took merely 3 hours. Yet Tang Zhan, perhaps due to the tension of recent days, found himself lost in a series of dreams that flowed seamlessly one into another, unable to pause. He dreamed of the days spent in childhood with Lin Shuiying, a time that could be deemed the most carefree of his life. Subsequently, he returned to the Tang family, leading to the demise of Tang Qimiao, while secretly harboring feelings for Fang Zhening, the only one who had ever offered him warmth. He was then sent abroad. Next, he dreamt of Wenjin, a quaint town embraced by lush green mountains and clear waters. It boasted modern 5-star hotels alongside rustic farmhouses, a harmonious blend of tradition and innovation. He also recalled Yu Ningchuan. He dreamt of their first encounter, catching sight of him in a bar, and found him reminiscent of a casual gardenia. Then, Yu Ningchuan truly transformed into a gardenia. His hands became branches entwined around him, and as his body leaned closer, the air was filled with the fragrance of gardenias, which, despite its ethereal chill, mingled with the scent of wine. Tang Zhan found himself at a loss, unable to push him away or embrace him. Words eluded him. "Xiao Chuan, please don't do this." Yu Ningchuan's skin was pale as snow, and nestled in his dark hair was a dew-kissed gardenia. He exhaled, clinging tightly to Tang Zhan. "Tang Zhan, what did you want to do that day?" Tang Zhan's gaze darted, flustered. "And no, I didn't. You're lying." Yu Ningchuan's limbs transformed into unbreakable dry vines, ensnaring him tightly. Tang Zhan felt the air escaping his lungs and cried out in desperation. "Xiao Chuan, I was wrong. I want to do it again." Yu Ningchuan looked at him, a fleeting sorrow in his eyes. Since you do not like me, I cannot continue to exist as a person. When dawn breaks, I shall become a true gardenia. Tang Zhan was taken aback, wanted to clarify further. Yet Yu Ningchuan's hair turned white. The gardenia atop his head melted away, and gradually, he truly transformed into a gigantic, budding gardenia. Tang Zhan felt as though he had merged with him, becoming one. He trembled, awakening from the nightmare. Heart racing, he wiped his face and threw off the blanket, feeling an urge to curse. What kind of absurdity was this son of the gardenia? A variation of The Little Mermaid? Chapter 34. Upon arriving in Hong Kong, Tang Zhan and his team embarked on a series of promotional roadshows with the lead underwriter to garner the interest of potential investors for their IPO. If all proceeded smoothly, Tian would list after determining the new stock price. However, during the roadshow, a significant issue arose. This problem stemmed from Tang Shanhai's dissatisfaction with the valuation proposed by potential investors. He believed that Tian's worth was underestimated and refused to continue the roadshow, even contemplating the suspension of the IPO plans. As a quintessential family enterprise, Tang Shanhai held absolute authority, controlling over 80% of the company's shares, making Tian effectively his domain. He wished to wait for a market rebound before restarting the IPO. Yet Tang Zhan sensed the risks involved. We signed a bet agreement with Xinxin Fund. They invested in exchange for 12 of the shares, requiring Tian to successfully list within 5 years. This is the final year, and if we fail to achieve the IPO by year-end, according to the agreement, we must pay 10 billion to buy back their shares. He intercepted Tang Shanhai outside the roadshow hall, where we supposed to find 10 billion yuan in cash. Moreover, the market has been exceedingly volatile over the past 2 years, and the golden age of the hotel industry has long since passed. It's not easy to expect a revival. Tang Shanhai, his face etched with impatience, pushed past him and continued walking. This matter will be discussed with the fund representatives. You need not concern yourself with it. Tang Zhan caught up with him, insisting, going public is imperative. A low valuation is preferable to a forced liquidation where the company is sold off because we cannot repay our debts, isn't it? If the Xian Fund refuses to budge, when the time comes, Tang Shanhai will have to produce double the initial investment to repurchase that 12% stake. Should he fail to do so, it will trigger a series of clauses in the agreement, necessitating the sale of his own shares to meet the fund's returns. If the quantity of shares sold exceeds 50%, Tian will no longer be under the control of the Tang family. Having faced humiliation from the investment institution, Tang Shanhai was already in a foul mood. To have his decisions questioned by Tang Zhan only fueled his rage. He lashed out, "What do you know? Don't think that studying abroad for a few years gives you the right to teach me how to run things. I don't need your oversight on these corporate decisions. I'm not dead yet, and you're already scheming to usurp power?" Ultimately, Tang Zhan's insistence was born out of concern for Tian and the Tang family. He had not anticipated such malicious suspicion from his father. Everything he did was wrong in their eyes, simply because he was the child who should never have been born. He was not Tang Qianmiao, nor was he Tang Shanhai's pride. I didn't mean it that way. If you refuse to heed my words, then consider them unsaid. Tang Zhan raised his hand, signaling Tang Shanhai to remain calm. After so many arguments, he realized his heart had grown increasingly resilient. He was less prone to anger now. His feelings for his parents had gradually eroded, and he believed that one day, when he could completely disregard their hurtful actions, he would finally be free. Tang Shanhai snorted in anger, brushing past Tang Zhan without a backward glance. Tang Zhan stood alone for a moment, letting out a long sigh before hastily changing direction to catch up. Just then, his phone rang, displaying a call from Yu Ningchuan. After a moment of hesitation, he answered as he walked. "Tang Zhan, this isn't an opportune moment for a conversation," he said evasively, his words tumbling out quickly as he still hadn't sorted out their relationship. "Sorry, I have something to attend to. I'll call you back later." There was a brief silence on the other end before Yu Ningchuan quietly replied, "All right." After a busy day, Tang Zhan returned to the hotel that evening and immediately called Tang Qianyan. He understood that Tang Shanhai would not listen to him. However, Tang Qianyun was his favorite successor and held the position of CEO. Her words might carry weight with Tang Shanhai. Tang Zhan succinctly outlined the situation, and Tang Qianyun listened intently. When she finished, she expressed that she would discuss it with Tang Shanhai, agreeing that halting the IPO was not a wise decision. They had invested so much in the preliminary stages. To abandon it just before success would be a tremendous waste. Hearing her validation of his thoughts finally eased Tang Zhan's worries. Now that you say that, I am reassured. Tang Zhan found himself at a loss for conversation with her. Just as he was about to end the call when the other party hesitated and called him back. Tang Qianyun had always been a woman of decisive action. Her methods in the male-dominated business world were nothing short of formidable. The fact that she struggled to articulate something left Tang Zhan deeply intrigued. What is it? Could it possibly be about you, Anne and Ning? He conjectured, recalling the dispute he had witnessed between her and Fong Zenin at the last gala. His guess proved remarkably accurate, to the point that Tang Qianyun was astonished by his perceptiveness. With a soft sigh, she declared, I intend to divorce Fong Zenin. Tang Zhan was taken aback, almost doubting his own hearing. Tang Qianyun and Fong Zenin had been in a harmonious relationship for over a decade, culminating in marriage just a few months prior, and they even had a child together. Now she was suddenly telling him she wanted a divorce? Are you joking? He questioned, glancing at the date on his phone to confirm it was not April Fool's Day. I'm not joking. What about the child? I will raise it myself. Tang Qianyun replied with unwavering determination, showing no signs of jest. It was clear that this decision had been made after careful consideration. What exactly has he done to you? Tang Zhan could not comprehend what could have driven Tang Qianyun, while pregnant, to so urgently seek a divorce. While it is often said that marriage is the grave of love, such a rapid demise seemed excessive. You needn't concern yourself with that. I've made my decision. She was a woman of conviction, merely informing Tang Zhan rather than seeking his counsel. The children of the Tang family, regardless of their reluctance to admit it, this trait led them to make certain decisions resolutely, never looking back. Tang Zhan had no desire, nor the standing, to interfere in their marital affairs. Since Tang Qianyun had notified him, a simple acknowledgement sufficed. With a hint of melancholy, he ended the call. When he turned back to return a call to Yu Ningchuan, he found he could not get through. It was late. Whom could he possibly be speaking with? Tang Zhan stared at his phone, feeling a sense of irritation. He sent a message, hoping Yu Ningchuan would see it and call him back. But as exhaustion overcame him and he fell into a deep sleep, his phone remained silent. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Ningchuan was hastily making his way back to Wenjin. His phone had become uncomfortably warm from incessant calls, yet the cries of Yu had never ceased. Uncle, something must have happened to him, right? Yu sobbed, hiccuping through his tears. The phone was borrowed from Yu Li, and he clutched it like a lifeline, crouching in the empty hospital corridor, speaking continuously with Yu Ningchuan. Fear gripped him. He needed to hear Yu Ningchuan's voice. Everything will be fine. Don't be afraid. I will be home soon. Yu Ningchuan's words served as a calming anchor, steadying the young boy's anxious heart. Earlier that afternoon, Yu Dalei had suddenly fallen, initially suspected to be an epileptic seizure. But after a considerable time without convulsions, it appeared he had lapsed into unconsciousness. Yu Wei's grandfather sensed something was amiss and summoned the village chief and others, swiftly transporting him to the town hospital. The doctor took one look and immediately recognized the symptoms of a cerebral hemorrhage in Yu Dalei, hastily initiating resuscitation efforts. At this moment, he had yet to emerge from the operating room. Yu voice had grown hoarse from crying, an overwhelming dread enveloping his heart. Yu Dalei was, apart from Yu Ningchuan, the last remaining relative he had in this world. Having never known a father and believing his mother to be deceased, this was the first time he truly experienced the terror of potentially losing a loved one. Despite his uncle's frail health and lack of intelligence, he had always treated his nephews with utmost kindness, protecting, nurturing, and loving them without ever asking for anything in return. Why had fate dealt him such a cruel hand after a lifetime of hardship? Brother, I am so scared, Yu sobbed, tears streaming down his face as he contemplated the worst possible outcome. Suddenly, the door to the operating room swung open, and a doctor emerged, followed closely by a medical bed being wheeled out. Yuli rushed forward to inquire about the situation. "Doctor, how did the surgery go? Was it successful?" Yu Jiji, trembling and clutching his phone, was so anxious he forgot to cry. On the other end, Yu Ningchuan held his breath, awaiting the doctor's verdict. The patient had been saved, but when he would awaken remained uncertain. Further observation was required. Upon hearing that the situation was not the worst it could be, Yu Jiji let out a small sigh of relief. "Brother, uncle is out. I have to hang up," he said, sniffling and speaking with a choked voice. "You must come back quickly." Yu Ningchuan, seated on the train with 2 hours still until his destination, could do nothing to hasten time. Yet he endeavored to reassure Yu Jiji as much as possible. "All right, don't be afraid. I will be there soon. Call me if anything happens." After hanging up, Yu Ningchuan leaned back wearily against the corridor of the train, closing his eyes. In this urgent situation, he had to return to Wenjin as swiftly as possible, resorting to a standing ticket. From the moment he received the news, his nerves had been taut. Although he continually comforted Yu Jiji, he himself was terrified of hearing bad news from him. There was even a moment when he regretted leaving them in Wenjin. Now that Yu Dalei had at least escaped the clutches of death, his heart gradually returned to a more stable state. Exhausted, he finally relaxed enough to fall into a deep sleep, completely unaware of the messages Tang Zhan had sent him. The next morning, upon awakening, Tang Zhan checked his calls and messages, finding still no word from Yu Ningchuan. This young man, with his hair disheveled and his mind not fully awake, dialed Yu Ningchuan's number again, but no one answered, as if his phone had been abandoned in an unknown corner. What had previously been mere annoyance for Tang Zhan had now transformed into a sense of urgency. A day and night without contact, and with no replies to messages. Could something have happened to him? Tang Zhan rose from the bed, his bare feet sinking into the soft hotel carpet as he paced back and forth, eventually calling Yu Ningchuan's dormitory. After what felt like an eternity, just when he thought no one would answer and was about to hang up, the line was finally picked up. "Who is it calling so early?" A gruff male voice replied from the other end. Tang Zhan was aware that disturbing someone's peaceful slumber early in the morning was inconsiderate. He softly apologized to the other party, inquiring, "Excuse me, is Yu Ningchuan in your dorm?" A moment of silence ensued, and when the person spoke again, their tone was considerably gentler. "You're looking for him? He has taken a leave and returned home. It seems a family member is unwell." Tang Zhan's fingers tightened in apprehension. "Who is ill?" The response was uncertain. "I'm not sure. He left abruptly yesterday afternoon." Expressing his gratitude, Tang Zhan ended the call. A sense of disorientation washed over him. Wasn't it just yesterday afternoon that Yu Ningchuan had called him? How had he responded then? He had mentioned he was busy and would call back later. Tang Zhan's fists struck the wall in frustration, wishing to punish himself for his prior insensitivity. When Yu Ningchuan needed him, he had been lost in his own trivialities. He swiftly checked the schedule for flights to Jiangxing and discovered one departing later that afternoon, less than 4 hours away. He hurriedly attended to his grooming, dressed, and packed his belongings in a flurry, finally ready to dash out of his room. At the hotel entrance, the doorman hailed a vehicle for him and stowed his luggage in the trunk. As Tang Zhan settled into the passenger seat, he instructed the driver to head to the airport. Once they were en route, he pulled out his phone to call Tang Shanhai. After a few rings, the call was answered brusquely. Why call when you can speak face-to-face? Tang Shanhai's voice lacked the grogginess of someone just awakened. Tang Zhan, uninterested in pleasantries, replied succinctly, "Since you've halted the listing plan, it no longer concerns me. I have matters to attend to, so I'm taking my leave." Without waiting for Tang Shanhai to respond, he promptly ended the call. Tang Shanhai, already displeased with him, thought it better to let him continue as a disobedient son. In a dimly lit room, Yu Ningchuan opened his eyes, rubbed his face, and sat up on the bed. He reached for the pack of cigarettes on the bedside table, lighting one to smoke. He had only arrived at the hospital in the early hours after a late-night train journey, and by the time he reached, dawn was approaching. However, the intensive care unit allowed only half an hour of visitation each day, with a limit of 2 relatives at a time, and he could not see Yu Dalei. Waiting idly was futile. No one knew when Yu Dalei would awaken. Consequently, Yu Ningchuan asked Yuli to take Yu Jiji home, opting to rent a single room at a nearby guest house intending to stay until Yu Daliai's condition stabilized enough for him to leave the ICU. After finishing his cigarette, he glanced at the clock on the wall and noticed it was nearly time for visitation. He quickly washed up and, skipping breakfast, hurried towards the hospital. Electronic devices were prohibited in the ICU, so Yu Ningchuan left his phone in the cramped, shabby room. Upon entering the intensive care unit, he found Yu Dalai connected to various tubes and machines, his head wrapped in gauze, eyes tightly shut, unresponsive to Yu Ningchuan's calls. Witnessing his brother in such a state caused tears to well up in Yu Ningchuan's eyes. Half an hour later, a nurse came to usher him out, and with heavy footsteps, Yu Ningchuan exited the building. With nowhere else to go, he made his way back to the guest house, stopping by a bun shop to purchase 2 meat buns to stave off his hunger. As he approached the door and retrieved his keys, ready to insert them into the lock, the phone inside the house suddenly rang. Fearing it might be a call from the hospital, Yu Ningchuan hastened to open the door and entered. Upon picking up the phone from the bedside table, he was surprised to see that it was a call from Tang Zhan. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. "Hello, Tang Zhan." Balancing the phone between his shoulder and ear while dragging his luggage, attempted to hail a cab. Just as he managed to flag one down, he was a step too slow due to his cumbersome movements, and another passenger seized the opportunity. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. But upon realizing the call had connected, he quickly altered his tone. "Xiao Chuan, where are you right now?" He had already arrived in Jiang City, and if he could catch a cab, he would reach Wenjin in an hour. "I'm at school." Yu Ningchuan's voice seemed devoid of any indication of distress. Yet Tang Zhan's heart tightened at the apparent falsehood of his words. "Xiao Chuan, I called your dormitory." Tang Zhan unceremoniously plopped down on his suitcase, resting his head as he spoke. "Your classmates told me everything. Is there something wrong with your uncle's condition?" Yu Ningchuan, caught off guard by how easily his lie had been uncovered, fell silent for a moment. "Xiao Chuan, I'm already in Jiang City. Give me an address. I'll come find you." Yu Ningchuan snapped back to reality, astonished. "You're in Jiang City?" Tang Zhan tugged at the information tag on his suitcase. "We could discuss it when we meet. Just give me an address." "At the hospital where you last stayed." Yu Ningchuan replied. "My uncle was rushed in yesterday due to a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Fortunately, he was saved in time and is no longer in immediate danger. But he remains unconscious and requires care in the intensive care unit." Tang Zhan had initially assumed that Yu Dalai's epilepsy had recurred, prompting his hurried return to Wenjin, only to discover the situation was far more grave. Spotting an empty taxi approaching in the distance, he hurriedly said, "I'll hang up now. I'll call you when I arrive." This time, he was quick on the uptake and swiftly slipped into the back seat, securing his claim to the taxi. Yu Ningchuan gazed at his phone, a gentle smile gracing his lips at the sight of Tang Zhan's name in his contacts. Unbeknownst to him, he appeared remarkably tender in that moment. After finishing 2 steamed buns with cold water, Yu Ningchuan called Yu Li to express his gratitude for her assistance over the past couple of days. "What thanks? We're family," Yu Li responded warmly, inquiring about Yu Dalai's condition. She assured him that once he was out of the ICU, they had already arranged for Yu Ningchuan to return to Haicheng for his studies. "The village chief and I have discussed it. Families will take turns caring for Uncle Dalai. Don't worry, we'll ensure he is well looked after." Yu Ningchuan slightly parted his lips, at a loss for how to convey his feelings. A mix of sadness and gratitude welled within him. "Thank you," he found himself repeating, the words tumbling forth. "No need for thanks," Yu Li insisted. "The village chief said that you are the only university student from our village. It is our duty as adults to lift any burdens from you. Just focus on your studies. We'll take care of things at home." Having faced hardship from a young age, Yu Ningchuan's ability to attend university was a significant achievement, and he appreciated any help he could receive. Yu Li, with her warm-hearted nature, firmly believed in the bond of family within the village and genuinely felt there was no need for gratitude. Finally, Yu Li expressed her intention to comfort Yu Jiji over the next couple of days, promising to take him to the hospital to visit Yu Dalai once classes were over on Saturday. She also urged Yu Ningchuan to take good care of himself before ending the call. Just as he thought he could not escape the whims of fate, the heavens granted him glimpses of soft light, akin to a warm sun illuminating a cold, dark night, brightening his bleak path ahead. Yu Ningchuan, seated at the foot of his bed, held his phone tightly, exhaling deeply in the silence of the room, his heart simultaneously expressing frustration and a multitude of emotions. Fate had bestowed upon him both misfortune and immense fortune. Tang Zhan, dragging a suitcase, hurriedly arrived at the hospital and, following the name, found a modest inn where Yu Ningchuan was staying. The establishment's facilities and hygiene standards were far from those of Noah's 5-star accommodations. Even a 2-star hotel on the street would likely surpass it. The receptionist, without a word of inquiry, directed him inside. He searched room by room, and after 2 minutes, finally stood before a door. Knocking softly, he soon heard footsteps approaching from behind the thin door, and during that brief wait, an inexplicable tension gripped him. To be honest, if it were the family of Zhou Hui or Sun Jiran who were ill in the hospital, he might feel concern. But he would never travel across cities merely for reasons he himself could not comprehend. In a haze of urgency, he felt an overwhelming desire to be by the other's side immediately. This palpable, almost throbbing emotion, was it not clear enough? He cared for the other, cherished him, felt anxious for him, and thought of him deeply. Was this affection rooted in brotherly love, or was it a longing he had harbored for a long time? He pressed his hand to his heart, which fluttered with joy at the prospect of seeing the other. He could no longer deceive himself. As the door slowly opened, Yu Ningchuan appeared before Tang Zhan, stunningly radiant, illuminating even the dilapidated inn with his presence. Just as Yu Ningchuan opened his mouth to speak, Tang Zhan rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace. "It's all right now. I'm here," Tang Zhan whispered softly into Yu Ningchuan's ear, his tone reminiscent of the previous night when Yu Ningchuan had comforted Yu Jiji over the phone, imbued with a soothing power that calmed the soul. Accustomed to being a pillar for others, Yu Ningchuan had never realized he needed support until that very moment when Tang Zhan held him close. His heart melted like glass in the fire, becoming tender in a way he had never experienced before. It was as though all his repressed emotions had been waiting for this moment to emerge. After a brief pause of stiffness, Yu Ningchuan embraced Tang Zhan more tightly, resting his nose against his shoulder and deeply inhaling the scent of tobacco that lingered on him. Chapter 36. Though the inn was shabby and small, it was the closest lodging to the hospital. Tang Zhan understood that Yu Daliai's condition could change at any moment, and this was the only viable option to reach the hospital as quickly as possible. Yu Ningchuan assumed that Tang Zhan was merely visiting him temporarily, intending to leave for Noah after a brief stay. After all, the environment there was pleasant and the accommodations comfortable. To his surprise, however, Tang Zhan began unpacking a variety of items onto the table. Yu Ningchuan grew increasingly uneasy, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Tang Zhan meticulously arranged his hair wax, electric shaver, and notebook cluttering the small table. "I'm staying here to keep you company," he replied. Yu Ningchuan surveyed the surroundings. The walls were heavily stained with mildew, the bedding marred by suspicious spots, and the window glass coated in a thick layer of dust. Surely, even the hospital corridors offered a better environment. How could a young master like Tang Zhan possibly endure such conditions? Before he could seize Tang Zhan's wrist to prevent him from retrieving more items, he insisted, "You should go to Noah. The intensive care unit is only open half an hour a day. I can manage just fine here alone." There was no way to send Tang Zhan away after he had come all this way. Instead, Tang Zhan grasped Yu Ningchuan's hand and half-seriously said, "I've traveled all day and am utterly exhausted. Let me sleep here tonight, and I'll leave in the morning." His request was reasonable, and Yu Ningchuan found no cause for suspicion. However, he hesitated, glancing at the bed that was barely large enough for two. "Shall I book you another room?" he suggested. Tang Zhan did not find the bed small at all. In fact, he believed it was quite adequate. "It's fine. No need to waste money on a room. A night here will suffice," he countered, plopping down onto the rather firm mattress. As he reclined, he found it surprisingly spacious for side sleeping. It was ironic that someone who usually spent money without a second thought was now being taught not to waste. Yu Ningchuan mused that the sun might rise from the west the next day. Since Tang Zhan himself did not mind the modest conditions, Yu Ningchuan ceased his objections. After all, it was just for one night, they could manage. Though the guest house was shabby, it was equipped with the necessary amenities, including a bathroom. albeit with a rusty shower that delivered unpredictable water temperatures. After Tang Zhan washed away the grime of travel and emerged from the bathroom with a towel drying his hair, he noticed that Yu Ningchuan had brought him food. The fatigue from his journey lessened somewhat after his shower, but his stomach growled with hunger upon catching the aroma of the meal. He expressed his gratitude and sat on the edge of the bed, eagerly digging into the takeout. Noticing that Tang Zhan's hair was still dripping, Yu Ningchuan sighed softly, took the towel from around his neck, and knelt on the bed to help dry his hair. Tang Zhan closed his eyes in bliss, akin to a contented cat. He had just begun to understand his own feelings, and such intimate interaction was exhilarating. The pain and pleasure he felt encapsulated his current state. He yearned to kiss, caress, and embrace Tang Zhan, yet he was acutely aware that crossing that boundary would undoubtedly provoke anger. He feared being seen as someone akin to zheng ditching, merely seeking to exploit his youthful physique. Tang Zhan recalled the night he had proposed to support Yu Ningchuan, when the latter had mistakenly thought he desired something more intimate. The look of shock on Yu Ningchuan's face was haunting, a memory that Tang Zhan would never forget. In the past, he had advised Qin Xiao against harboring thoughts of Yu Ningchuan, yet now he found himself entangled in the very same schemes. The irony struck him swiftly. Tang Zhan, lost in contemplation, could not help but let out a deep sigh. "What troubles you?" Yu Ningchuan paused in his actions. "Haven't you heard the elders say? Sighing while eating brings poverty." Tang Zhan poked at the rice in his bowl, finding it suddenly less appetizing. "Let it be, for my family possesses ample wealth." Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Ningchuan playfully ruffled his hair through the towel. "What nonsense are you spouting?" After drying Tang Zhan's hair, Yu Ningchuan made his way to the bathroom. When he returned, Tang Zhan was already reclining on the bed, engrossed in his phone. A narrow bed, occupied by two grown men. Initially, Yu Ningchuan felt indifferent, but now, in the stillness of the room, as he prepared to lie down alongside Tang Zhan, an awkward sensation washed over him. Tang Zhan feigned concentration on his phone while discreetly observing Yu Ningchuan from the corner of his eye. He watched as Yu Ningchuan cautiously approached the other side of the bed, gently lifting the covers as if to avoid disturbing the air around him, and quietly nestled under the blanket. The blanket, previously the most uncomfortable, transformed into something plush and soft upon absorbing another's warmth, akin to resting upon a cloud, inciting a desire in Tang Zhan to sigh with contentment. With his back turned, Yu Ningchuan quietly closed his eyes, sleeping warily, careful not to encroach upon Tang Zhan's space. After a prolonged period of scrolling on his phone, Tang Zhan finally turned off the light, sliding down to face Yu Ningchuan, and closed his eyes. In the middle of the night, Yu Ningchuan awoke to the sensation of an immense heat source behind him, pressing closely, the overwhelming warmth nearly scorching him. He felt as though he stood at the edge of a precipice, teetering on the brink of disaster. With peril before him and danger behind, Yu Ningchuan found himself in a quandary. At that moment, the heat source seemed to extend two enormous iron chains, tightly wrapping around his waist, inexorably pulling him closer. Yu Ningchuan struggled awake from his dream, alarmed to find he was on the verge of being pushed off the bed by Tang Zhan. A quick glance back revealed that Tang Zhan was not overtaking the bed, merely pressing against him, persistently nudging him forward. Indeed, it was a cliff and a furnace. Everything he felt in reality echoed in his dreams. He laboriously turned to nudge Tang Zhan awake, but his companion remained deeply asleep, impervious to his calls. Deciding to switch to the other side of the bed, Yu Ningchuan attempted to climb over Tang Zhan for the more spacious area. In the darkness, he fumbled his way, nearing the completion of his maneuver when Tang Zhan unexpectedly rolled over, causing Yu Ningchuan to lose his balance. Tang Zhan, in the depths of slumber, was nearly suffocated by the sudden weight of Yu Ningchuan landing atop him. Startled, he opened his eyes, and before he could utter a word of alarm, he was taken aback by the striking visage mere inches from him. The moonlight filtered through the thin curtains, casting a hazy glow, allowing Tang Zhan to distinctly trace Yu Ningchuan's perfect features. Tang Zhan felt as though his heart was about to leap from his chest. Such intensity, such volume. Could it be that the other party has already heard? Though separated by layers of blankets, and though nothing had transpired, Tang Zhan felt every inch of his skin tremble, his anxious tongue dry. "I'm sorry for waking you," he murmured. Yu Ningchuan, momentarily taken aback by the suddenness of the situation, quickly propped himself up to explain, "You kept pressing towards me, so I had no choice but to switch positions." With that, he shifted to the other side of the bed. Tang Zhan stared wide-eyed at the ceiling shrouded in darkness, the warmth still lingering on his face, while his heart gradually regained its usual rhythm. "I truly apologize," he said dryly, turning away from Yu Ningchuan and closing his eyes once more. Initially, he had hoped to linger a bit longer, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. Sharing a bed with this fellow was indeed exhilarating, yet perilous as well. He was no longer young. Constantly suppressing his feelings was bound to lead to complications. The following day, as Tang Zhan had predicted, he indeed stayed for just one night. After packing his belongings in the morning, he departed for Noah. However, in the subsequent days, he would arrive early to seek out Yu Ningchuan, remaining until he could no longer stay. On the 5th day of hospitalization, Yu Dalai finally regained consciousness, though the severity of his cerebral hemorrhage rendered his condition precarious, requiring gradual recovery without haste. The doctor remarked on his fortunate circumstances, noting that many others never awaken. Once stabilized and transferred from the intensive care unit, Yu Li, accompanied by Yu Jiji, eagerly came to visit him. To her surprise, she found Tang Zhan already there, momentarily taken aback upon entering. Tang Zhan proactively explained, "I came to Jiang City for some matters and heard about Uncle's illness, so I thought I would come and see him." Yu Li, naturally, had no reason to suspect him without cause. She recounted the harrowing events of that day. Thankfully, he was saved. The doctor mentioned it was a close call. It was quite frightening. With a sigh, she expressed her hope that after this, Uncle Dalai would have good fortune and smooth sailing, never again to experience such terror. Tang Zhan gazed at Yu Dalai, who, though still unable to speak, had opened his eyes. He sincerely assured he will. Yu Jiji leaned over the bedside, fixated on Yu Dalai. "Brother, will Uncle get better?" he asked, fearfully anxious, his courage nearly shattered, leaving him with no sense of security. Yu Ningchuan, attending to Yu Dalai's needs, glanced up at him and replied, "Isn't he improving little by little?" Yu Jiji pouted, but Uncle still can't speak. Hearing the conversation between the brothers, Tang Zhan interjected, "Do you think your uncle is a superhero? It's only been a few days since his surgery. Recovery takes time." Yu Ningchuan tossed the damp towel into the basin and nudged Yu Jiji, "Go empty that." Yu Jiji took the towel and turned to leave, prompting Yu Li to call after him, "Wait for me, Jiji." Yu Ningchuan intended to stop her, but she moved too swiftly. With patients resting in the ward, it was inappropriate to raise his voice, so he could only watch as she and Yu Jiji disappeared outside the room. Once the coast was clear, Tang Zhan leaned closer to Yu Ningchuan and quietly asked, "Are you tired?" Upon being transferred to the general ward, Yu Ningchuan could only endure the long hours seated on a chair during the day, and at night, he would lie on a folding bed borrowed from the hospital to keep vigil. Whenever others offered to take his place, he resolutely declined, asserting that he had taken a total of 10 days off, during which he could personally attend to Yu Dalai. After those 10 days, he would return to school and then trouble the villagers for assistance. He did not voice his sentiments, yet Tang Zhan understood that he simply wished to avoid inconveniencing others. Tang Zhan felt a pang of sympathy for him and would bring meals from Noah every day, also watching over him, urging him to return to the guest house for a midday nap, take a shower, and change before returning. It must be said that with Tang Zhan's assistance, Yu Ningchuan indeed found himself considerably less burdened. Every so often, Yu Ningchuan would check Yu Dalai's forehead to ensure he did not have a fever. He was not fatigued, and Tang Zhan gently pressed him down onto the sole chair beside the bed, offering a massage to his shoulders. His touch was just right, and his technique professional. Within moments, Yu Ningchuan felt himself slipping into a drowsy state. A few minutes later, the voices of Yu Li and Yu Jiji could be heard outside the ward, causing Tang Zhan to let out a quiet sigh of regret as he reluctantly withdrew his lingering fingers. However, he, being quite cunning, discreetly grazed the nape of Yu Ningchuan's neck as he pulled back, as if to steal a moment of intimacy. The coolness of Tang Zhan's fingertips gliding over Yu Ningchuan's nape elicited an inexplicable sensation that made him shiver involuntarily. He instinctively covered the spot with his palm, rubbing it gently, and cast a glance towards Tang Zhan. Tang Zhan appeared completely at ease, engaged in conversation with Yu Jiji across from him, oblivious to Yu Ningchuan's gaze, as though the earlier intimate touch was merely a figment of his imagination. "I must divorce you," Tang Qianyun cried, pointing at Fang Zhenning, her tears on the verge of spilling. "You are nothing but a fraud." "Qianyun, please calm down," Fang Zhenning spoke softly, attempting to soothe his wife and coax her away from her agitation for the sake of their child. Yet, his words seemed to ignite a volatile reaction, further fueling Tang Qianyun's fury. Child, am I the least important person in your eyes? Before I was pregnant, I was merely a stand-in. After I became pregnant, I was just a tool for bearing children, wasn't I? She screamed at Fang Zhenning, her rationality lost. Had Tang Zhan been present, he would have been astounded to witness such a day when she abandoned her usual grace and composure. Fang Zhenning attempted to embrace her, but she forcefully pushed him away. "Qianyun, do not act this way. I have explained it to you before. Tang Miao was merely a fleeting dream of my youth, a beautiful yet unattainable first love. I liked him, hence I penned a love letter, but I never intended to deliver it, for I knew he would never accept it." Before he could finish, Tang Qianyun could not bear to listen any longer. Her hair was disheveled, her face streaked with tears, and her voice trembled as she exclaimed, "So when he died, you turned to me. I am merely your second choice. You do not love me. You love only my face that resembles his." She pointed to her own face, her nails digging into her skin, leaving behind red marks. Fang Zhenning was at a loss as to how it had come to this. Tang Qianyun would not entertain his explanations, and he could not substantiate that he had never viewed her as a substitute for Tang Miao. Even he himself could not discern whether such a notion had ever crossed his mind. That is not the case. He weakly defended himself, his eyes brimming with sorrow. "On the day of Qin Miao's death, do you remember how he asked each of us to enter the ward individually to bid him farewell? He expressed that his greatest concern was for you and Xiao Zhan, urging me to take good care of you both. My kindness towards you stems from my desire to honor his wishes, and my willingness to accept your feelings arises from my own burgeoning love for you. I do not see you as a mere substitute for anyone. Qianyun, do not regard me with such disdainful thoughts." "Lies, all lies." Tang Qianyun covered her ears, feeling as though she were on the brink of madness. She possessed a perfect lineage, a flourishing career, and had entered the sanctity of marriage with a man she loved for a lifetime, blessed with the fruit of their love. She believed herself a victor in life. But upon the shattering of her dreams, she realized that everything was but a cruel jest. Her love, her marriage, were merely an elaborate deception. "Qianyun, I understand that hormonal fluctuations during pregnancy can lead to emotional instability. Shall I take you to see a psychologist? We can address this matter in a more serene and effective manner." Fang Zhenning attempted to persuade her. Tang Qianyun wiped her face, striving to speak in the calmest tone possible. "I think we need to take a break. I need some time alone to collect my thoughts." She grabbed her bag from the sofa, not sparing Fang Zhenning a glance, and stormed out. Though he considered pursuing her, Fang Zhenning ultimately could not prevent her from driving away without a backward glance. Tang Zhan returned to Noah from the hospital, incessantly messaging Yu Ningchuan along the way. Though they had just parted, he found himself missing him already. "What do you want to eat tomorrow?" Tang Zhan, the ever-concerned caretaker, began fretting over Yu Ningchuan's meals even before the day had concluded. "Anything," came Yu Ningchuan's delayed response. Two words that left Tang Zhan uncertain whether to be annoyed by his brevity or exasperated by his lack of specific requests. "Perhaps some chicken soup," he murmured to his phone screen, noting that Yu Ningchuan seemed to have lost weight in recent days. He intended to reply, but was interrupted by a call from Fang Zhenning. Tang Zhan thought, could he be calling to persuade him to return home? However, recalling Tang Qianyun's declaration of wanting a divorce, he hesitated but ultimately answered. "Hello," he greeted, and Fang Zhenning promptly stated his purpose. "Tang Zhan, Qianyun and I have encountered some misunderstandings. Could you help me talk to her? She is out somewhere alone with a heavy belly, and she isn't answering my calls." Tang Zhan was taken aback by the extent of their discord. "What happened between you?" Fang Zhenning paused, then sighed. "She saw something that led her to question my motive for being with her." Tang Zhan felt increasingly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the convoluted situation. All right, I'll try to reach out to her and see if she's willing to talk. Though he didn't believe he held much influence over Tang Zhan, he refrained from voicing this doubt to Tang Zhan. Good. Tang Zhan placed his last hope in him. After hanging up, Tang Zhan immediately dialed Tang Zhan's number, but it rang for a long time without an answer. He then left a message for her on WeChat, inquiring about her whereabouts and the situation at hand. However, like a phone call that goes unanswered, these two messages fell into an abyss of silence. Tang Zhan had anticipated this outcome. He sent a message to Tang Zhan to explain the circumstances and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon emerging, he noticed that Tang Zhan had replied with a simple He chose to disregard the matter and lay down to sleep. At that moment, he perceived it as a private affair between Tang Zhan and Tang Zhan, something he could oversee, yet not meddle in too deeply. Had he foreseen the events that would subsequently unfold, he would not have contented himself with a mere phone call. Chapter 38. Upon awakening early the next day, Tang Zhan discovered two unread voice messages on WeChat, both sent by Tang Zhan. Tang Zhan, Tang Zhan is a fraud. He deceived us. He is a hypocrite. The first message was filled with fervor, while the second, more composed, abruptly ceased at the end due to his sudden loud noise, sending an inexplicable chill coursing through Tang Zhan's heart. Alarmed and determined to confirm Tang Zhan's safety, he immediately returned the call, but, as with the previous evening, it went unanswered. He was not in Haicheng and was unaware of the circumstances there, so he reluctantly dialed Tang Zhan again. Yet today, inexplicably, Tang Zhan also refused to answer his call. Irritated, Tang Zhan ended the call, the weight of unease growing heavier within him. This disquiet reached its zenith when his phone displayed an incoming call from Tang Yufan. He stared at the trembling device on the bed, hesitating and feeling a sense of trepidation about answering. There exists a peculiar intuition among those of blood relation, and though Tang Zhan could not articulate it, he harbored a foreboding feeling regarding this call. Nevertheless, he ultimately answered. Before he could utter a word, Tang Yufan's voice, thick with tears, confirmed his suspicions. Xiao Zhan, she managed to say before breaking into sobs. The urgency within him surged as he rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window. What happened? Aunt, please take your time and explain. Don't rush. As winter descended, the once lush green mountains gradually succumbed to desolation. All he could see was a vast expanse of brown earth and withered yellow. Xinyun is gone. She was in a car accident on the highway last night, and just like that, she was lost. The vibrancy of color swiftly faded into a dreadful monochrome, and Tang Zhan swayed, bracing himself against the glass. Tang Yufan's voice seemed to echo from a great distance. Xiao Zhan, come back quickly. Your father couldn't bear the news and fainted. The Tang family can only rely on you now. Tang Zhan slowly sank to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. The sound of Tang Yufan's cries filled his ears, and for a fleeting moment, he questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream once more. This nightmarish reverie, absurd and terrifying, dragged him into a profound darkness from which he could not awaken. During his years abroad, Tang Zhan had not maintained close contact with Tang Zhan. Yet, during festivals and holidays, he would receive her greetings via text, and, on his birthday, she would send him red envelopes filled with blessings. Although they had always kept a respectful distance, she had never ridiculed him for his illegitimate status or made him feel unwelcome. Due to the circumstances surrounding Tang Zhan, even though she harbored resentment and grievances towards him, she never once reproached him, leaving him in sorrow. She simply found it difficult to draw close to him. On several occasions when Tang Zhan returned home during his holidays, Tang Zhan would always inquire about his studies. Upon learning that he had received a scholarship, her expression would soften, and she would remind him to remain humble and not to associate with a wayward son Jiaran. He often felt a lack of harmony in their relationship, a thin bond of kinship. Yet, if Tang Zhan truly despised him, why would she allow him to return and enter the family business? I will return immediately. Everything transpired so suddenly. An unforeseen misfortune that rendered Tang Zhan unable to grasp reality. He seemed to have entered a state of shock, leaving him numb and disoriented. Confusion engulfed him, yet sorrow eluded him. He could not recall when he had hung up the phone or how he had packed his belongings. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself seated in General Wang's vehicle. "Xiao Zhan, you must hold on," General Wang urged. "With Qianyun gone, and your father overwhelmed with grief, you must shoulder the responsibilities and take charge. Do you understand?" The Tang family's calamity was bound to be known among the upper echelons, and General Wang would accompany Tang Zhan to Haicheng to bid farewell to Tang Qianyun. "Take charge." Tang Zhan leaned against the car door, unconsciously echoing General Wang's words. He comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet his focus was scattered, his mind a vast emptiness, as if his thoughts had been abruptly severed. Observing his state, General Wang sighed, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Please accept my condolences." The Tang family had faced numerous trials regarding their offspring. Initially blessed with 4 exceptional children, tragedy struck when the eldest passed away before reaching adulthood, and the second, pregnant with child, suffered a devastating loss, leaving only the 20-something third child and a middle school-aged fourth child. The future of Gui Hetiani remained uncertain. It was not until he was nearly at the airport that Tang Zhan realized he needed to inform Yu Ningchuan. He could not depart without a word. However, when the call connected, he found himself unable to speak. Something lodged in his throat rendered him voiceless, his mouth agape, yet unable to utter a single word. "Tang Zhan?" Yu Ningchuan, puzzled by Tang Zhan's unusually late arrival, had just contemplated calling him when the phone rang. He could only hear shallow breaths on the line, confirming that someone was there, yet the silence was perplexing. The prolonged quietude felt odd, prompting him to rise from his chair and step outside, gently closing the door behind him. "Tang Zhan, what is wrong?" He raised his voice after exiting the room. After several attempts, Tang Zhan finally managed to produce sound, though it came out hoarse and fragmented. "Xiao Chuan, I must return to Haicheng." Upon hearing his voice, Yu Ningchuan felt a slight relief, instinctively sensing that there was more to the matter, for Tang Zhan would not be in such a state without cause. His tone softened. "Did something happen?" General Wang silently gestured to Tang Zhan, indicating it was time to board. Tang Zhan nodded, quickening his pace toward the boarding gate while hastening his words. "My sister is in trouble. I must go back. I will contact you once I am in Haicheng. I am about to board my flight, so I must hang up now. Goodbye." He could never bring himself to utter the words that Tang Qianyun had died. It felt like a forbidden phrase, one he dared not touch. Before Yu Ningchuan could say anything further, the call was abruptly ended. As he stared blankly at his phone screen, he furrowed his brow. Just yesterday, everything seemed fine, yet today he was informed of her departure. It was clear that this news had just reached him that morning. What could have caused such urgency for Tang Zhan to rush back? Fearing he might disturb Tang Zhan, he refrained from messaging him for the next couple of days. On the third day, while browsing the internet, he inadvertently stumbled upon a news notification below. Perhaps it was related to his previous search for Gui Hetiani. It was a report concerning Tang Qianyun's car accident. The eldest daughter of the Tang family had perished in a high-speed collision with a truck on the highway late at night, resulting in her immediate death and the loss of her unborn child. At that moment, Yu Ningchuan finally understood why Tang Zhan had been so hesitant and why he had left in such haste. His sister had died, and he was returning to mourn her. Yu Ningchuan suddenly rose to his feet, startling Yu Li, who was tending to Yu Daily. "Xiao Chuan, what are you doing?" she asked, with urgency in his eyes. Yu Ningchuan replied, "An unexpected matter has arisen at school. I must leave early." Initially, he had planned to take the train the following day, but upon learning of the Tang family's misfortune, he felt an overwhelming desire to be by Tang Zhan's side, just as Tang Zhan had traveled great distances to be with him on a previous occasion. Chapter 39. The farewell ceremony for Tang Qianyun was held at the Xiangshan funeral home in Haicheng, where members of the Tang family gathered. Tang Shanhai, overwhelmed with grief, could not stand and was brought out in a wheelchair by Yin Jing. The youngest son, Tang Jiatsong, returned from boarding school to bid farewell to his sister for the last time. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow and despair. Tang Zhan scanned the room and found Fong Zin Ning seated in a corner, seemingly lost in thought, his elbows resting on his knees, fingers intertwined, fixated on a point on the floor. He had been in this state for several days since Tang Zhan's return to Haicheng. As if his very soul had descended with Tang Qianyun to the underworld, leaving only a soulless shell behind. Tang Zhan approached him, looking down with a heavy heart, and after a long pause spoke. Ning, my sister confided in me. Why did you deceive her? He had pondered this for a long time, unable to find closure. He needed to understand what had caused Tang Qianyun such anguish that she would drive out late at night, resulting in this tragic incident. After 2 quarrels with Fang Zhenning, Tang Qianyun had mentioned Tang Qianyao, leading Tang Zhan to suspect that the rift between the couple might stem from the latter. However, the information was scarce, and he could not piece together the full picture from such fragmented clues. Thus, he resolved to confront Fang Zhenning, to coax the truth from him. Squatting before Fang Zhenning, Tang Zhan asked, "She trusted you so much. Why did you deceive her?" The man, as still as a statue, trembled slightly at the sound of his voice and slowly lifted his gaze to meet Tang Zhan's. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse and strained. "I had no intention of causing her harm. I truly did not." Tang Zhan fixed his gaze upon him and inquired once more, "Why involve my elder brother?" Fang Zhenning's expression momentarily contorted in pain, tears welling up in his eyes as he helplessly murmured, "I do not understand why this is happening. I never regarded Qianyun as a substitute. I genuinely liked Qianyao, but she never reciprocated my feelings. I promised him I would take care of you both. My feelings for Qianyun are sincere." Tang Zhan's disbelief grew, and in a fleeting moment, his hands became clammy with cold sweat. "You like my elder brother?" He stood in a daze, the absurdity of it all overwhelming. Fang Zhenning buried his face in his palms, choking back his emotions. "I failed to take care of her. I owe Qianyao an apology. It was my fault for allowing her to go out. All of this is my fault." How ridiculous, Tang Zhan thought, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of this tragic farce. A surge of unbridled rage erupted within him, rendering him irrational. He seized Fang Zhenning by the collar and hurled him to the ground. The floral arrangements toppled, and gasps erupted from the crowd as Tang Zhan raised his fist and struck the tear-streaked face below him. Fang Zhenning did not flinch or avoid it. He accepted Tang Zhan's wrath completely. Seeing his acceptance only intensified Tang Zhan's fury. "Do you think that by enduring this, you can absolve yourself?" Fang Zhenning's appearance was disheveled, his lip bruised and blood streaming from his nose. The last glimmer of light faded from his eyes as he slowly closed them, his entire countenance darkening. Tang Zhan remained unsatisfied, harboring resentment not only towards Fang Zhenning's foolishness, but also towards himself for remaining passive. Fully aware of the issues between them, yet choosing to disregard them so carelessly. His fist was poised to strike again when bystanders rushed in to restrain him from behind, their voices clamoring for calm. "Please, Tang Zhan, today is a memorial for Tang Qianyun. Any grievances can wait until after." Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tumultuous hall. "Hurry! Old Tang has fainted. Call an ambulance." Recognizing the voice as Yan Jing's, Tang Zhan turned to look through the throng, catching a glimpse of Tang Shanhai's pallid face. Devoid of color, his eyes tightly shut as he slumped in his wheelchair, unresponsive to the fervent calls around him. What was meant to be a farewell to honor the deceased had devolved into chaos, providing ample entertainment for outsiders. The news not only occupied financial sections, but also topped entertainment headlines. The young heir of Guihatiani and the prince consort engaged in a public brawl at the memorial, provoking Tang Shanhai to suffer a stroke and be hospitalized. Such a sensational headline quickly dominated the trending topics on social media that day. Bystanders reveled in the spectacle, speculating whether hidden family feuds lay beneath the surface. The merriment belonged to others, while the suffering was his alone. When Tang Zhan finally returned home, his weary body collapsed in a bed as the clock struck midnight. Tang Shanhai, agitated, had suffered a minor stroke, leaving him with numbness in his lower limbs and necessitating hospitalization for observation. Ultimately, Fang Zhenning alone held Tang Qianyun's ashes, interring her in the Fang family cemetery. Tomorrow would bring a multitude of matters to address, yet he felt utterly drained, incapable of contemplation. The unexpected burden pressing down upon him left him with no recourse but to grit his teeth and endure. Upon opening the door, the anticipated silence that he expected was utterly dispelled, replaced by the alluring aroma of food, wafting through the air and a warmth sufficient to banish the chill. A flicker of emotion stirred within him, prompting him to stride into the kitchen, where he was greeted by the sight he had longed for. Xiao Chuan, he called out in a hushed voice. Upon hearing his name, Yu Ningchuan turned from the gas stove. The two exchanged glances, and Tang Zhan's eyes lingered on Yu Ningchuan's features, feeling an inexplicable yearning akin to that of a long-awaited reunion despite their brief separation. I made chicken soup. Would you care for some? Yu Ningchuan refrained from broaching any other topics, consciously avoiding them. Tang Zhan knew that if he chose not to speak, he would not press him. Not everyone wishes to be reminded of their regrets at all times. All right, Tang Zhan replied, pulling out a chair to sit down. Before long, Yu Ningchuan brought the soup to him. The chicken was a frozen variety from a supermarket, not comparable to the free-range chickens raised by the Yu family. It was still remarkably flavorful. After sipping a few mouthfuls, Tang Zhan managed to dilute the bitterness lingering in his mouth. Yu Ningchuan took a seat silently across from him, offering quiet companionship. Once Tang Zhan finished his meal, Yu Ningchuan naturally took the bowl, placing it in the sink to wash. Tang Zhan watched his silhouette, retrieving his phone from his pocket to locate the last voice message sent by Tang Qianyun, pressing play. Tang Qiamiao is a curse. Though we haven't spoken of it over the years, both my father and I have blamed you. It is our fault. With a sudden jolt, Yu Ningchuan trembled and turned to Tang Zhan as he began to speak. However, upon seeing the crimson rims around Tang Zhan's eyes, all words caught in his throat, causing a dull ache in his heart. He had never witnessed this side of Tang Zhan, sad, fragile, and lost like a child seeking a way out. This is the voice message my sister sent me before her accident. Tang Zhan expressed his distress. It hasn't liberated me. Rather, it has ensnared me in a peculiar cycle. He braced himself against the table and stood. It's all so strange. Tang Qianmiao, Tang Qianyun, they both perished because of me. Am I some kind of jinx? He approached Yu Ningchuan step by step, his expression one of anguished inquiry. Xiao Chuan, why has this happened? She was expecting a baby. Why must fate be so cruel? The heartbreak of that question weighed heavily in the air. As he neared, Yu Ningchuan stepped forward, enveloping him tightly in his embrace. Holding him as Tang Zhan had once held him, he wished to be the pillar of support for him, to offer all his strength and warmth. This is no one's fault. These are mere accidents, he stammered, feeling suddenly at a loss for words. Tang Zhan buried his face against Yu Ningchuan's neck, a warm stream gradually soaking his shoulder. He knew without needing to see what it was. Having not shed a single tear since the incident, Tang Zhan could no longer contain himself, silently weeping against Yu Ningchuan. Yu Ningchuan gently caressed his trembling back, his voice imbued with tenderness as he soothed him. It's all right. Let it all out, and you'll feel better. I will always be by your side. Those were the most poignant words Tang Zhan had ever heard. Will you always be with me? He raised his head, his eyes still glistening with unshed tears. Yu Ningchuan found himself unable to voice a refusal to such a proposition, nor had he ever contemplated the notion of denial. To him, as long as Tang Zhan needed him, he would always be by his side, rendering the concept of permanence irrelevant. Ultimately, he nodded and softly uttered, I will. Before his words could fully dissipate into the air, Tang Zhan's moist, bittersweet lips pressed against his own. The unexpected sensation sent Yu Ningchuan reeling, and he stumbled back 2 steps, colliding with the pool behind him. The mere brush of their lips, a fleeting and tentative kiss, was insufficient for Tang Zhan. He deepened the kiss, prying open Yu Ningchuan's lips with his tongue, exploring the warmth of his mouth. Stunned, Yu Ningchuan accepted this unexpected advance, his hands, still damp from washing the dishes, tightening gradually, crumpling the fabric beneath his palms into a tangled mess. What was Tang Zhan doing? His mind raced back to their previous conversation, yet it remained a blank slate. He wanted to push him away. He ought to have pushed him away, but the glimmering, tear-filled eyes before him sowed seeds of doubt in his previously resolute intentions. As the initial impulse and fervor waned, rationality returned, and Tang Zhan gradually regained his senses, realizing the folly of his actions under the influence of dopamine. He hastily ended the unreciprocated kiss, staggering backward, a look of embarrassment etched across his face. He found himself unable to explain his earlier behavior to Yu Ningchuan. If scrutinized closely, it could even be construed as sexual harassment. He stammered, at a loss for words. Yu Ningchuan, equally flustered, could not muster the courage to meet his gaze. I'll head back to school now. You should rest early. He wiped his lips, then, feeling the ambiguity of the gesture, he desisted and hastily brushed past Tang Zhan towards the door. By the time Tang Zhan realized he should pursue him, he could only glimpse the hem of Yu Ningchuan's clothing slipping through the narrowing crack of the door, akin to a fleeting fish vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the door slammed shut, and he stood frozen, rooted to the spot for what felt like an eternity. The room fell into a profound silence. Leaving him alone, Tang Zhan closed his eyes, clenching his fists in frustration. Chapter 40. The departed have gone, yet the living must continue to strive for survival. Tang Zhan, under urgent circumstances, was officially appointed by Tang Shanhai as the new CEO of Guihetiani, tasked with replacing him in Hong Kong for the continuation of the IPO roadshow. However, due to this upheaval, potential investors grew increasingly skeptical of Guihetiani, with some representatives questioning Tang Zhan's audacity to claim he could yield better returns in light of the collapse of the Tang family's two pillars. Meeting their gaze with unwavering confidence, he addressed them from the stage. You might underestimate my capabilities due to my youth, just as you underestimate Guihetiani. But allow me to clarify, you are mistaken. During my studies in the United States, I serve as a general partner at the internationally renowned investment firm Juan Capital. We achieved a 40 million profit from the A round to C round of Yuda Kwai-sun, a 10 million profit from the A round to C round of Avoca. And Yawo Community is currently in the C round, and like Guihetiani, is undergoing a global IPO roadshow. If it successfully lists on NASDAQ, the profits will exceed 100 million. And all of these ventures were under my stewardship. Each word resonates with conviction. The power of expression and the personal charisma conveyed are undeniably persuasive. While I may not possess the extensive experience and profound qualifications of my father, I am confident that my capabilities are well suited for the position I currently hold. I harbor immense faith in the future of Guihetiani, and I hope that the investors share similar confidence. As Tang Zhan concluded his speech, the audience erupted in applause. His remarkable credentials acted as a potent tonic, reigniting the previously lackluster atmosphere of the roadshow. Perhaps he lacks experience, but a truly exceptional leader never allows their age to overshadow their authority. Seated among discerning titans of the investment community, it is evident at a glance whether an individual possesses promise and whether they merit investment. The analyst's presentation concluded successfully, culminating in the selection of 4 investment institutions as cornerstone investors, who signed subscription agreements to purchase Guihetiani's shares at the IPO price. Although the valuation remained modest, 2 of the cornerstone investors were merely mid-sized domestic funds. Nonetheless, for Tang Zhan, securing the cornerstone investors was all he sought. Once in the car, Tang Zhan loosened his tie and exhaled deeply. However, before he could settle comfortably, his assistant handed him his phone, stating, "Mr. Tang, your phone has been ringing incessantly. The same person has called 5 or 6 times." Upon checking, he found the calls were from Yu Ningchuan. He lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment, deleted the call logs, and returned the phone to his assistant. "If he calls again, please handle it for me, and say I am busy and will return his call when I have the time." Noting his unusual demeanor, the assistant wisely refrained from further inquiry, nodding in acknowledgement. Tang Zhan gazed out the window at the passing scenery. The relief he had felt moments ago was swiftly replaced by a weight pressing upon his heart. Since that night, he and Yu Ningchuan had found themselves in an odd stalemate. In the initial days, neither reached out to the other, and when Yu Ningchuan arrived in Hong Kong, Tang Zhan was preoccupied with the company's IPO, choosing to temporarily set aside matters with Yu Ningchuan, intending to revisit them upon his return. He too was but a mortal, unable to balance both sides. Merely managing Guihetiani had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Meanwhile, a nagging voice within him warned that Yu Ningchuan intended to clarify matters, urging him to abandon any foolish hopes. Answering the call would be akin to experiencing heartbreak. Such an emotional upheaval at this critical juncture would be far from fortuitous. Upon returning to the hotel, He and his assistant confirmed the itinerary for the following day before exchanging goodnight wishes. Tang Zhan, wearied, entered his room, shed his clothing, and stepped into the bathroom to wash up. Warm water cascaded down his neck, each drop striking the tiles with a rhythmic cadence. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes for a moment, then straightened up to turn off the shower, wrapping a towel around himself as he exited the bathroom. He poured himself a glass of water and casually took a few pills from the bottle on the bedside table, swallowing them with the water, perhaps due to overwhelming stress. His sleep had been persistently elusive. The images of Tang Qinmiao and Tang Qinyun frequently flickered through his dreams, and after only a few hours of slumber, he would awaken, perpetually unable to achieve deep rest. A few days ago, he could endure no longer and resorted to medication to induce sleep. Although the next day, he took considerably longer to awaken and his mind felt clouded, it was certainly preferable to being unable to sleep and feeling drained. After consuming the medication, he discarded his bath towel onto the floor and slipped into the soft embrace of his blankets. His body sank into a cocoon of comfort, and he succumbed to a deep slumber, his dreams a void of nothingness. Yu Ningchuan's gaze fixated on his textbook, yet his thoughts had already soared to the heavens. Yu Dali had made a commendable recovery, capable of speaking and moving about normally. He had completed his discharge procedures 2 days prior, alleviating one of his worries. However, Tang Zhan had become an indelible concern in his heart. For half a month, the latter had not returned his calls. Whenever he attempted to reach out, it was invariably the assistant who answered. What more did he want from him? Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted as someone seized the watch resting on the table. Is this watch genuine? An eye zipping examined the timepiece that Tang Zhan had gifted Yu Ningchuan, along with his phone, which had transitioned from a brick model to an Apple in mere days. Now, adorned with a prestigious watch, he glanced around and lowered his voice to inquire. Are you involved with a wealthy benefactor? Yu Ningchuan, already irritable, had no time to engage him and swiftly reclaimed the watch. It's none of your business, he retorted coldly. Yet N.I.'s zipping persisted in his annoying inquiries. With a sidelong glance, he taunted, I know, it's that man who always picks you up in luxury cars, right? It turned out that N.I.'s zipping had witnessed Tang Zhan's frequent arrivals at the school gate during his dealings with Yu Ningchuan. Known for his prying nature and a penchant for gossip, he had long speculated on their relationship, convinced they were engaged in some sordid financial arrangement. Despite appearing meticulous and petty, N.I.'s zipping was, in fact, a staunch homophobe, coupled with his long-standing rivalry with Yu Ningchuan. He sought to gain the upper hand through veiled insinuations, hoping to provoke a reaction. However, Yu Ningchuan's relationship with Tang Zhan remained innocent and untainted, rendering N.I.'s zipping's threats ineffective. What exactly are you implying? Is it a crime to make friends? He glared at N.I. zipping impatiently, casually donning the watch. If it's illegal, go ahead and report it. N.I. zipping, momentarily stumped, found himself at a loss for words, internally marveling at the faux male idol's remarkable composure, before scoffing and rolling his eyes as he walked away. Days later, a rumor emerged within the department that Yu Ningchuan was being financially supported by a man of the same sex. The news was relayed to Yu Ningchuan by his dorm mate, Li Xiang, who mentioned that many were beginning to believe it, particularly the girls who had previously been rejected by him, as if they finally understood why this elusive flower had remained unattainable for so long. Who started this? Yu Ningchuan inquired, uttering only 3 words. Li Xiang discreetly shared the source of the gossip. Yu Ningchuan raised an eyebrow, unsurprised, and the following day, he lay in wait in a narrow alley, ensnaring N.I.'s zipping in a sack. With the sack ensnaring his upper body, a disoriented N.I. zipping spun around, screaming as he dashed toward the alley's exit. Who is there? Help! Help! Yu Ningchuan, uninterested in conversation, drew out a baton, swung it, and pursued him relentlessly, delivering a series of blows. He exercised restraint in his blows, deliberately avoiding vital areas and instead targeting the fleshier parts of the body. N.I. zipping was soon hopping around, and within minutes, he was crying out for help. Throughout the ordeal, Yu Ningchuan remained silent. Once he finished, he retracted the stick and delivered a swift kick to Ni Zipping's backside, sending him sprawling on the ground before turning and hastily departing towards the alley entrance. Prior to the confrontation, he had meticulously assessed the surrounding environment, aware of which streets lacked surveillance and which were less populated, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. He had donned his jacket inside out and tucked his cap in his backpack before returning to the dormitory, feigning that he had merely stepped out for a moment. He had never been a model student. When he chose to act, he was more cunning than anyone else. Half an hour later, Ni Zipping limped back to the dormitory. Upon pushing the door open, he charged towards Yu Ningchuan, pointing an accusatory finger at him, demanding, "Was it you? Did you hit me?" Yu Ningchuan nonchalantly turned a page of his book, responding no. Ni Zipping was taken aback by his apathetic tone, exclaiming, "Aren't you just upset that I uncovered your true nature? What makes you so special? Aren't you just a homosexual?" Yu Ningchuan's gaze pierced through him like a blade as he coldly replied, "What I am or am not has nothing to do with you. I don't fancy you. So why are you so agitated?" Ni Zipping's face flushed crimson, and he declared, "I will report you to the school authorities." At that moment, Li Xiang, who had been observing the scene, interjected, "Xiao Chuan was in the dormitory all evening, never stepped outside. Go ahead and report him. See who believes you." Jiang Tao chimed in, "Indeed, both of us can testify. Who will you report to?" Ni Zipping's finger pointed accusingly at the three, nearly rendering him speechless with rage. You are all guilty of conspiracy." Li Xiang sneered, "Damn, just because you learned a few legal terms, you think you can throw them around. Say one more word, and I swear I'll hit you." Startled, Ni Zipping took a step back, clearly intimidated into silence. Following this incident, although Ni Zipping knew who had attacked him, he lacked evidence, and the school refused to intervene in matters occurring off campus, leaving him to endure the beating in vain. Unable to remain at the school, he applied to become a day student and subsequently moved out of the dormitory shared with Yu Ningchuan. 2 weeks later, Guihetiani completed its IPO pricing. Tang Zhan, adorned with a lapel flower, struck the massive gong amidst the crowd's attention, marking the official listing of Guihetiani on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. The employees of the listing team, who had weathered numerous challenges along the way, were overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness. Although the market's future remained uncertain and the stock's opening price was unpredictable at that moment, they were filled with an immense sense of accomplishment, believing in a brighter future. Tang Zhan held the wooden mallet tightly, lifting it above his head. He tilted his neck back, scanning the area above as if searching for something. "Sister, can you see this? Rest assured, I will not let you down." On the day of the company's listing, the newly appointed leader of the Tang family raised the gong hammer in tribute to his late sister. This poignant moment was faithfully captured by the media present and rapidly spread across the internet. By the end of the trading session, Guihetiani's stock price rose nearly 10, marking a successful debut. Chapter 41. As Tang Zhan returned to Haicheng, he received a call from Zhou Hui and others suggesting a celebration. "What is there to celebrate? I won't be going." He had been on edge for a month, yearning to return home for a restful slumber, to awaken refreshed and contemplate the future thereafter. Zhou Hui understood the challenges he had faced recently, and thus was particularly eager to invite him out for a moment of relaxation. "Wait, Xiao Chuan and Qin Xiao are also here." Tang Zhan hesitated, his hand pausing as he held the phone. "Xiao Chuan? How did you manage to get him involved?" Zhou Hui candidly replied, "I mentioned that you would be coming and tricked him into joining us." Tang Zhan tightened his grip on the phone. "Where is he? Have him listen to the call." "He was just here." Zhou Hui seemed to search around. "Perhaps Qin Xiao has taken him away?" Tang Zhan nearly exploded. "You left him with Qin Xiao?" Zhou Hui looked momentarily perplexed, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Tang Zhan felt an overwhelming urge to materialize before him through the signal and strangle him. After all this time, how could he not know what kind of person Qin Xiao was? Was he overly trusting of Qin Xiao, or was there some misunderstanding regarding Yu Ningchuan? Tang Zhan, furious, struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Just wait." Zhou Hui, taken aback by his sudden outburst, nonetheless felt a surge of joy upon hearing that he intended to come. "Come quickly. We're waiting for you." Zhou Hui owned a penthouse in the city center, offering a breathtaking view of the urban landscape, complete with a sunroom and a temperature-controlled swimming pool that could host pool parties all year round. As Tang Zhan stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by a procession of bikini-clad beauties parading before him, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. Zhou Hui had clearly disregarded their previous conversations. Was this meant to relieve his stress? It only amplified it. Navigating through the throngs of people, Tang Zhan finally spotted Zhou Hui by the poolside. He seized him by the arm and inquired, "Where's Xiao Chuan?" Zhou Hui, thoroughly enjoying himself, beckoned him to join in. "Forget about him, just have fun." Fun? What nonsense! Noticing Zhou Hui's inebriated state, Tang Zhan held no hope of extracting information from him, and instead pushed past him in search of Yu Ningchuan. He scoured the house, peeking into every room, interrupting countless intimate moments, his impatience growing. If Qin Xiao dared to make a move on Yu Ningchuan, Tang Zhan was prepared to break his legs. He feared nothing more than Qin Xiao resorting to underhanded tactics. Suddenly, Tang Zhan spotted two individuals seated in a corner of the bar, and the one closest to him, viewed from behind, was unmistakably Yu Ningchuan. He hurried over, grasping his shoulder, and called out, "Xiao Chuan." Yu Ningchuan turned in surprise, their eyes locking, a torrent of unspoken words flooding their minds. So much to convey, yet curiously. Nothing emerged, leaving them in silent communion. Time itself seemed to slow. Abruptly, a flushed Qin Xiao emerged from behind Yu Ningchuan, exclaiming, "Xiao Chuan, let us continue drinking." Tang Zhan stepped forward, pressing Qin Xiao's face away from Yu Ningchuan, then took Yu Ningchuan's hand and pulled him away. Only when they reached a secluded corner of the house did Tang Zhan finally halt, yet he did not release his grip. "Stay away from him in the future." Tang Zhan turned, his expression stern. Yu Ningchuan raised an eyebrow, perplexed too. "Qin Xiao, can't you see he harbors ill intentions toward you?" Tang Zhan took a step closer, encroaching upon him. Yu Ningchuan instinctively retreated a step, his back pressed against the wall. He lowered his gaze, acknowledging his inability to read others accurately. Tang Zhan, discerning the implications of his words, chuckled lightly. "Indeed, my intentions towards you are far from innocent." Yet, he believed himself to be different from that scoundrel Qin Xiao. His feelings for Yu Ningchuan were sincere, yet restrained. Yu Ningchuan lifted his gaze, his lashes thick and elegant, reminiscent of a lavish fan, teasing Tang Zhan's heart. As Tang Zhan drew closer, narrowing the distance to a breath space, Yu Ningchuan remained steadfast, asking point-blank, "Tang Zhan, do you harbor feelings for me?" "To hell with restraint." Without uttering a word, Tang Zhan lunged forward, replacing his response with a fervent kiss. The intensity of the kiss mirrored the depth of his affection, growing increasingly fervent and uncontrollable. Seizing the moment, Tang Zhan, like a ravenous wolf, sought to savor every fleeting advantage before Yu Ningchuan could resist. Suddenly, Yu Ningchuan grasped his shoulders, pushing him away. Their entwined tongues reluctantly parted, leaving behind a gossamer thread that stretched to its limit before snapping, leaving both flushed with embarrassment. Breathless, Tang Zhan felt a pang of loss for the kiss they had shared. As he turned, he found himself pressed against the wall by Yu Ningchuan once more. Their previously steady breaths quickened, and Tang Zhan's thumb caressed Yu Ningchuan's cheek, his gaze fixated on those lips. As Tang Zhan pressed the back of his head down, Yu Ningchuan met him with a kiss, both actions occurring almost simultaneously. Their lips found each other again, this time with less hesitance and more insatiable desire. Tang Zhan surrendered completely, offering no resistance, allowing Yu Ningchuan to conquer not only his heart, but also his mouth. His fingers glided along Yu Ningchuan's spine, slipping beneath the hem of his sweater, seemingly dissatisfied with the barrier of fabric. Frowning, he delved deeper, and as his icy fingertips grazed Yu Ningchuan's waist, a shiver coursed through him, sharpening his senses. Yu Ningchuan grasped Tang Zhan's arm, gradually withdrawing his hand, ultimately ending their passionate entanglement. "You still haven't answered me," he murmured, their foreheads touching, his voice husky. Tang Zhan, yearning to meld into Yu Ningchuan, felt every pore urging him to draw closer. "I like you, Xiao Chuan," he finally confessed. Admitting his feelings, "I like you." Their lips brushed against each other's faces, whispering intimately, "Do you wish to be with me, Xiao Chuan?" He felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, mirroring Yu Ningchuan's earlier inquiry with one of his own. "Do you not mind my youth?" Tang Zhan felt heat rise to his ears, wishing he could return to the past and seal his lips shut. "I prefer the tender," came the reply. In the dim corner, they embraced, exchanging hushed words, appearing to outsiders as a couple deeply in love. "I have never liked men. In fact, I found it somewhat distasteful when men expressed their affection for me. Your sudden kiss that day left me stunned. My mind spiraled into chaos, and I foolishly fled." Yu Ningchuan sighed softly, having pondered for several days. "When he finally wished to communicate with you, you did not answer my calls. I nearly believed you were ignoring me." Tang Zhan explained, "I have been preoccupied with matters in Hong Kong regarding our company's listing. Had you rejected me at that moment, let alone leading the team and becoming a trusted leader, I fear I would have burst into tears on stage, unable to regain my composure." His lamentable tone nearly swayed Yu Ningchuan. "Aren't you usually rather self-absorbed? Why would you think I would reject you?" With that, Yu Ningchuan pressed his lips against Tang Zhan's cheek, quickly retreating. "Are you suggesting we try?" Tang Zhan almost blurted out. "Shall we try it on the bed?" However, upon witnessing Yu Ningchuan's ethereal beauty, he refrained, fearing to frighten him away. "Then let us try. I will unconditionally cooperate with you." After uttering those words, Tang Zhan did not await a response. Embracing Yu Ningchuan tightly, their bodies pressed together once more, and he kissed him fervently, overcome with joy and excitement. He even inadvertently bit into Yu Ningchuan's lower lip. Though Yu Ningchuan let out a soft groan, he did not push him away. Instead, he surrendered to the impassioned kiss, allowing the fervor to find an outlet. He cherished the intimacy of their kisses and relished the sensation of being needed by Tang Zhan. As Tang Zhan and his beloved solidified their relationship, they basked in a period of bliss, even finding their work to flow more smoothly, as if aided by divine intervention. He had never anticipated that Yu Ningchuan would agree. Such a notion had seemed a mere fantasy in his dreams. The moment their lips met, it felt as though fireworks erupted in his mind, leaving him utterly elated, almost desperate to proclaim his joy to the world. After so many years, Tang Zhan finally had a boyfriend. Alas, both were burdened with numerous obligations, Yu Ningchuan with his studies and Tang Zhan with his work, resulting in infrequent meetings, often separated by several hours of missed messages during meetings and classes. However, these were minor inconveniences akin to sweet troubles for Tang Zhan, though they were trying. They were not insurmountable. The true challenges arose from Tang Shanhai and the pressures of family. After suffering a mild stroke, Tang Shanhai had been recuperating at home, and Tang Zhan made it a point to visit him weekly, also to report on work matters. With only 2 sons left, and Tang Zhan being the sole useful one, the dynamics had shifted from a previously lax approach to a more serious one, driven by the weight of reality. It seemed that after over 2 decades, he suddenly felt the urge to understand his son. After discussing company affairs, Tang Shanhai did not find any fault in Tang Zhan's handling of matters, thus concluding that topic. "Do you remember Lu Uncle's daughter?" Tang Zhan paused, reflecting carefully. His memory conjured an image of a chubby little girl. "A bit, though it's been 10 years since I last saw her." "What about her?" Tang Shanhai took a sip of tea and replied, "She recently returned from studying abroad and will be interning at our company for a while. Please take care of her." Without hesitation, Tang Zhan agreed, "Of course. I will make arrangements." After a brief pause, Tang Shanhai added, "And perhaps you could foster some rapport. After all, you're still single. And so is Lu's daughter." Tang Zhan finally understood. This was a matchmaking endeavor. He hastily expressed, "Currently, Guihetiani has just been launched, and there are numerous matters awaiting my attention. I believe personal emotional issues can be set aside for the time being. After all, I am not yet 30. There is no rush." Tang Shanhai remained undeterred, stating, "It's not as if you're being urged to marry immediately. You can begin by nurturing your relationship, can't you? Furthermore, the union between our families would undoubtedly send positive ripples through the stock market." It was then that Tang Zhan realized the true motive behind his words. Everything was driven by self-interest. In disbelief, he retorted, "Are we merely instruments for your value enhancement?" Tang Shanhai's expression hardened at this remark. "What kind of talk is that? Given your family's stature, you should contribute as much as you can." Tang Zhan found this utterly absurd. I can certainly offer my initial contributions to the family, especially since I have enjoyed the privileged life the Tang family has provided for so many years. But this is not the kind of contribution I had in mind. Having just begun to recover, Tang Shanhai was not one to engage in argument, and ultimately, Tang Zhan stormed out of the Tang household amidst his furious outburst. Meanwhile, Yu Ningchuan was studying when he suddenly received a text from Tang Zhan, inquiring what he was doing. Studying. Finals are approaching, he replied promptly. Tang Zhan quickly responded. Once the exams are over, will you have break? Yu Ningchuan gazed at the message, momentarily lost in thought. During the break, he and Tang Zhan would be separated for an entire month, a reality that had not weighed heavily on him before, but now, given the change in their relationship, he was uncertain if he should express his feelings differently. Before he could respond, his phone vibrated again. I'll come find you during the new year. Yu Ningchuan asked. Where are you? On my way home, came the reply. With a smile, he closed his textbook and rose from the study room. Upon returning home, Tang Zhan opened the door to find Yu Ningchuan seated on the sofa, watching television. What brings you here today? He asked. Yu Ningchuan pointed to a pair on the table, saying, I saw some being sold near the school gate and thought they looked good, so I bought a few for you. Living alone, Tang Zhan seldom indulged in fruit and rarely thought to purchase any. Yet, if it were Yu Ningchuan who bought it for him, he would certainly savor every bite. He removed his jacket, fetched a fruit knife from the kitchen, and sat beside Yu Ningchuan to peel the pear. Yu Ningchuan watched him intently, his gaze calm and tender, and Tang Zhan could meet his eyes whenever he looked up. What are you staring at? He couldn't help but ask. You're so busy. Will you find time to go to Wenjin during the new year? He noted that Tang Zhan appeared to have lost some weight lately, even developing dark circles under his eyes. As a student, there was little Yu Ningchuan could do to assist Tang Zhan in his career, so he endeavored to provide comfort in other ways. He planned to make a nourishing soup for him the next day to help restore his energy. Tang Zhan chuckled. The new year must be celebrated. While it might be challenging to stretch the time too long, I should manage 2 or 3 days. Even with my ironclad willpower, I cannot neglect rest. Suddenly, he felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed. In a moment of distraction, he slipped and cut his thumb with a knife, blood gushing forth immediately. Yu Ningchuan was startled and quickly grabbed a tissue from the coffee table, offering it to him. How did you manage to sneeze? Are you coming down with a cold? Tang Zhan set down the knife and pear, pressing the tissue against his wound. Perhaps the cold wind outside has given me a slight chill, he replied, sniffing slightly. He cast a glance at the blood-stained pear on the table, clicking his tongue in annoyance at the waste. Yu Ningchuan grasped the pear's stem and took a bite from the untainted side, then looked up at Tang Zhan and declared, It's not a waste. I've eaten it, and it's quite sweet. You, on the other hand, are truly sweet. Tang Zhan, stirred by his words, leaned in and pressed a soft kiss to the corner of Yu Ningchuan's lips, accompanied by a soft murmur. It really is sweet. He licked his lips, savoring the moment. Noticing that Tang Zhan's grip had loosened, revealing the blood seeping through the tissue, Yu Ningchuan frowned and pushed him back gently. Press it tighter and don't move. He stood up abruptly. Where's the Yunnan buyout Band-Aid I bought you last time? Do you have any left? If not, I'll go downstairs to buy some. Tang Zhan replied. Yes, it's in the drawer of the bedside table on my left. Yu Ningchuan turned and headed toward his bedroom. After searching the left bedside drawer without success, he pondered if Tang Zhan had misremembered, so he checked the right one as well. Upon opening the drawer, he found a Band-Aid, but also stumbled upon a photograph. In the picture, by the riverside adorned with lush willows, a young Tang Zhan, around 10 years old, was smiling with squinted eyes, holding a bug-catching net, while 3 older boys stood behind him. 2 of them were identical twins, and one was the brother-in-law Yu Ningchuan had met at the hospital, also known as his dream figure, Aining. He picked up the frame and lingered on Fong Zenning's face for an unusually long time. Did you find it? Suddenly, Tang Zhan's voice called from the living room. Yu Ningchuan hastily tossed the frame back into the drawer and grabbed the Band-Aid, heading back out. After tending to Tang Zhan's wound, Yu Ningchuan glanced at the time. It was nearly curfew for the dormitory. I must go now. You should rest early. He donned his coat and scarf from the sofa, bidding farewell to Tang Zhan. Although they had only been reunited for less than an hour, Tang Zhan felt reluctant to let him leave and wrapped his arms around Yu Ningchuan's waist, playfully halting his departure. Why not stay tonight? Just sleep here with me. The light gray scarf obscured Yu Ningchuan's chin, softening his striking features and lending him an additional warmth in his demeanor. "No, the school prohibits overnight guests," Yu Ningchuan replied, his eyes downcast, resolutely breaking free from Tang Zhan's embrace. Seeing that he couldn't sway him, Tang Zhan sighed, reluctantly escorting him to the door. With the door ajar, he grasped the doorknob, and just as Yu Ningchuan was about to leave, he called out, "Wait, is there no goodbye kiss?" Yu Ningchuan chuckled and turned back, leaning in to plant a kiss on Tang Zhan's lips, initially intending for it to be a brief touch. He found himself held captive as Tang Zhan's hand encircled his neck, deepening the kiss with fervor. Eventually, Yu Ningchuan had to exert some force to push him away to break free, leaving Tang Zhan with flushed cheeks. "Quickly go inside. It's cold out here," Yu Ningchuan said, his voice husky. After he left, Tang Zhan quickly washed up and settled into bed. Love is indeed a wondrous thing with Yu Ningchuan's presence. The frustrations he felt earlier that evening dissipated, as if all his troubles transformed into sweetness beneath the other's kiss. They have only just begun their journey together, still enveloped in the blissful embrace of a budding romance, where every moment of intimacy feels insufficient. Tang Zhan lay on his bed, radiating the exuberance of a love-struck adolescent. As he sent a message to Yu Ningchuan, "Have you reached the dormitory? I've arrived. Xiao Chuan, when I kissed you in my place, was it your first kiss?" He swore he bore no preposterous notions of virginity. He simply yearned to know him better, hungering for every detail of his life since birth. Tang Zhan initially thought, considering Yu Ningchuan had just turned 19 and they had met when he was merely 18 and solely focused on earning a living, that there was no opportunity for early romance. However, after approximately 2 minutes, Yu Ningchuan responded with a curt no. Tang Zhan sprang upright from his bed, nearly crushing his phone in disbelief. "Damn, who did you give your first kiss to at such a young age?" He had assumed he was the first, only to discover he had been outpaced, leading to an undeniable sense of frustration. Yet no matter how he attempted to hint or pry, Yu Ningchuan remained tight-lipped, even resorting to silence, ignoring his messages altogether. Time drifted languidly into January, with Yu Ningchuan engulfed in a hectic examination period, while Tang Zhan navigated his first year-end since managing the company. During the year-end summary meeting, Tang Zhan decisively announced plans for a nationwide inspection of the hotels under the Guohatiani brand during the New Year period. This declaration immediately stirred a commotion around the conference table. One of the directors inquired, "Isn't this rather sudden?" Tang Zhan replied, "Consider it a surprise inspection. I typically lack the time, but with the headquarters on holiday during the New Year, it presents an opportune moment for a national review." This was the epitome of diligence. While others relished the rare respite that the New Year offered, he took it upon himself to initiate an inspection. "And the accompanying staff? I will manage alone. Simplicity is key. I do not wish to encroach upon anyone else's holiday." Tang Zhan chuckled. "Upon my arrival at the local branch, they will naturally arrange for my reception. A grown man like me is unlikely to get lost. The finer details will be communicated by my assistant to the heads of each branch. Any uncertainties can be directed to him." Now, let us move on to the next topic. Though youthful, Tang Zhan possessed a decisive and efficient work style reminiscent of Tang Shanhai in his prime. As the leader of the company that had gone public, the shareholders held him in high regard. Once he made a decision, it was not one easily questioned. The members of the Yin family exchanged glances, each discerning the weighty implications in one another's eyes. Given Tang Zhan's assertiveness, Yin Jing knew she had to intensify her efforts to whisper into Tang Shanhai's ear. Otherwise, the Yin family might find themselves without a foothold in Guohatiani. As the meeting progressed, each participant harbored their own thoughts, yet remained outwardly composed. In the lead-up to the new year, Yang Yongyi's housekeeping company had begun to take shape, presenting a well-structured year-end summary to Xia Han and Tang Zhan. Both men, upon reviewing it, recognized the potential in this individual. The clarity and logical rigor of the report, coupled with a prudent approach to growth without reckless expansion after securing investment, demonstrated a commitment to judicious expenditure. "You truly have an eye for talent," Xia Han remarked. "It may still be a tad early for flattery." Though such sentiments were expressed, Tang Zhan's eyes sparkled with unrestrained exuberance. The returns on venture capital are akin to an esoteric science, a protracted process of waiting, ranging from a mere 2 or 3 years to as many as 6 or 7, without any guarantee of a favorable outcome. I can only say that Yang Yongyi is quite an intriguing individual. Perhaps he might even forge the first unicorn enterprise within the industry. After sharing a meal with Xia Han, Tang Zhan returned home, stretched his limbs, indulged in a warm bath, and retired to bed early. Despite enjoying success in both his professional and romantic endeavors, he still bore a considerable weight of pressure, often dedicating at least 10 hours to work each day. The whims of fate are indeed remarkable. One is either languishing in idleness or overwhelmed with busyness, making it difficult to find a balance. To ensure he obtained sufficient rest, and to prevent his mind from wandering into tumultuous thoughts upon retiring for the night, Tang Zhan maintained a habit of taking medication before sleep. However, while the pills facilitated slumber, they carried their own drawbacks. For instance, upon awakening, he often felt a disorienting heaviness in his head and a sense of muddled clarity, requiring a cold shower to fully rouse himself. Moreover, as time passed, he found it necessary to increase the dosage to achieve the same effect he had initially experienced. After consuming several pills, Tang Zhan drifted into a deep sleep. Entirely oblivious to the presence of someone who had entered his home, opened his door, and stood at his bedside. He felt as if he were soaring through a sea of clouds, surrounded by a vast expanse of white, with dragons weaving through the mist, their dark forms visible against the pale backdrop. Suddenly, he felt as though he were immobilized, unable to move. What manner of demon is this? He bellowed, ready to conjure a protective talisman, only to find the world itself quaking beneath him. What sort of creature possessed the power to rend the very fabric of reality? Such strength was formidable. Struggling to find his footing among the clouds, he was abruptly toppled from the ethereal heights. Tang Zhan, a distant voice called to him, piercing through the fog of his slumber. He endeavored to open his eyes, catching a glimpse of Yu Ningchuan's anxious expression. His eyelids felt heavy, and as he fought to pry them apart, they threatened to close once more. At that moment, Yu Ningchuan, resolute, raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, jarring Tang Zhan back to consciousness. By heavens! Tang Zhan tilted his head, his jaw throbbing, as he gradually regained his bearings. Yu Ningchuan straddled him, his face a mask of fury, nearly roaring. "What in the world are you doing?" Tang Zhan, startled by the sudden outburst, blinked in bewilderment at the other man. "Why, Yu Ningchuan? Is that you?" he stammered, completely taken aback. Yu Ningchuan, witnessing Tang Zhan's confusion, felt his frustration boil over. "Do you have any idea how long I've been calling you? 10 minutes. No matter how much I shook you, slapped you, or shouted, you remained unresponsive. I nearly called for an ambulance." He was genuinely alarmed, especially upon discovering the nearly empty bottle of sleeping pills at Tang Zhan's bedside. A multitude of dreadful possibilities raced through his mind, each more terrifying than the last. Having already faced one scare, he had finally managed to ensure his uncle's safety. The thought of Tang Zhan putting himself in harm's way again left him utterly at a loss. Tang Zhan had not anticipated the unfolding of events in such a manner, and the shock of being struck swiftly transformed into guilt. Yu Ningchuan's face was pale, his lips pressed tightly together, with the corners of his eyes betraying a mix of urgency and anger, tinged with a hint of crimson. Despite his fierce demeanor, the mere thought that his concern stemmed from genuine care softened Tang Zhan's heart completely. "It's all right, I'm fine," he reassured, his tone tender as he gently massaged the lower back of Yu Ningchuan. "Perhaps the medication was a bit too potent, which is why I didn't hear you calling me. I just couldn't sleep, so I took a sleeping pill. Please don't be angry." Yu Ningchuan, in a moment of urgency, had exerted considerable force, leaving Tang Zhan's face flushed. "Why did you take sleeping pills? Are you having trouble sleeping?" He lightly touched Tang Zhan's swollen cheek before getting out of bed to fetch a damp towel for cold compress. Tang Zhan propped himself up against the headboard. "I'm just experiencing a bit of poor sleep. Don't worry, it's nothing serious." He accepted the towel from Yu Ningchuan and casually pressed it against his face, instantly drawing a sharp breath from the coolness. Yu Ningchuan frowned as he glanced at the bottle of sleeping pills. It's best to limit your intake of such substances. They can lead to dependency. Covering his face, Tang Zhan had intended to explain the pressures of his work, suggesting that this was a means for better rest. However, upon meeting Yu Ningchuan, his inky black gaze, he swallowed his words. He preferred not to burden him with such concerns, and even if he did share, it was doubtful Yu Ningchuan would fully comprehend. Exercise aids sleep. If you accompany me in some physical activity, I'll be able to sleep soundly, Tang Zhan suggested. Seizing Yu Ningchuan's hand and playfully licking his lips, implying more than mere exercise. Yu Ningchuan was no fool. He understood the underlying meaning of this exercise. Their relationship had been established for over a month, yet they remained in the phase of breathless kisses and soft bodies. Given their acquaintance had spanned a considerable time, they could have progressed to the next stage. However, every time Tang Zhan made a move, Yu Ningchuan would find an excuse to evade. Over time, Tang Zhan began to question whether his allure was waning. Then I'll come to you for evening runs, Yu Ningchuan coughed lightly, gently withdrawing his hand. What evening runs? Tang Zhan felt an emptiness in his palm. Even though he was mentally prepared for rejection, a wave of disappointment washed over him. He sighed internally, about to speak again when suddenly his phone buzzed. Earlier, he had placed it on the bedside table to charge, and the vibration caught both his and Yu Ningchuan's attention. To his surprise, it was a call from Fang Zhenning. Given their previously close relationship, Tang Zhan had saved Fang Zhenning's contact as a Ning. Yu Ningchuan narrowed his eyes at the glaring name, his gaze dropping silently. Tang Zhan answered the call in front of him. Hello. Since the funeral of Tang Qianyun, Tang Zhan had lost contact with Fang Zhenning, choosing not to block him out of respect for their families. He was uncertain why Fang Zhenning was suddenly calling, feeling a mix of fatigue and avoidance, and was almost reluctant to answer. Xiao Zhan, Fang Zhenning's voice came through, deep and hoarse. Had Tang Zhan not been so familiar with it, he might have struggled to recognize it. I'm about to lead a team to the northwest for a research project with an uncertain return date, at least 6 months, and possibly even a year or two. I'd like to see you before I leave. May I? Tang Zhan tightly clutched his phone, dismissing the tangled emotions of his secret crush. Fang Zhenning remained a significant presence in his life, akin to both a brother and a friend, someone who treated him with even greater care than a family member. At Tang Qianyun's funeral, in a fit of rage, he had struck Fang, only to later reflect on his impulsiveness. Some matters indeed warranted a calm and thorough discussion. All right, you choose the place, and I shall come to you, Tang Zhan said as he threw off the covers and rose from his bed. Fang Zhenning seemed pleasantly surprised by Tang's willingness to comply, his tone brightening. Thank you, Xiao Zhan. He then mentioned a tea house and hung up the call. Tang Zhan rummaged for his clothes, and upon turning around, he noticed Yu Ningchuan standing from the bed, offering him a black sweater. It suddenly struck him that Yu had taken the time to visit, yet they hadn't exchanged more than a few words before he had abruptly dismissed him for a phone call. It felt rather inconsiderate. Xiao Chuan, I'll be back shortly, he said, feeling awkward and uncertain of how to explain. Would you mind waiting for me? Or perhaps you could join me? Yu Ningchuan glanced at his watch and replied, No, the dormitory gate closes at 11, as I mentioned. He bent down to retrieve his fallen scarf from the floor and said to Tang Zhan, Let us go. Since you have matters to attend to, we can arrange to meet another time. Upon arriving at the tea house, Tang Zhan found Fang Zhenning already waiting there. Upon seeing Tang, Fang stood up, somewhat awkwardly. Xiao Zhan, just 2 months apart, had rendered their acquaintance strangely distant. Fang Zhenning had lost an alarming amount of weight. In what should have been the prime of his 30s, he now appeared to be in his 40s. His cheeks were sunken, and he wore an expression of exhaustion, each word he uttered seemingly draining his vitality. Tang Zhan had never anticipated that Fang would transform into someone like this. Fang Zhenning had always been gentle and strong, a towering presence in his life that shielded him from storms and provided much-needed comfort. Now, that once mighty tree seemed to be rotting from within, on the verge of withering and collapsing, devoid of its former vitality. With a complex look, Tang Zhan gestured for him to sit. They took their places opposite each other, yet found themselves a loss for words. In just 2 months, they had grown so estranged. Fong Zhenning managed a bitter smile and spoke first. I will be leaving Haicheng in a couple of days. While I am away, I entrust you to take care of my father. The father he referred to could only be Tang Shanhai. He is also my biological father. You need not worry about that, Tang Zhan replied, struggling to temper his tone, unable to speak without a hint of bitterness. Fong Zhenning clasped his hands nervously on the table. I wanted to take this opportunity to explain the circumstances surrounding my relationships with Qian Yun and Qian Miao. I do not seek to debate right or wrong. I am willing to bear the consequences of my mistakes and endure the pangs of conscience for a lifetime. After a moment of silence, he moistened his dry lips and began recounting his youthful, ambiguous feelings for Tang Miao, the promise he made to care for the siblings, and the gradual development of his affection for Tang Qianyun, among other intricate details, sharing everything with Tang Zhan. When Tang Zhan heard that Tang Qianyun had inadvertently discovered the love letter he had written to Tang Miao hidden within the layers of a picture frame, he could not help but mutter an expletive under his breath. Such a bizarre and absurd turn of events was almost beyond his comprehension, and it had indirectly led to his sister's tragedy. Fong Zhenning paused momentarily, noticing Tang Zhan's silence, and continued recounting the subsequent events. Upon realizing my feelings for Qian Miao, Qian Yun became increasingly agitated, believing I had unfairly regarded her as a mere substitute for Qian Miao. He clenched his fingers tightly, lowering his head. I had intended to take her to see a psychologist to help us navigate our predicament, but she had resolutely refused. Everything was my fault. I had failed her in Qian Miao, neglecting to care for his sister properly. Tang Zhan, feeling a surge of frustration, ran his fingers through his hair. You should never have kept it from her or held on to that damned letter. Yet, when he faced Fong Zhenning, gazing into his eyes filled with genuine sorrow, all harsh words escaped him. The other's grief was palpable, undeniably sincere. The death of Tang Qianyun had ensnared him in an everlasting despair, perhaps one from which he would never emerge. It was a cruel jest of fate, perhaps stemming from an excessive fondness for Tang Qianyun, compelling her to depart this world prematurely to accompany him in the afterlife. Fong Zhenning closed his reddened eyes. You are free to despise and scold me. I accept it all. This is my fault from beginning to end. What is there to scold? Tang Zhan himself harbored secrets, rendering him unqualified to chastise Fong Zhenning. Even he could not achieve complete honesty with his own partner. The tragedy had already unfolded. What purpose did further discussion serve? Tang Zhan sighed, stating that he would not speak of forgiveness on behalf of his sister. He apologized for the incident in which he had struck Fong Zhenning, declaring that from that moment on, they would consider themselves even, each to pursue their own lives without further contact. With two lives lost in the midst of this turmoil, Tang Zhan felt incapable of sitting with Fong Zhenning as they once had, sharing laughter and toasting drinks. Fundamentally, Fong Zhenning bore an undeniable responsibility for Tang Qianyun's demise. Given the circumstances, this was perhaps the best conclusion they could reach. After speaking his piece, Tang Zhan stood and left, not casting a glance back at Fong Zhenning. Though he displayed no outward signs, an inner turmoil churned within him, stemming from the capriciousness of fate, the sorrow for Tang Qianyun, and a profound self-loathing. He had distanced himself so thoroughly, standing on a moral high ground, looking down upon Fong Zhenning. What was he, really? Tang Zhan pressed his forehead against the steering wheel, closing his eyes in the darkness of the driver's seat, remaining in that position for a considerable time before finally starting the car and driving away. His thoughts wandered, and in a daze, he nearly collided with the vehicle ahead, narrowly avoiding a disaster thanks to a timely application of the brakes. Upon returning home, he had intended to collapse onto his bed, but on passing the kitchen, he poured himself a glass of water to quench his thirst and suddenly noticed a bag on the table. Approaching it, he opened it to find 2 meat buns inside. He suddenly recalled having inquired earlier about the quality of the food at the university cafeteria from Yu Ningchuan and others, who had remarked that the food was decent, especially the buns, prompting him to casually express a desire to try them someday. Unexpectedly, Yu Ningchuan lingered in his heart, bringing him a sense of warmth. Tang Zhan's face broke into a smile as he took out his phone to message Yu Ningchuan. Why didn't you tell me you brought buns? At this hour, the other party should have been resting. After waiting for a while without receiving a reply, Tang Zhan directly tossed the two buns into the microwave to heat them up. With a beep, he opened the microwave, and the savory aroma of meat wafted towards him, enveloping him in warmth. He inhaled deeply, alternating between hands, and stuffed the steaming, fragrant buns into his mouth. After devouring both, he patted his satiated belly and let out a contented sigh. A week later, Yu Ningchuan completed his examinations and was about to return home for the holidays. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Hui and the others insisted on throwing him a farewell party. And they also invited Tang Zhan, the busy bee, to join them for an early reunion dinner. After working late into the night, Tang Zhan finally found a sliver of time after 4 in the afternoon. Excitedly, he drove to the entrance of Huahai University, hoping to pick up Yu Ningchuan for the feast. To his surprise, when Yu Ningchuan emerged, he was accompanied by a beautiful girl with long hair. The girl remained closely by Yu Ningchuan's side, her face a portrait of shyness and warmth, her smile unwavering. It was evident to anyone that she harbored feelings for him. They chatted amiably as they approached the gate, and Yu Ningchuan was so engrossed that he nearly walked past Tang Zhan. With clenched teeth, Tang Zhan slammed his hand on the horn. The piercing sound instantly drew the attention of both individuals, who turned to look in perfect synchrony, like a pair of celestial beings, causing a pang of jealousy to twist in Tang Zhan's stomach. After exchanging a few words with the girl, Yu Ningchuan seemed to bid her farewell. She smiled and waved before turning away. He then made his way to the passenger seat and climbed in. Tang Zhan, his expression taut, started the car, eagerly awaiting an explanation about the girl, but Yu Ningchuan remained silent. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tang Zhan finally spoke up, feigning indifference. Yu Ningchuan gazed ahead and replied nonchalantly, "Just a classmate." Though it was a form of explanation, Tang Zhan felt increasingly unsettled. What classmate? Why haven't I heard about her before? What is her name? Does she have a boyfriend? Is she interested in him? All these questions plagued his mind. Yet Yu Ningchuan offered no further details. Torn between the desire to dig deeper and the fear of scaring him away with his burgeoning possessiveness, Tang Zhan struggled to maintain his composure, suppressing his emotions until they reached the banquet hall where they were to meet Zhou Hui and Sun Jiran. The venue was a Cantonese restaurant adorned with exquisite, antique mahogany furniture, serving a plethora of delicacies, including rare seafood and luxurious dishes like abalone and shark fin. To catch the attention of these affluent patrons, the chef sprinkled gold dust on nearly every dish, underscoring their opulence. This time, Qin Xiao arrived with a different girlfriend than last time, leaving Tang Zhan uncertain whether he had changed partners or if he had multiple at once. "Xiao Chuan, why didn't you say goodbye the last time?" Qin Xiao, with an insatiable glint in his eye, seized every opportunity to flirt with Yu Ningchuan, even affectionately calling him Xiao Chuan, which made Tang Zhan want to punch him. "Having matters to attend to, I took my leave, having exchanged pleasantries with you, though your inebriation likely rendered you oblivious to it." As Yu Ningchuan spoke, he exhibited not a moment's hesitation, his words flowing effortlessly. Qin Xiao swirled his glass of red wine and, taking a sip, remarked, "I am quite eager to delve deeper into that creative idea you mentioned last time. It piqued my interest." Upon hearing this, Tang Zhan furrowed his brow, perplexed. What idea? He had never heard Yu Ningchuan speak of it before. Yu Ningchuan raised his glass in a distant toast to Qin Xiao, saying, when the time allows. Tang Zhan, feeling as though he had been disregarded in their conversation, felt a surge of pent-up frustration ignite within him. He placed his chopsticks onto the holder, his gaze cool and his lips curling into a sardonic smile as he questioned Qin Xiao, "Is there some private matter between you two that we, as friends, ought not to know?" Qin Xiao, seasoned in the ways of the business world, could easily discern the discomfort radiating from Tang Zhan. Noting his forced smile, he recognized that Tang Zhan was genuinely upset. With an ambiguous smile, he responded, "It's nothing of great consequence, really. Just that Xiao Chuan has a preliminary idea, and I encourage him to explore it. I am willing to assist him in joining an entrepreneurial incubation base, even considering direct investment in his project." Tang Zhan turned to Yu Ningchuan in disbelief. "Why have you never shared this with me? Were they not the closest of friends? Why would he confide in Qin Xiao? That fool, instead of himself? Did he not possess the expertise or the genuine concern for Yu Ningchuan's well-being?" Tang Zhan was nearly driven to madness. The omission of such a significant matter suggested that perhaps he did not hold much importance in Yu Ningchuan's heart. Under Tang Zhan's scrutinizing stare, Yu Ningchuan opened his mouth to respond, "I do not wish to rely solely on you." The other attendees began to sense the shift in atmosphere. Zhou Hui and Sun Jiran exchanged glances and, in unison, set down their chopsticks, fixated on the unfolding drama with keen interest. Tang Zhan was far from satisfied with this answer. He pointed at Qin Xiao, expressing his grievance. "I have warned you. This person harbors ill intentions towards you. And yet you continue to associate with him? Hey!" Qin Xiao spread his hands in feigned surprise, astounded that Tang Zhan would so openly malign him, disregarding their mutual respect. Yu Ningchuan remained silent, calmly observing Tang Zhan, which gradually quelled Tang Zhan's ire, even instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Reflecting on his previous remarks, he felt a wave of regret. "I did not mean to interfere with your friendships, it's just—" His voice dwindled, leaning closer to Yu Ningchuan's ear to whisper 2 words, "jealous." In an instant, Yu Ningchuan's gaze, once clouded with frost, thawed, revealing a newfound warmth. Zhou Hui, witnessing the transformation, tapped on his glass and inquired, "What is going on between you two?" The palpable tension between them suggested a closeness that left even the most seasoned of romantics speculating, yet hesitant to assume too much. Tang Zhan and Yu Ningchuan exchanged glances, finding no hostility in each other's eyes, but rather a mutual understanding. He gently grasped Yu Ningchuan's hand resting on the table, smiling sweetly at the onlookers, declaring, "We are together now." This proclamation took everyone by surprise, leaving them utterly unprepared and bereft of any counterargument. In the private room, a cacophony erupted, and Sun Jiran inadvertently spewed a mouthful of red wine onto a golden-flecked dish, lending an eerie crimson hue to the almond-white lung soup adorned with gold leaf. Tang Zhan drove, ferrying Yu Ningchuan towards Huahai. Throughout the journey, he furtively stole glances at Yu Ningchuan's expression. Just moments ago, during the banquet, Zhou Hui and the others had relentlessly teased him, accusing him of harming the nation's blossoms. Qin Xiao, in particular, had taken the opportunity to exact personal revenge, delivering several kicks to his shins, causing him to grimace in pain. Tomorrow, he would likely bear bruises. Yet little did they know, he had merely grazed the surface of indulgence without ever truly savoring the taste. The beating he had endured seemed utterly unwarranted. Noticing Yu Ningchuan staring blankly out of the window, Tang Zhan felt a pang of anxiety. "Xiao Chuan, are you upset because of what I just said? I truly didn't mean it. I just like how Qin Xiao constantly fixates on you." Yu Ningchuan continued to gaze outside without turning back. "I am not angry." "That's a relief," Tang Zhan sighed, then added. "And about that girl who walked out of school with you today, I confess I felt a twinge of jealousy. But you must understand, there's so many girls in your department, and you're only 19, after all. You must have had some romantic experiences with girls before, right?" "Who told you I have had romantic experiences with girls?" Yu Ningchuan suddenly turned to face him. Tang Zhan was momentarily taken aback by the question. "If you haven't had any romantic experiences, then how did you lose your first kiss?" "By being forcibly kissed by a drunken man." At that moment, a red light halted their progress, and Tang Zhan nearly slammed on the brakes in shock. "What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Did you break any of his ribs?" His hair stood on end in anger. Xiao Chuan had been so young at the time. And how could someone be so brutal? Yu Ningchuan replied calmly, "I punch him in the face. That settles the score. That was too lenient on him. Tang Zhan Zito Fai Suli. You should have kicked him where it hurts." Yu Ningchuan paused for a moment before responding. "That would be a bit excessive, wouldn't it?" A car behind them honked, and Tang Zhan realized the light had turned green. He gently pressed the accelerator and continued driving. Not excessive. Such scoundrels require extraordinary measures. The iconic clock tower of Huahai loomed closer, its warm yellow lights twinkling in the night. Tang Zhan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his speed gradually decreasing. Tomorrow is the weekend, and you'll be on holiday next week, right? Would you like to stay at my place tonight?" The implication was unmistakably clear. Tang Zhan almost suggested they share a more intimate evening together. However, Yu Ningchuan rejected the proposition without hesitation. "No." Tang Zhan frowned slightly. "Why not?" "I'm not ready." Ready for what? It's too soon. Tang Zhan found himself at a loss for words. What do you think would be more appropriate? He was T1 a rush. Yet the presence of the young man he cherished lingered before him, stirring his imagination. All he desired was to grow closer to Yu Ningchuan, to affirm that the other belonged to him, nothing more. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Ningchuan finally offered a date, perhaps when I turned 20. The other party's 19th birthday had only recently passed, and now he insisted on waiting until his 20th to further his relationship with Tang Zhan. Tang Zhan feared that by the time that day arrived, he might well be afflicted with erectile dysfunction. 20? Are you certain? His voice rose an octave. Yu Ningchuan nodded affirmatively, confirming his intent. Observing the resolute expression on Yu Ningchuan's face, it was evident that he had pondered this deeply and had made up his mind, leaving no room for reconsideration. Although Yu Ningchuan had initially suggested they could explore their connection, Tang Zhan found the duration of this trial period excessively prolonged. Anyone faced with such a blunt rejection would inevitably feel discomfort, especially when it came in succession. Tang Zhan, no longer leisurely driving, swiftly pulled over in front of Huahai University and, in a low voice, asked Yu Ningchuan, "Is it because you find me unreliable that you hesitate?" Yu Ningchuan met his gaze and, after a moment's contemplation, replied slowly, "I believe that physical intimacy should arise naturally, as a manifestation of deep feelings, rather than a scheduled necessity." A jolt of realization struck Tang Zhan. "So the crux of the matter was that you simply do not like me that much, is it?" He had mentally prepared for this possibility, yet the sudden acknowledgement left him with a profound sense of disillusionment. Each day, he felt his affection for Yu Ningchuan deepen. Had the other not felt the same? Yu Ningchuan furrowed his brow slightly. If you wish to interpret it that way, then so be it. It appeared that a confrontation was inevitable today. Tang Zhan's mind erupted with thoughts, having mentally chastised Yu Ningchuan from every conceivable angle. However, when he finally spoke, all his fervor dissipated into an undercurrent of suppressed emotions. "Very well, let us see who can endure the longest. The one who yields first is but a puppy." Tang Zhan's temper flared, revealing a somewhat childish side. Yu Ningchuan paused, then smirked coldly. "All right, let us make a wager." He noticed that every time his anger surged, he would think he was ready to confront Tang Zhan, only to have his momentum effortlessly extinguished by a single word or gesture from him. Yet, he understood this was only temporary. The embers lay dormant, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation, potentially erupting into an uncontrollable blaze. Ultimately, neither of them possessed a particularly gentle temperament, and the path to mutual understanding remained arduous. Yu Ningchuan's concerns were not without merit. Failing to extinguish the flames of conflict entirely posed a risk to their relationship. Yu Ningchuan yearned for a steady, unchanging affection, while Tang Zhan desired a passionate, all-consuming love that flourished in moments of intimacy. Their philosophies diverged, one deeply rooted in Eastern tradition, the other steeped in Western ideals, each holding its own logic. Yet neither could easily grasp the other's perspective. The sparks continued to fly, and the road ahead was fraught with challenges. After Yu Ningchuan exited the vehicle, Tang Zhan watched him enter the university before departing. Returning home, his anger had yet to dissipate, simmering within him. Neither had sent a message to the other. As bedtime approached, he instinctively reached for the pill bottle on his nightstand, intending to take a few tablets before sleeping. Just as he poured one into his palm, Yu Ningchuan's words echoed in his mind. "The act of consuming this is inherently dependent. He harbors a disinclination towards it." Tang Zhan appeared to be in a struggle with himself, at times turning away, unwilling to gaze upon the medication in his hand, then again laboriously maneuvering his hand toward his mouth, seemingly attempting to coerce himself into swallowing it. In the next moment, an invisible force seemed to pull his arm away. After a while of this self-directed performance, he found it tedious, his shoulders sagging as he discarded both the pills and the bottle into the trash. No more, no more. It's time for bed. He reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and tossed and turned for 2 hours, only managing to drift into a fitful slumber in the early hours. His sleep was shallow, frequently interrupted, filled with restless dreams, and he awoke before 6 the next morning. Unable to find rest, he rose to exercise, running until he was drenched in sweat, showering before collapsing back onto the bed like a lifeless body. He had not been mistaken in saying that exercise could indeed enhance sleep. Yet for him, it merely provided a slight improvement. He managed to doze off briefly. But within an hour, he found himself wide awake again, unable to sleep as night fell. Thus, he endured 2 days of this torment. On Monday, as he entered the office, he bore the weight of 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes during the morning meeting. His complexion so poor that every supervisor presenting reports adjusted their volume, wary of treading on sensitive ground. While others spoke on stage, Tang Zhan propped his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed on the floor beneath the table, his other hand scrolling through text messages, repeatedly, yet no new notifications appeared. That wretched boy, how can he be so heartless? It had been over 12 hours, and he hadn't even bothered to send a message to soothe him. Couldn't he see that he was upset? The net profit for East China this month has surpassed last month, and survey results indicate that our clients are exceedingly satisfied with our services. Tang Zhan, filled with indignation, lifted his gaze from his phone to the chart displayed on the large screen, squinting suddenly. 11th place, Manager Yin. Did you miscalculate the revenue for this establishment? The decimal point is misplaced. Isn't it? I recall last month's figure was 700,000, and now it's reported as 7 million. If that were the case, it would be miraculous if there were no growth. Manager Yin, a cousin of Tang Zhan's stepmother, served as the regional manager for a certain economic hotel in East China under Gui Hetian. Upon hearing this, he quickly glanced at the chart on his computer. Realizing the error, his face flushing crimson, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Tang, my apologies. My assistant must have made a mistake while compiling the report. Tang Zhan interjected sharply. Do you not review these figures? Manager Yin was rendered speechless, and a tense silence enveloped the conference table, with everyone holding their breath. Tang Zhan, slightly perturbed, waved his hand dismissively. Enough, next. Manager Yin, as if granted a reprieve, left the stage with a look of defeat. The next manager, tail tucked firmly, approached the podium cautiously, exchanging a glance with the former, as if silently passing on this burdensome task. A couple of days later, on the day Yu Ningchuan was set to return home for the holiday, Tang Zhan realized that if he did not reach out soon, the other would depart from Haicheng for the winter break. Gritting his teeth, he allocated 2 hours to drive to Huahai, where he pulled out his phone at the entrance to call Yu Ningchuan. As soon as the call connected, he seethed. Yu Ningchuan, how could you be so unfeeling? If I don't reach out, you wouldn't think to contact me, would you? There was a brief silence on the other end before Yu Ningchuan's voice finally emerged. Where are you? At the entrance of your school, he replied impatiently. Hurry up and bring your things out. I need to take you to the train station. I have things to attend to this afternoon. The other end responded with a brief and promptly ended the call. Tang Zhan waited by the roadside for 10 minutes, cursing himself for his lack of initiative. When the car door was suddenly pulled open, Yu Ningchuan tossed a suitcase into the back seat and settled into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt. I thought you wouldn't come, Yu Ningchuan remarked. Tang Zhan maintained a stern expression and remained silent, focusing on starting the car. Their reunion did not signify a reconciliation. On the contrary, they each persisted in their standoff, extending the Cold War into the confines of the vehicle. As Tang Zhan drove, he mentally screamed. If only he could utter just one more word, he would forgive this brat and end the absurd Cold War. Yet, Yu Ningchuan was not privy to his convoluted thoughts. Noticing Tang Zhan's indifference, he sat quietly without saying another word. The train station was not far from Huahai. They arrived in about half an hour. Tang Zhan parked the car at the departure gate, his expression darker than when Yu Ningchuan first got in. This was the final moment of parting. With more than half a month until the new year, once he sent Yu Ningchuan off, he would have to wait another 2 weeks to see him again. Tang Zhan's heart was torn between reluctance and anger, entangled in a dilemma of whether to decisively conclude this ridiculous Cold War or to uphold his pride. Tang Zhan reflexively turned to Yu Ningchuan, who had called him, when suddenly his tie was yanked, and before he could react, he was firmly kissed. Yu Ningchuan kissed him fiercely, almost savagely, biting his lips until they stung. Yet he found himself unwilling to push him away. Goodness, what did it matter if they couldn't go to bed? With Yu Ningchuan's kiss, he felt it was enough to sustain him for a year. He truly regretted wasting the previous 4 days. The two were locked in a passionate embrace, lost in one another for several minutes, exchanging fervent kisses. When they finally broke apart, both were left breathless, their lips flushed. "Call me when you arrive," Tang Zhan said, gently touching Yu Ningchuan's cheek. Yu Ningchuan nodded, exited the car, and retrieved his luggage from the back seat. Just before leaving, he turned back to Tang Zhan to confirm. "We're good now, right?" Tang Zhan, almost rolling his eyes in exasperation, playfully scolded, "Get lost." As the year drew to a close, the atmosphere in the office relaxed, suffused with the festive spirit preceding the holidays. Many had already planned their vacations for the new year. However, such festivities were reserved for the ordinary employees. For Tang Zhan, every day of the year was a work day, merely distinguished by the location of his office. On Friday night, while past 10, he remained in the office, signing one contract after another, meticulously reviewing applications in the system, and responding to emails from various parties. After carefully scrutinizing a lengthy email word by word, he pressed the send button, leaned back in his chair to stretch, loosening his stiff shoulders. He then picked up his coffee cup with one hand and opened his phone with the other. As he scrolled through his social media feed, he noticed that Zhou Hui was hosting a pool party at home. Sun Jiaran had watched a movie with an unknown companion. Qin Xiao was vacationing on an island with his new girlfriend, and Yu Ningchuan was dining with a group of young people that evening. Tang Zhan slid down a couple of posts, suddenly alert, and returned to Yu Ningchuan's update. This fellow had never shared anything on social media before. What had prompted this change today? Tang Zhan scrutinized each face captured in the photos, all radiating youthful exuberance, appearing to be of a similar age to Yu Ningchuan. He clicked on Yu Ningchuan's name and sent a message. "Are you having dinner with classmates today?" Typically, at this hour, Yu Ningchuan would have been resting, yet he replied promptly tonight. "Yes, it's a high school reunion." "How's the conversation going?" "Pretty good. Everyone has grown, embarking on their new lives, and many are entering new relationships." Tang Zhan fixated on this line and slowly typed a response. "Did you tell them that you are in a relationship too?" His finger hovered over the send button, hesitating. Eventually, he sighed, deleted the message, and crafted a new one. "Youth is truly precious. Cherish your time. Work is arduous. Your brother is still toiling away at the office." He took a sip from his mug, the now lukewarm bitter liquid cascading down his throat, leaving a sense of bitterness within him. Shortly after sending the message, Yu Ningchuan called. "Have you had dinner?" Tang Zhan glanced at the nearly empty takeout box on the table, a lackluster meal costing 20 yuan. "Yes, have you returned home?" The atmosphere on the other end was quiet, unlike being outside. "Just got home, smoking in the yard. Gigi and Uncle are already asleep." "Is Uncle's health all right?" "Pretty good, though it seems his memory has worsened." Despite Yu Ningchuan's efforts to suppress it, Tang Zhan discerned a faint sigh from the other side of the line. This time you visit, he might not recognize you. After all, he had traversed the brink of life and death, and with such a delicate area as the brain. Whether he could return to his former self remained uncertain. Tang Zhan felt a pang of melancholy, but endeavored to reassure Yu Ningchuan. "It's a gradual process. It doesn't matter if he doesn't recognize me. I will make him remember." He turned his chair to face the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The city of Haicheng was ablaze with lights at 10 o'clock at night, with an incessant flow of cars on the distant overpass, embodying the hustle and bustle of metropolitan life. He gazed out, as if wishing to traverse mountains and rivers to reach Yu Ningchuan's side. "Do you miss me?" A light chuckle emanated from the other end. "I've noticed." The trailing note in his voice was tantalizing, causing Tang Zhan to involuntarily smile and inquire. "What? You're quite clingy now, or rather, more straightforward than when we were friends." Tang Zhan's heart skipped a beat. "Don't you like it this way?" Observing the men around him, it seemed that some indeed felt that a clingy partner was a burden, believing it encroached upon their personal space. "Not at all. I simply have very few moments of such candidness in my life." Yu Ningchuan replied. "Love, affection, longing, these sentiments have always been veiled in my upbringing, seldom articulated. Everyone is aware of the essence of love, yet articulating it in person proves to be a formidable challenge." Tang Zhan comprehended his intent, yet struggled to grasp the rationale behind such behavior. If unspoken, how can one ascertain the depths of my longing, my affection, my desire for you? On the other end, Yu Ningchuan fell silent for a moment, before responding with a slightly husky voice. You may express your thoughts, but could you refrain from embedding personal motives within? Whoever succumbs first is but a puppy. Remember who uttered that? Tang Zhan pursed his lips, returning to the initial inquiry. So, do you truly desire me? Yu Ningchuan exhaled slowly, akin to releasing a puff of smoke, and countered with a question. Can you see the moon at this moment? Tang Zhan merely tilted his head slightly, catching sight of a grand full moon in the night sky. Yes, I can see it. Why? I too can see it. We are gazing at the same moon. Are you lecturing me on geography? Gazing at the moon, I convey my sentiments over thousands of miles. Since you can perceive the moon, how can you be unaware of the emotions I have entrusted to its glow? Tang Zhan was utterly taken aback. Who could have anticipated that this brat, while not one for romantic expressions, could exhibit such scholarly prowess when he did? Quite romantic indeed. So he has given me a lesson in literature. He playfully blew a kiss to the moon, asking, Did you feel the kiss I just sent to the moon? What a splendid moon, serving as a courier for the two of them. Yes, I felt it, Yu Ningchuan replied, sniffling slightly. It's rather cold. Tang Zhan immediately lost his composure. Get lost. He glanced at the time. Once the cigarette was finished, it was time to head indoors. As the yard was chilly, take care not to catch a cold. Yu Ningchuan replied with an affirmative. You should finish work early too. Remember to balance work and rest. Thus, they maintained a daily phone call frequency, navigating their long-distance romance. Amidst the growing yearning, the eve of the new year swiftly approached. On New Year's Eve, Tang Zhan was resolute in spending the holiday at home. There was no way around it, as neither Tang Shanhai nor Tang Yu Fan would permit him to celebrate elsewhere. However, due to the recent bereavement of Tang Qianyun, who had not yet completed the mourning period, the Tang household lacked any festive cheer. Even Yin Jing displayed her sensibility by donning somber attire, and Tang Zhan's half-brother had abandoned his usual mischievous demeanor, appearing particularly subdued from the moment they sat at the dining table. During the meal, Tang Yufun and her husband primarily assumed the role of atmosphere enhancers, posing questions. When queried, Tang Zhan offered brief responses. When not, he bowed his head and obediently ate, the absence of Tang Qianyun and his spouse as mediators rendering the already somber dining experience even more unbearable. In a daze, Tang Zhan felt as though he had returned home not for a celebration, but for a trial. Tang Yufan noticed Tang Shanhai's hand trembled slightly as he held the spoon and frowned, asking, Brother, what is wrong with your hand? Is your health still poor? Yin Jing wiped the soup that had splashed onto Tang Shanhai's clothing and responded on his behalf. The doctor mentioned it could be a consequence of a minor stroke. With more exercise, he should recover. Only upon hearing this did Tang Yufan feel relieved. As long as it's not serious, that's good. Brother, you must take care of your health. The Tang family needs you, and the company requires you as well. Her words, however, provoked an unexpected reaction from Tang Shanhai, who abruptly dropped the spoon into the bowl, producing a jarring sound. Instantly, all eyes at the table turned towards him. Is there still a place for my voice in the company? Tang Shanhai's aged visage twisted into a wry smile, for he feared he was no longer recognized as Tang Zong. Tang Zhan now exudes an air of authority, capable of dismissing anyone at will, rendering the likes of Gue He Tian entirely under his dominion. This sentiment, both overt and veiled, directly insinuates that Tang Zhan has usurped power, leaving him with an absurd sense of injustice. He finally comprehends why it is a daunting task to be a crown prince, particularly when burdened with the presence of an elderly and dim-witted father. It is nothing short of a calamity. He set down his chopsticks, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and carelessly tossed it onto the table. If we speak of Yin Chong, I did not dismiss him. Rather, I deemed him ill-suited for the managerial position in the East China region. His resignation was a consequence of his own inability to accept the demotion. Yin Chong is none other than Yin Jing's cousin, the one who, during a meeting, failed to notice a decimal point had shifted in the revenue figures. Times have changed. Gue He Tian is now a publicly listed company, where every decision is scrutinized under the public eye, and any misstep could potentially affect stock prices. Tang Zhan does not believe Yin Chong possesses the requisite skills to justify his position. One could argue that his laziness and lackadaisical nature have allowed him to attain the managerial role solely due to his familial connection with Yin Jing. You have the audacity to complain. Tang Zhan slammed the table. I am still alive, and you are hastily removing my people? Tang Zhan cast a sidelong glance at Yin Jing, who was feigning nonchalance while placating Tang Zhan, and remarked pointedly, Your people? Does the Yin family acknowledge that? You. Tang Zhan's face flushed crimson, perhaps from the sudden surge of emotions, as he erupted into a fit of coughing. Yin Jing patted his back reassuringly. Old Tang, do not be agitated. She cast a fierce yet hollow glare at Tang Zhan, reproaching, Xiao Zhan, why do you provoke your father during the festive season? His health has only just begun to improve. Tang Yufun and her husband sat awkwardly at the table, taken aback by the sudden quarrel between father and son. It is the new year. Let us speak less. Tang Yufun raised her glass to toast them, for my sake. Can we not postpone our discussions until after the celebration? She then shifted her tone, growing slightly colder. And you, Xiao Jing, knowing my brother has only just regained some strength, do refrain from burdening him with your family's trivial matters. You yourself have stated that Yin Chong has been gallivanting about these past 2 years, and even his wife could no longer tolerate him, leading to their divorce. Such a person, not just Xiao Zhan, but I too believe, is unworthy of remaining in the company. Yin Jing had not anticipated that the personal matter she had inadvertently shared with Tang Yufun would now be wielded against her, leaving her feeling immensely frustrated. Yet, she maintained a facade of cheerfulness, saying in a pitiful tone, It was my failure to stop him that led to his tears at home. Although my cousin's personal life is somewhat chaotic, he has remained loyal and diligent to the company for many years. It is no wonder he cannot accept being dismissed so abruptly. Tang Zhan regarded her with a sardonic smile. Loyalty and diligence do not equate to ignorance. He is unaware of even the fundamental conditions of the hotels within his jurisdiction, nor is he familiar with a single assistant. Ultimately, Yin Jing is merely a housewife lacking understanding of corporate operations and business acumen. When Yin Chong falters in addressing these issues, she finds herself even more ill-equipped to respond. Stifled by Tang Zhan's remarks, she cleared her throat softly and fell silent, her gaze lowered. At that moment, sitting opposite Tang Zhan, the previously silent Tang Jia Song suddenly erupted, hurling his chopsticks at Tang Zhan. You shall not bully my mother. You are a harbinger of misfortune. The chubby boy possessed considerable strength. The chopstick struck Tang Zhan's chest, leaving 2 dark soy sauce imprints. Tang Zhan slowly lowered his head, picking up the napkin on the table to wipe himself. In his ears, the simultaneous shouts of several adults rang out. Tang Yufun's voice was the sharpest, directing her reprimands primarily at Yin Jing. What kind of education are you providing your child? Is this how one speaks to their own brother? Tang Zhan, struggling to speak, slammed his hand on the table. This is outrageous, utterly unacceptable. Not a single one of you is sensible. Do you want to die? Apologize to your brother, quickly. I won't. Whoa, I absolutely will not. The sounds of Yin Jing's scolding intertwined with Tang Jia Song's cries, as the two chased each other upstairs, culminating in a resounding slam of a door, isolating the mother and son from everyone downstairs. Tang Zhan closed his eyes, forcefully tossing the soiled napkin onto the floor. What a farce this was. On the morning of the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, Tang Zhan flew into Wen Town, where he was picked up by a car from Noah and taken to the hotel. He first inspected various areas of the hotel and had a meal with Manager Wang, then excused himself to his room, citing fatigue from his journey. He sorted through his suitcase, packing a few articles of clothing into his backpack, and borrowed a bicycle from the hotel front desk. Stealthily, without drawing anyone's attention, he rode towards the hot spring village. Following the small path into the village, he stopped at the entrance of Yu Ningchuan's home. He had previously mentioned he would arrive at night, intending to surprise Yu Ningchuan. After securing the bicycle against the wall, he gently pushed open the courtyard gate, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. To his surprise, peering through the window, he noticed a number of people seated in the Yu family's living room. Both men and women gathered around a table with Yu Ningchuan, seemingly engrossed in a board game, their discussions quite animated. Tang Zhan's keen eyes recognized one of the 3 girls as the one who had walked out of the school gates with Yu Ningchuan last time. What was intended as a surprise now risked becoming a shock. He stood at the entrance for a moment, when Jiang Tao inadvertently caught sight of him standing there, nearly exclaiming in fright, "What the?" Everyone turned to look at the unexpected visitor, their expressions a mix of curiosity and confusion. But Yu Ningchuan immediately sprang from his chair and hurried to the door. Upon opening it, he wore an expression of surprise tinged with delight. "How did you arrive so early?" Just as Tang Zhan was about to respond, Yu Jiji darted out of the house like a gust of wind, leaping into Tang Zhan's arms, her legs wrapping around him. "Brother Tang!" Tang Zhan let out a small exclamation, nearly losing his balance, and with some effort he said, "Our Gigi has grown. Have you missed your brother?" "I have." Yu Ningchuan frowned, grabbing Yu Jiji by the scruff of her neck and pulling her away from Tang Zhan. "Stand and speak properly." Yu Jiji, now firmly on the ground, stuck out her tongue. "Brother, you are so verbose." She then wrapped her arms around Tang Zhan's, leading him into the room. "Let us go see Uncle. He's taking his afternoon nap. I mentioned you to him yesterday, and he said he remembered you." Upon hearing that Uncle Yu was still asleep, Tang Zhan halted, suggesting, "Perhaps I should wait until Uncle wakes before visiting him. Let him rest for now." Yu Jiji pondered for a moment and found this reasonable, replying, "All right, we shall call him when it's time for dinner." As they stepped into the slightly warmer room, Yu Ningchuan followed behind, closing the door. At that moment, Jiang Tao, Li Xiang, and others stood up, greeting Tang Zhan and introducing themselves as Yu Ningchuan's roommates. The three girls also introduced themselves, stating they were classmates of Yu Ningchuan. Tang Zhan shook hands with each of them, saying, "I am a friend of the two brothers. I happened to pass through in town this new year and came to see them." It was evident that he had come specifically, and the intimacy between him and Yu Ningchuan was masked by various excuses. A girl with long hair shook hands with Tang Zhan, her voice gentle as she introduced herself. "I am Lan, but you can call me Xiao Lan. We formed a team to visit Shaochuan during the holiday. We arrived yesterday and plan to leave on the 5th day." Upon hearing her say Shaochuan, Tang Zhan felt an involuntary twitch at his temple. "Well, I hope you all enjoy yourselves," he replied with a somewhat perfunctory smile. "There are indeed many entertaining places here. The scenery is quite beautiful." The group of young people had originally been engaged in a game of werewolf, with Yu Jiji serving as the judge. Tang Zhan participated in 2 rounds, but remained somewhat distracted. When he was a werewolf, the werewolves lost. When he was a villager, the good people lost. And as a priest, he was the first to be eliminated. Finding it uninteresting, he suggested they continue without him and stepped outside for a smoke. Standing in the cold wind, he inhaled and exhaled, unable to discern whether it was disappointment or frustration festering within him. He had once thought there was a place that truly belonged to him, glancing at the lively group inside, yet it now seemed otherwise. Yu Ningchuan had his own circle of friends, his own classmates, and his own aspirations. He was not entirely dependent on him, nor did he possess nothing else but him. He would undoubtedly embrace a brilliant, even resplendent future. This realization filled Tang Zhan with a mixture of pride and unease. He recognized the absurdity of his feelings. Having previously supported Yu Ningchuan's education due to his potential, he now found himself wanting to monopolize more of his time, even his entire life, which felt selfish and led him to score himself. After finishing a cigarette and feeling nearly frozen, he glanced back at Yu Ningchuan inside, radiating youthful vitality and smiling beautifully. He saw that he could also be this happy with others. In that moment, Tang Zhan felt a pang of bitterness, causing him to hesitate at the threshold. Reluctant to step back inside, he turned and walked toward the courtyard, leaving his bag behind, fleeing on his bicycle back to the hotel. The cold wind whipped against his body, chilling his exposed skin to numbness, turning his nose red and stiffening his lips. Upon entering the hotel and returning to his room, he exhaled a heartfelt sigh of comfort as he encountered the warm air, collapsing onto the lavish bed and closing his eyes. Yu Ningchuan, having waited long for Tang Zhan's return, ventured out after concluding a round of board games, only to find a discarded cigarette but on the floor. Yet Tang Zhan remained elusive. Pondering this, he pulled out his phone to call Tang Zhan, only to discover that it was powered off. A brief inspection at the door revealed the absence of Tang Zhan's bicycle. It became evident to him that Tang Zhan had left alone. Pressing his lips together, Yu Ningchuan, with a somewhat somber expression, turned back into the room. Jiang Tao and the others, surprised to see him alone, exclaimed, "Where's Brother Tang?" Yu Ningchuan returned to his seat and replied, nonchalantly, he had something to attend to and left. The others exchanged glances, sensing an unusual tension. Yet none dared to inquire further. Tang Zhan, having slept until nightfall, was awakened by the urgent ringing of the doorbell. "Who is it?" he murmured, groggy, as he sluggishly made his way to the door without checking the peephole. Yu Ningchuan stood expressionless outside, clutching a familiar backpack. Upon seeing him, he thrust the bag into Tang Zhan's arms and turned to leave. Thankfully, the sleepy Tang Zhan fully awakened at the sight of him, and, as Yu Ningchuan attempted to depart, he adeptly seized his wrist. "Why do you come and go without a word? At least say something to me." Yu Ningchuan turned back, retorting, "Did you say anything to me when you left?" His brow furrowed, face cold, he fell silent and walked away, disappearing into the night without a word. "If I hadn't worked here and the front desk knew of our acquaintance, I wouldn't have even been able to obtain your room number." Tang Zhan tightened his grip on Yu Ningchuan's wrist, studying his exquisite, mixed features for a moment before pulling him swiftly into the room and shutting the door. The backpack tumbled to the floor as Tang Zhan pressed him against the door. "Xiao Chuan, I am utterly exhausted, so weary that I no longer have the energy to ponder any distressing matters. I simply wish to find a secluded place to hide away so that sadness cannot reach me." He rested his forehead against Yu Ningchuan's shoulder, repeatedly calling his name. Initially, Yu Ningchuan maintained a stern demeanor, his muscles tense, but gradually, as Tang Zhan's calls became increasingly tender, hoarse, and tinged with a hint of sobs, he could no longer remain unyielding. He embraced Tang Zhan, feeling the subtle tremors of his body, and exclaimed, "What is the matter? Tang Zhan, has something happened?" "Tang Zhan, I hold you tightly, as if wishing to merge into one. No one in this world truly loves me. All I seek is a modicum of affection from my parents. Is that too much to ask? Every child yearns to be loved, to be desired. When parents fail to provide sufficient love, children often develop profound insecurities and anxieties. Those raised in such loveless environments tend to seek warmth recklessly and can become excessively clingy in romantic relationships." Tang Zhan lifted his head, his palm resting gently against the warm side of Yu Ningchuan's face. "I know you're trying your utmost to accept me, and you're not accustomed to expressing your love openly. But could you, please, with a hint of vulnerability in his reddened eyes, implore you to love me a little more?" Yu Ningchuan found it impossible to refuse such a heartfelt plea. His heart swelled with an overwhelming sensation, a myriad of subtle currents surging within him, striking against his heart and bringing forth a faint yet undeniable sting. He was uncertain of what love should truly resemble. At times, he feared that Tang Zhan might perceive him as childish or dismiss him for his youth, and he occasionally felt an involuntary twinge of jealousy. Yet, he endeavored to conceal these feelings, striving to keep them hidden from Tang Zhan. "All right," he said, taking hold of the hand that rested on his face and bringing it to his lips for a tender kiss. "I promise you." In an instant, Tang Zhan beamed with genuine joy. He leaned in closer and enveloped Yu Ningchuan in his embrace, their necks entwined. "Thank you, Xiao Chuan." He truly did not wish to burden Yu Ningchuan. He simply craved this love with an intensity that felt almost desperate. He was like a parched plant, wilting without Yu Ningchuan's nurturing presence, fearing he would wither away without it. "I didn't know they would come today," Yu Ningchuan explained softly, holding him close. "The 5 of them arrived in Jiang City yesterday. Jiang Tao and Li Xiang are my roommates. They knew I was from Wenjin and called me this morning to say they wanted to visit. They've already left and will head to another place tomorrow." At this, Tang Zhan felt his face flush with embarrassment, inexplicably consumed by jealousy, and he left without a word, which only added to Yu Ningchuan's irritation. Reflecting on his own petty behavior that afternoon, Tang Zhan felt a wave of suffocation. Clearing his throat, he said, "I was wrong this afternoon. Please don't be angry. I sincerely apologize. But you can't entirely blame me. I saw that Lan was there, and it drove me crazy. She clearly has feelings for you. How could I not feel jealous?" Yu Ningchuan sighed. "Why do you lack such confidence in yourself? Aren't you usually quite vain? You were the one I bent. You wouldn't even share a bed with me. What confidence do I have left? As he spoke, Tang Zhan's tone abruptly shifted, slipping into more personal territory. Yu Ningchuan, unsure whether to be speechless or indifferent, fell silent. Tang Zhan, feeling a twinge of anxiety, attempted to salvage the moment. Hey, actually, suddenly, Yu Ningchuan's hand slid to his waist, deftly unfastening his belt. Tang Zhan was caught off guard, frozen in place. Allowing Yu Ningchuan to remove his belt and loosen his pants, his warm palm pressing against him. Yu Ningchuan leaned in close, his voice laced with tender amusement. If we can't go to bed, we can still engage in some fun. Tang Zhan felt Yu Ningchuan's hand gripping him. The sensitive tone of his voice sending shivers down his spine, causing his knees to weaken. His body was aflame, his mind swirling in a haze. Sitting on the bed, he parted his legs, trembling. He buried half his face in Yu Ningchuan's shoulder, and from Yu Ningchuan's perspective, he could only see a sliver of Tang Zhan's nape and the quivering of his shoulder blades. Perhaps it was the pent-up emotions, or perhaps it was sheer exhilaration. Within mere moments, Tang Zhan's body trembled violently, his waist arching twice before he released himself in Yu Ningchuan's hand. He gasped, akin to a satiated feline, rubbing against Yu Ningchuan's shoulder, the nape of his neck blushing a delicate pink from the fervor. Yu Ningchuan's breath momentarily stilled, entranced by that rosy hue. A flicker of struggle and hesitation crossed his eyes, yet the allure within him proved too potent to resist. He reached out, gently caressing that tender spot with an affectionate touch. In that moment, he seemed to forget that Tang Zhan no longer required attention to that sensitive area, continuing to knead and toy with it even after Tang Zhan had slumped down softly. Wu Xiaochuan, please, Tang Zhan gasped, pressing down on his hand to halt the continuation of his actions. Yu Ningchuan jolted awake, returning from his daze, quickly retracting his hand. Apologies, he murmured. Tang Zhan's taut form suddenly relaxed, and the room was filled solely with his labored breaths. Yu Ningchuan gently pushed his shoulder, aiding him to sit upright. Are you all right? Tang Zhan glanced up, his already flushed face deepening in color, even his earlobes tinged with crimson. He shielded his face with his arm, collapsing back onto the bed, curling up and enveloping himself in the blanket. Damn, I'm not usually this quick. Don't think this is my true capability. Yu Ningchuan was momentarily taken aback, then smirked. Well, it wasn't too bad. I noticed it lasted for 8 minutes, hardly the mark of a quick shooter. His teasing tone lingered on those 3 words, deliberately emphasizing them. Tang Zhan, upon hearing this, let out a series of pained exclamations, utterly embarrassed, cocooning himself like a silkworm, reluctant to confront the reality. Yu Ningchuan's gaze drifted to his palm, fiddling with his sticky fingertips before rising to head towards the bathroom. Tang Zhan felt the bed shift, and, suddenly realizing something, yanked the blanket away. Xiaochuan, Yu Ningchuan halted, slightly turning his body. Tang Zhan did not continue verbally, but conveyed his thoughts through his eyes. Following his gaze downward, Yu Ningchuan's eyes landed on a particular point. He was clad in dark denim trousers, their fabric making it difficult to discern any peculiarities. Yet, being men, they understood the implications. If there was no reaction, it would truly warrant a visit to the doctor. It's nothing. I'll be fine shortly, Yu Ningchuan said, clearing his throat awkwardly before resuming his path to the bathroom. As he closed the door, Tang Zhan's gaze dimmed, the satisfaction he had felt moments ago receding. Was he truly shy, or was it a sense of repulsion? Would a sudden intimacy with another man's body frighten him, given his nature, which was not inherently inclined that way, and his past experiences of harassment from men? Could this be the fundamental reason for his reluctance to progress further? Tang Zhan sat up, running a hand through his hair in agitation. The acumen he exhibited in the marketplace seemed to elude him in matters of the heart. Once ensnared in love, it felt as though his intellect had diminished to naught, becoming increasingly hesitant, struggling to move forward, and growing indecisive. Even the heartfelt confessions that once flowed freely are now concealed for fear of causing concern. After washing his hands, Yu Ningchuan stepped out of the restroom. The doors and windows of the room were tightly shut, and the peculiar scent in the air was difficult to disperse, making his throat feel constricted. Perhaps he had overestimated himself. Some things are not so easily suppressed. You should rest early. I will take my leave first, he said, turning toward the door. At that moment, Tang Zhan had already tidied himself up and leaped off the bed, chasing after him. "Rest? I'm going with you," he exclaimed. It was a jest, as he had come here to enjoy tender moments with Yu Ningchuan and deepen their bond. With only 2 days together, it seemed absurd to waste most of their time resting in the hotel. Yu Ningchuan paused. "Are you coming home with me?" Tang Zhan wrapped his arm around Yu Ningchuan's shoulder from behind and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Didn't we agree that I would stay at your place?" "What? You're not going to let me?" He pouted, patting his stomach. "I haven't eaten dinner yet. Xiao Chuan, be a dear and treat me to some food." Before arriving, they had indeed agreed to spend the night at U.S. residence, as Tang Zhan had serious business to attend to under the guise of an inspection, leaving the evenings for romance. Yu Ningchuan playfully patted his cheek, laughing, "Call me brother." Tang Zhan shot him a sidelong glance, grabbed the backpack he had discarded at the door, and opened it. "Don't be annoying. Should I call you ancestor instead?" Extending his hand outward, he bowed slightly. "Please, my little ancestor." Yu Ningchuan swaggered out, playfully tilting his chin. "Good boy." As they walked in the night breeze for a quarter of an hour, they returned to the hot spring village. Yu Jiji was still awake and rushed out upon hearing their arrival, leaping onto Tang Zhan again. "I thought you weren't coming," he called back into the house. "Uncle, Brother Tang is here." He pulled Tang Zhan inside, just as Yu Dalai emerged from the inner room. Recognizing Tang Zhan, he broke into a wide smile. "Have you eaten?" he asked warmly, shaking Tang Zhan's hand. "Not yet," Tang Zhan replied, sitting down at the table. He inquired about Yu Dajuan's health, and the latter responded clearly, indicating a good recovery. After a while, Yu Ningchuan entered with a bowl of soup and a bowl of rice, freshly heated on the stove. Tang Zhan quickly stepped forward to take them. Inhaling deeply, "It smells wonderful." Yu Jiji propped his elbows on the table and exclaimed, "My brother knew you were coming and specially cooked a hen, simmering it all afternoon. It smells so good that even the neighbor's dog, Wang Kai, couldn't move past the doorway. And this rice, the salted meat, was sent by Sister Yu Li, while the vegetables are homegrown, pure, natural ingredients, with even some insect bites on greens." As Tang Zhan savored the delicious food, he nearly choked at the last comment. "Go away," Yu Ningchuan teased, pulling the child back by the collar. "Where would insect come from in the middle of winter?" "Hey, brother, don't keep pulling me like that," Tang Zhan protested. "Well, it's your fault for being so short." "I'm not short. I've grown 5 centimeters this semester." Tang Zhan savored his meal, relishing the delicious chicken soup, as warmth enveloped his body, filled with a delightful sense of satiety. How wonderful it was! He joyfully observed the banter between the two brothers. Although this place lacked the opulence of the Tang family estate and the food was not of exquisite delicacies, it far surpassed the extravagant feast he had on New Year's Eve. He truly adored Yu Ningchuan, cherished this home, and loved this locale. Here, he felt no pressure, no unrealistic expectations, nor any desire to be controlled like livestock. How splendid it would be to remain in this place with his beloved for a lifetime. After finishing his meal, time had slipped away. Yu Ningchuan suggested that Tang Zhan take a shower first, while he settled in the courtyard, delicately plucking the strings of his sanxian. It had been a while since Tang Zhan had heard him play, perhaps due to the festive season. His melodies were lively and infused with an exotic flair, exuding a celebratory spirit. As he bathed, he hummed along with the music wafting from the courtyard, a smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes under the cascading water. For the past fortnight and more, this could be deemed his happiest moment. Oh wait, he reconsidered. The previous 8 minutes spent at the hotel must be included, as that was indeed the pinnacle of joy. So now, he could reluctantly classify this as his second happiest moment. Contentedly, he thought to himself, finishing his shower, he slipped into his pajamas and wrapped himself in a coat as he stepped out of the bathing area. The bathing facilities in Yu Ningchuan's home, much like those in most households in the hot spring village, were built adjacent to the kitchen. Apart from a water pipe reaching the ceiling, there was no shower head. Due to their proximity to the underground spring, they enjoyed a geographical advantage. Each household in the hot spring village had access to the thermal waters, making daily bathing akin to soaking in a hot spring. Tang Zhan had learned from Mr. Wang during his inspection of Noah that the 5-kilometer radius surrounding the spring was supplied with hot spring water, thus driving up property prices. However, beyond that radius, the supply dwindled. Moreover, this hot spring was quite unique, drinkable, and harmless to the human body. Therefore, despite its remote location, Noah's business had flourished over the years, remaining unaffected even during the winter off-season. The moment he was met with the chilly outdoor breeze, Tang Zhan couldn't help but shiver, instantly feeling a cold draft on his scalp, as if each damp strand of hair would freeze into icicles. Observing that Tang Zhan had washed his hair, Yu Ningchuan promptly rose, embracing his Sanxian, and took his hand. "Come inside, it's cold out here." Tang Zhan was gently drawn into the house, where he had his first opportunity to thoroughly admire Yu Ningchuan's fragrant sanctuary. The furnishings in Yu Ningchuan's room were sparse. A bed, a desk, and a double-door wardrobe constituted the entirety. The desk was covered with glass, beneath which lay numerous notes and photographs, alongside a stack of books. The walls were adorned with certificates, giving the impression of wallpaper at first glance. The bed was a sizable one, 8 meters, somewhat excessive for Tang Zhan. Unlike the soft, plush mattresses of hotels, Yu Ningchuan's bed appeared somewhat firm, making it unwise to simply collapse onto it, lest he risk a painful fall. "We cannot use high-powered electrical appliances at home, or else the circuit will trip," Yu Ningchuan explained as he carefully placed the Sanxian aside, removed his plectrum, and retrieved a dry towel to dry Tang Zhan's hair. Tang Zhan squinted with pleasure. "There's a new residential area right in front of the village. I accompanied Zhou Hui and the others to visit it once. The environment and facilities are quite commendable. I could purchase a unit for you, allowing Gigi and Uncle to move there. It's close to the village, making it convenient for visits." Upon hearing this, Yu Ningchuan paused in his task of wiping his hands, suddenly acutely aware of the vast disparity between himself and Tang Zhan. "That would cost several $100,000, he replied, subtly declining. Tang Zhan, oblivious to the underlying implication, revealed his affluent upbringing. While the housing prices here are considered steep, they are significantly cheaper than in Haiqing. A 3-bedroom unit is just over $500,000. My place by Huahai could buy several of these." Yu Ningchuan stated firmly, "I cannot afford that." Tang Zhan waved his hand dismissively. "You don't need to repay me. This is a gift." His tone bore a hint of casualness that only deepened Yu Ningchuan's frown. Sitting down, he fixed his gaze on Tang Zhan. "Do you recall why you chose to support my university education through a student loan rather than giving me direct financial aid? You must have considered it." Tang Zhan's heart jolted. It was to avoid appearing overly eager, to prevent placing too heavy a psychological burden on Yu Ningchuan, and to avoid seeming dismissive or patronizing. He opened his mouth. "I did not intend to patronize." Nervousness almost caused him to bite his tongue. Yu Ningchuan continued, "I understand your intention. Do you think those previous student loans are now absolved? Because our relationship has changed, you believe they should not be accounted for so meticulously. Is that your thought?" He indeed held such a belief, but was it wrong to think that way? "I merely wish for you to have a better life," Tang Zhan murmured. "Then treat me as you did before," Yu Ningchuan replied with unwavering resolve in his eyes. "I can accept your student loans, your old phone, your birthday gifts, but I cannot accept your house. Do you comprehend the distinction between them?" Tang Zhan stared blankly, shaking his head. These were all manifestations of his goodwill, merely adorned with various grandiloquent justifications. Without those, could he not offer gifts at all? Yu Ningchuan's gaze grew increasingly complex. Tang Zhan's views on certain matters were fundamentally different from his own. Their perspectives on the world diverged, and naturally, their values and philosophies of life would not align. "Never mind," Yu Ningchuan sighed. "Let us discuss this again when you have come to terms with it." After turning off the lights, the two fell into a tranquil slumber. Tang Zhan, gazing at the silhouette before him in the darkness, sank into contemplation. What did Xiaochuan truly desire? Why was it that since they became a couple, it seemed he was never satisfied with anything Tang Zhan did? He wished to avoid conflict with Yu Ningchuan, not wanting to dwell on ambiguous words. Slowly, he inched closer to Yu Ningchuan, wrapping an arm around him from behind, resting his lips against his shoulder, exhaling warmth. "I've come to understand. It's my fault for not considering your feelings. In truth, this was merely a rehearsed line." T truly grasped the situation and did not believe he had erred. He simply wished to prevent Yu Ningchuan from feeling upset again. After much anticipation, He did not wish to spend the new year in an atmosphere fraught with unspoken matters. Yu Ningchuan opened his eyes from the darkness and turned to face Tang Zhan. Have you truly come to terms with it? Yes. Tang Zhan nodded vigorously. Instantly, Yu Ningchuan's expression softened, and even the hue of his eyes became gentler. He embraced Tang Zhan, nuzzling against his neck. Thank you for your understanding. Tang Zhan was, in fact, unclear about what he had done, yet he found himself grinning foolishly. He tightened his hold around Yu Ningchuan's waist, secretly reveling in his clever resolution of the crisis. It seemed that whether in love with a man or a woman, a straight man should always memorize a few essential phrases for admitting fault. Regardless of whether it was truly his mistake, it was best to acknowledge it outright. For family harmony was paramount. Tang Zhan stroked his hair, thoroughly enjoying the ambience. The following morning, Yu Ningchuan awoke first. With some difficulty, he pried apart Tang Zhan's limbs that were entangled around him, carefully lifted the blanket, and got out of bed to prepare breakfast for the family. Tang Zhan awoke naturally to the enticing aroma of food. After stretching lazily, he heard his stomach emit a hungry growl. Rubbing his belly, he sat up, shivering slightly from the cold air outside the covers. He dawdled in getting dressed, finally stepping out of the room with tousled hair, only to lock eyes with Yu, who was seated at the table enjoying breakfast. Yu was in the midst of slurping porridge when he caught sight of Tang Zhan's wild hairstyle and burst into laughter. Ha, Brother Tang, what is this trendy hairstyle of yours? Are you going for a rocket look? Tang Zhan quickly pressed down on his hair with both hands, keenly aware of his appearance, and urged Yu not to look. It's not my fault your house lacks a hairdryer. My hair is naturally soft. I must use hair wax to style it, otherwise it just falls limp. I washed it last night and went to bed without drying it. I could not be frizzy. With that, he hurried towards the kitchen, dismissing Yuji's laughter from his mind. Yu Ningchuan was frying dumplings when he saw Tang Zhan enter. He gestured towards the sink and said, I've squeezed some toothpaste for you. The toothbrush is new and unused, and there is hot water in the kettle. Mix some cold water with it to brush your teeth. Following his instructions, Tang Zhan prepared a suitable mixture for brushing his teeth, bending over the sink to do so. Once he finished brushing and tamed his unruly hair, Yu Ningchuan's dumplings were also ready. He carried the plate of dumplings while Yu Ningchuan followed behind with a dish of vinegar, and together they entered the living room. Yu, not solely focused on his own meal, had cleverly served porridge for both of them and had set out chopsticks. Tang Zhan sat down and shared a simple yet comforting breakfast with the two. This serene and warm morning was an experience he had never encountered before. He had never realized that breakfast could be such a delightful affair. By the way, where is Uncle? After taking a sip of porridge, Tang Zhan suddenly remembered that he had not seen Yu that morning. Uncle got up at 6 and has just eaten a bowl of porridge. He has gone out for a walk, Yu replied. Your uncle rises quite early, Tang Zhan remarked, a bit surprised. That's because you woke up too late, Yu said with a look of disdain. It's already 9 o'clock, and you've only just gotten up. However, I must express a critique, dear brother. Yu Ningchuan, while savoring his meal, raised an eyebrow and turned to his younger sibling, eager to hear his thoughts. In the past, when you resided at home, you would rise at 7 o'clock. How is it that, after attending university, you have become so lax? It is already 8, and I could no longer endure the porridge. So I prepare it myself. Tang Zhan glanced into the bowl and remarked, no wonder it's a bit thin. Yu shot him a disapproving look and tapped the table. Brother, I don't mind cooking the porridge myself, but you mustn't be lazy. Do not squander your precious time on such trivial pursuits as sleeping. Each word resonated with conviction, leaving Tang Zhan in awe. Quite impressive. In just a few months, the child has gained such awareness. Yu Ningchuan leisurely consumed his porridge and retorted with piercing insight. I am not like you, burdened with heaps of winter break assignments. Even if I rise a bit later, I need not fear unfinished work. Besides, throughout the entire winter break, today is the only day I slept in by an hour. Are you being a tad too harsh on me? That very hour was spent contemplating how to rise without disturbing Tang Zhan. Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating solemnly, from the small, one can see the great. One must not be careless in everyday matters. Tang Zhan, amused, inquired of Yu Ningchuan, what has come over him? suddenly so passionate about studying. Yu Ningchuan smirked and replied. He mentioned wanting to study medicine in the future, thus he must double his efforts. Tang Zhan was genuinely taken aback and regarded Yu Jiji with newfound respect. He raised his bowl to clink with Yu Jiji's, as if toasting. Well done. Wishing you every success in your aspirations. Yu Jiji held his bowl with both hands. Thank you. Thank you. After breakfast, Tang Zhan assisted in washing the dishes. He found himself quite enjoying this lifestyle, or rather, relishing the moments spent with Yu Ningchuan. In the past, while watching television, he had envied families washing dishes together. As Tang Zhan took the soapy bowl from Yu Ningchuan, rinsed it, and set it aside, he felt that chatting while washing dishes at the sink created a harmonious atmosphere between them. It was not that he genuinely found dishwashing entertaining. Rather, the absence of a familial presence made him yearn for the beauty of such domestic interactions. Yu Ningchuan understood his sentiments and empathized, feeling an even greater tenderness towards him. Then you shall accompany me in washing dishes every day henceforth. Sure, Tang Zhan replied with a smile. I am more than willing to do this task. Their conversation meandered, filled with the essence of everyday life. By the way, Tang Zhan suddenly recalled something, pausing his actions to ask. You mentioned having an idea last time. What was it? You never share unless I inquire. You discussed it with Qin Xiao, yet you refrained from mentioning it to me. His voice trailed off into a whisper. Once the dishes were washed, Yu Ningchuan dried his hands and leaned against the sink, suddenly drawing close to Tang Zhan's neck, inhaling deeply. What is that scent? Tang Zhan, puzzled by his actions, hesitantly raised his arm to sniff. There is no scent. Impossible, Yu Ningchuan asserted firmly. I distinctly smell a strong hint of vinegar. Tang Zhan, caught off guard, found himself in a predicament, unable to express whether to be angry or amused, feeling quite uncomfortable. Yu Ningchuan glanced at the entrance of the kitchen, where only a few hens leisurely pecked at the grains scattered on the ground. He quickly and gently planted a kiss on Tang Zhan's cheek, saying, Do not be jealous. It is merely a preliminary idea, without any shadows as of yet. Qin Xiao is simply using this as an opportunity to converse with me. Once I have refined my thoughts, I shall prepare a detailed business plan for your review, shall I, Mr. Tang? A sweet warmth enveloped Tang Zhan's heart. The spot where he was kissed seemed to melt like ice cream, leaving behind a fragrant and delightful essence. He yearned to linger in the warmth of Yu Ningchuan a moment longer, to savor the nectar of this gardenia blossom. Just as he leaned closer, the voice of Yu Jiji rang out angrily from the courtyard. What are you doing? Who allowed you to come here? Tang Zhan stumbled slightly, nearly frightened to the point of weakness. Yu Ningchuan steadied his shoulder and glanced towards the door. Let us see what is happening outside. Sumia possessed a cascade of lustrous black hair, the sole remnant of youthfulness about her. Years of toil had rendered her skin dark and coarse. Though only in her 40s, her face bore the marks of hardship, and her form was quite gaunt. As a member of an ethnic minority, her features diverged from those of the Han, appearing deep-set and three-dimensional, with a prominent nose and thin lips. The two brothers of the Yu family inherited all her virtues, magnifying them in their own unique ways, especially Yu Ningchuan, whose beauty seemed to have geometrically increased. In her early years, she married into one Quan village, hoping to lead a respectable life, enduring some hardships, for it was still better than the poverty of her hometown. However, just 2 years after the birth of her second child, her husband fell from a roof while repairing their home, leaving her and their children behind. Lacking the courage to bear the weight of the family's burdens and feeling incapable of supporting them all, she fled, abandoning her young child and her disabled uncle. She hastily remarried a bachelor in Ningyuan town who was over 30 and still single. For the ensuing decade, she never returned, occasionally sending a few hundred yuan to Yu Ningchuan, all while keeping it hidden from her husband. In the last 2 years, as her children grew older and she herself aged, and with no children from her current marriage, she began to reminisce about the 2 children she had forsaken. Gigi, your mother just wanted to see you and bring you some New Year goods, Su Mia said, raising the cured meats and salted fish she held in her hands. Yu Gigi blocked the door, refusing her entry. Do not feign sentiment. You are not welcome here. Hurry and leave. Su Mia's face fell. and she appeared on the verge of tears. Gigi. At that moment, Yu Ningchuan emerged, striding over to his brother's side. Upon seeing Sumiya outside, he understood everything. He ruffled his brother's hair and said softly, "You go inside first. I will speak with her." Yu Gigi, indignant, responded, "Do not let your heart soften." With a sigh in his heart, Yu Ningchuan gently pushed him away. "Go on." Yu Gigi stormed off, only to be halted midway by the oblivious Tang Zhan. "What's wrong? Who is outside?" Yu Gigi scratched his neck, reluctant to disclose such troubling matters in front of Tang Zhan. "My mother." "Your mother? Is she not his mother-in-law?" Tang Zhan and Yu Gigi sat in the main room, cracking sunflower seeds while watching the Spring Festival special being aired on television. At long last, the antiquated television has been retired, replaced by a 32-inch set discarded by the Yu family. Although it may not be brand new, it is a significant improvement over the previous screen's snowy distortion. "Does your mother visit you often?" Tang Zhan occasionally stole glances at the entrance, observing Yu Ningchuan's demeanor. He could not discern her expression, but could see a middle-aged woman outside the door, her face filled with embarrassment, her lips moving as she spoke incessantly. "Not frequently," Yu Gigi replied disdainfully. "Who wants her to visit? I might as well consider her dead." Tang Zhan flicked her forehead playfully. Children should refrain from speaking so carelessly. Yu Gigi winced and covered her head, muttering, "I will never acknowledge her. My family consists solely of my brother and my uncle. To me, she is nothing but a stranger." When she left, she did so without a backward glance, leaving everything behind. Now she expects us to recognize her? Dream on. Hearing her words, Tang Zhan realized that his situation bore a striking resemblance to that of these siblings. Yet, he was fortunate enough to have landed in the Tang household. Even without parental affection, he was never in want of food or clothing. Had he found himself in a destitute family, with his mother abandoning him to Tang Shanhai to fend for himself, perhaps he would not have harbored such a strong desire to restore their mother-son relationship. As they munched on sunflower seeds, a woman's piercing scream suddenly erupted from the entrance. Tang Zhan sprang to his feet and dashed outside, only to find that Yu Dalai had returned unexpectedly. Upon seeing Sumiya, he seized a dry branch from the ground and swung it at her. Yu Ningchuan was too late to intervene, and Sumiya was struck twice on the arm, causing the goods she was carrying to tumble to the ground. Unbelievable. Stealing children. How shameless. Yu Dalai's vocabulary was limited, and shameless might well be the most scathing term he could muster. Sumiya, torn between indignation and sorrow, began to weep, wiping her face as she exclaimed, "They are my children. Why shouldn't I be allowed to see them? If you hadn't prevented me from taking Gigi back then, would he be rejecting me now?" With that, she attempted to charge forward, but was halted by Tang Zhan's firm grip. "Auntie, please don't act rashly. Let's converse calmly." Yu Gigi stepped forward, arms outstretched to shield Yu Ningchuan and Yu Dalai, her expression resolute, fiercely guarding them against Sumiya. "Why should I go with you? I will carry the surname Yu for my entire life. Don't dream of me leaving with you." Sumiya's cries grew louder. "After all, you are a piece of flesh that fell from my womb after 10 months of pregnancy. How can you treat me this way?" Tang Zhan, unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, felt overwhelmed. "Auntie, please stop crying. Tears won't solve the problem." However, Sumiya paid him no heed, her tears flowing freely. "Shameless!" Yu Dalai shouted from behind, and Tang Zhan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. Something had struck him and fallen to the ground. Looking down, he discovered it was a branch. "Tang Zhan." Yu Ningchuan was equally startled by Yu Dalai's outburst. It's fine, Tang Zhan replied through gritted teeth. Sumiya's cries had drawn a crowd of villagers, many elderly onlookers pointing and gossiping, criticizing her audacity to return. Observing her sobs subsiding, Tang Zhan gently urged her. "You should go home. Let today be the end of it. Remaining here will only cause Xiao Chuan and Gigi to reject you even more." Sumiya dabbed the corners of her eyes and, peering over Tang Zhan's shoulder, cast a lingering glance at her 2 sons before reluctantly departing. As she left, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. A few elderly women approached Yu Dalai, advising him to calm down and take care, given that he had just recovered from his illness. Yu Dalai nodded, acknowledging, "She has gone, so I'm no longer angry." Yu Ningchuan sighed, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and gently urged him inside. Yu Jiji followed, and Tang Zhan lingered at the rear. He noticed a piece of cured meat and some salted fish lying on the ground at the entrance. Upholding the traditional virtue of utilizing food, he bent down to pick them up, brushing off the dust, intending to ask Yu Ningchuan to prepare an extra dish for dinner. Though one might reject a person, the food remains innocent. Yu Dalai was furious upon seeing Su Mia, and Yu Jiji shared his ire. The two aggrieved individuals vented their frustrations about their common adversary, their words flowing incessantly. Yu Ningchuan and Tang Zhan exchanged knowing glances and, in perfect harmony, retreated from the main room to smoke in the corner of the yard for solace. Tang Zhan offered his cigarette, but Yu Ningchuan declined, handing him a Hongmei instead. It's freezing, and you're still smoking those menthols? Aren't you concerned about the chill? Indeed. Tang Zhan lit the Hongmei, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, instantly enveloping the space around him with Yu Ningchuan's essence. He stared at the cigarette in his hand for a moment, contemplating that when Yu Ningchuan wasn't nearby, he could procure a pack of Hongmei to smoke, as if he were still close by. Yu Ningchuan, unaware of his thoughts, exhaled a plume of smoke and remarked, "I made a fool of you today." Tang Zhan looked up and corrected him. "What you call a joke is merely a family matter." Yu Ningchuan chuckled. "Very well, you are indeed my family." Seeing him finally smile eased Tang Zhan's heart. "There's no need for such formality between us. You have witnessed me at my lowest, so what is there to joke about?" Yu Ningchuan's smile began to fade. "When I was 8 and Gigi 2, my father passed away, and shortly thereafter, my mother remarried. We relied on our uncle and the village's communal meals to survive. For the next 4 years, I did not see her again. When Gigi turned 6, she suddenly returned, claiming she wanted to take him to her new home, insisting her husband would treat Gigi as his own son. After 4 years of absence, she reappeared, wanted to take away my younger brother. Who could accept such a thing? Why should she dictate terms after leaving so abruptly? Our uncle refused and drove her away. In truth, had she genuinely intended to care for Gigi, I would not have stopped her from taking him. However, I later learned through village gossip that she and her husband had not had children during those years. Her husband, with a foul temper, blamed her for their childlessness, only to discover at the hospital that he was infertile. Yu Ningchuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, pondering whether it was her idea or her husband's, believing Gigi, being young and of their blood, could be taken to raise as their own, to be renamed and fully adopted as their son. Sumia's desire to take her younger son was not rooted in maternal love, but rather in a profound selfishness. One must wonder, how could she entertain such fanciful notions? When discarded, something may seem like mere refuse, yet when it regains its value, one returns, donning the guise of a benevolent figure, calling it a treasure. Had she taken Gigi away, we might never have seen him again. Naturally, both my uncle and I opposed her taking Gigi, and Gigi himself was reluctant to accompany her, bursting into tears at the mere sight of her. In her desperation, she conspired with a local ruffian, attempting to intrude into our home to abduct Gigi while I was absent. Fortunately, my uncle discovered them at the doorstep just in time, preventing the abduction. A scuffle ensued, drawing the attention of others, who banded together to bind the scoundrel, compelling him to reveal the truth, thus bringing this farcical child-snatching episode to a close. Listening to this surreal tale unfold, Tang Zhan was so astonished that he forgot to smoke. A sudden realization struck him. A vague silhouette from the depths of his memory. Was that ruffian the same person he had encountered when Yu Ningchuan had seen him off at the village's edge one night? On that occasion, Yu Ningchuan had shown his flashlight on a man clad in an ill-fitting, tattered suit, exuding an air of disrepute, who had recoiled upon seeing Yu Ningchuan, as if he had seen a ghost. At the time, Tang Zhan had been curious about the enmity between them. Yu Ningchuan tilted his head in contemplation, recalling. He was somewhat hunched, with a scruffy beard, wasn't he? Yes, indeed, Tang Zhan confirmed, and with that, the figure in his mind became clearer. It was he. Yu Ningchuan took another drag of his cigarette, his expression nonchalant as he recounted, upon learning of this incident after school. I stormed to his home with a shovel and gave him a beating, knocking out a tooth. I told him that I was not yet 14, and thus not accountable for murder, He ought to consider whether money or life was more valuable. As he spoke, his eyes were shadowed, devoid of emotion. Tang Zhan was taken aback by his childhood ferocity, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Impressive, my friend. No wonder that man was so terrified upon encountering you. Did you really outmatch adults at 12? Yu Ningchuan regarded him with an odd expression, retorting, "It was a sneak attack. Should I have notified him beforehand?" Tang Zhan was momentarily at a loss for words, rubbing his nose and replying, "Well, I lack your experience." After the commotion instigated by Su Mia that morning, Yu Dali did not venture out again, insisting that Yu Gigi remain at home, as if he believed that, without his watchful eye, Gigi would fall prey to human traffickers. In the afternoon, Yu Gigi still wished to roast corn and sweet potatoes with Yu Wei and the others using dried leaves, unable to sit still. Ultimately, he negotiated with my uncle to accompany him, assuring him that he would supervise closely. His heartfelt plea moved Yu Dali, who rose from the table, affectionately conceding, "All right, I shall accompany you." Yu Gigi nearly leaped with joy. Once they departed, only Tang Zhan and Yu Ningchuan remained in the house. Tang Zhan had a strong desire for an afternoon nap, but was reluctant to forego the opportunity to be with Yu Ningchuan. He knew he could only linger in Wenjin for 2 days. After tomorrow, he would be off to another destination for inspection. Leaning on the table, Yu Ningchuan gazed at him with a tender expression. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Yu Ningchuan warily asked, "What is it?" "I wish to take a nap," Tang Zhan replied. Yu Ningchuan glanced back at his room door. "Then go inside and rest. The door is unlocked." "But I want your company." Tang Zhan swayed his body, deliberately adopting a charmingly coy tone. Yu Ningchuan's eyes twitched for a moment, nearly causing him to hurl the sunflower seeds in his hand at the other. "Speak properly. I can't handle you like this." Tang Zhan immediately reverted to his usual voice and bluntly suggested, "Let us sleep together." While sharing a bed at night could be excusable, napping together in the afternoon might raise eyebrows. Yet, confronted with Tang Zhan's hopeful gaze, Yu Ningchuan found it difficult to refuse. "All right, you sleep, and I'll read beside you." During the summer break, Yu Ningchuan discovered the merits of 1,000 Cranes and, upon returning to school, borrowed another book by Yasunari Kobata, Snow Country, from the Huahai Library. He had been reading it intermittently and was nearing its conclusion. Retrieving the book from the drawer, he leaned against the headboard, turning the pages one by one. Tang Zhan lay beside him, soon drifting into a deep, serene slumber, his breathing soft and rhythmic. As Yu Ningchuan flipped through several pages, he glanced down at the peacefully sleeping Tang Zhan, a smile involuntarily curling at his lips. Reading the works of the same author inevitably led him to reminisce about the previous book, which in turn made him recall the red birthmark on Tang Zhan's rear. What once felt embarrassing now stirred nothing but a flutter of affection. The room was devoid of curtains, allowing the warm winter sunlight to stream in, creating a cozy atmosphere. With one hand holding the book, Yu Ningchuan slowly leaned down and bestowed a gentle kiss on Tang Zhan's hairline. The open book conveniently shielded them from the sunlight, as if attempting to conceal their intimacy from its gaze. That night, a bruise appeared on Tang Zhan's back for being struck by a branch, and Yu Ningchuan applied some medicinal oil to soothe it. The act not only made Tang Zhan feel a pleasant warmth, but also left Yu Ningchuan feeling restless. Tang Zhan's skin was smooth and delicate, a healthy wheat color, with the slight protrusion of his shoulder blades when he lay on his stomach, exuding a certain allure. After applying the oil, Yu Ningchuan covered him with a blanket, ostensibly to keep him warm, but truly to prevent the atmosphere from becoming too suggestive. Fearing he would end up barking like a dog, Tang Zhan nestled into the blanket, enveloped in warmth, the scent of medicinal oil wafting around him. Oddly, it was not unpleasant. During the 2 nights spent at the Yu residence, or rather, the 2 nights spent beside Yu Ningchuan, he experienced some of the best sleep he had in a long time. On the 4th day of the new year, Tang Zhan was set to leave, and manager Wang dispatched a car to take him to the airport. Yu Ningchuan intended to accompany him, but received a call from Li Xiang and others just before leaving, saying they were dining in town and wanted him to join for a drink. Yu Ningchuan glanced at Tang Zhan and replied, "I have something to attend to." "What is it?" Li Xiang, being rather blunt, pressed for details. Tang Zhan overheard the loud conversation and, sensing Yu Ningchuan's discomfort, suppressed his irritation and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Go ahead, the driver can take me to the airport." Yu Ningchuan inquired about their specific location, acknowledged it, and then hung up. "I'll drop you off at the airport before heading over," he assured Tang Zhan. "It's not far anyway." Tang Zhan, carrying his luggage towards the door, let out a slight, displeased "oh" upon hearing this. Yu Ningchuan, still learning and growing in love, had come to discern the subtle emotions in Tang Zhan's tone. He followed closely behind, reaching out as Tang Zhan opened the door, his fingertips brushing against the back of his hand before taking the luggage from him. "Young master, allow me to carry your bag." Tang Zhan wore a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely absent as he gazed at him, the fleeting emotions quickly dissipating. Yu Ningchuan followed closely behind, pressing the elevator button for him, guiding him along, and opening the car door, making it seem to an onlooker as though they were a domineering CO, accompanied by his male secretary. Yu Ningchuan escorted Tang Zhan into the airport and waved goodbye only when they reached the point where entry was no longer permitted. Tang Zhan, wary of making any overt gestures in public, embraced the other deeply before parting, promising to meet again in Haiqing. Tang Zhan's next destination was Ning City, which happened to be the hometown of Yin Jing. Guihetiani had established a branch in Ning City, where nearly all the senior management were related to the Yin family, with the general manager being Yin Jing's elder brother, Yin Feng. By familial ties, Tang Zhan was obliged to address him as uncle. Yin Feng, aside from overseeing the daily operations of the branch related to hotel management, also managed a restaurant subsidiary primarily owned by Guihetiani, where he served as the second shareholder. Tang Zhan had never been involved in the operations of his family's company and was utterly ignorant of how the restaurant subsidiary was initiated or why Ning City was chosen as its focal point for development. All he knew was that, under the expansive shadow of Guihetiani, the themed restaurant known as Ningbaitang had flourished rapidly over the past few years, opening its 14th location this year and garnering a commendable reputation and brand effect, which had undoubtedly enriched Yin Feng. Upon his arrival, Tang Zhan was received with great warmth by Yin Feng, accommodated in the finest suite of the hotel, indulged with at least 2 meals a day prepared by the chef of Ningbaitang, and engaged in light-hearted conversations that skirted around serious matters. Yin Feng did take him to observe the operations of the hotel, as well as to several branches of Ningbaitang, but these visits were superficial and leaned towards mere formalities. Tang Zhan was not interested in mere pretense. After 2 days of this, he firmly expressed his intent to enter the company without room for negotiation. Yin Feng's expression darkened at once. The company is on holiday these days, and there's no one around. It might be inconvenient for you to see anything, little Zhan. Undeterred, Tang Zhan replied, "I recall that this year the headquarters allocated funds for each branch to establish a voucher repository. It shouldn't be difficult to locate the materials. I am familiar with the financial system and can retrieve data and examine records without issue. You simply need to provide me with the key to the voucher repository and grant access to an authorized computer." After a moment of hesitation, Yin Feng suggested, "How about I find someone to assist you? It might be difficult for you to manage these tasks alone." Tang Zhan understood that working alone would limit his ability to thoroughly investigate the accounts. To be honest, he might not uncover any discrepancies. However, Yin Feng's evasive and hesitant demeanor aroused serious doubts about the authenticity of the financial statement from both companies, especially Ningbaitang. With the distance between them and the authority above, Tang Zhan harbored a low opinion of the Yin family, instinctively sensing that they might manipulate the accounts. When Yin Feng led Tang Zhan into the office, the assistant he had mentioned had already arrived. She was in her 20s, adorned in a black spaghetti-strap dress, with cascading curls and crimson lips, her figure strikingly alluring. Upon encountering Tang Zhan, she cast a flirtatious glance that momentarily made one question whether they had entered the correct venue. Yin Feng introduced, "This is Qin Su. You may call her Su Su. She is my wife's sister and usually serves as my assistant at the company." Tang Zhan, not one to judge by appearances, did not immediately react negatively upon seeing her demeanor, opting instead to assume she was there to offer genuine assistance. Initially, Yin Feng and several other managers with the surname Yin pretended to help Tang Zhan in reviewing data and searching for evidence. However, half an hour later, when Tang Zhan glanced up, He found himself alone in the office with Miss Qin. "Young Master Tang, would you care for a cup of coffee?" Qin Su inquired, standing before the coffee machine, stirring a silver spoon, as the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air. Tang Zhan's eyelid twitched at her address, and he politely declined. "No, thank you. I want to be able to sleep if I drink coffee at night." Undeterred, Qin Su approached him with the cup, playfully nudging him, but I went to the trouble of making it. "One tea, you at least take a sip?" Tang Zhan raised his hand to shield himself, maintaining his gentlemanly composure to suppress any foul language. "I truly don't want any. Just one sip." During their back and forth, the coffee in the cup unexpectedly splashed out, drenching Tang Zhan's hands and even staining his trousers. Quick-witted, Qin Su grabbed a nearby tissue to wipe Tang Zhan's lap while leaning excessively into him. Fortunately, Tang Zhan noticed in time and jumped back, preserving his dignity. Failing to reach him, Qin Su stumbled and supported herself against a nearby table to avoid falling. "Oh dear, why didn't you catch me?" Tang Zhan took a tissue to dry his hands and coldly stated, "Miss Qin, I must ask you to leave now." Qin Su froze, looking at him with a pitiful gaze. "What is wrong with me?" Tang Zhan took a deep breath, crumpled the tissue in his hand, and pointed toward the door, his voice firmer. "Get out." Startled, Qin Su, seeing his stern expression, realized he was completely unmoved by her charms. Frustrated and embarrassed, she stomped her foot and turned to exit the room. Moments later, Yin Feng and the others, who had previously vanished, reappeared, apologizing profusely, explaining that the young lady was simply naive and urged him not to take it to heart. Tang Zhan was indeed not concerned, yet he found the entire encounter distasteful. Fortunately, Yin Feng refrained from any further antics, allowing Tang Zhan to continue his account review smoothly. He randomly selected one of Ning Beitong's establishments and discovered discrepancies over 2 months. This particular store consistently received an excessive amount of food and beverages, with purchase volumes clearly surpassing its actual needs, and the transactions were unclear. Upon examining the accounts of several other Ning Beitong locations, he found similar issues. However, being no expert in auditing, Tang Zhan recognized the problems but could not pinpoint their sources. Eventually, he decided to set this matter aside, intending to return to Haicheng and enlist a trustworthy auditing firm for a thorough internal review. Exhausted, he returned to the hotel, took a shower, and donned a bathrobe. Lying on the bed as he engaged in a phone conversation with Yu Ningchuan. She even called me young Master Tang. I almost thought I had wandered onto the wrong set. I wanted to ask her if she was filming Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. He recounted the incident of Qin Su's coffee-spilling antics as a jest to his companion. It was evident that there was something amiss, akin to the proverbial hiding of silver. That evening, Yin Feng invited me to a nightclub, claiming I had worked hard and deserved some relaxation. This was an attempt to undermine my resolve with the allure of indulgence. Little did he know, his realm of comfort lay not in the feminine domain, but rather among the masculine. Upon hearing about today's misadventures, Yu Ningchuan found it amusing, yet a flicker of displeasure stirred within him, as if his possessions had been encroached upon. This sentiment was slight, yet undeniably present, demanding acknowledgement. Would such occurrences become commonplace in the future? Tang Zhan turned over, gazing at the ceiling, his voice somewhat languid, as if he were on the verge of slumber. Indeed, there were already many such instances. How do you think Qin Zhao's girlfriend came to be? Whenever Zhou Hui hosted a pool party, the internet celebrities were perpetually in attendance. Although Sun Jiaran had little interest in women, a mere beckoning of his finger would attract numerous admirers. Tang Zhan closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Only I remain steadfast, unwavering in my principles." At that moment, the other end fell silent, seemingly rendered speechless by his words. Tang Zhan continued to extol his virtues. "Where else could you find a boyfriend like me?" Yu Ningchuan chuckled helplessly, responding, "Aside from you, I have no desire to seek another." His candidness, devoid of any ulterior motives, was paradoxically more alluring than overt flirtation, striking a chord in Tang Zhan's youthful heart. He clutched his chest, eyes wide with silent laughter, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. "Xiao Chuan, how about an opportunity for you to work while studying? Come be my intern secretary next semester." Intern secretary? Your major aligns perfectly with this role. As Tang Zhan's workload would only intensify, this arrangement would also foster their relationship. There is no need for daily visits. Just come whenever you're free from classes. I merely wish to spend time with you. Although Yu Ningchuan's academic life was not without its challenges, with numerous obligations in his freshman year, he pondered for a brief moment before acquiescing. All right, this presented a splendid opportunity for both an internship and a deepening of his bond with Tang Zhan. After leaving Ning City, Tang Zhan made his way to Shiping. On his first day, Tang Yufan called him, conveying that Fang Zhenning had fallen ill, seemingly quite seriously, and urged him to pay a visit. Such coincidence. Fang Zhenning was leading a project here, and upon his sickness, Tang Zhan had arrived. Initially, he had no intention of visiting. He had resolved to maintain their distance. However, Tang Yufan was unaware of the intricacies of their relationship. When Tang Zhan had clashed with Fang Zhenning at Tang Qianrou's funeral, everyone assumed it was merely due to Fang Zhenning's late-night insistence that Tang Qianrou venture out alone. We are still family. It has barely been 6 months since Qianrou's passing. You cannot arrive at this location without visiting him in the hospital, or else we will be the subject of gossip back in Haicheng, and it would be difficult to explain to the Fang family. Even if you have no desire to go, you must do so for the sake of the Tang family. Tang Yufan always prioritized the interests of the Tang family, viewing matters from their perspective. She indeed cared deeply for Tang Zhan, yet there were far too many considerations that transcended him. In comparison to Tang Zhan, her focus lay more on the honor of the family. Though Tang Zhan often found himself at odds with Tang Shanhai, frequently clashing with him, he was at his core an exceptionally filial individual. While he appeared carefree and fond of freedom, he held deep emotional values and cherished the kindness bestowed upon him. Following Tang Yufan's admonition, he felt compelled to acquiesce, and the next day, based on the hospital bed number he had learned from an undisclosed source, he arranged for someone to take him to the hospital. Fang Zhenning, whether due to an ill-suited environment or emotional distress, had lost a considerable amount of weight over the course of 2 months. The once towering figure of over 6 feet had become a mere shadow of himself. Upon entering the single patient room with a fruit basket in hand, Tang Zhan found Fang Zhenning propped up against the headboard, engrossed in a book. At the sound of his arrival, Fang Zhenning looked up and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tang Zhan. He hastily set his book aside and straightened up, exclaiming, "Xiao Zhan." Tang Zhan, equally startled, was primarily struck by Fang Zhenning's gaunt appearance. He hadn't anticipated that Tang Yufan's concerns were not exaggerated. Fang Zhenning's condition was alarming, resembling a withered specter, barely more alive than a corpse. "My aunt asked me to check on you," Tang Zhan said, placing the fruit basket on the bedside table without waiting for an invitation, and took a seat, frowning as he inquired, "What has happened to you?" Fang Zhenning managed a wan smile, attempting to brush off his condition. "I've just been overworked on a project. The doctor said it's just exhaustion. It's nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice." Tang Zhan's gaze wandered over Fang Zhenning's hollow cheeks, landing on his emaciated hands. "It seems to me you have little desire to live." Perhaps he had never contemplated suicide, yet his demeanor and frail body were heading down that path. He felt he must atone for a lifetime. Fang Zhenning nervously traced the cover of the book lying beneath his fingers. "No, I assure you, I'm merely fatigued." At that moment, a gust of cold wind swept through the room, causing Tang Zhan to shiver. Only then did he notice that the window was ajar. Fang Zhenning, clad in a thin hospital gown, appeared unfazed by the chill, while Tang Zhan felt the cold acutely. Casting a glance at him, Tang Zhan placed his phone on the bedside table and rose to close the window. Fang Zhenning finally registered the situation. "Ah, is it too cold? I thought it was too stuffy in here, so I opened a window." He seemed somewhat embarrassed, adding, "If you're feeling cold, I have a jacket you can wear." Tang Zhan returned to the bedside, pushing the offered jacket back. "No need." Fang Zhenning sheepishly withdrew his hand. The two engaged in a lackluster conversation for about half an hour. Fang Zhenning, aware of Tang Zhan's visit being an inspection, offered a smile tinged with gratitude. "The Tang family is fortunate to have you." Tang Zhan smirked slightly. "Yanjing doesn't share your sentiment. My stepmother likely wishes for my immediate demise." Fang Ning's smile dimmed when Qian Ro was around. She recognized the issues within the Yin family, but refrained from addressing them out of respect for your father. Now that the Tang family is under your leadership, many matters can be brought to the forefront. Tang Zhan regarded him with newfound respect. He had always perceived Fang Ning as a gentle scholar, detached from worldly affairs, wholly devoted to academia. He was surprised to discover he possessed a keen understanding of power dynamics. As time drew near, Tang Zhan rose to take his leave, and Fang Ning insisted on accompanying him to the elevator. Upon returning to the ward, the mobile phone on the bedside table began to vibrate. Fang Ning was momentarily taken aback, quickly striding over to answer it. "Hello." After a brief silence, a voice filled with confusion emerged from the other end. "Who are you?" "I am Fang Ning, Tang Zhan's brother-in-law. Xiao Zhan inadvertently left his phone with me. He wanted to convey that you should call back later." The call was abruptly terminated. He stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at the dimmed screen, a sense of unease washing over him as he questioned whether he had erred in some way. 5 minutes later, Tang Zhan seemed to have regained his composure, entering the room and immediately spotting his phone. He pointed at Fang Ning, saying, "Look at my forgetfulness. I came to retrieve my phone." Fang Ning handed it to him, explaining, "A call came in just now, and I answered it, but it disconnected shortly thereafter, possibly due to a poor signal. You should return the call promptly." Tang Zhan expressed his gratitude and turned to leave once more. As he scrolled through his phone, he discovered that the call had been from Yu Ningchuan. He promptly attempted to return the call, but to no avail. Concerned that Yu Ningchuan might have urgent matters to discuss, he sent a text requesting a callback at his convenience. However, the entire evening passed without a word from Yu Ningchuan, which left him feeling increasingly anxious. Upon returning to the hotel, Tang Zhan dialed Yu Ningchuan's number repeatedly from 9 until 10 o'clock, nearly reaching the point of summoning manager Chen from Noah to check if something was amiss at Yu Ningchuan's residence when, unexpectedly, the call connected. As Yu Ningchuan's voice resonated from the other end, Tang Zhan felt a wave of relief wash over him, soon followed by an inexplicable surge of suppressed anger. "Why had you taken so long to answer my calls?" Yu Ningchuan replied calmly. "I was at Li Jia's house for dinner this afternoon, and didn't he have my phone?" Tang Zhan, unable to see Yu Ningchuan's current state, was unaware that he was intoxicated, his cheeks flushed and bearing the unmistakable signs of having had too much to drink. "But I called you back within 5 minutes of your call, and it showed that you were on the line. How could you claim you didn't have your phone? Who are you trying to deceive?" What initially had been mere annoyance for Tang Zhan had now escalated into fury. The inexplicable refusal to answer his calls, compounded by the outright lie, was more than he could bear. "Yu Ningchuan, what is going on with you? Are you hiding something from me?" His voice brimmed with anger. Yu Ningchuan remained unperturbed, completely disregarding Tang Zhan's emotional shift. "It seems you are the one keeping secrets. Did you visit Fang Ning today?" Tang Zhan was taken aback, a sudden wave of guilt washing over him, although he couldn't quite fathom why he felt that way. "What do you mean hiding? He is ill, and I want to check on him." "Oh," Yu Ningchuan elongated the word, "is that so?" Tang Zhan felt a pang of discomfort from the way Yu Ningchuan spoke. "What exactly is bothering you today?" "Tang Zhan, do you have feelings for him?" Tang Zhan was momentarily at a loss for words. "What? Do you have feelings for your brother-in-law?" In an instant, Tang Zhan's eyes widened as he sat up abruptly on the bed. "What nonsense are you spouting?" That was his secret, the greatest secret of his life, and in that moment of revelation, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of shame. He fell in love with someone he shouldn't have. Fang Ning represented his youthful exuberance, a vessel for his adolescent emotions. He intended to bury this matter deep within his heart, carrying it with him to the grave. However, he did not anticipate that it would be discovered by none other than his current boyfriend. Nothing could be more awkward. The embarrassment coursed through Tang Zhan, leaving him chilled to the bone, unable to stem the cold sweat that poured forth. Yu Ningchuan showed no regard for Tang Zhan's feelings. Suddenly, he burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Do you think the person who drunkenly kissed me back then was anyone else? It was you, Tang Zhan. You held my hand, begging me not to leave, calling me a Ning. Who else could it be but Fang Ning?" Yu Ningchuan's words struck Tang Zhan like a thunderclap, rendering him utterly speechless, as if his very soul had been shattered. He opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately stammering, That was all in the past. It was never meant to be between us. That was because he became your brother-in-law, but he is not anymore. Tang Zhan, already simmering with anger, found himself raising his voice at Yu Ningchuan, a level of frustration he had never before exhibited. What do you mean? I merely went to see him. Is that so unreasonable? You can have dinner with in-law, but I can't visit my brother-in-law. He tugged at his hair in agitation. His phone, having been used for too long, was beginning to overheat. Yu Ningchuan, can you please be reasonable? Since we got together, have I ever not accommodated you? I walked on eggshells, afraid of upsetting you. I even put up with your 20-year agreement. What more do you want from me? There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a dismissive scoff. You think you're tolerating me? Don't twist my words. You know that that's not what I meant. In that moment, Tang Zhan regretted his words, realizing he had gone too far, yet pride prevented him from apologizing. He didn't genuinely believe he was simply enduring Yu Ningchuan. It was the latter's relentless denial and rejection that had left him feeling irritable, coupled with today's events. He had spoken without thinking. You do mean that? You think you're accommodating me, enduring me? Yu Ningchuan exhaled sharply. This conversation is too convoluted. Let us discuss it in person when school starts. For now, let us take some time apart. At times, he was passionately youthful, while at others, he displayed the decisiveness of an adult. Without allowing Tang Zhan the opportunity to protest, he concluded the call, leaving Tang Zhan to find that his attempts to call back met with a deadline. Damn it, Tang Zhan exclaimed, hurling his phone to the ground. A sharp crack echoed as, despite the carpet's cushioning, the phone shattered into pieces. After that, the two did not communicate for a full half-month. Tang Zhan returned to Haicheng just after the Lantern Festival. His assistant, Wu Yang, drove to the airport to pick him up, but before heading to the office, Tang Zhan requested that he first take him back to the Tang family home. Tang Yufan, perhaps acting on Tang Shanhai's instructions, had called Tang Zhan the previous night, insisting he return home immediately upon landing. Tang Zhan was perplexed by their motives, but, considering the time was still early, he agreed to make the trip, believing it would not be much of an inconvenience. Upon entering the gates of the Tang residence, Tang Zhan was immediately enveloped by an ambience that was markedly different from the past, stifling yet solemn. It seemed that the mischievous Tang Jiatsong had returned to school, leaving only Yin Jing and Tang Yu Fun in the expansive abode. As Tang Zhan stepped inside, the two women who had been engaged in tea and conversation abruptly altered their expressions, rising to their feet. Little Zhan has returned. Yin Jing's demeanor was not quite natural, her smile bordering on the insincere. At last you are back. Tang Yufan warmly grasped Tang Zhan's hand, drawing him to sit beside her. Tang Zhan had anticipated that his return home would mirror many previous occasions, primarily focused on reconciliation, urging him to apologize to Tang Shanhai. However, he was taken aback when Tang Yufan, still holding his hand, spoke words that deviated entirely from his expectations. Tang Shanhai had recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Though this ailment, common among the elderly, posed no immediate danger, it was a relentless affliction that could not be cured, rendering him incapable of participating in the daily operations of the company. Tang Yufan conveyed that Tang Zhan's return was also in accordance with Tang Shanhai's wishes. He had resigned himself to the passage of time and was finally ready to relinquish control, entrusting the management of the company entirely to Tang Zhan. Stunned, Tang Zhan stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. He had always believed that once Tang Shanhai regained his health, he would return to the company and reclaim his authority, never anticipating that he would exit in such a manner. Tang Yufan provided a brief overview of the situation, seemingly unconcerned with whether Tang Zhan could process the information, and urged him to enter Tang Shanhai's bedroom for a more intimate discussion with his father. Though it was the new year, the temperature in High City lingered in the depths of winter, hovering around 4 degrees Celsius. The heating in Tang Shanhai's bedroom was ample, perhaps to stave off the chill, and upon entering, Tang Zhan found the air somewhat stifling, causing beads of sweat to form on his back over time. Donning a pair of reading glasses, Tang Shanhai was engrossed in financial news on his iPad. Upon noticing Tang Zhan's entrance, he lifted his gaze, avoiding the reflection of the lenses. "You've come back," he remarked, shutting off the electronic device and setting the glasses aside. Next to his bed was a single sofa, where Tang Zhan took a seat and replied, "Yes, I just arrived from the airport. Your aunt must have informed you that I have been diagnosed with Parkinson's. My health will likely deteriorate, and I can no longer bear the burden of high-intensity work for extended periods." Perhaps due to his illness, Tang Zhan sensed a shift in his father's demeanor. He appeared less confrontational, exuding a newfound tranquility. In that moment, he resembled an ordinary elder rather than a formidable patriarch. It was then that Tang Zhan noticed the unmistakable signs of aging in Tang Shanhai's hair, the gray strands now so prominent that they could not be overlooked. In just a few days since New Year's Eve, it seemed as though his father had aged several years. "I have observed your work capabilities. They are satisfactory, albeit somewhat lacking in precision," Tang Shanhai noted. Such a commendation from him held considerable weight. "I will convene a board meeting shortly, appointing you as the acting chairman of Gue He. Additionally, I will sign a stock transfer agreement, allowing you to acquire 10 of the shares at a nominal price of 1 yuan once the lockup period expires. In a few years, when my health declines further and your reputation within the company has solidified, I will step down as chairman, entrusting the role to you." Tang Xinyun was once one of the 6 directors of Gue He. Following her passing, Tang Zhan succeeded her as CEO and took her place on the board. Even during her lifetime, Tang Shanhai never allocated any shares to him. After the dilution of shares post-IPO, Tang Shanhai's stake still exceeds 50, making him the absolute controller of the company. Even if he were to transfer 10 to Tang Zhan, he would remain the largest shareholder. However, the mere act of relinquishing power surprised Tang Zhan. Grateful for his father's gesture, the 10 stake instantly elevated his worth to billions. Out of both sentiment and propriety, he felt compelled to express his gratitude for Tang Shanhai's decision. After leaving the Tang family home, Tang Shanhai lay on his bed, sighing at the stillness of the room. Just as he was about to don his glasses and resume his work on the iPad, the door creaked open gently. Yin Jing entered with a downcast expression, her face a portrait of grievance. She sat at the bedside, hesitating to continue. Tang Shanhai, unable to tolerate the silence, clicked his tongue and urged, "Speak your mind." Yin Jing's eyes immediately filled with tears. "Xiao Zhan is your son, and Song Song is also your son. You must not show favoritism, neglecting the younger in favor of the elder. If you were to leave this world, I would be left with only Song Song. They both bear the Tang surname. If Tang Zhan can receive shares, why should my son be left empty-handed?" She lamented the fact that Tang Jiatsong was still young, thus allowing Tang Zhan to seize the initiative and assume control of the company. This stepson seemed intent on marginalizing her family, even going so far as to investigate the subsidiaries' accounts in Ningxing, clearly indicating a lack of trust in them. With her eyes lowered, Yin Jing clenched her jaw, expressing her concerns. "You know Xiao Zhan's temperament. It seems he will be unable to accommodate us mother and son in the future. Old Tang, you must make plans for us." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Tang Shanhai frowned, feeling a headache coming on from her lamentations. He was not oblivious to her intentions. Ever since his Parkinson's diagnosis, Yin Jing had been subtly urging him to draft a will, even suggesting he directly allocate a portion of his shares. Despite his age and illness, he remained a shrewd businessman. Distributing shares to Tang Zhan was a strategy to secure his loyalty to Guihe Tianyi and foster goodwill. As for the others, they would have to wait. "You will not be overlooked," he replied dismissively. After attending to a backlog of documents at Guihe Tianyi, Tang Zhan left the company in his car by 5 o'clock. Hua had commenced classes 2 days prior, which meant Yu Ningchuan had returned to Haicheng for the same duration. During these 2 days, there had been no communication from him, not even a word. After several months of dating, the intermittent Cold War had accumulated to nearly a month, starkly contrasting with the initial sweetness of their relationship. He recognized his fondness for Yu Ningchuan. They were indeed compatible. However, the path of their relationship was fraught with challenges, and having traversed only a small portion, he found himself emotionally and physically drained. Parking at the entrance of Huahai, Tang Zhan stepped out and lit a cigarette. As he neared the end of his smoke, he sent Yu Ningchuan a text, stating that he was waiting outside for a face-to-face discussion. Shortly after sending it, while awaiting a response, Yu Ningchuan arrived before the message could be answered. It was not just one person who arrived. A familiar long-haired girl accompanied him. Upon seeing Yu Ningchuan emerge with Lan, Tang Zhan inwardly cursed, his expression darkening immediately. He suspected that Yu Ningchuan had deliberately orchestrated this encounter as a form of retaliation, owing to his earlier visit to Tang Zhan, which had evidently displeased the latter. However, the truth was that Yu Ningchuan and Lan were merely traveling the same route. Yu Ningchuan had been tasked by his roommate to buy food at the school gate, and coincidentally, Lan was heading to the same establishment, so they walked together. The path was not exclusive to Yu Ningchuan. If she wished to accompany him, he could hardly refuse. He had not paid attention to his phone in his pocket, and it was only upon reaching the entrance and spotting Tang Zhan that he realized the latter had been looking for him. Tang Zhan cast a stern glance at him before turning silently to get into his car. Yu Ningchuan furrowed his brow and said to Lan, "I apologize. Something urgent just came up. Could you possibly take lunch to Li Xiang and the others for me?" Lan, taken aback, replied, "Oh, sure." Yu Ningchuan bid her farewell and hastily approached Tang Zhan's Qian. Tang Zhan, feeling irritable, extinguished his cigarette in the car's ashtray, contemplating whether to leave in silence, as his current mood was ill-suited for a meaningful conversation. However, upon glancing up, he found Yu Ningchuan had already opened the door and taken a seat in the passenger seat. With no alternative, he sat up straight, facing forward, feigning tranquility and avoiding eye contact with his companion. "I didn't see the message you sent me," Yu Ningchuan began to explain as soon as he settled into the car. Tang Zhan responded nonchalantly, not truly engaging with the comment as he struggled to suppress his rising anger. After a brief pause, without further words from Tang Zhan, Yu Ningchuan bit his lip and asked, "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Tang Zhan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, feeling increasingly agitated, and could no longer resist retrieving his cigarette case for another smoke. "Is it not you who has nothing to say? I always have to reach out first. You've been back at school for 2 days, and you can't even send me a message? It's acceptable for you to walk with Lan while I can't go see Tang Zhan." He rolled down the window and exhaled smoke into the air. "Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Upon hearing Tang Zhan's name, Yu Ningchuan's mind went blank, regardless of his previous thoughts. "You like Tang Zhan, and I like Lan?" He challenged Tang Zhan. "You can abandon me at the sound of his call, and you must be by his side when he falls ill. You even have his photo in your bedside drawer. Who is being unreasonable here?" With each word, Yu Ningchuan's voice grew more strained, and by the end, he was nearly overwhelmed with the impulse to confront Tang Zhan physically. However, Tang Zhan felt no fault in his actions. He merely regarded Yu Ningchuan as unreasonable. "That photo is a group picture. Am I supposed to cut him out?" He called to discuss Tang Zhan, and my aunt asked me to visit him. How does that become suspicious when it comes from you? If I still had feelings for him, would I bother to be with you? Then if I had feelings for Lan, would I bother to be with you? Yu Ningchuan countered with the same logic. Neither could persuade the other, and their jealousy had led them to abandon even the most basic reasoning. Tang Zhan scoffed. "Who knows if you're merely afraid that I might revoke the student loan, thus reluctantly staying by my side. If you believe my intentions are insincere, and you no longer wish to continue, then let us cease this endeavor." Upon uttering these words, he was momentarily taken aback, while the bluntness was liberating. It was not his true intention. Arguments often unfold this way. Hurtful words spill forth without regard, and the exhilaration of the moment is soon replaced by deep regret. What may have been a fleeting slip of the tongue can be interpreted by the other party as a long-held sentiment. In that instant, Yu Ningchuan's pupils constricted. Disbelief washed over him as he stared at Tang Zhan, freezing for a couple of seconds before suddenly gripping Tang Zhan's collar with one hand while crushing the half-burnt cigarette in the other. As the pain seared through his palm, his heart felt similarly pierced. "What do you take me for? A mere toy for your amusement?" He leaned closer to Tang Zhan, his handsome features darkened with fury. Tang Zhan swallowed hard, his composure faltering. "I didn't mean," he started, wanting to clarify his intentions, but Yu Ningchuan had no desire to hear him out any longer. Releasing his grip, he cast aside both Tang Zhan's collar and the extinguished cigarette. "Xiao Chuan, please let me explain." "Xiao Chuan." Yu Ningchuan turned away, exiting the vehicle without a backward glance, ignoring Tang Zhan's desperate calls. Frustrated at the sight of his retreating figure, Tang Zhan slammed the steering wheel, inadvertently honking the horn, which drew curious glances from passers-by. Since Tang Zhan Hai's diagnosis of Parkinson's, Yanjing had continually urged her younger son to exhibit more commendable behavior, as only when Tang Zhan Hai was pleased would his future inheritance increase. Despite his tender age, Tang Jiatsong was profoundly influenced by his mother and held a keen interest in material wealth. Consequently, when Tang Zhan Hai had a scheduled checkup, and he happened to be home, he eagerly volunteered to accompany him to the hospital. Tang Zhan Hai, believing his younger son had matured and finally distanced himself from gaming, felt a wave of comfort wash over him and engaged in casual conversation throughout their journey. As they passed through the hospital garden, the fountain abruptly ceased its flow, revealing a figure previously obscured by the curtain of water. Lin Shuiying stood there, arms crossed, clad in a form-fitting purple dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Adorned with leather gloves and a notably British wide-brimmed hat, she gazed intently at them, while Tang Jiatsong was oblivious to her identity. The expressions of the other two shifted dramatically. Although she had crossed the threshold of 50, Lin Shuiying retained an air of elegance and beauty that, at first glance, even made Yanjing, who was over a decade her junior, seem less striking by comparison. If one were to liken her to a swan, the other could only be considered a mere wild duck. With measured steps in her high heels, Lin Shuiying approached them, ultimately halting before Tang Zhan Hai. "I wish to speak with you." As she drew closer, it became evident that her face bore the marks of time, though artfully concealed beneath her meticulous makeup, rendering her complexion fair and her lips of vivid crimson. Yanjing's expression darkened as she instinctively glanced at Tang Zhan Hai, yet he did not even spare her a sidelong glance. Raising his hand, he gestured, "Please step back. I need to speak with the consul's wife privately." When the term consul's wife was mentioned, he spoke with a hint of sarcasm, seemingly dismissing the other's status. In his household, Tang Zhan Hai was akin to a local emperor, and Yanjing dared not contest his words. Even if her heart brimmed with resentment, she could only grit her teeth and leave with Tang Jiatsong in a disgruntled manner. Upon seeing them depart, Lin Shuiying lowered her arms, clutching her small bag, and uttered her second remark of the day. "I hear you're not long for this world." Tang Zhan Hai's expression darkened instantly, as if shrouded in shadows, with veins visibly throbbing at his temples. Once they were at a distance, Tang Jiatsong mustered the courage to inquire of Yanjing, "Mom, who was that?" Yanjing maintained a composed demeanor, her lower lip nearly bleeding from her bite. "That harbinger of misfortune." Tang Jiatsong was taken aback. "Is she the one who brought that misfortune upon our family?" Yanjing offered a vague acknowledgement, her gaze repeatedly drifting toward Tang Zhan Hai and Lin Shuiying, wishing fervently for the ability to overhear their conversation. "Mom, what does she want with Dad at this time?" Compared to Yanjing's furtive observations, Tang Jiatsong was far more forthright, his eyes fixed on Lin Shuiying, brimming with unmasked disdain and hostility. "Can't you see? I hear your father is unwell, and she has come to scheme for her son's inheritance." Yanjing clenched the straps of her bag tightly, convinced that the pair intended to drain every last penny from old Tang. Nearby, a group of boys were playing basketball, while Yu Ningchuan stood beneath the shade of a tree, dressed casually in a jacket due to the hasty nature of his departure, a hint of sweat glistening on his forehead. The early spring weather in Haicheng had yet to warm up, while the sun offered some relief. The cool breeze in the shade was biting. "I'm sorry, I cannot accept you." Yu Ningchuan's voice was colder than the March air. Lan's face shifted from crimson to pale, her lips losing their color. Yu Ningchuan averted his gaze, turning to rejoin the game. But Lan's voice called him back. "Do you have someone you like?" Yu Ningchuan paused, retracting his foot, and quietly regarded her, offering no response, which could be interpreted as tacit agreement. Seeing he did not appear angry, Lan boldly sought clarification. "Is it Mr. Tang?" Girls are inherently perceptive, especially those harboring secret affections. To exaggerate, even a mere sneeze from their beloved could conjure a myriad of possibilities in their minds. From a moment she laid eyes on Tang Zhan, and Lan had paid him particular attention, not merely drawn by his handsome visage, but rather sensing a striking similarity in the intense focus and devotion he inspired in Yu Ningchuan, coupled with the rumors circulating about Yu Ningchuan last semester. A girl could transform into a detective when necessary, no matter how much she reassured herself that they were merely friends. She ultimately could not ignore the intuition whispering within her. In a moment of impulsiveness, following a failed confession, she blurted out the question. Yes. Just as Lan believed Yu Ningchuan would remain silent, he unexpectedly responded. She was taken aback, momentarily stunned. You and he are in a relationship? Yu Ningchuan lowered his eyelashes, obscuring his gentle gaze. Yet Lan could still discern the sweetness and tang reminiscent of summer lemonade in his noticeably softened tone. A wave of emotion surged within Lan, prompting her to fight back tears. After all, she had just confessed her feelings only to face rejection. However, she also felt a profound gratitude towards Yu Ningchuan for sharing his situation with Tang Zhan, a revelation he was under no obligation to disclose. I have come to terms with it, she said, her eyes glistening as she smiled. I am fully aware that hope is a distant notion for me. I merely wish to avoid any regrets. Please do not feel awkward upon seeing me. Let us simply coexist as ordinary classmates. In the ensuing 3 years, their paths would inevitably cross in the same class, and Lan wished to spare Yu Ningchuan any discomfort stemming from today as confession. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling Yu Ningchuan's damp hair, and he met Lan's gaze for a fleeting moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, all right, regardless of Lan's intentions. She would remain just another ordinary classmate to Yu Ningchuan. He treated her with the same indifference he afforded all other girls. This was a point he struggled to comprehend about Tang Zhan. Within their department, and even throughout the entire school, numerous girls had expressed their interest in him. Yet prior to his relationship with Tang Zhan, he was acutely aware that she had witnessed these interactions. He could not precisely navigate the affections of each suitor or entirely avoid contact with them. If Tang Zhan chose not to concern herself with others, why did she fixate on Lan? Tang Zhan held a silver spoon, stirring a cup of coffee before him, an upscale French restaurant nestled in the city center. The ambience was tranquil, sparsely populated, and the soft, raspy melodies of Lisa Ono provided a soothing backdrop. Across from him sat his biological mother, Lin Shuiying. Today, Lin Shuiying had eschewed her usual hat, her long hair elegantly styled into a perfect bun, and she wore a Chanel suit that exuded the essence of high society with every gesture. For years, Tang Zhan had sought an opportunity to sit down with her, to engage in meaningful conversation. Even if they could not achieve the intimacy of a mother-son bond, he hoped for the naturalness of friendship. Yet, as the moment arrived, he found himself astonishingly calm, devoid of any elation or even a hint of anxiety. How could she want to meet me for coffee? In the past, they would pretend not to recognize each other in public, yet here she was personally calling him to invite him for afternoon tea. When Tang Zhan received Lin Shuiying's call, he nearly believed his lack of sleep had led to hallucinations. Do you have a girlfriend now? Lin Shuiying inquired. Tang Zhan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of disbelief and amusement. What? Are you trying to set me up? Lin Shuiying's expression remained neutral, mirroring Tang Zhan's own composure, devoid of joy or tension. In fact, she appeared even more unfazed, as if he were merely a real estate agent or a long-lost colleague. Just a casual inquiry, she said, gently sipping her cup of red tea. Do you? A hint of irritation flickered across Tang Zhan's brow as he abruptly released the spoon in his hand, the metallic clatter against the ceramic creating a jarring noise that made Lin Shuiying raise an eyebrow slightly. I do not have a girlfriend, he replied, a touch of malice creeping into his tone, but I do have a boyfriend. After the tumultuous argument that day, Yu Ningchuan stormed out, and Tang Zhan made no effort to pursue him. It was as if they had reached an unspoken agreement to no longer interfere in each other's lives. They had either separated for a while or completely parted ways. Two parallel lines, which had unexpectedly intersected, now seemed destined to return to their former parallelism. As a novice in romance, Yu Ningchuan struggled to navigate the intricacies of their relationship, while Tang Zhan, despite his greater age, sometimes displayed an awkwardness that rivaled Yu Ningchuan's clumsiness, their romance resembling a clumsy dance between neophytes. Since that day, Tang Zhan's insomnia had worsened, the dark circles under his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. Each time he gazed into the mirror, he felt as though his vitality was slowly dissipating, leaving him with the unsettling impression of becoming a mere human skeleton. Lin Shuing finally reacted, her hand trembling, nearly spilling tea all over the table. She hurriedly grabbed a napkin to dab at the corners of her mouth, her eyes widening in astonishment as she turned to Tang Zhan. "Boyfriend?" Tang Zhan readily repeated, as he had countless times before. "Yes, a male, my lover." In that moment, years of frustration and grievance seemed to pour out, and although tinged with a sense of vindictiveness, Tang Zhan could not deny the exhilaration it brought. Lin Shuing furrowed her brow even more tightly. "Does your father know?" Tang Zhan smirked. "No. If Tang Shanhai were to find out, it would not only mean a denial of shares, but perhaps even a dismissal from the company. Or, akin to scenarios portrayed in certain dramas, he might locate Yu Ningchuan and offer him a hefty sum to sever ties. You chose this path. As long as you're content, that's sufficient." Lin Shuing remained silent for about 2 minutes before speaking again. "It seems we will have little chance to meet again. I never interfered with your life before, and now I have even less right to do so. Do as you please, just be happy. Little chance to meet again?" This time, it was Tang Zhan who was taken aback. Today's unexpected encounter, coupled with Lin Shuing's cryptic comments, suggested that there was more to this meeting than met the eye. What exactly do you want to discuss? He even wondered if Lin Shuing had received some terminal diagnosis, prompting her to seek him out and speak such disjointed words. "My term is ending, and next month I will conclude my consular duties in Haicheng and return to my homeland," Lin Shuing stated. "Before I leave, I wanted to bid farewell to my friends and family here. I have already said goodbye to your father. He has aged considerably, and I nearly failed to recognize him." Contrary to Tang Zhan's expectations, she was not seeking to restore their mother-son relationship, but merely wished to say goodbye. Suddenly, his mind went blank, a sense of confusion enveloping him. "You want to be coming back?" Lin Shuing glanced at her watch, her gaze shifting back to Tang Zhan, appearing quite troubled. "Do not fault me for being heartless. Some things ultimately rely on fate. To gain, one must sometimes relinquish. Life is but a single journey. Some choose to live for others, but I cannot. I choose to live for myself." Her meaning was clear. This was their final meeting, after which their mother-son bond would sever, and they would never see each other again. Tang Zhan found himself at a loss for words, his emotions a complex amalgamation of feelings. He abruptly smiled and asked, "Then why did you give birth to me?" Lin Shuing picked up the sunglasses from the table, unfolded them, and put them on. "To ensure that Tang Shanhai would marry me." She candidly acknowledged her past actions, feeling no shame for them, as if to say that failure was not a concern for her. After uttering these words, she offered a smile to Tang Zhan, lifted her small bag, and gracefully departed, her demeanor poised and serene, starkly contrasting with her cold remarks. Failure, she implied, rendered all efforts unnecessary. Tang Zhan stared blankly at the cup of coffee before him, as if immobilized by an unseen force. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually thawed, lifted the cup, and silently mocked himself with a wry smile before downing the bitter black coffee. How could he learn to be more humble and refrain from his self-assuredness? 1 month prior, Li Xiang happened upon Yu Ningchuan, who was lost in thought while holding a promotional poster for the Huahai New Era entrepreneurship competition. "Are you planning to participate?" Li Xiang inquired, always believing that someone of Yu Ningchuan's caliber, a paragon of charm and talent, could effortlessly achieve success. Even a video of him in oversized shorts strumming a 3-stringed instrument would likely garner countless likes and comments, leading to instant fame. Yu Ningchuan flicked the poster and replied, "I want to give it a try." Li Xiang patted him on the back, encouragingly saying, "Then go for it. After all, even if you fail, you won't suffer any real loss." Thus, throughout the month, whenever the night grew quiet in their dormitory, the light from Yu Ningchuan's room remained aglow. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the entrepreneurial competition, pouring his spare time, even his rest, into it. The dual pursuits of study and competition filled his days, leaving him no room to dwell on Tang Zhan, which was precisely what he needed. He was desperate to catch up to Tang Zhan, yearning to close the distance that felt insurmountable. It was a disheartening experience to watch from afar as Tang Zhan soared higher, while he remained stagnant. To illustrate, it was as though the landscape ahead was a series of undulating mountains shrouded in mist, with a mere light push from his toes. Tang Zhan would leap several meters into the air, soaring freely across the heavens with effortless grace. In contrast, Yu Ningchuan, lacking robust wings, had only his frail arms to carry him, facing a precipice that instilled fear of a catastrophic fall. Simultaneously, he feared losing sight of Tang Zhan altogether, compelling him to push for growth, struggling to sprout wings, trembling and faltering as he endeavored to bridge the gap between them, hoping that one day he could stand side by side with him. Love may thrive on fleeting passion, yet enduring companionship requires more. A bird may fall for a fish, willing to forsake the sky, while the fish might abandon the ocean for the bird. But can one truly expect a bird to dwell in the sea or a fish to venture on a land? Such a scenario seems destined for mutual destruction. The disparity between him and Tang Zhan was too great. Without earnest effort, their story would inevitably end in ruin. During this time, every time he picked up the phone to call Tang Zhan, Yu Ningchuan's mind would replay the words exchanged during their quarrel. He dreaded the possibility that Tang Zhan might declare their relationship over, leaving them no longer as a couple. Consequently, he would set the phone down and busy himself with distractions to avoid confronting this reality. Through recommendations within the academy, he bypassed the preliminary selections and advanced directly to the semifinals due to his exceptional business proposal. By the time the second round of the competition commenced, only 30 contestants remained, engaged in outdoor marketing. To put simply, the challenge involved providing each contestant with identical products and observing who could sell the most within the same time frame. Jiang Tao and Li Xiang, upon learning of this particular event, could hardly contain their laughter at Yu Ningchuan's expense. Was this competition specifically tailored to select a chosen one? The format of the semifinals was undoubtedly Yu Ningchuan's forte. Indeed, on the day of the contest, he was assigned 30 small electric fans, and within mere steps outside the campus, he was besieged by a throng of eager girls, leaving him with nothing. The purchase of a fan came with the promise of a photograph together. With a stiff expression, Yu Ningchuan posed for an exhausting 30 photographs, not counting the numerous candid shots taken by onlookers. Thus, leveraging his extraordinary capabilities, Yu Ningchuan triumphed in the semifinals, securing his place among the top 10 finalists. Tang Zhan, rare for him to find a day free, sought out Xiahan for lunch. Lately, his life revolved around a monotonous cycle between work and home, dealing with official duties or various social gatherings, leaving him somewhat desensitized. He desperately craved a breath of fresh air, be it in the form of new investment opportunities or juicy gossip. Are you ready yet? After 10 interminable minutes, Tang Zhan could no longer restrain himself and decided to seek out the source of the delay. He pushed open the glass door to find Xiahan engrossed in a fervent discussion with the GP, apparently at odds over whether to invest in a certain project. "He is far too young," the male GP in his 30s remarked, shaking his head at a photograph in hand. "What?" Xiahan could scarcely believe his ears. "Do you know how old Zuckerberg was when he founded Facebook? And just look at his face. It perfectly embodies the aesthetics of both East and West. He is undoubtedly a promotional asset during the company's growth phase. Yet there exists only one Zuckerberg in the world. You cannot counter my argument with such a rare exception. Moreover, being attractive does not guarantee entrepreneurial success. You must understand that even celebrities often falter in product ventures. But he possesses undeniable personal charm. Just watch his speech from the competition. It's like a concert. You're being too rigid. Venture capital thrives on seizing opportunities amid risks." He had articulated his entrepreneurial proposal with remarkable clarity and captivating allure in a mere 5-minute presentation, which alone justified my willingness to take a chance. Noticing that the two were so engrossed in their discussion that they had failed to notice his entrance, Tang Zhan felt compelled to make his presence known more forcefully. He slammed his palm onto the table. "Sometimes, I struggle to tolerate your company culture. Even the smallest matters seem to drag on endlessly in discussion." Startled, both Xiahan and the GP turned to him, with Xiaohan quickly regaining his composure and, as if finding a savior, opened his arms toward Tang Zhan. Tang Zhan, you've arrived just in time. He picked up the remote control and activated the projector above. A few days ago, I was invited to serve as a judge for the entrepreneurial competition at Huahai University. One contestant emerged victorious, and I found his idea quite impressive. He himself is rather charismatic, and I am inclined to invest 1 million in the angel round. However, his expression darkened as he glanced at the GP beside him. My subordinate believes the individual merely capitalized on his popularity at school to secure the gold medal and is reluctant to invest a single penny in him. As he spoke, the projector whirred to life, casting a video onto the wall behind Tang Zhan. What is it that humans spend their lives doing? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Tang Zhan froze in place, his eyes widening in shock as he turned around to see the image of Yu Ningchuan on the wall. Dressed simply in a white shirt and jeans, every movement, even the slightest raise of an eyebrow, seemed to shimmer with brilliance. Learning. It had been over a month since their last interaction. Whenever Tang Zhan returned to his apartment late at night, sometimes unable to sleep, he would gaze out the window toward Yu Ningchuan's dormitory, smoking and contemplating the other. He missed Yu Ningchuan terribly. Just thinking of him sent sharp pangs to his heart, each cell clamoring with longing, yearning to break free from his corporeal form and be by his side. Yet, he was engulfed by fear, the dread that their first words upon meeting would be Yu Ningchuan calmly expressing his desire to part ways. They remained in a stalemate, locked in a peculiar equilibrium, neither willing to open Schrodinger's box to discover whether the cat named Love was alive or dead. Tang Zhan could never have anticipated encountering Yu Ningchuan under such circumstances, albeit merely as a fleeting image. He stepped closer to the wall, tilting his head slightly to observe the young man delivering his speech on stage. Poised, composed, and a hint of coolness, this was a side of Yu Ningchuan Tang Zhan had never seen before. My classmates often tutor middle and high school students, and sometimes they inquire about academic or musical matters, which inspire my idea, why not create an online knowledge-sharing platform targeted at the youth? Suddenly, the voice of Xiaohan rang out from the audience. I must point out that there are numerous such websites available on the market, many even held or solely owned by large corporations. Yu Ningchuan, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward the audience, displaying remarkable poise. Indeed, there are many such websites, but most of them merely serve as video aggregation platforms. He cited a statistic, noting that very few platforms produce their own videos, and those that create engaging content appealing to the youth were virtually non-existent, covering all industries and various hobbies. 0. Within a mere 5 minutes, he succinctly articulated his entrepreneurial proposal, addressing aspects of market dynamics, operations, and marketing. Once he finished, Xiaohan's voice echoed again. The theory is sound. Now you have 10 minutes for your demonstration. Behind Tang Zhan, in reality, Xiaohan's voice continued. Look, Tang Zhan is completely mesmerized, indicating that this child is indeed exceptionally talented. A quieter voice replied, Are you certain he isn't merely trying to impress him? What? Tang Zhan overheard their conversation, clearing his throat before turning to face them. Not bad. Did he ultimately win the championship? Indeed, I am the one presenting the award, Xiaohan replied. His demonstration was quite intriguing. Would you like to see it? He seemed poised to operate the computer to display another video segment, but Tang Zhan interrupted him. No need. Such a response typically signified a lack of strong interest in the matter, leaving Xiaohan somewhat disheartened. If Tang Zhan did not believe in this child as potential, then he would have to relinquish his hopes. However, Tang Zhan quickly followed up, I will invest 30 million. Both Xiaohan and GP were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Xiaohan even cleared his ears and asked, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? 30 million, Tang Zhan replied for the angel round. In their industry, there exists an unwritten adage. When a company secures over 30 million in an angel round, it is destined to become a champion in its field. The subsequent investors either follow suit or abandon the track altogether, investing in other competing enterprises without exceeding the angel round's investment would only lead to failure. Each profession is perpetually engaged in the game of capital, without exception. Xiaohan gasped, finding a plausible justification for Tang Zhan's audacity. Are you really keen on him? Tang Zhan smiled gently. He is my boyfriend. In an instant, Xiaohan and GP exchanged knowing glances, and GP shrugged, saying, if he has a publicly traded company backing him and an outstanding leader as a boyfriend, why would I disagree? Xiaohan clenched his fists in a triumphant gesture. Tang Zhan pointed to Xiaohan's laptop and said, please send me my boyfriend's video to my email. As Xiaohan operated the device, he continued to tease. Last year, I asked you if you were in love, and you said no. It must be him, right? You can't hide the signs of being in love. After sending the video, he stood up, grabbing the suit jacket draped over the chair as he approached Tang Zhan. Sorry for the wait. Let us go. I have plenty of new updates to share. They did not venture far, opting for lunch at a Spanish restaurant near Xiaohan's company. You're investing $30 million to support your boyfriend's dreams. He'll surely be moved to tears upon discovering this. Xiaohan enjoyed sparkling wine with Iberian ham, while Tang Zhan opted for soda water. This is our little secret. You mustn't tell him. Tang Zhan said with a wry smile. He doesn't like me spending money on him. Xiaohan raised an exaggerated eyebrow. Why not? Tang Zhan had been harboring his feelings regarding this matter for quite some time, and upon Xiaohan's inquiry, he could no longer contain himself, sharing the entire context in hopes of gaining insight into the issue at hand. Is it wrong for me to want to buy him a house? Who could tolerate their boyfriend living in such squalor? Wait. Xiaohan urgently interjected. Are you seriously saying, I will buy you a house? That's a declarative statement? Tang Zhan paused, reflecting for a moment, then replied, is that important? Xiaohan placed a hand on his forehead. How could you phrase something so significant in a declarative manner with a man? Even if he weren't a man, shouldn't you discuss such important matters with your partner first? Discuss, do you understand? Don't you Chinese people appreciate negotiation? Sit down and frame it as a question. My dear, I have an idea. Would you consider it? Are you a high school student experiencing love for the first time? The observer's clarity struck a chord with Tang Zhan. As Xiaohan's words pinpointed the crux of the issue, Tang Zhan fell silent, contemplating, then covered his eyes. You're right. I indeed handled it poorly. Perhaps I've been blinded by love. Chapter 56. The conversation with Xiaohan thoroughly awakened Tang Zhan. On the path of love, he remains a naive apprentice. Only a wise mentor can offer guidance. In the dimly lit audiovisual room, a colossal screen showcases Yu Ningchuan's product presentation from the entrepreneurship competition. He sits at the center of the stage, cradling his Sanxian, his exquisitely handsome visage illuminated by the stage lights, creating an almost artistic aura. Behind him, the large screen projects another version of himself, clad in traditional Han attire, also holding Sanxian. Seated in a pristine white room, he mirrors the pose of the Yu Ningchuan on stage, yet his expression is softer, exuding an enchanting charisma that irresistibly captures one's gaze. Tang Zhan, smoking a cigarette, peers through the delicate haze at the screen, feeling an unshakable connection to whichever version of him appears. On stage, Yu Ningchuan states, I asked a senior from the computer science department to create a small program, akin to a pitch pipe in karaoke software. Since it's a demonstration product, it's not fully refined yet, but achieving this is already quite impressive, Tang Zhan muses as he watches. The background music begins to play a piano accompaniment, and Yu Ningchuan casually plucks at his strings. If the notes falter, they will not align with the pitch lines on the screen. Upon completing the piece, he receives a score of 50, signifying a failure to advance. Let me demonstrate once more. You must pay close attention, the Han-clad Yu Ningchuan states like an NPC, repeating the previous segment. This time, Yu Ningchuan on stage plays with utmost seriousness, replicating the melody with precision. The large screen behind him flashes a perfect score of 99, allowing him to progress to the next piece. It is both educational and entertaining, cleverly integrating the game's advancement rules. After the demonstration, Yu Ningchuan bows and exits the stage, and the audience, filled with students, begins to chant for an encore. Tang Zhan finally grasps the meaning of that GP. Amused, he pauses the video, rises, and approaches the projection to touch the screen where Yu Ningchuan appears. With a teacher like this, I would not hesitate to invest in all his courses. With that, he smiles and leans in for a kiss. Yu Ningchuan had envisioned victory, even fantasized about angel investors willing to fund his startup. but he never anticipated a staggering 30 million. Xiaohan arranged to meet him at a cafe, claiming to bring good news. Upon hearing this astonishing figure, Yu Ningchuan confirmed it 3 times, perplexed, to ensure he wasn't hearing things. Logically, angel rounds typically allocate shares of 10 to 20, meaning a company without a shell would be valued at over 100 million, were it not for Xiaohan's reputable status. Yu Ningchuan might have suspected this was an elaborate deception. A 30 million first-round financing at the startup phase is far too generous. Xiaohan stirred his coffee, sincerely showering him with praise. We all have great confidence in you. You are entirely deserving of this 30 million. Don't worry, take bold steps. If you fail, Tang Zhan has plenty of money. Yu Ningchuan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Us? Who else? Xiaohan quickly realized he had let something slip and hurried to clarify. My work partner, another GP. I can introduce you to next time. Yu Ningchuan sensed something amiss and remained somewhat skeptical. Were there expectations of me? He inquired, for he did not believe that Xiaohan was the type to discuss only the giving without any expectation of return. Xiaohan plead. We will sign a wager agreement with you. You must complete the company's IPO within 10 years. If not, you will need to repay us at a return rate of 20 per annum on the invested amount. If you fail to go public in 10 years, you will have to return 90 million. He continued, we will assist you in assembling your team, entering the incubation park, and introducing other investors. I will personally serve as your business advisor, participating in the initial development of the company. With a smile, Xiaohan added, just voice all your ideas. We will help you realize them. Yu Ningchuan felt as if a colossal magical lamp had struck before him. So sudden was this proposition that he struggled to comprehend it. Yet, like all young individuals who understand the importance of seizing opportunities, he soon began to articulate his previously unvoiced, imaginative ideas in front of the investor. They conversed for an entire afternoon, and Xiaohan's suggestions provided Yu Ningchuan, who had just dipped his toes into the business world, with enlightening insights. He absorbed knowledge like a sponge, soaring like a fledgling bird, buoyed by the favorable winds towards the heavens. Having engaged in venture capital for many years, Xiaohan firmly believed in the mystique of charismatic leadership. Every successful entrepreneur he encountered possessed an allure that ordinary individuals could not emulate, a capability to command attention in a cacophonous environment or gain unconditional compliance with their decisions. Yu Ningchuan exhibited this very charm, and coupled with his striking appearance, it approached an almost halo-like effect. A handsome and captivating academic achiever, he was a figure who inspired considerable admiration. It was foreseeable that one day he would grow into a majestic eagle soaring through the skies, carving out his own niche in the world. In the latter half of his freshman year, while his peers indulged in leisure or diligently focused on their studies, Yu Ningchuan had already established his own company, aptly named Xian Chuang Wanxiang. Recently, Sun Jiaran and Zhou Hui had become enamored with morning runs. This newfound passion stemmed from Zhou Hui's recent bout with a stomach ulcer, a consequence of his excessive nightlife. After 2 days of intense pain, the doctor advised him to abstain from alcohol and spicy foods while maintaining a healthy lifestyle, warning that otherwise he might face the risk of a perforated stomach. Faced with the prospect of undergoing surgery, even the once invincible Zhou Hui was cowed, and he insisted that Sun Jiaran join him in adopting a healthier, greener lifestyle, rising early each day to run 5 kilometers and relish the fresh spring air of Haiqing. While Sun Jiaran was not as fond of revelry as Zhou Hui, he was not particularly inclined towards sports either. Reluctantly dragged into morning runs, he woke up grumpy and filled with resentment. After enduring a week of this regime, he could take it no longer and booked a ticket to a foreign island for a vacation, opting to escape the folly of his friend. Zhou Hui was unable to locate Sun Jiaran. A sudden idea struck him, leading him to focus on Tang Zhan. He began driving to Tang Zhan's apartment every day, making the long journey solely to pursue him for a jog around the nearby park. Tang Zhan himself had a habit of regular exercise. After suffering from insomnia, he intensified his workouts, hoping to ameliorate his sleep through physical activity. Due to his sleeplessness, he rose early, setting out for his morning run at 6 o'clock. He would complete a lap in the nearby park, and then purchase breakfast to enjoy on his walk home. As he passed by the entrance of Huahai University, he would subconsciously glance inside, hoping to catch a glimpse of the figure he often thought about. Zhou Hui's presence during his morning runs did not bother Tang Zhan. After all, he would run regardless of whether Zhou Hui joined him or not. The two jogged along a forest path, and during the first kilometer, Zhou Hui still had the breath to engage in conversation. "Why, Haven T, I seen you flaunting your love life on social media lately. When will you invite Xiao Chuan to join us for a meal? You're always so busy. Does your company collapse without you for just a day?" Tang Zhan cast him a sidelong glance. Unfazed and unbriefless, he replied, "Do you remember my family's restaurant, Ning Beitang, located in Ning City? It's a chain business, and Yin Feng is in charge." Zhou Hui halted momentarily, contemplating. "Yin Feng? That older brother of your stepmother?" "Yes. I mentioned before that I find something suspicious about that family business, right? Recently, I attempted to investigate the accounts of Ning Beitang, but guess what happened? The day before my team arrived, the entire ledger was ruined by a suddenly malfunctioning fire suppression system. I've been occupied with this issue, leaving no time for dining with you." Tang Zhan deliberately omitted any mention of Yu Ningchuan. Zhou Hui was taken aback. "This is quite a revelation. What are you planning to do?" Tang Zhan squinted. "I intend to transfer Yin Feng to Haicheng and promote him." "What? Keeping him under my watch. Let's see what he can do." Regardless of whether Yin Feng had committed fraud, the profits of Ning Beitang were visibly declining year after year. As such, his role as a business manager was questionable. Transferring him to Haicheng, whether as a strategic change or a subtle demotion, would likely not raise objections from the other board members. "Wow, you're really going to confront him directly? Aren't you afraid your stepmother will whisper in your father's ear?" The morning breeze tousled Tang Zhan's hair, and he flashed Zhou Hui a charming smile. "Not at all." As they continued their run, they suddenly heard a distant cry for help. Exchanging glances, they both sprinted toward the sound. In the park, there was an artificial lake, its deepest point reaching 3 to 4 meters. A sign warning against playing and indicating the water's dangerous depth was posted along the shore. Nonetheless, many people, especially children, enjoyed frolicking in the water, and during summer, some even sneaked in for a swim. Upon arriving at the lake's edge, Zhou Hui and Tang Zhan spotted a struggling figure in the center of the water. It was a young boy, and on the shore stood 2 other boys, approximately 10 years old, who looked at the newcomers with expressions of hope. "Help! Save him! My friend fell in while trying to get a football." One of the children exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Please, save him." Zhou Hui comforted, "Do not panic, do not weep. I shall rescue them." Yet before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind swept by, and upon regaining his senses, he witnessed Tang Zhan shedding his shirt, discarding the phone armband from his arm, and leaping into the water. "What the?" Zhou Hui exclaimed, immediately following suit by hastily removing his own clothing. Just before plunging into the water, he admonished the 2 little ones, "Keep an eye on my belongings." That morning, Yu Ningchuan awoke inexplicably filled with unease, his brow furrowing as an unsettling rhythm began to throb in his temples, as if an ominous event loomed on the horizon. His roommates remained in slumber, so he stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the lush thicket before the dormitory, and dialed Tang Zhan's number. He could no longer endure this stalemate. The weight of anticipation had become unbearable. Having secured the Entrepreneurship Gold Award and a staggering $30 million in investments, he longed to share the exhilarating news with Tang Zhan. He had no interest in Feng's zenning or in lawn. He yearned for the warmth of Tang Zhan's kiss and the comfort of his embrace, driven by an insatiable desire to see him once more. Months of pent-up emotions culminated in this morning's eruption of longing. After a prolonged wait, Tang Zhan's phone was finally answered, but the voice on the other end was distinctly juvenile. Brother is saving my friend. They've all jumped into the lake." The cacophony on the line was overwhelming, and the child's incessant sobs made it difficult for Yu Ningchuan to comprehend, yet upon hearing the words, "jumped into the lake," his heart leaped into his throat. "Where are you? Is your brother Tang Zhan?" He quickly spun around and dashed back indoors, grabbing his jacket while continuing the call. In his haste, he failed to notice the force with which he slammed the door, startling Li Xiang and Jiang Tao from their slumber. "What is going on?" Li Xiang yelled. "Not sure," Jiang Tao mumbled, scratching his head before retreating back to sleep. As Yu Ningchuan reached the stairwell, A clamor erupted from the phone, followed by the child's jubilant voice. We rescued them. We rescued them. Before he could inquire further, the line abruptly disconnected, whether by accident or some other reason. He could not tell. He dialed repeatedly, yet no one answered. Frantic, he stood at the school gate for over 10 minutes, his phone heating up from incessant calls. The tension in his mind grew unbearable. He bit down on his lower lip, drawing blood without even noticing. Where are they? Where are they? He mechanically repeated the dialing motion, his palms icy despite the warm spring air, his complexion pale and alarming. The mere thought of the worst possible scenarios tightened the grip of unrelenting dread around his heart, inflicting a pain akin to being torn asunder. He forbade himself from entertaining such thoughts, yet his mind rebelled, compelling him to dwell on them, driving him to the brink of madness. In the midst of his desperate attempts to reach Tang Zhan, a call from Zhou Hui unexpectedly interrupted. Yu Ningchuan considered dismissing it, but felt an inexplicable force compel him to answer. Zhou Hui's voice came through urgently. Xiao Chuan, Tang Zhan and I are at the hospital. He has sustained some injuries. Please hurry. The fear that had tightly coiled around Yu Ningchuan's heart suddenly unraveled, leaving a gaping wound of anguish in its wake. His knees buckled, and he slowly slid down to sit on the edge of the street, leaning against a nearby tree. Where are you? Yu Ningchuan asked hoarsely. At the tertiary hospital next to your school. Zhou Hui specified the location, but before he could say anything further, Yu Ningchuan hung up. As Tang Zhan rescued the child, he and Zhou Hui swam to the shore, one after the other, but in the process, the back of Tang Zhan's hand was inadvertently scraped by a stone, leaving a deep cut. Zhou Hui, fearing infection, insisted that he go to the hospital for treatment. Once he had finished bandaging, he sat on a chair outside the examination room, raising his bandaged hand, only to realize that Zhou Hui was nowhere to be found. His phone was still with the other man. Just as Tang Zhan was about to rise and search for him, a sudden flurry of urgent footsteps echoed down the corridor, drawing nearer. Then, as if from a classic film scene, Yu Ningchuan appeared before him, breathless and drenched, perfectly timed and perfectly placed. He paused, his gaze locked onto Tang Zhan, an overwhelming tide of fervent emotion surging toward him, engulfing him entirely. Initially, the rescue did not go smoothly. Tang Zhan swam towards the drowning child, intending to support him from behind. However, the child was so terrified that upon spotting Tang Zhan, he clung to him desperately, instinctively pressing against his shoulders in a bid to keep himself above water. Tang Zhan found himself unable to move, submerged and restrained by the child's grip. In the face of death, the child exhibited surprising strength, far beyond that of a mere 10-year-old. Tang Zhan inadvertently exhaled, bubbles escaping his lips and rising to the lake surface. He glimpsed the bright sunlight dancing on the water, the azure sky, and, even for a fleeting moment, the face of Tang Qianyao. He must grow up well. In the depths of the lake, he beheld the gentle visage of the child. Tang Zhan was uncertain whether he had fulfilled Tang Qianyao wishes. That was a matter for another day, but one thing was certain. He had indeed grown. In the past, memories of the child had filled him with bitterness, yet now they were tinged with a hint of resentment. Brother, sister, mother, why must both of them leave me? He felt an unbearable weight upon his heart, a burden he should not have to bear alone. Was there truly no one in this world to share his struggles? He began to sink slowly, his eyes gradually closing, when suddenly a familiar voice rang in his ears. Tang Zhan! It was Yu Ningchuan. Like a thunderclap, Tang Zhan's eyes flew open just in time to see Zhou Hui diving down, reaching out a hand toward him. He grasped that hand tightly, pulled to the surface, with the unconscious child tucked under his other arm. Gasping for precious air, he and Zhou Hui worked together to drag the child to shore. In his haste, the back of his hand was again scraped by a large rock, leaving several deep gashes that quickly oozed blood, turning the surrounding lake water crimson. A crowd surged forward, and Tang Zhan collapsed to the side, panting. Zhou Hui directed the onlookers to give them space for fresh air and check the child's breathing. He glanced at Tang Zhan and said, "He's still breathing." Before this sentence, he wore a solemn expression, his nerves taut. After this sentence, he suddenly slumped his shoulders, reverting to his usual playful demeanor. Goodness, that nearly frightened me to death. Tang Zhan inexplicably found himself laughing, collapsing onto the ground. It was unclear who called for an ambulance, but it arrived swiftly. Tang Zhan intended to leave after putting on his clothes, but was pulled onto the vehicle by Zhou Hui. As he sat in the ambulance, a wave of apprehension washed over him. If it hadn't been for Zhou Hui today, and the inexplicable auditory hallucination of Yu Ningchuan calling his name, he would have plunged into despair alongside that young lad. He had narrowly escaped the tribulations of his youth, and almost succumbed to today as peril. Reflecting on this, he looked up at Zhou Hui across from him and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother." Zhou Hui, taken aback by the unexpected thanks, pondered for a moment before replying, "No, not at all." Tang Zhan pressed a bandage against the back of his hand and smiled. "Silly fool. Hey, how can you insult someone like that?" Tang Zhan's right hand was injured, and since reaching the shore, Zhou Hui had been safeguarding his phone. Being someone who typically kept his phone on silent, he had no way of knowing how many frantic calls Yu Ningchuan had made during this time. As he tended to his wound in the examination room, the sight of the raw cut on his hand, exposed by the hydrogen peroxide, reignited his sense of relief at having survived. He had always believed that growing up was what Tang Qianyao expected of him, but today he realized he was mistaken. The greatest wish of the other was for him to be well. Being well is more important than anything else in the face of life and death. Everything else pales in significance. Life is but a fleeting few decades. How many days could he and Yu Ningchuan afford to squander? The unpredictability of life filled him with a desire to avoid regret that only emerges after a true loss. After thanking the doctor, Tang Zhan hurriedly exited the examination room, eager to reclaim his phone from Zhou Hui to call Yu Ningchuan. He raised his injured hand and scanned the vicinity for Zhou Hui's figure, but found no sign of him. His fervent anticipation waned due to this unexpected pause, and just as he was about to curse, a miracle occurred. Yu Ningchuan had arrived. His youth, his lover, his heart's desire. No one else's presence had ever moved him so deeply, so perfectly. He had waited for him. He had awaited his own redemption. In the bustling hospital corridor, amidst the throngs of people, this was hardly a fitting place for a reunion, let alone a romantic encounter. Yet the two, tormented by longing and sleepless nights, could not care less about their surroundings. It was indistinguishable who rushed toward whom. They were like two magnets drawn irresistibly together, compelled to embrace tightly, unwilling to part. Tang Zhan felt as though he were dreaming. He was enveloped in Yu Ningchuan's arms, the embrace so fierce it felt as though his ribs might bend and break. A dull ache blossomed in his chest. A sigh of relief from long-held yearning, mingled with regret and shame in the presence of the one he loved. He clutched Yu Ningchuan tightly, his fingers curling in, turning pale at the tips, unconsciously wrinkling the fabric of Yu Ningchuan's back. The pain from his wound intensified due to his improper pressure. Yet he found solace in this tangible pain. "I miss you so much." A husky voice echoed softly in his ear. "Tang Zhan, I miss you so much." Without a care for the gazes around him, Yu Ningchuan gently brushed his cheek against Tang Zhan's, expressing his longing. He embraced him as if he wished to merge him into his very being. In the past, during his studies, he had encountered a theory suggesting that human beings are inherently incomplete entities, achieving a semblance of harmonious coexistence only through others, such as students and teachers, mothers and infants, men and women. He had once scoffed at this notion, firmly believing that every individual is a complete subject, independent of others. Yet, in this moment of holding Tang Zhan, he unexpectedly recalled that philosophical theory of incomplete subjects, realizing that perhaps he had been mistaken. Tang Zhan was indeed the missing piece of him, his heart, his rib, a fragment of his soul. With Tang Zhan, he found completeness, no longer anxious or forlorn. As Yu Ningchuan held him, whispering his affections, Tang Zhan felt an overwhelming urge to weep. "I'm sorry for my thoughtless words that day. Xiao Chuan, please forgive me." He also sought forgiveness for any foolish actions he had taken in their relationship. Perhaps too overwhelmed, his voice caught in his throat. "Sure," Yu Ningchuan soothed him, softly murmuring in his ear, "There's no need for apologies. Let us not fight anymore, shall we? What do others matter? I only need you. With you, I am a complete individual." Tang Zhan trembled with emotion, nearly drowning in Yu Ningchuan's sweet words. He longed to spend an entire afternoon kissing him and an entire night marking every inch of his skin with his teeth and tongue, branding him inside and out. He yearned for an unbreakable bond with Yu Ningchuan, to roll together on the bed, until the end of time, never to part. However, a sudden, exaggerated cough shattered the intimate moment, pulling them back to reality. They simultaneously glanced toward Zhou Hui, who had interrupted. Could you perhaps consider the feelings of us single folks? Is it appropriate to flaunt your affection in public? Zhou Hui remarked, lowering his fist from his lips, casting a somewhat displeased glance at the two. Only then did Tang Zhan become aware of the direct and indirect gazes directed at him and Yu Ningchuan. Reluctantly, they released each other, stepping back shyly to create a distance of about 10 centimeters. Zhou Hui rolled his eyes to the heavens, thrusting Tang Zhan's phone into his arms before striding towards the hospital entrance. I'm leaving, goodbye, he said curtly, waving dismissively, well aware that no one wished to retain him. Tang Zhan and Yu Ningchuan, one having skipped the morning meeting and the other having missed the morning class, hand in hand, returned to Tang Zhan's apartment, oblivious to the world. The moment they entered, they were consumed by passion, their lips colliding fervently from the doorway to the bedroom. They tugged at each other's clothing, akin to two insatiable beasts, tearing buttons and unfastening belts, leaving imprints on each other's skin. Tang Zhan, with one hand injured, could only support himself above Yu Ningchuan with a single arm. He wore an open shirt, revealing a well-defined physique, and wore a grin that exuded a hint of roguish charm. 20 years old, huh? He said, his voice dripping with sarcasm and a touch of schadenfreude. Yu Ningchuan lay on the bed, gazing up at him, successfully recalling the wager they once made. He slowly grasped the loose fabric of Tang Zhan's shirt with both hands, his demeanor turning serious as he calmly uttered a sound of yearning. Then, with a sudden exertion, he pulled Tang Zhan closer, not conceding defeat, but rather exuding a sense of provocation. Tang Zhan found himself kissing Yu Ningchuan passively, struggling to maintain his balance. Just as he began to lose himself in the moment, feeling warmth surge through him, his one arm supporting him on the bed was suddenly seized. In the next instant, the world turned upside down as Yu Ningchuan pinned him down. With his knee forcing apart Tang Zhan's legs, he drew closer, breathing heavily, and declared, I'll be the little dog. I want to have you. What does this have to do with being a little dog? Tang Zhan's mind was still muddled, and it took him a moment to process the implication. Wait, I want to sit up, he attempted, only to be firmly pressed back down by Yu Ningchuan's relentless grip on his shoulder. Panic set in. Wait. Yu Ningchuan, hold on. What do you mean? Do you want to take me? Yu Ningchuan locked eyes with him, affirming yes. To make his intentions more tangible, he exerted a slight pressure with his knee against Tang Zhan's groin. A jolt of realization surged through Tang Zhan. This was not at all what he had anticipated. The stark contrast between reality and imagination created a significant cognitive dissonance, extinguishing his arousal like a fire doused by a fire extinguisher. Yu Ningchuan immediately sensed Tang Zhan's physical reaction, furrowing his brow as he glanced downward. Tang Zhan, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, quickly cupped Yu Ningchuan's face, compelling him to meet his gaze. Let's talk, Xiao Chuan. We might have a small issue between us, a matter that cannot simply be resolved by one of us playing the little dog. Ultimately, after a heartfelt conversation, Tang Zhan clarified Yu Ningchuan's desires and demands, and after some struggle, he nodded in agreement. If Yu Ningchuan truly wished for this, he was not opposed, but it would not be immediate. He needed time to prepare himself mentally. Moreover, he was not entirely confident in Yu Ningchuan's skills and hoped that during this period, he would take the opportunity to learn. Even if he couldn't master the art, he desired a smooth and unobstructed experience. Despite Tang Zhan's thick skin and open-mindedness, urging a younger man to practice how to please him still made him blush. Observing Tang Zhan's nervousness, Yu Ningchuan refrained from reiterating his own learning capabilities, even considering displaying his exam results to prove his competence. Though they did not achieve the long-awaited union of body and soul, breaking the Cold War and restoring their relationship to its former state was the best outcome for both of them during this time. Tang Zhan acknowledged the shortcomings in their relationship and assured Yu Ningchuan that he would strive to improve, never again disregarding his partner's feelings. Yu Ningchuan, in turn, apologized, admitting he should not have been so jealous or resorted to cold treatment in every situation. The two individuals reached an emotional consensus, akin to two interlocking gears with distinct edges, becoming increasingly smooth and harmonious through their continual adjustments. Their relationship reverted to its previous state, perhaps even more intimate than before. Tang Zhan, whose hand was injured and unable to come into contact with water, faced numerous inconveniences in daily life. In response, Yu Ningchuan dedicated his spare time each day to tidying up Tang Zhan's room and preparing nourishing soups. Despite their busy schedules preventing them from seeing each other frequently, Tang Zhan found immense joy in returning home, regardless of how late it was. To savor the delicious hot soup simmering in the electric pot, there was truly nothing more delightful than this. Having reconciled, Yu Ningchuan naturally felt compelled to share the news of securing a 30 million investment with Tang Zhan, inviting him to partake in his joy. Tang Zhan feigned shock, asking 3 times if it were truly so, before seizing the opportunity to reward Yu Ningchuan with a prolonged French kiss, his performance remarkably convincing. With summer vacation approaching, Tang Zhan cleverly used this as an excuse to encourage Yu Ningchuan to remain in Haicheng during the holiday, joining He Tian for work to broaden his horizons. Exposure to the inner workings of a large corporation would undoubtedly prevent him from encountering numerous pitfalls in the future. Tang Zhan initially harbored the intention of having Yu Ningchuan serve as his intern secretary, motivated by a desire to deepen their bond. However, now that their relationship had stabilized, he found himself adopting a more selfless stance. Even without explicit words, Tang Zhan sensed Yu Ningchuan's eagerness to catch up with him. He felt no trepidation, relishing the pursuit, and even wished to extend a hand to assist Yu Ningchuan. He envisioned a day when their relationship would encompass both partners in bed and allies, or even rivals. Outside of it, yet, Yu Ningchuan was still a fledgling eagle. Despite showcasing his nascent brilliance, he required the careful guidance and protection of his predecessors. Tang Zhan relished the role of a guiding figure, both in matters of the heart and in practical life. "I'll call Gigi and inform him," he said. Yu Ningchuan readily agreed, having no reservations. At this stage of the enterprise's inception, he had much to learn and many concerns to address, all while balancing his academic responsibilities. Leaving his schedule utterly packed, though he yearned for his family and wished to visit home, he recognized the necessity of making sacrifices, setting them aside for the time being. He appeared composed, seemingly indifferent, yet Tang Zhan understood intimately how deeply he cherished his family. Given his current circumstances, it was likely he wouldn't return to Wenjin for nearly a year. Furthermore, Yu Gigi and Yu Dalei, who had anticipated his return for half a year, would undoubtedly be disheartened by the sudden news of his inability to visit. Tang Zhan wrapped his arm around Yu Ningchuan's neck, planting a kiss on the corner of his lips. "Then come to my company tomorrow, you classmate." He began to formulate a plan, maintaining a facade of calmness, revealing not a hint of his intentions. Many in their department were already aware of Yu Ningchuan winning the Huahai Entrepreneurship Gold Award, a fact that naturally drew attention to him. In the latest round of the Huahai Campus Idol election, Yu Ningchuan had even been elected as the new campus idol without his own knowledge. The headline of the campus newspaper proclaimed the campus idol winning the Entrepreneurship Award, a captivating title that not only graced the front page, but was also reported by several local media outlets in Haicheng. Unbeknownst to him, one particular article featuring a photo of Yu Ningchuan in traditional Han attire playing the sanxian had gone viral among the Weibo audience. Subsequent investment intention calls followed in rapid succession, as Xia Han discerned the potential of Yu Ningchuan, a realization that was not lost on other investors. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that this fledgling young man had already secured angel round funding, an investment of such magnitude that it catapulted the company's valuation into the hundreds of millions. Those who merely sought to invest a modest 1 or 2 million found themselves rendered helpless in the face of this reality. Although it was said to be a summer internship, Yu Ningchuan had actually joined He Tian by mid-May, establishing his base in a small cubicle outside Tang Zhan's office. Naturally, Tang Zhan bore no obligation to elucidate Yu Ningchuan's identity to the other company owners. While typically disinterested in gossip, his surprise at Yu Ningchuan's youthful appearance was palpable, and the more curious employees had already gathered in the break room, dissecting the newcomer's background with fervor. Could he be a protege groomed by the young boss? Employee A whispered to a colleague, analyzing Yu Ningchuan's credentials. It was rumored that he was a prodigy from the Chinese department of Huahai University, having won a startup award in his freshman year. And now he had caught the eye of prominent venture capitalists, who reportedly invested $30 million in him. As she pronounced the figure $30 million, she emphasized each syllable, her eyes betraying a blend of envy and admiration, a sentiment echoed by those around her. $30 million. Our combined salaries until retirement wouldn't even match half of that. Employee B sighed deeply. But we are merely low-level staff. He is destined for greatness, and our paths are unlikely to intersect in a way that breeds conflict, allowing us to maintain a balanced perspective. The upper management, however, must be feeling quite unsettled. A youth not yet 20 possesses a fortune exceeding $100 million. He could either emerge as a formidable competitor or perhaps even the next Zuckerberg, necessitating a careful approach to interactions with him while remaining vigilant against any potential backlash. "Oh dear, just thinking about it makes me weary for them," she lamented. Others chuckled and schadenfreude, and employee A continued, "Speaking of upper management, is the young boss planning to take action against the Yin family? Yin Feng has recently been transferred to headquarters, leaving his previous comfortable position. Ostensibly, he has been promoted to vice president. Yet in reality, it is a demotion without any real power, now subjected to scrutiny from numerous headquarters personnel. With every word and action scrutinized, how pitiful." Although she spoke of his plight, there was little sympathy reflected in her expression. Employee C interjected, "No matter how unfortunate, he is still of noble lineage. He is certainly more valued than us and should not find himself in too dismal a situation." Employee A shot him a knowing glance, shaking her head. "Regardless, he is merely the older brother of the young boss and has no real connection to him. Why would he care about saving face? Would he really allow his brother to vie for the family fortune?" Indeed, it was said that the young boss hardly even glanced at Vice President Yan's proposals. During meetings, he would superficially nod in agreement, only to disregard them entirely post-discussion. At this juncture, the group wore expressions akin to those who felt they were entangled in a grand political drama. Yet, akin to the courtiers in a historical drama who gossip about their sovereigns, oblivious to being overheard. They failed to notice a figure flit past the break room entrance. It was Yin Feng. During his afternoon break, Yin Feng decided to visit the restroom. As he passed the tea room, he unexpectedly overheard his name, prompting him to pause and listen intently. To his dismay, he discovered that the entire Guihetiani was mocking him. Years ago, the Yin family was a prominent merchant clan, and when Yin Jing married Tang Shanhai over a decade ago, Guihetiani had yet to reach its current vast stature. While the Yin family could not claim to be on par with the Tang family, they were not far behind. However, time has wrought changes, and under Yin Feng's generation, the Yin family has experienced a decline, with their business becoming progressively less profitable and their assets severely diminished, leaving them entirely dependent on the Tang family for survival. Although they were forced to rely on others, Yin Feng had been living a carefree life in his hometown, Ning City, enjoying a lifestyle akin to that of a local sovereign. In recent years, he persuaded Yin Jing to whisper sweet nothings into Tang Shanhai's ear, convincing him to invest in a chain restaurant called Ningbei Tang, which performed quite well. Yet, his dissatisfaction grew due to the low net profits. Consequently, he manipulated the financial records, reaping significant gains over the years. However, when Tang Zhan visited Ning City for an inspection, fearing exposure, he instructed his sister-in-law to employ her charm to deceive Tang, which instead aroused suspicion. Subsequently, Tang Zhan dispatched individuals to scrutinize his accounts. Had he not acted swiftly to destroy all the financial records, he would likely have been expelled from Guihetiani by now. Yet, the destruction of the records only intensified Tang Zhan's suspicions. Not only did he transfer Yin Feng to Haicheng, keeping him close like a pet, but he also implemented a strategy to suppress him within the company, leaving Yin Feng isolated with no allies, except for a few relatives from the Yin family. In Gueha Tianyi, to put it kindly, he held the title of vice president. To put it bluntly, he was a superfluous waste of space. The more Yin Feng pondered, the angrier he became, his fists clenched tightly as he marched toward Tang Zhan's office with heavy steps. However, before he could even approach the door, he was intercepted by Yu Ningchuan. President Tang is resting. Please come back this afternoon if you have matters to discuss, he stated, using his height to block Yin Feng's path, forcing him to look up to speak. I am the vice president of the company and Tang Zhan's uncle. Who do you think you were to stop me? Yin Feng nearly exploded with rage, his tone decidedly impolite. Yu Ningchuan's handsome features remained cold and indifferent as he lowered his gaze, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. I am President Tang's secretary, and I work solely for him. Yin Feng's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling an enraged bull. I'll say it again, step aside. I need to see President Tang. He extended his finger, nearly poking Yu Ningchuan's face. Yu Ningchuan was not a novice. His relationship with Tang Zhan afforded him insight into the identity of the man before him, and he regarded him as an arrogant fool attempting to seduce a woman for his own gain. I'll repeat myself. President Tang is resting and is not seeing anyone. If you have business, please come back in the afternoon. Veins bulging on his forehead, Yin Feng nearly resorted to violence. Just then, a voice emanated from the closed office, sounding slightly displeased as if just awakened. What is all the noise outside? Yu Ningchuan paused momentarily, slightly tilting his head toward the door. Vice President Yin insists on seeing you, but I told him to come back this afternoon, and he refuses. Yin Feng raised his voice, saying, Xiao Zhan, I have something important to discuss with you. Realizing it was his uncle, he quickly invited him in. He pressed the switch, unlocking the door. Yu Ningchuan, how can you be so thoughtless? This is my uncle. Why are you stopping him? Don't block him next time, do you hear? Yu Ningchuan, chastised by Tang Zhan, slightly twitched his lips, bowed his head respectfully, and replied, Understood, Mr. Tang, showcasing the professionalism expected of an intern secretary. Yin Feng straightened his attire, lifted his chest like a victorious rooster, shot him a fierce glare, and strutted into Tang Zhan's office. The conversation inside remained a mystery, but Yu Ningchuan could faintly hear Tang Zhan's responses, initially earnest yet ultimately dismissive. The newcomer is naive. Please don't be angry. There's nothing to it, uncle. Don't listen to idle gossip. We are family. How could there be any distance between us? Yes, indeed. I know you've contributed much to the company over the years. You've worked hard. Yu Ningchuan completed the morning meeting notes, emailed them to various departments, and then went to the pantry for a cup of coffee. Upon entering, he found it empty, brewed his coffee with the capsule machine, and returned to his desk, only to find that Yin Feng had already left, leaving Tang Zhan's office in silence once more. He tapped on the glass door, inquiring if anyone inside wanted coffee. The response was a gentle sound of the lock being disengaged. Yu Ningchuan placed the cup on Tang Zhan's desk and was about to turn to leave when Tang Zhan called him. Come here. Clearly prepared for this. Yu Ningchuan stepped back, circled around the desk, and respectfully asked, Is there anything else, Mr. Tang? Tang Zhan lifted his gaze from a mountain of documents, reclined in his chair, fingers interlaced, and looked up at him. I just criticized you. Are you angry? Not angry, Yu Ningchuan replied. Why not? Because your criticism is justified. Mr. Tang. Tang Zhan smirked slightly. No, my criticism was unfounded, and thus I must offer you some form of compensation. Yu Ningchuan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Tang Zhan pulled him closer, grasped the collar of his shirt, compelled him to bend slightly, and then drew him in for a kiss. Lin Shuang ultimately departed without informing Tang Zhan, a fact he learned from Tang Shanhai. Tang Shanhai invited him home for dinner, but he was unaware of Yin Jing's whereabouts. In the expansive house, only the cook, the housekeeper, and Tang Shanhai remained. A series of dishes, all conveniently served for spooning, were presented. Tang Zhan sat at a subordinate position to Tang Shanhai, and they conversed about company matters while dining. Suddenly, Tang Shanhai remarked, I hear you've acquired quite a prominent secretary for yourself. Tang Zhan paused momentarily in his soup drinking, set down his spoon, sat upright, and smiled. Just a child. Nothing extraordinary, really such embellishment is unnecessary. Tang Shanhai replied, I heard from Yin Feng that this child is rather assertive in the company. You must be mindful of your influence. While cultivating your power, consider the sentiments of those below you. In the company, Yu Ningchuan heeds only Tang Zhan's commands, disregarding the accounts of others and dismissing any attempts at persuasion. Tang Zhan has prepared himself to become a thorn in the eyes of certain individuals. Yet he did not expect matters to escalate so swiftly to Tang Shanhai's attention. He is not under my influence, Tang Zhan stated, gently placing his spoon down, his tone turning serious. Teaching him the ropes is one thing, but I will not claim him as my own. He is destined for greatness and will undoubtedly surpass me. His ambition was to entirely possess Yu Ningchuan, though not in a professional sense. He believed that the latter would soar to even greater heights, and his current task was merely to guide him on how to fly better. Tang Shanhai raised an eyebrow. You hold him in high regard? He had never witnessed Tang Zhan so unabashedly extolling someone, even elevating them above himself. Tang Zhan composed himself. Xiaohan invested 30 million in this young man, and he entrusted me with his oversight. It's merely a matter of reciprocity. Upon hearing that this individual was backed by Xiaohan, Tang Shanhai instinctively connected the dots. Presuming that Tang Zhan had employed such a secretary merely to curry favor with Xiaohan, given Yu Ningchuan's remarkable capabilities, it was evident he was not merely there to serve as a secretary, which explained his disregard for others. Since he is someone Xiaohan has asked you to look after, then teach him well, Tang Shanhai conceded to Tang Zhan's assertion. Speaking of investment institutions, the lockup period is set to expire next month. Do they have any updates from their end? The absolute controlling shareholder before the IPO of Guihetiani is Tang Shanhai himself, with the second largest shareholder being Shenxin Fund, which previously entered into a betting agreement with them. To facilitate a smooth IPO, they had introduced 4 cornerstone investors to pre-purchase shares before the listing. According to regulations, once the 6-month lockup period concludes, these 5 institutions will be able to sell their shares on the market. In the Hong Kong stock market, there are no strict proportional regulations regarding large-scale sell-offs by institutions once the lockup period ends, nor are there obligations to disclose intentions or progress to the public during the pre-dash, mid-dash, or post-reduction phases. Compared to the challenges of exiting the A-share market, the Hong Kong market offers a more convenient exit, leading many institutions to promptly sell off the majority of their holdings post-lockup to ensure liquidations. However, large-scale reductions by institutions inevitably lead to stock price fluctuations, affecting the confidence of other investors, especially in a downturn where stock prices continue to plummet. Consequently, the Hong Kong market typically avoids concentrated sell-offs by major shareholders. Such occurrences are often accompanied by a persistent decline in stock prices. I have arranged meetings with representatives from the 4 cornerstone investors who remain optimistic about Guihetiani, agreeing not to engage in large-scale sell-offs and will stagger their selling times. However, the thought of the bald representative from Shenxin Fund, with his arrogant demeanor, ignites a fire within Tang Zhan. They offer no guarantees. And while I continue to strive for an agreement, the situation feels precarious. Tang Shanhai slammed his spoon onto the table with a cold expression. I knew they were not to be trusted. In his exasperation, his hands trembled more violently. Why do we ever agree to let Shenxin invest? Tang Zhan had always been perplexed by the fact that, given Tang Shanhai's domineering nature, he would relinquish a portion of his shares to allow an investment firm to enter Guihetiani. It was undoubtedly that woman, Yin Jing. Tang Shanhai snorted disdainfully. She was an old classmate of Shun Xian's manager, and that was how she introduced him. One thing led to another, and before he knew it, he had signed that betting agreement, as if under a spell. In the end, his face was etched with regret. Chapter 56. Section 2. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhan began to understand. It wasn't a spell, but rather a soft whisper in his ear. He resolved to take things step by step. Even if they indeed concentrated on liquidating all their shares, he had confidence in his ability to restore the stock price. Tang Shanhai gazed at Tang Zhan's youthful and handsome visage, suddenly realizing how much the young man resembled himself in his youth, full of vigor and relentless determination. Indeed, this was his son. Unaccountably, the son he had never valued now stirred a sense of comforting nostalgia within him. He averted his gaze and changed the subject, saying, "By the way, did you know Lin Shuang left yesterday?" Tang Zhan paused, momentarily taken aback, before recalling where Lin Shuang had gone. She had departed, leaving this country, never to return. Besides that emotionless farewell, she had left no words behind. "Oh," Tang Zhan murmured, tracing the rim of his wine glass with his fingers. "I wish her a safe journey." A grim smile flickered across his face as he downed the remaining wine in his glass. He had initially promised Yu Ningchuan to abstain from alcohol, yet here he was, breaking his vow. As the semester drew to a close, Yu Ningchuan found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of examinations. His life was consumed by various tasks, leaving little room for rest or leisure. In the dorm, his roommates, Li Xiang and Feng Tao, who were not particularly fond of studying, seemed to have been inspired by Yu Ningchuan's excellence. Influenced by him, they had recently adopted a relentless study routine, transforming the dorm into a veritable study hall devoid of any sounds of gaming, all engrossed in revision. Li Xiang even boldly crafted a banner proclaiming "Prepare for finals, strive for scholarships," which he hung directly across from the dormitory entrance, ensuring that it was the first thing one would see upon entering. In this tranquil atmosphere, Yu Ningchuan's phone suddenly vibrated on the table. He swiftly picked it up to find a message from Tang Zhan, stating that he had drunk too much and asking if Yu Ningchuan could take care of him. To be able to text coherently after a bout of intoxication was quite impressive. Yu Ningchuan glanced at his watch. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and with the dormitory closing at 11, he might not make it back in time. He stood up to bid farewell to his roommates, announcing, "I'm stepping out. I might not return tonight. If the dormitory supervisor calls roll, please help me cover for it." Li Xiang, sporting a diligent study headband, turned and gave him an okay hand gesture. "No matter where you are, don't forget to study." Feng Tao looked on with disdain. "I used to think you were a model student, but I never expected you to indulge in such night escapades. I misjudged you." With a cheeky grin, he added, "Bring me breakfast tomorrow, and I'll sacrifice my looks to distract the dorm supervisor for you." As Yu Ningchuan swung open the door and stepped outside, he glanced back and offered a middle finger, though he casually remarked, "All right, got it." He unlocked the door to Tang Zhan's apartment, where darkness enveloped the space. Devoid of any sound, uncertain if Tang Zhan was home, he contemplated turning on the lights when suddenly a figure lunged at him from the shadows. Forcefully slamming him against the door, he let out a muffled groan, and before he could utter a word, the figure, exuding the scent of shower gel and moisture, pressed against him, silencing him with fervent lips and a heated tongue. The taste of alcohol lingered on Tang Zhan's lips, confirming that he had indeed been drinking, rather than fabricating an excuse to see him. Today's kiss was particularly clingy and urgent, as if a competitive spirit ignited between them, neither willing to yield. Yu Ningchuan felt a growing fire within him, wrapping one arm around Tang Zhan's waist while the other pressed on his shoulder, forcefully reversing their positions and pinning him against the door. "What has gotten into you today?" He softly nibbled at Tang Zhan's lip corner, his breath quickening. In the dim light, Tang Zhan leaned casually against the door, his bathrobe slightly disheveled from their earlier movements, the sash loose and the neckline wide open. "I've been completely abandoned by my mother," he chuckled, the reflection of streetlights and moonlight catching a fleeting shimmer in his eyes. "What did I do wrong?" He leaned into Yu Ningchuan's embrace, resting his forehead against his shoulder. "It's so cruel. How could she be so heartless? You know, when she came seeking me before, I naively thought she wanted to reconcile. Reconcile? How foolish of me. She doesn't care about me at all. To her, I'm merely a memento, a dreadful reminder of her past failures. She wouldn't feel any attachment. Who would feel for a mere souvenir?" Perhaps Tang Zhan was indeed a bit inebriated. Ordinarily, he would never voice such thoughts. Yet, Yu Ningchuan sensed this was an opportunity for him to unburden himself of words he usually kept bottled up. "I would feel attached," Yu Ningchuan replied, embracing him and gently caressing his back. "I care about you." After a moment of silence, Tang Zhan's breathing remained rapid, hot breaths brushing against Yu Ningchuan's collarbone, simultaneously tickling and electrifying. "How had you been studying?" Yu Ningchuan paused, momentarily confused by the question. "Here." Tang Zhan subtly reached out, teasingly kneading his sensitive area. This bold action left Yu Ningchuan breathless, and he quickly regained composure, rasping, "Not too bad." Tang Zhan fell silent once again, seconds ticking by like ants crawling through Yu Ningchuan's heart, unbearable in their slow passage. After 2 minutes, Tang Zhan finally lifted his head, a smirk playing on one side of his lips. "Then let me witness the fruits of your labor." Life's frustrations are twofold: the unfulfilled desires and the satisfaction of those desires. George Bernard Shaw Tang Zhan always believed that even if he was not a top student, he should at least be a commendable one. As a distinguished master's student in business administration, he had even considered that if Yu Ningchuan struggled to keep pace with their progress, he could provide some impromptu tutoring. Though it seemed quite embarrassing, he reasoned that being the older one justified such actions. However, he was mistaken, profoundly so. Yu Ningchuan was neither a mediocre student nor an exemplary one. He was a veritable prodigy. "Damn it, from where did you acquire such finesse?" Tang Zhan lay on the bed, his face half-turned, buried in the pillow. It was difficult to discern whether it was the alcohol or merely the presence of Yu Ningchuan that brought forth a sensation of delightful numbness from his very bones, prompting involuntary sighs of pleasure. Various scenarios unfolded. Yu Ningchuan, breathing heavily, his temples dampened, a bead of sweat rolled down his sculpted jaw and landed on Tang Zhan's back, searing with an almost scalding heat, causing Tang Zhan to shudder. He felt his heart racing, accompanied by a constant struggle for breath. Had he not been generally healthy aside from his insomnia, he might have suspected a cardiac ailment. Ever since he had laid upon this bed, he had not breathed easily. This time, it truly felt life-threatening. Could you possibly refrain from being so ferocious? He protested intermittently, imploring, "Can we take it easy just this once?" In the brief exchange, Tang Zhan was nearly thrown off balance, almost biting his tongue. Yu Ningchuan held his shoulders firmly, completely devoid of his usual ethereal grace. If Tang Zhan could turn to look at him now, he would undoubtedly be astonished by how utterly desire had ensnared him, leaving him in complete surrender. Yu Ningchuan leaned down, trailing his tongue along Tang Zhan's spine, ascending to the nape of his neck. "No." His voice, thick with lust, emerged in a hoarse whisper. Tang Zhan trembled, taken aback by the bluntness of the rejection of his suggestion. "Beast!" He bit down on the pillowcase beneath him, wishing he had the strength to give Yu Ningchuan the finger. He had initially thought he was nurturing a sweet and fresh gardenia, only to find it had morphed into a little wolf dog. Yu Ningchuan held Tang Zhan's waist tightly, his teeth grazing the tender skin of his neck, embodying Tang Zhan's inner musings, having transformed into a gluttonous beast. "Tang Zhan, do you know there is a flower on your backside?" Yu Ningchuan straightened his glistening torso, suddenly slowing his pace, skillfully caressing Tang Zhan. Each breath he exhaled was searing hot. Tang Zhan felt like a furnace, radiating an unending warmth that surged through their connected bodies, nearly causing his blood to boil. "Huh?" Tang Zhan released the pillowcase, his muddled mind taking a moment to grasp that Yu Ningchuan was referring to his birthmark. Isn't it rather provocative? He was well aware of what adorned his body. This birthmark resided on his left hip, a paler shade of plum. In his youth, he had been grateful that such an eye-catching mark was not positioned more prominently, or he would have undoubtedly sought laser treatment to remove it. Indeed, it is rather provocative, Yu Ningchuan mused, his gaze lowered as he fervently rubbed the birthmark. This lilac flower had been imprinted in his heart since last year, a lingering thought that now, at last, he held in his grasp. Perhaps adhering to principles of sustainability or simply not wishing to reach a swift conclusion, Yu Ningchuan unexpectedly slowed his tempo, transforming from ferocity to a gentle rhythm. Tang Zhan, overwhelmed, pressed his forehead against the pillow, biting his lips tightly, breathing heavily through his nose. His knees and toes incessantly rubbed against the sheets, creating a chaotic array of creases, occasionally punctuated by muffled groans that escaped his throat. After several moments of varying intensity, Tang Zhan could no longer contain himself. Could we possibly pick up the pace? Too aggressive is not ideal, but this sluggishness is infuriating. Yu Ningchuan, beads of sweat trickling from his brow, was also struggling, his taut muscles making the veins on his neck distinctly visible. Still too slow? He licked his lips, teasingly remarking, "What a pampered young master you are." No sooner had the words left his lips than a heavy blow landed. Tang Zhan, caught off guard, exclaimed in surprise, his waist weakening, his ears flushing red, realizing he had landed himself in quite a predicament. Did he still wish to instruct Yu Ningchuan? What nonsense! I want to watch you. Suddenly, Yu Ningchuan shifted back slightly, turning Tang Zhan to face him directly. The rear entry position was Tang Zhan's request. Although he had mentally prepared himself, it was still their first time, and he needed to choose a more manageable approach, whether in terms of entry or leg positioning. Instinctively, Tang Zhan attempted to close his legs, but Yu Ningchuan forcefully pulled them apart, his entire body enveloping Tang Zhan, their lips brushing against each other, tongues intertwining. As he began to accelerate, Tang Zhan, muffled by Yu Ningchuan's mouth, felt his eyes redden from the overwhelming sensations. This little wolf dog was indeed a dynamic model. Once in high gear, there was no stopping. Unconsciously, Tang Zhan's legs wrapped around Yu Ningchuan's waist, his arms clinging like vines, leaving trails of red marks on the thinly muscled back of the other. Their first foray into passion was somewhat reckless, entwined throughout the night and the following morning. They indulged once more in response to their physical desires. After bathing, one of them went to class, vibrant and full of energy, while the other endured a hangover and slight discomfort in certain areas as he headed to work. Before parting, they shared a lingering goodbye kiss in the car. As Tang Zhan settled into his office chair, he was immediately propelled back up, ensuring no one was at the door. He retrieved a cushion from the guest's sofa to alleviate his awkward discomfort. Having signed a couple of documents, his phone buzzed with a text from Yu Ningchuan, seemingly seeking praise, inquiring, "What score did I get?" Tang Zhan stared at the message, chuckling as he wiped his forehead. 99. 1 point deducted to prevent excessive pride. Then to earn a perfect score from the young master soon, I must put in more effort to study and practice. Before long, a reply came back, instantly making Tang Zhan feel as though he had fallen into Yu Ningchuan's trap. Li Xiang, stealthily enjoying breakfast, kept an eye on Yu Ningchuan's every move. What a marvel! Yu Ningchuan was playing on his phone during class and laughing, leaving Li Xiang at a loss for words, prompting him to nudge Feng Tao beside him. "Look at Xiao Chuan. Don't you think he seems different today?" Feng Tao lifted his gaze from his notes, glancing at Yu Ningchuan before returning to Li Xiang. "Do you think he looks like he's in the throes of romance, like melting snow or a pearl kissed by dawn? Exuding an exuberant youthful aura, now replaced by a robust masculine energy?" Li Xiang momentarily felt bewildered. Can you speak plainly?" Feng Tao scoffed. "Have you lost your mind? He spent the night outside yesterday, and today he appears like this." Lowering his voice, "He must have lost his virginity." Li Xiang swiftly turned around to glance at Yu Ningchuan once more. One cannot deny that Feng Tao's conjecture is remarkably persuasive. The lingering allure in the corners of his eyes and the intoxicating scent of romance enveloping him all speak volumes about the exquisite night he experienced. "So, does it mean that I am the only pure maiden left in our dormitory?" Li Xiang sniffed dejectedly, lamenting, "How wonderful it would be. I too wish to become a corrupted adult." As the ban on sales gradually diminishes, Tang Zhan finds himself increasingly anxious, yearning to expedite discussions with the senior executives of Shenxin. Jiang Qingsong, the manager of the Shenxin Fund, is an old classmate of Yin Jing and a longtime friend of Yin Feng. Thus, Tang Zhan had no choice but to request Yin Feng to arrange a meeting with this influential fund manager. Yin Feng, always delighted when Tang Zhan sought his assistance, readily agreed and quickly received a response. Jiang Qingsong consented to meet, but not in the office, rather at a banquet table. At 8 o'clock on Friday evening, under Yin Feng's lead, Jiang Qingsong arrived with his representatives, while Gue He Tian brought Tang Zhan and Yu Ningchuan. The five of them ventured to a lavish private club in Haicheng for a sumptuous feast. Jiang Qingsong, possessing an air of sophistication, sported silver-rimmed glasses and bore the quintessential appearance of a successful individual in the financial realm. At first glance, he seemed unlikely to be closely acquainted with Yin Feng. However, as Tang Zhan engaged further, he realized that like attracts like, these two were indeed of the same ilk. The table was lively with an unending exchange of humorous anecdotes and reminiscing, predominantly led by Yin Feng and Jiang Qingsong, while the bald representative incessantly fawned over them. Tang Zhan attempted several times to interject with substantial matters, but instead found himself inundated with copious amounts of alcohol. I am an old classmate of Yin Jing, and naturally, her younger relatives are also my younger relatives. Jiang Qingsong raised a glass of red wine, eager to toast with Tang Zhan. Rest assured, since we are family, Uncle would never let you down. Though Yin Jing was merely a decade his senior, Tang Zhan had never regarded her as an elder. The fact that Jiang Qingsong, who was of similar age, audaciously wished to assume the role of an uncle left him flabbergasted. With a slight twitch at his temple, Tang Zhan downed the wine. Manager Jiang, your camaraderie is truly appreciated. Jiang Qingsong patted his shoulder. No need for thanks, merely drink more wine. With that, he signaled to his representative, who promptly refilled Tang Zhan's glass. Tang Zhan struggled to suppress his amusement. If he were to enumerate the traditional vices he detested in Chinese culture, the culture of pressuring others to drink at the table would undoubtedly rank among the top 10. Very well, I shall drink. Just as he was about to raise his glass, a hand reached out to halt his movement. Taken aback, Tang Zhan turned to see Yu Ningchuan standing closely behind him, their bodies nearly touching. Last year, he had been nearly of the same height, but now Yu Ningchuan had surpassed him slightly. In order to meet his gaze, Tang Zhan had to lift his eyes slightly. There was a fervent passion akin to fire, coupled with an encompassing gentleness reminiscent of water, adorned with the brilliance of starlight and the softness of moonlight. Tang Zhan felt as though he had indeed indulged a bit too much. For how else could he explain the sensation of wanting to drown in those enchanting eyes? Allow me. Yu Ningchuan did not afford Tang Zhan the opportunity to refuse, seizing the glass of wine and raising it in a toast to Jiang Qingsong. The boss's tolerance for alcohol is not as great as mine. Allow me to drink some on his behalf. Jiang Qingsong raised an eyebrow. You must be the young man who received 30 million from Jiang Capital, right? What was your name again? He glanced at his representative. Yu Ningchuan, the representative replied, bowing slightly. Ah, yes, Yu Ningchuan. Jiang Qingsong scrutinized him with a critical eye, noting that he bore a respectable appearance. If you ventured into the entertainment industry, your returns might surpass those of your own entrepreneurial endeavors. His attitude was decidedly lacking in respect. Had it been a year prior, Yu Ningchuan would have likely retaliated. However, the current circumstances dictated otherwise. For he was not solely Yu Ningchuan. He also represented Tang Zhan. Feigning politeness, he had quickly learned the nuances of such interactions. Manager Jiang, you jest, Yu Ningchuan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Given that he might rely on Manager Jiang's goodwill in the future, he considered this toast a